Zeke Draker was born into the renowned House Draker, a prestigious bloodline whose name had been carved into history by generations of legendary Dragonslayers. But the honor that should have come with being born into such a powerful family did not stay with him for long. Because Zeke could not wield a sword the way a Draker was expected to, the family quickly branded him as useless and cast him aside. While his ancestors had risen as fearsome knights, Zeke had awakened a completely different kind of power, a healing ability that others looked down on as cursed and worthless. Refusing to remain weak forever, Zeke left behind the place that rejected him and wandered from continent to continent, chasing any path that might grant him real strength. That long and desperate journey eventually brought him before an ancient relic, an artifact of such overwhelming value that even the Emperor himself wanted to possess it. But before Zeke could understand what the relic truly was, or draw out the power hidden inside it, Imperial soldiers surrounded him in a sudden ambush. The wounds they left on his body were devastating, so deep and brutal that even Zeke's own healing magic could no longer keep up. And right when death seemed certain, the ancient relic suddenly awakened, unleashing an upgrade system that turned back the clock and restored Zeke's body to a much younger age. Along with that impossible regression, ancient powers that had been sleeping within him began to stir awake. From that moment on, Zeke Draker's real story began again, returning him to the very place where everything had first gone wrong, the Draker household's training institution known as the Cradle. But to truly understand the weight of Zeke's struggle, one first had to understand just how powerful his bloodline was. House Draker stood among the three great transcendent households, and its legendary reputation reached all the way back to its mighty ancestor, Terrakin Draker. 1,000 years earlier, Terrakin became a hero by slaying the malevolent dragon Bahamut, an achievement that secured the Draker family's influence for generations to come. Since then, nearly every Draker descendant had inherited the blessing of Aura, allowing them to awaken extraordinary power and rise naturally as elite warriors. Every descendant had received that blessing except for Zeke. Zeke was born without Aura, and that single flaw was enough to make the proud family treat him like an outcast. Now, after regressing into his younger body, Zeke lay quietly on his bed, strangely calm about everything, until a sudden system notification flashed before him and jolted him wide awake. His body reacted before he could even think, snapping upright as his senses sharpened in an instant. Zeke quickly scanned the room, his eyes cutting across every corner as he searched for signs of an intruder. But after a brief pause, he dismissed it as nothing more than his imagination. Then more system windows appeared one after another, filling his vision, and one message in particular made his expression stiffen. It announced that his soul had merged with the will of the Elder Dragon, granting him partial authority over the system. As the activation finished, his sight was flooded with countless glowing windows, and the first one revealed his stats, his class, and a unique ability called Draconian Skill, a power that would only unlock once he gathered 10 karma points. The problem was that, at that exact moment, Zeke's karma points were still sitting at a perfect 0. Curiosity quickly overtook his confusion, and Zeke began testing the system, moving through its functions until he started to understand how each window responded. Among everything displayed in the administration status window, one detail immediately pulled his attention more than the rest: his class skill. And the reason it caught his eye was simple. That term came from the ancient Draconic language, part of a classification system so old that almost no one in the current era still understood it. Zeke remembered hearing about it from his master, who had once explained that people in the ancient world categorized themselves according to their strengths. Each class developed its own specialized techniques known as skills. So, since the system had classified Zeke as a healer, the ability attached to his class was exactly what he expected: healing. The instant Zeke saw that word, memories of his merciless training surged back into his mind. His master, a woman who never showed him the slightest leniency, had pushed him to the brink of death again and again, forcing him to heal his own broken body countless times. The pain she put him through had been almost unbearable, but that brutal training was also what shaped him into the powerful healer he eventually became. To confirm whether the system was telling the truth, Zeke focused and activated his ability. The result left him stunned, because his healing power responded instantly. That should not have been possible because in his previous life, Zeke had only awakened as a healer in his 20s, after his Ether Hall had finally opened. Back then, the unlocking of his Ether Hall had been the turning point that allowed his healing ability to truly emerge. But now, in this new life, that meant his Ether Hall was already open from the very beginning. Zeke had not only returned to the past with every memory from his former life intact, his abilities had come back with him as well, giving him an advantage no one else could possibly see coming. Just as Zeke was about to explore the system even further, a voice suddenly called his name from outside, followed by a firm knock against the door. Panic flashed through him, and he hurriedly tried to close every system window before anyone could walk in and notice them. But the person outside did not wait for permission and pushed the door open as if entering was already a matter of course. The man who stepped into the room was Decker, Zeke's exclusive servant. With his usual stern posture and sharp expression, he had come to check whether his young master was prepared for an important event. The only problem was that Zeke had absolutely no idea what event Decker was talking about. Zeke's blank reaction immediately irritated Decker, and the servant's piercing gaze became intense enough to make most people shrink back. The idea that his young master had forgotten such an important day clearly pushed Decker's patience to its limit. At the same time, Zeke's body began trembling on instinct. Even though his mind belonged to a 32-year-old man, his younger body still remembered the fear from his past life, when Decker had always been someone who terrified him. Then, in that tense moment, one of Zeke's class skills activated on its own, composed mind. Almost immediately, the shaking stopped, and every trace of fear vanished from his face. The skill forced the user's mind to remain untouched by panic or pressure, allowing Zeke to stay calm and collected no matter what happened. And seeing it activate automatically, Zeke could not help thinking how useful it was. Meanwhile, Decker continued pressing him with stern reminders about just how important the coming event was. But Zeke stayed quiet, his expression calm and unreadable. Only after Decker repeated himself several times did Zeke finally respond, quietly acknowledging that he remembered what day it was. And in truth, Zeke remembered it all too clearly. It was the evaluation test known as Pancration. To understand why that name carried such weight, one had to understand how the Draker training system inside the cradle actually worked. From the age of 7, every Draker child was forced into 5 full years of intense training, drilling the fundamentals of combat until they became second nature. Each year, the students were tested through fierce evaluations that measured their skill in swordsmanship and hand-to-hand combat. The most important of those evaluations was Pancration, a brutal, no-rules battle where almost anything was allowed. In most cases, instructors arranged the matchups, though students could also challenge one another if both sides agreed. With no real restrictions in place, injuries were practically guaranteed, and in rare cases, some students never made it out alive. Even so, every student was forced to participate, because the results decided their class placement within the academy. At last, the day of Pancration arrived, and the students gathered inside the enormous amphitheater, their voices mixing into a restless buzz of nerves and excitement. Standing at the center of the arena was Instructor Panmark, the head instructor. His sharp eyes swept across the crowd before he reminded everyone that this was the final stage of their evaluation. The students answered with a thunderous shout, their combined enthusiasm echoing through the amphitheater and even drawing the instructor's attention. But among the gathered students, a few noticed Zeke standing there and immediately began whispering. Some of them smirked and mocked him under their breath, laughing at the fact that he had actually shown up again after the humiliation he suffered the year before. Before long, the duels officially began, and the heavy tension inside the amphitheater sharpened as the first fighters stepped forward. The opening match ended almost the moment it started, so quickly that several students barely had time to react. A student named Aaron stepped in, drove a single uppercut straight into his opponent, and knocked him out cold before the fight could even build any momentum. The surrounding students stared in awe at the clean finish, but Zeke Draker watched with a flat expression, completely unmoved by the display. To Zeke, a fight like that was nothing worth getting excited over. He could still remember the days when Pancration matches had terrified him, when every duel felt like a nightmare waiting to happen. But after everything he had endured in his past life, this level of combat now looked almost childish. As the matches continued, Zeke yawned again and again, lazily waiting for his turn as though the whole event had nothing to do with him. But one student, Leon Conrad, had his eyes fixed on Zeke the entire time, clearly eager for their match to arrive. Eventually, Zeke's name was called, and just as expected, his opponent was Leon. While Zeke rubbed at his tired eyes, Leon immediately stepped in with both words and fists, mocking the humiliation Zeke had suffered the year before. Of course, Zeke had not forgotten. That memory was still painfully clear, the sight of his younger self begging Leon for mercy. But that helpless version of Zeke belonged to the past, and those days were already long gone. Leon had been matched against him every single year, so Zeke knew exactly what kind of person he was. He knew Leon's cheap tricks, his smug arrogance, and the rotten pride of the family standing behind him. In Zeke's mind, there was no doubt that Leon had pulled strings behind the scenes to make sure they faced each other again. Honestly, Zeke would have preferred a loyal dog that bites over a cousin like Leon. In his previous life, he had never even gotten the chance to meet his 4 direct siblings. What he did have, however, was no shortage of cousins, and most of them had treated him like an easy target whenever they had the chance. Leon called out to him again. his voice dripping with contempt as he threw out more insults and dragged up Zeke's disgraceful defeat from the year before. He even sneered and asked whether that shame had not been enough to scare Zeke away from Pancration forever. But no matter how much Leon ran his mouth, Zeke's expression did not change, because composed mind kept his thoughts steady and his emotions perfectly still. Even so, calm did not mean endless patience. Zeke could ignore a lot, but there was only so much disrespect he was willing to let slide. When Zeke answered in a cold, clipped tone, it only made Leon's temper flare hotter, pushing him to step over the line completely. Without warning, Leon reached out and grabbed Zeke by the head, trying to force him down and show everyone in the arena who held the upper hand. That was a terrible mistake. Before Leon even understood what was happening, Zeke's fist smashed straight into his face and sent him flying backward, and in an instant, the entire amphitheater fell dead silent. That crushing blow was far more than a simple punch thrown in anger. It had been strengthened by critical strike, a skill that dramatically increased attack damage. But the skill came with a dangerous drawback. If the blow missed or failed, the opponent would have a chance to counter. This time, though, Zeke's punch connected perfectly, leaving Leon no opening to fight back. Leon writhed on the ground, clutching his face as pain twisted through his entire body. Zeke paused for a moment and looked down at him, realizing that he had only meant to knock Leon out, not trigger critical strike by accident. But the blow had already landed, and there was no taking it back. The instructor hurried over to check on the injured brat, scolding Zeke for striking before the match had officially begun. Zeke, however, did not look even slightly bothered. He simply questioned why permission was needed at all when both fighters were already standing inside the arena. After all, in a fight, the one who moves first takes the advantage, so why would anyone willingly waste that chance? As Zeke spoke, a sharp, menacing pressure began to spread around him, and the murderous intent rolling off his body was intense enough to make the instructor visibly tremble. At that moment, Leon hurriedly spoke up and insisted to the instructor that everything was fair in Pancration. If Leon backed down now, the shame would be unbearable. Desperate to recover even a piece of his pride, he demanded that the fight officially begin. The instant the signal was given, Leon charged straight forward without thinking, throwing himself at Zeke in a reckless rush. It was another terrible decision. Zeke met him head-on once again, driving another punch directly into Leon's face. But this time Leon felt no pain. A second earlier, he had been terrified of taking another hit after remembering how devastating the first one had been. Once Leon realized the punch had not hurt him at all, his foolish confidence surged right back. He convinced himself that the first blow must have been nothing but luck. As long as he kept his guard up, Leon believed Zeke Draker would not be a real threat. Then Leon noticed Zeke subtly shifting his posture, preparing to strike back with his left hand. Reading the movement, Leon ducked at just the right moment, slipping under the attack before grabbing onto Zeke and trying to slam him down onto the arena floor. But in the next instant, Leon was struck by a blow so fast that even the spectators could not follow what had happened. His entire body shook violently, the impact rattling through him until he looked completely stunned. Even the instructor, who had been certain Leon had gained the upper hand, froze in place with a dumbfounded expression, unable to understand how the situation had flipped so suddenly. Zeke had slipped out of Leon's hold with terrifying precision and struck him cleanly on the chin. Leon's mistake had been assuming he had Zeke trapped and lowering his guard for even a breath. But Zeke had never lost focus, not for a single second. The concentration, timing, and accuracy required to land such a clean counter were extraordinary on their own. Watching it unfold, the instructor began questioning what he had always believed. Was this really the same Zeke Draker everyone had looked down on? Leon, meanwhile, was falling apart. That brutal hit had scrambled his senses, leaving his body unsteady and his mind unable to keep up. But before Leon could even process the shock, another strike landed against him. The force sent him staggering back, but Leon clenched his teeth, forced himself to steady his body, and threw out a desperate punch in retaliation. At that critical instant, another one of Zeke's class skills activated on its own heightened sense. The ability sharpened his perception to an incredible degree, making every movement before his eyes slow down dramatically. 960 frames per second. With Leon's punch crawling toward him as if it were moving through thick air, avoiding it became almost effortless for Zeke. As Leon's fist swept past him, Zeke caught his extended arm, twisted his body into position, and slammed Leon hard into the ground. The impact was merciless. Leon hit the floor with such destructive force that the ground beneath him cracked and shattered outward. At the same time, another skill activated, Precise Stab, an ability that guided Zeke toward weak points and helped him deliver maximum damage. With Leon pinned beneath him and completely at his mercy, Zeke clenched his fist tightly, ready to crush his face without holding back. Leon's confidence vanished in an instant, and panic overtook him as he begged Zeke to stop. But Zeke did not hesitate for even a heartbeat. Zeke's fist came down squarely onto Leon's face, the blow landing with enough force to leave him completely ruined. The sheer brutality of that final hit left the instructor drenched in cold sweat, while the students around the amphitheater sat frozen in stunned silence. For Zeke Draker, that final punch brought a deep, almost overwhelming sense of satisfaction. After years of being tormented, mocked, and humiliated, he had finally flipped the entire situation on its head. And more than that, this brutal display of strength would serve as a clear warning to everyone watching. From now on, his other cousins would have to think twice before trying to mess with him again. Not that Zeke truly cared whether they learned their lesson or not. Because if any of them were foolish enough to cross him, Zeke would make sure they regretted it so thoroughly that they would never forget. Even after seeing Leon Conrad beaten down so miserably, some idiots still failed to understand the situation. One especially arrogant punk, Jakin Wardek, stepped forward and challenged Zeke to a Pancration match. Jakin was clearly itching to prove himself, eager to crush Zeke by force and make a statement in front of everyone gathered there. Zeke, however, found the whole thing almost amusing. Fighting Jakin alone sounded so dull that he decided to raise the stakes himself. With a relaxed expression, he offered Jakin the chance to bring backup, just to make the match a little more entertaining. Then, without hesitation, Zeke called out another student by name Liam Stone. At this point, Liam Stone was treated as little more than Jakin's lackey, a quiet yes-man who always trailed behind him. So when Zeke suggested bringing Liam in, it landed like a slap across Jakin's pride. It was as if Zeke was openly saying that Jakin was too weak to face him without help. And for someone as prideful as Jakin Wardek, the idea that he needed support to defeat Zeke was an insult he could not stomach. But Zeke did not stop there. He kept pressing exactly where it hurt, calmly provoking Jakin and feeding the anger burning behind his eyes. By then, Jakin was practically seething, his patience gone as he prepared to shut Zeke up with his own fists. As the fighters moved into the arena, the instructor fixed Zeke with a sharp glare and warned him very clearly not to move before the official signal. Zeke only smirked, because in the end, Jakin really had brought his servant along after all. To Zeke, that only made the whole match even more entertaining. In Zeke's past life, Liam Stone had become a warrior of incredible renown, powerful enough to earn the title of Mercenary King. Back then, Liam had served under Jakin Wardek and entered the cradle at the academy. But because he was only a distant relative, his education was mostly neglected, leaving him desperate for a proper chance to grow. Liam had once pleaded for the opportunity to study at Valhalla, but fate eventually pushed him into the Knight Order of the small nation of Baranon instead. When Baranon later collapsed, Liam became a mercenary, and in those chaotic times, raw strength naturally drew people toward him. After years of surviving battle after battle, Liam rose to fame as a Red Knight and eventually founded the Stone Mercenaries. By uniting the three largest mercenary factions, he firmly secured his place as the Mercenary King. Later, when the Empire hired the Stone Mercenaries, Liam entered the Continental Wars, where he became a terrifying enemy to Zeke and the Northerners. But in this life, Zeke had no intention of letting the same path unfold again. The moment the instructor gave the signal, Jakin charged forward with a powerful punch, the force behind his fist cutting through the air as he aimed straight for Zeke. But Zeke did not even flinch. He caught the incoming blow effortlessly, stopping Jakin's fist in place as though the attack carried no weight at all. Jakin quickly yanked his hand back and followed up with a kick, but that second attack backfired in the worst way possible. The instant his leg made contact, a sharp, searing pain shot through his body. Jakin had struck the reinforced barrier around Zeke's elbow, and instead of hurting Zeke, he ended up damaging himself badly. Staggering in shock, Jakin barely had time to understand what had happened before Zeke rushed in. His fist glowing as an activated skill gathered power around it. Panic flashed across Jakin's face, and he threw both arms up to shield his head from the incoming blow, but he had completely misread Zeke's aim. Zeke had never been aiming for Jakin's face. Instead, he drove his attack straight into Jakin's already injured leg, landing a ruthless strike exactly where it would hurt the most. Jakin barely had time to register the pain before Zeke followed with a crushing punch to his ribs, the impact forcing blood from his mouth. The arrogant fighter who had stepped forward so confidently was now sprawled across the ground, his pride stripped away in front of everyone. Humiliated and burning with rage, Jakin snapped at his sidekick and ordered Liam Stone to finish Zeke off immediately. Now it was Liam's turn to step into the fight. As Liam moved forward, a heavy and unmistakable killing intent radiated from him, changing the atmosphere around the arena at once. The most dangerous part about facing Liam was his absurd reach. If Zeke allowed Liam to strike first, the flow of the battle could shift against him in an instant. Knowing that, Zeke decided to seize the initiative before Liam could use that advantage. He launched forward with a rapid assault using a skill called Slash, moving so quickly that his body seemed to blur across the arena. Then Zeke unleashed a fierce storm of punches, striking again and again without giving Liam room to breathe. The speed of Zeke's attacks disrupted Liam's vision and forced him onto the defensive. But even then, it was clear that the real battle was only just beginning. The students watching from the sidelines could hardly believe what they were seeing. A chilling sense of despair washed over them as they witnessed just how much of an overwhelming powerhouse Zeke Draker truly was. They were curious, stunned, and completely confused, because none of them had ever seen someone fight like this before. In a world where swords dominated the battlefield, a fighter who relied purely on his fists was almost unheard of. Zeke's technique was undeniably impressive, but even that level of movement was beginning to place a serious burden on his body. And yet, that was not even the biggest problem. The true obstacle standing in front of him was Liam Stone's monstrous physique. Liam did not counter. He did not dodge. He simply planted his feet, raised his guard, and absorbed every hit Zeke threw at him. If Liam was already this resilient now, Zeke could only imagine how terrifying he must have been in the future, back when he ruled the battlefield as the mercenary king. Realizing that ordinary attacks were not breaking through, Zeke decided to pour everything into one final devastating strike, a blow powerful enough to smash past Liam's defense no matter how sturdy it was. But just as Zeke launched the attack, Liam dodged with infuriating ease. He did not flinch and he did not even turn his head. He simply redirected the strike as if it meant nothing at all, and that calm arrogance instantly irritated Zeke. Before Zeke Draker could properly react, Liam Stone seized the opening right in front of him, grabbed hold with raw power, and lifted Zeke high into the air, clearly preparing to smash him down into the arena floor with brute force. But Zeke had no intention of letting himself be thrown around without resistance. Thinking quickly even while suspended in the air, he twisted his body and drove a sharp strike straight toward Liam's head. At that very moment, Zeke's class skill, heightened sense, activated again, sharpening his perception and allowing him to take full advantage of the tiny opening he had created. In a flash, Zeke wrapped his legs tightly around Liam's neck, locking him in place and cutting off the flow of air before Liam could shake him loose. No matter how absurdly strong Liam Stone's body was, even someone like him could not keep fighting properly if oxygen stopped reaching his brain. But Zeke had made one serious mistake. He had underestimated just how dangerous Liam could be even while trapped. Liam retaliated with terrifying violence, pounding Zeke again and again with crushing blows that landed one after another without mercy. The relentless barrage slammed through Zeke's body until blood burst from his mouth, and every nerve screamed from the pain of taking Liam's full-force attacks. Even so, Liam's overwhelming strength gradually began to drain away. His movements grew heavier and slower with each passing second, his body weakening as he struggled against the lack of air. Eventually, Liam could no longer endure it. His body gave out, and he collapsed unconscious, finally defeated by the chokehold. The spectators around the arena were left completely speechless, their breath caught in their throats as they stared at the outcome. The sheer intensity of the battle had stunned them, leaving everyone overwhelmed by what they had just witnessed. But among the crowd, one student stood out. She was not trembling in fear, and she was not shaken like the others. Instead, her eyes shone with excitement, as though the fight had lit a fire inside her. Rather than being scared of Zeke Draker, she could hardly wait for the day when she would get the chance to face him herself. Later that evening, after the exhausting day of brutal matches finally came to an end, Zeke returned to his quarters. Decker, having already heard about the savage match, immediately asked about Zeke's condition. Rumors about his severe injuries had spread quickly, and the concern was impossible to hide. Zeke casually brushed it aside and said he was fine, but Decker clearly did not believe him. Ignoring Zeke's attempt to wave the matter away, Decker insisted on checking his pulse himself, determined to confirm whether his young master was truly all right. Zeke could tell exactly what Decker was trying to do. He was not only checking for injuries, he was also trying to see whether Zeke had awakened his aura. In the end, Zeke extended his hand, and without any hesitation, Decker sent a thin stream of blue energy into his body. The sight made Zeke pause for a moment. That blue energy raised an immediate question in his mind. Was Decker actually a Blue Knight? Normally, when someone checked another person's awakening, they only examined the Dantian. But Decker was going far beyond that, using a technique so precise that it stood out immediately. Sending aura into another person was already difficult enough, but controlling it with such delicate precision required an entirely different level of skill. And if Decker truly was a Blue Knight, then that raised an even bigger mystery. Why would someone with that kind of ability be serving as an attendant? After all, knights were not all measured by the same standard. Their ranks were determined by both martial strength and the level of mastery they had over aura manipulation. At the lowest level were white swordsmen, the stage most children remained in before receiving their blessing rite. After awakening aura and opening the dantian, a person became a yellow swordsman, the level all cradle trainees reached after the ritual. Those who learned to fully control their aura earned the title of knight, and those who could reinforce their sword with aura rose further to become purple knights. The rank of blue knight belonged to those capable of manifesting an aura blade, a feat so difficult that only a select few could ever achieve it. Beyond that stood those who had truly surpassed ordinary limits. The red knights, the very rank both Liam Stone and Zeke had reached before Zeke's regression. And even above them existed a near-mythical level known as the Black Knights, a rank held by only a handful of people across the entire continent. With all of that in mind, Zeke could not help wondering why someone as skilled as Decker, someone who could easily command soldiers on the battlefield, was stuck acting like his personal babysitter. Still, no matter how capable Decker was, there was no way he could detect Zeke's ether, a rare power that only 2 people in the entire world could use. At last, Decker finished examining him and withdrew his hand. His voice grew firm as he looked straight at Zeke and asked whether there was something Zeke was hiding. Zeke remained perfectly calm. Without letting even a flicker of panic show, he pretended not to understand and turned the question back on Decker, asking whether Decker knew something that he did not. For a brief moment, silence settled heavily between them. Then, before the tension could deepen, Zeke casually brushed it aside and said he had only been joking. Decker hesitated, clearly unsettled by Zeke's attitude, but one question still escaped him. He asked why Zeke had changed so much. That question made Zeke stop in his tracks. Zeke slowly turned to face Decker, his eyes growing sharp. He told Decker that he was asking the wrong question. Instead of wondering why Zeke had changed now, the real question was why it had taken Zeke so long to change in the first place. A heavy silence immediately stretched between them. But before Decker could answer, Zeke broke the silence himself. He made it clear that this was only the beginning, and that far more surprises were still to come. So rather than reacting in shock every time, Decker only needed to follow his orders. Decker lowered his head with humble obedience, accepting his young master's words and showing that he was ready to follow Zeke's will without question. Then Decker reported that the training room Zeke had requested was already prepared and waiting for him. Satisfied with that answer, Zeke dismissed him and told Decker to get some well-earned rest. As Zeke walked away alone, one thought continued to bother him. Decker might have been ordered by someone to watch him closely. If that was true, keeping Decker near him would actually be the smarter move. That way, Zeke could influence him and draw out whatever information he needed. The real question was who had given that order. It was unlikely that anyone from his mother's side would dare make such a move, which meant the order had most likely come from one of his siblings. When Zeke entered his personal training room, he stopped for a moment, taken aback by how extravagant the space was. The room's sheer quality only reminded him once again that House Draker truly lived up to its powerful name. Before beginning his training, Zeke decided to open the system and check his current status. With a single command, the system panel appeared before him. Right away, Zeke noticed that his slash skill had already reached proficiency. He had no clear idea how it had happened, but a likely explanation quickly came to mind. It must have improved through repeated use. Unlike some abilities, slash activated naturally through his movements and did not require him to consciously trigger it every time. If that pattern continued, then any new techniques Zeke learned might also be registered as skills by the system. Still, one thing remained unclear: the difference between a normal skill and a class skill. They seemed to function in similar ways, both activating almost instinctively, but Zeke knew there had to be some important distinction between them. Then Zeke's gaze shifted toward another entry on the panel, the Draconian skill. But Zeke Draker still could not access the Draconian skill. Unlocking it required 10 points, and his karma points were still sitting at 0. When he selected the option, a system message appeared before him, explaining that karma points could be earned by killing monsters. That immediately gave Zeke another idea, because monsters were known to appear in large numbers inside dungeons. The problem was that dungeon access was not open to just anyone. Only those who had reached at least the level of Purple Knight were allowed to enter. Zeke was not at that level yet, which meant his biggest question still had no answers. Why had he been sent back to the past in the first place? And just as importantly, what exactly was this strange system that had appeared before him? The existence of skills, class skills, and the system itself all seemed to be tied to the ancient relic that had triggered his regression. But without more information, Zeke knew there was no point in jumping to conclusions. Whatever the truth was, he was not going to waste precious time standing around and guessing. Instead, Zeke tightened his grip around his sword, feeling the weight of the blade settle firmly in his hand. Whether it came from the system, his own ether, or the hidden power of the Draker bloodline, Zeke would use every weapon available to him to become stronger. In this world, two great powers stood above all others. Knights wielded aura, while mages harnessed mana. Knights refined their aura by facing danger inside dungeons, while mages built their power through magic circles. The two forces existed on opposite paths, and once a person awakened one, they permanently lost the ability to walk the other. Unlike the other members of House Draker, Zeke had been unlucky enough to awaken neither a Dantian nor a circle. That failure branded him as useless, and eventually, it became the reason the Draker family abandoned him. After being cast aside, Zeke wandered aimlessly through the world until he finally met his master. During those drifting days, she taught him many things, but two lessons mattered more than anything else: the art of healing and the ether hall, a unique technique his master had created herself. Through that technique, Zeke learned how to draw upon the energy of nature itself, a power known as ether. Even now, Zeke and his master remained the only two people in existence capable of using ether. After only 2 hours of intense training, Zeke already felt as if his body was about to give out beneath him. But then his class skill, healing, activated together with another ability, vigor recovery. Healing was an exceptionally rare skill, so rare that Zeke had never even known such a power existed until the day he met his master. If anyone else saw him use it openly, they would immediately label him as an irregular, something outside the normal rules of the world. That was exactly why Zeke had avoided using it during his fight against Liam Stone. He had waited until he was safely back in his room before healing his injuries. Once his body was fully restored, Zeke pushed forward without wasting a single moment. By dawn, exhaustion pressed down on him like a block of lead, and the entire training hall carried the proof of his relentless effort. Deep gashes scarred the floor, and long trails marked the paths where his sword had carved through the air. Even then, Zeke knew this was only the beginning. A week passed, and inside the Cradle cafeteria, students whispered about him non-stop. They said Zeke seemed like a completely different person, but since they still believed he had been born a loser, the only explanation they could imagine was that he must have dabbled in black magic. Meanwhile, in a private lounge away from the noisy cafeteria, the so-called big shots of the academy had gathered together for dinner. The first among them was Raina Turin, who sat quietly at the table and cut into her steak without saying a word. Beside her sat Owen Zimmons, calm and composed as always, while across from him was Leon Conrad, still battered from his defeat yet somehow just as loud and impatient as before. Owen calmly advised Jakin Wardek to eat properly, reminding him that he would need his strength for the upcoming swordsmanship duel. But Jakin, irritated for no clear reason, suddenly slammed his fist onto the table so hard that his steak bounced off the plate and fell to the floor. The impact was strong enough to make Raina's steak jump as well, and that one small accident instantly sparked her anger. Raina's glare turned icy, and that look alone was enough to make Jakin hesitate, even if only for a brief moment. All four of these students shared one thing in common: they hated Zeke Draker, so it was not strange to see them gathered together. But even at a glance, it was obvious they did not actually get along. The only thing holding their fragile alliance together was the resentment they all felt toward Zeke. Owen admitted that Zeke had shown both courage and surprising skill during Pancration, but he still believed that when it came to swordsmanship, Zeke would be completely pathetic. As far as Owen knew, Zeke did not even know how to hold a sword properly, so there was no way he could ever become a real threat in a duel. One of the others chimed in, pointing out just how weak Zeke must have been. After all, he had needed a custom-made sword because the standard training swords were too heavy for him. Even with all that, Jakin still could not accept that he had lost to someone he saw as inferior trash. He refused to believe Zeke had beaten him with actual skill and convinced himself it had been nothing more than dumb luck. Raina Turin, however, did not share their delusions. In a cold voice, she told them that if they truly believed that nonsense, then none of them deserved to become Knights of House Draker. Unlike Pancration, where the students fought through barehanded combat, sword duels were fought with real weapons. Because of that, they caused more injuries than almost any other academy evaluation, and they were also where the true gap between cadets became painfully obvious. 1 month after the current final exams, the blessing rite would, and now the day of the duel had finally arrived. The instructor called Zeke forward, and every eye in the arena turned toward him. Without the slightest hesitation, Zeke stepped onto the battlefield, casually resting a massive sword over his shoulder as if its weight meant nothing. The blade was so absurdly large that laughter immediately broke out from the crowd. To the watching students, it looked ridiculous, as if Zeke had completely lost his mind. They assumed Zeke must have thought that a bigger weapon automatically meant a stronger advantage, and the idea only made them laugh harder. From the opposite side, Reina Turin stepped forward, her fighting spirit already burning. With a dramatic motion, she threw down the gauntlet and officially challenged Zeke to a duel. Zeke accepted without hesitation, showing no trace of doubt as he agreed to face her. But something about him made Reina uneasy. As she watched him lift that massive claymore so effortlessly, she realized that the Zeke standing before her was not the same person she remembered. The Zeke in her memories had struggled just to hold a sword properly. But the presence he gave off now felt different, heavier, sharper, and impossible to ignore. For the briefest instant, Reina felt something she had never expected to feel from Zeke Draker: intimidation. But the moment that thought crossed her mind, she shook it off, disgusted with herself for even allowing such a feeling to surface. She was the one who had issued the challenge, so backing down now was completely out of the question. At the same time, Zeke also felt the pressure settling over him as he faced Reina across the battlefield. Zeke Draker understands right away that the usual tricks he relies on will not be enough to guarantee a clean victory here. Because this is not some ordinary sparring match where he can casually read his opponent and take control. Standing across from him is none other than Reina Turin, the girl who will one day be known as the Lightning Knight. And honestly, that fact alone is enough to make the air around this duel feel tense and dangerously heavy. In Zeke Draker's previous life, Reina Turin had already carved her name deep into history during the Continental Wars, where she was recognized as one of the fiercest warriors of her entire generation. Reina Turin was different from ordinary cadets in every way. She had awakened her aura years before receiving the Blessing Rite, a nearly unheard-of achievement that placed her far above her peers. And yet, even with that extraordinary talent, she never relied on aura inside side cradle. Instead, she stubbornly devoted herself to polishing the most basic foundations of swordsmanship. But just because she chooses not to use that power does not make her any less terrifying as an opponent. The instant the duel begins, the sharp ring of steel tears through the air between them. Their swords crash together in a violent spray of sparks, both blades locked in place as neither Zeke Draker nor Reina Turin gives even a single step. After that first heavy collision, Reina Turin quickly pulls herself back, resets her footing, and immediately rushes forward again. With only one powerful blow, she drives Zeke Draker backward, forcing his feet to scrape and slide across the ground. That single exchange is enough for Zeke Draker to understand the situation. Reina Turin is even sharper, stronger, and more polished than he had expected. Without giving him a moment to breathe, Reina Turin attacks again, her blade flashing forward with frightening speed. Every swing cuts through the air like a streak of lightning, filling the space between them with bright, dangerous arcs of motion. Behind them, the cadets who are supposedly on Reina Turin's side start losing patience. One of them shouts for her to hurry up and finish Zeke Draker already. But another observer, someone watching the duel more carefully, immediately shuts that noise down and mutters that they are idiots. Reina Turin is not playing around at all. If anything, Zeke Draker is the one slowly forcing her back. From Reina Turin's point of view, she can clearly see openings in Zeke Draker's guard, little weaknesses that should be easy to cut into. But each time she steps in to exploit one, his sword is already there waiting for her, blocking the strike almost as if he had invited her to try in the first place. That is what irritates her more than anything. The longer the exchange continues, the more it feels as though Zeke Draker is not treating this as a real duel. To him, it feels more like he is giving her a lesson. Each time Reina Turin manages to land a hit or push close, Zeke Draker leaves behind another opening, daring her to come in again, almost challenging her to break through his defense properly. After several fierce exchanges, Reina Turin finally retreats a step, her shoulders rising and falling as the relentless back and forth begins to weigh on her breathing. But Zeke Draker does not look tired at all. There is no sweat on his face, no strain in his posture, not even the faintest sign of pressure. If anything, he almost looks bored. Reina Turin is fighting honestly, refusing to use her aura and relying only on pure technique. It is exactly what he expected from someone so obsessed with perfecting the basics. But now that they have reached this point, Zeke Draker decides to push her further and help her break out of that shell, lowering his body into a much deeper stance. From the look of it, he is preparing to close the distance all at once with one explosive burst of movement. Reina Turin, confident in her own speed, does not take Zeke Draker's lowered posture too seriously. In her mind, as long as she keeps enough space between them, she will have plenty of time to read him and respond. But in the next blink, Zeke Draker erases that distance completely. Suddenly, he is right in front of her, so close she barely has time to register it. Before she can fully process his movement, he swings his massive sword downward with enough force to split the ground beneath them. The impact explodes through the arena, sending a heavy shockwave rolling out from where his blade lands. Even then, Reina Turin clings to her belief. As long as she can keep space between herself and Zeke Draker, she should still be able to counter him. Zeke Draker swings his sword once more, but this time the blade cuts through empty air. At first glance, it looks like a complete miss, as though he misjudged the distance. But the strike was never aimed directly at Reyna Turin. The raw force of the swing tears up debris from the ground and sends it flying straight toward her face. The fragments slam into her nose, leaving it bruised, battered, and stinging from the sudden impact. The moment Reyna Turin flinches from the hit, Zeke Draker charges in without hesitation, his sword already hurtling toward her. The gleaming edge stops just a few centimeters from Reyna Turin's neck, close enough for her to feel how near the end really is. In that instant, she is certain the duel is over. But then something no one expects happens. Zeke Draker's sword suddenly slips from his hands and goes flying away, landing several feet from him. The crowd immediately erupts, and the cadets rush to declare Zeke Draker the loser. Cheers break out for Reyna Turin, praising her victory and celebrating the fact that she supposedly won without using her aura. But not everyone is fooled by what just happened. The instructor's face turns deathly pale, his expression twisting with pure horror, as if he has just witnessed something far worse than a simple duel result. The cadets around him completely missed the truth hiding in that final moment. Just as Zeke Draker's blade was closing in on Reyna Turin, she instinctively released the faintest trace of aura, so subtle that almost no one in the arena could sense it. And that tiny moment carries enormous meaning. Reyna Turin had sworn that she would not use her aura until she officially entered the academy. Yet in this duel, Zeke Draker forced her to break that promise. For a brief moment, Reyna Turin simply stands there, uncertainty and regret flickering across her face, as the weight of what she has done sinks in. Then, without giving her any warning, Zeke Draker rushes straight at her again. Before she can even raise her guard, his fist drives into her throat with a brutal impact. Reyna Turin chokes on the blow, her knees weakening beneath her as blood spills from her mouth. A wave of gasps spreads through the crowd, followed instantly by angry shouts. They accuse Zeke Draker of turning the duel ugly, of landing a cheap shot, and of acting completely shameless. Almost everyone there turns on Zeke Draker at once, pointing fingers and throwing insults from every direction. But he does not bother reacting to any of it. Completely calm and unfazed by the uproar, Zeke Draker simply looks down at Reyna Turin and asks whether she wants to continue. Reyna Turin struggles to stay on her feet, but even then, her pride refuses to bend. She stubbornly insists that she has not lost. In her mind, the only reason Zeke Draker managed to land that hit was because she dropped her guard for a moment. But then a cold realization cuts through her thoughts. If Zeke Draker had been holding a knife instead of throwing a punch, she would already be dead. That thought leaves Reyna Turin with only one answer. Holding on to her honor, she accepts the truth and concedes defeat. The same crowd that had been jeering at Zeke Draker only moments earlier now stood completely frozen, their voices dying in their throats as stunned silence swallowed the arena. Zeke Draker, the boy they had mocked and dismissed as nothing more than worthless human scum, had just won in a way none of them could deny. And he had not defeated some ordinary opponent either. He had brought down Reyna Turin, the prodigy destined to be called the Lightning Knight. For most of the spectators, the very idea of Reyna Turin losing felt impossible to accept. Meanwhile, far away at Abel Draker's castle, the aftermath of a merciless battle painted a grim picture, with bodies left scattered across the pit below. William Zimmons stared at the carnage in disbelief, unable to understand how Abel Draker could remain so composed, calmly lifting his tea as though nothing unusual had happened. But Abel Draker's attention was not on the bloodshed around him. His thoughts had already shifted to a letter reporting Zeke Draker's victory over Reyna Turin. After setting his cup down with quiet precision, Abel Draker asked when the upcoming blessing rite was scheduled to take place. When he learned that the full moon was still some time away, Abel Draker decided this would be the perfect chance to personally visit the Draker family. William Zimmons was taken aback by the decision. Abel Draker intended to go by himself, but to a famed sword master like him, this was far more than a simple family visit. Abel Draker wanted to witness with his own eyes what kind of awakening the youngest Draker would reveal. While everyone in the cradle continued buzzing over Zeke Draker's victory, Zeke himself remained completely unmoved by the attention. Instead of celebrating or basking in praise, he quietly returned to his training as if nothing special had happened at all. Days slipped by, then weeks followed, and before long, an entire month had passed. At last, the long-awaited day of the blessing rite arrived. Even so, Zeke Draker still could not fully understand how he had managed to become a Red Knight in his previous life. After all, his old body had been weighed down by severe limitations. Once his training was finished, Zeke Draker quietly gave the command to open his status window. Just as he expected, His mastery skill had climbed all the way up to the expert level. But what caught Zeke Draker's attention even more was the strange pattern behind that growth. Whenever one of his skills advanced to a higher rank, its mastery level reset, giving him the chance to polish and refine that same skill over and over again. His swift step skill, the very technique he had used to defeat Reina Turin, had improved as well. At the same time, Zeke Draker could sense Decker standing nearby, watching him with careful attention. A short while later, Decker stepped forward and informed him that it was time to get ready. They would be departing for the blessing rite in 2 hours. It had been a long time since Zeke Draker last set foot near the Draker family's main estate, which stood within the Troy Duchy. Although the family's central residence was located at the heart of the continent, the blessing rite itself was held at a legendary place known as the Dragonslayer's Tail. When Zeke Draker arrived, he stepped down from the carriage and entered the lair of the dragon's nest. As he made his way further inside, Zeke Draker quickly understood just how important the people gathered there truly were. The chamber was packed with powerful VIPs, each one carrying enough influence to make the atmosphere feel heavy. Zeke Draker was certain that some of them had come as envoys, sent specifically to watch and judge his awakening. Even so, Zeke Draker remained confident. Once his true awakening was revealed, every expectation they had brought with them would be shattered. But that confidence shook the instant his eyes landed on one particular man in the crowd. It was a man whose mere presence was enough to make Zeke Draker's blood boil beneath his skin. Abel Draker was there, casually shaking hands with another guest as if his appearance was nothing unusual. From the look on his face, Abel Draker did not seem especially interested in the ceremony itself. There was only one thing at this event that truly drew his attention: his youngest brother, Zeke Draker. The Draker family's second son was publicly known as the Lion Blade, but Zeke Draker remembered him by a far darker name from the past: the Butchering Knight. Standing before his older brother, Zeke Draker forced his expression to stay calm, keeping every surge of emotion locked behind a composed face. For now, there was not much else Zeke Draker could do. In his previous life, Abel Draker had never appeared at the blessing rite to witness his awakening. That meant Zeke Draker's actions during the Pancration competition had already changed the path of fate. Zeke Draker clenched his fists in frustration, but then the meaning of this change struck him. This was not only a problem, it was also an opportunity. Before much more time could pass, the ceremony officially began. Aaron was the first warrior called forward to undergo the ritual. Without showing the slightest hesitation, Aaron stepped up and lowered his arm into the mystical pool. Almost immediately, blue energy surged through Aaron's body, wrapping around him in a vivid pulse of power. An elder explained that every Draker descendant had their aura sealed until they graduated from the cradle at the age of 12. This ritual was the process that awakened that hidden power and separated them from ordinary warriors. Most knights could only awaken in their 20s, but the Draker bloodline reached that stage at astonishing speed. Even among Draker elites, however, only a select few awakened a special trait known as mana inhibition, the signature ability of the Dragonslayer lineage. Around the pool, the glowing mana lamps suddenly flickered violently, bursting with sharp flashes of red sparks. That reaction made it clear to everyone watching that Aaron had undergone a pure-blood awakening. Knights who possessed mana inhibition could stand on equal footing with even powerful red knights and black knights. But that strength came with a heavy burden, because their bodies became so resistant to mana that ordinary daily life could become difficult. To keep that effect under control, they needed special gloves crafted by the Draker family. A perfect example was standing right in front of them: Reina Turin, who had already completed her awakening. She now wore gloves at all times, showing both the power and the burden carried by pure-blood knights. Once a candidate proved their pure-blood status, they were officially acknowledged as a true member of the Draker family, gaining access to vast resources, authority, and the finest training the family could offer. The murmurs spreading through the audience grew louder and louder. Now, the most anticipated awakening of the entire ceremony had finally arrived. It was Zeke Draker's turn, and whispers filled the room as many believed his awakening might even surpass Reina Turin's. As Zeke Draker stepped forward, an eerie sense of déjà vu washed over him, as if the air around the ritual site had pulled him straight back into a memory he could never forget. He had stood in this exact place once before, facing the same moment with a very different heart. In Zeke Draker's previous life, this day had brought him nothing but shame, bitterness, and crushing disappointment. Back then, the blessing rite had been the only reason he was allowed to remain in the cradle at all. But instead of giving him pride or hope, that experience had branded him with humiliation. Now, though everything had changed, Zeke Draker was no longer the powerless boy from that life. He had learned how to heal, how to control ether, and how to fight using his own methods. Through pain, training, and survival, he had built resilience, strength, and the resolve to carve a path that belonged to him alone. So as Zeke Draker stood before the bronze statue, anticipation quietly rose inside him. This time, he truly believed the ritual would grant him something extraordinary. The moment Zeke Draker lowered his arm into the pool, the bronze statue reacted at once. It began trembling violently, shaking as though something inside it had been disturbed, before suddenly freezing in place. A heavy silence fell over the entire room. No one moved. No one spoke. In all the long history of the blessing rite, something like this had never happened before. Even Abel Draker, a man famous for keeping his composure no matter what stood before him, was left momentarily speechless. Zeke Draker slowly pulled his arm back, and in that instant he already understood the result. Nothing had changed. No matter how hard he had trained, no matter how much he had grown, the outcome seemed exactly the same as before. He realized he had let Abel Draker's unexpected presence shake his judgment. He had allowed himself to believe that this life would produce a different result, even though somewhere deep inside, he had always known the truth. The people watching soon broke into whispers, and their earlier awe quickly twisted into mockery. The candidate everyone had been waiting to see had failed to awaken. Sneers spread through the hall as they stared at a direct descendant of the Draker bloodline. And yet, there was not a single clear sign of awakening from him. To the crowd, it made no sense, and the murmurs around Zeke Draker only grew sharper and more cruel. Some even began doubting his victory over Reyna Turin, convincing themselves that Zeke Draker must have won through cheap tricks, deception, or some hidden scheme. But Zeke Draker himself did not care. He had no interest in wasting energy on their judgment. Instead, Zeke Draker turned his attention inward, already searching for another path that would let him keep growing stronger. Just then, the system cut into his thoughts with an unexpected message, reporting an error and offering an apology. It stated that critical information had been missing from the class identification process. Zeke Draker's eyes narrowed in confusion. What was that supposed to mean? Before he could fully process the message, the system continued. The missing input was now complete. The system confirmed that terminal identification had succeeded and that the user's talent had been recognized as healer. At that very moment, a rush of power surged through Zeke Draker's body. His class had finally unlocked, but the change did not end there. A second message immediately followed, announcing that a rare class had been unlocked. Then the bronze statue exploded with light. A deep red glow filled the chamber, the unmistakable sign of a pure-blood awakening. Gasps rang out from every direction. No one in the room could believe what they were seeing. How could Zeke Draker jump straight into the status of a Red Knight? The system's connection to him deepened even further, unlocking something buried within Zeke Draker's soul, the ancient dragon's blessing. Abel Draker watched everything unfold in silence, his expression impossible to read as his sharp gaze studied his younger brother with cold calculation. Then another change struck. The system still was not finished. Zeke Draker's existing talents began merging together, twisting and reshaping into something entirely new. His screen refreshed again, revealing a title unlike anything Zeke Draker had ever seen before. A unique class had been unlocked. The Immortal. A golden shimmer wrapped around Zeke Draker's body, drawing every eye in the hall toward him once again. The spectators had barely recovered from the red light, and now they were faced with an even greater mystery. Some desperately tried to claim that the statue must have malfunctioned, but that excuse could not explain the way the mana lamps had reacted to his awakening. At the same time, no mana inhibition had appeared, so the onlookers tried to dismiss it as a false pure-blood awakening, even though their own voices carried doubt. None of them truly believed the explanation they were forcing out. That was when Abel Draker finally moved. With slow, deliberate claps, Abel Draker broke the suffocating tension that had settled over the room. A mocking trace of amusement colored Abel Draker's voice as he asked why no one had congratulated the newly awakened pureblood. But Abel Draker's applause was not a suggestion. It was a command, and with no room to refuse, everyone else in the hall had no choice but to follow his lead. One by one, the whispers faded away, replaced by the stiff, reluctant sound of applause spreading through the chamber. Abel Draker did not hesitate before ordering that a pair of gloves. Zeke Draker accepted the gloves, but he barely held back a scoff. He already knew he had no need for something like this. Even so, Zeke Draker said nothing. Abel Draker, however, looked strangely satisfied as he watched him leave. Zeke Draker felt anything but grateful. Out of everyone in the room, Abel Draker was the one offering him help? Just the thought of it was enough to make Zeke Draker's blood boil. With the blessing right now concluded, the ceremony smoothly shifted into a celebration, giving the gathered guests a chance to mingle and enjoy the occasion. But Zeke Draker had no desire to take part in the celebration. He had not come here to socialize. Just as he was about to slip away, a voice called out his name. Zeke Draker stopped in place, This was not how things were supposed to go. He had never expected Abel Draker to approach him so suddenly. His older brother spoke casually, asking where Zeke Draker thought he was going. Then, to Zeke Draker's disgust, Abel Draker extended his hand and offered him congratulations. Zeke Draker hated Abel Draker from the bottom of his heart, but rejecting that handshake in front of everyone would only create unnecessary trouble. Forcing a polite expression onto his face, he reached out to accept it. Then Zeke Draker suddenly stopped. A sudden flash of blood cut through Zeke Draker's mind, dragging up a memory from his previous life before he could stop it. His body moved faster than his thoughts, reacting on instinct before Zeke Draker could even understand what he had seen. Zeke Draker pulled his hand back at once. He said nothing, offered no excuse, and simply stood there in tense silence. A slow smirk curled across Abel Draker's lips. His tone stayed light and almost casual, but there was a blade hidden beneath it as he remarked that this was awkward, and that his dear little brother had just embarrassed him. Zeke Draker clenched his jaw hard. No matter how many eyes were on him, he could not bring himself to shake Abel Draker's hand. Not after everything he remembered. Not after knowing exactly what kind of monster his older brother truly was. Abel Draker, however, barely seemed bothered. With a small dismissive wave, he turned away as if the insult meant nothing to him. Abel Draker simply said that they would surely meet again soon, and Zeke Draker silently agreed with that much. One day Zeke Draker would face Abel Draker properly, but when that day came it would be on Zeke Draker's own terms. At the celebration party, nobles and warriors filled the room with heated discussion. 2 pure-blood awakenings in a single ceremony was something none of them had ever heard of. But what truly unsettled them was Zeke Draker's awakening. No one had ever witnessed a golden light before, and questions spread quickly. What did it mean? Was it some higher form of awakening? And yet, even though Zeke Draker had become the center of everyone's curiosity, he was nowhere to be seen. That was because Zeke Draker had quietly slipped away, choosing silence and solitude over the pointless chatter of the crowd. In a quiet room away from the celebration, Zeke Draker sat down and let out a slow breath, finally free from the suffocating pressure of all those watchful eyes. Even so, his mind refused to settle. Something about the awakening felt strange, because he was not experiencing mana inhibition at all. A true pure-blood awakening was supposed to reject mana completely. The Draker family took pride in standing against dragons, the very beings said to be the source of all mana. That was why every pure-blood awakener needed special gloves. Their bodies could no longer properly interact with mana-based tools and devices, so the gloves were meant to suppress that resistance. But Zeke Draker was sitting there completely unaffected. He removed the gloves and flexed his fingers, testing the feeling for himself. There was nothing. No resistance, no rejection, and no strange discomfort at all. Something clearly did not add up. When Zeke Draker opened his status window, he immediately saw the difference. His trait was not mana inhibition. It was something else entirely, mana reflection. With a frown, he tapped for more details, and the explanation appeared. Mana reflection generated a distortion field that nullified nearby mana. Unlike mana inhibition, it was not passive and did not interfere with standard mana readings. Zeke Draker's thoughts began racing. That explained why the mana lamps had not reacted to him the same way they reacted to purebloods. He was not rejecting mana at all. He was distorting it. But then there was still the matter of his class. Before the blessing rite, the system had identified Zeke Draker as a rare class healer. But now everything had changed. The class shown before him was something entirely different. The Immortal. Zeke Draker leaned back, sinking into thought as the weight of the information settled over him. None of it made sense at first glance. At the graduation ceremony, every Draker Awakener was supposed to emerge with a blue aura, the standard result for their bloodline. The only exception had been Reyna Turin, who awakened as a Red Knight. And now there was Zeke Draker surrounded by golden light, carrying a class called the Immortal, and holding a trait that should not even exist. Whatever had happened during his awakening was far from normal. At first, his case had seemed to follow the same pattern as before, until something suddenly changed and his classification shifted from bronze to gold. But the system had flagged a problem during the process, claiming it lacked crucial classification information. That was when Zeke Draker began putting the pieces together. He wondered if the system had treated the bronze statue itself as the classification terminal during the awakening. The moment the missing data was injected into that terminal, the statue reacted violently and burst into red light. Little by little, the answer became clearer. The statue had never truly existed just to decide whether someone had awakened. It was there to judge a person's class. A red glow meant a rare class, while gold represented a unique one. Even more importantly, that statue was an ancient relic from an era long before Terrakin Draker, the founder of the Draker family. In the present age, class identification had been forgotten completely, which created a massive misunderstanding. People believed the red light symbolized a pure blood awakening, but the truth was different. Red meant the person had achieved a rare class. Not even the current head of the clan knew the real meaning behind the statue's reaction. While sorting through all of this, Zeke Draker noticed another unexpected change. He had received 100 karma points. Zeke Draker guessed that the points must have been awarded during the ceremony, and he wasted no time deciding how to use them. His choice was the Draconian skill. The instant Zeke Draker purchased it, a flood of knowledge poured into his mind. Several beginner abilities opened up at once. Dragon Eyes, Might of the Dragon, and Devour. The first two sounded understandable enough, but Devour left him puzzled. Its only clear function seemed to support digestion, which made it sound almost useless compared to the others. Since Zeke Draker had no intention of gambling blindly, he decided to focus first on the abilities that looked immediately useful. Might of the Dragon required aura to activate, which made it the riskier option. So Zeke Draker chose to test Dragon Eyes first. At first, nothing around him seemed to change. His senses did not pick up anything unusual until Zeke Draker turned his gaze toward the outside. His eyes settled on the statue standing out in the garden. That was when Zeke Draker realized the skill had dramatically enhanced his vision, allowing him to see distant objects as clearly as if they were right in front of him. But Dragon Eyes did not stop there. Zeke Draker could now draw out detailed information about anything he focused on. A rush of data flooded into him, revealing the statue's structure, materials, and countless intricate details all at once. The sheer volume of information slammed into Zeke Draker's mind, overwhelming him so badly that his strength drained away. If using his powers always came with this kind of drawback, Zeke Draker knew he would have to handle them with extreme caution. Fortunately, his body's natural healing ability activated soon after, slowly restoring his stamina. What truly surprised Zeke Draker was that he had not consciously tried to heal himself. The recovery had happened entirely on its own. When Zeke Draker checked the system again, he found yet another surprise waiting for him. All of his class skills had automatically converted into passive abilities, and on top of that they had already begun leveling up. Zeke Draker's healing factor had clearly evolved. Unlike before, it no longer waited for his command and instead began repairing his body automatically the moment damage appeared. At first glance, that sounded absurdly powerful, but Zeke Draker knew better than to believe it made him invincible. If the ability truly worked without any restrictions, he never would have died in his previous life. Its nature might have been close to endless regeneration, but that did not mean it had no limits at all. To test the effect with his own eyes, Zeke Draker picked up a blade and made a shallow cut across his arm. Within only a few seconds, the wound closed cleanly and vanished completely, leaving no scar, no mark, and no sign that the cut had ever existed. Most students needed 5 full years to graduate from the academy, but Zeke Draker was already confident that he could finish it in just 2. Draker Academy was known as the most prestigious knight academy in existence, the kind of place every aspiring knight dreamed of entering no matter what it took. Located in the city of Troy, the academy became especially lively at the start of every semester, when new students poured through its grounds with hope, ambition, and nervous excitement. As Zeke Draker walked among them, he noticed that the higher-ranked students carried themselves with the confidence and discipline of grown adults. They were strong, capable, and far beyond the level of ordinary recruits. But compared to the harsh warriors raised in the cradle, they looked like nothing more than privileged children from powerful families. Watching them only made Zeke Draker think once again that his entire family was seriously twisted beyond belief. Among the influential branch families that supported the Draker bloodline, 3 stood above all the others. The first was the Turin family, known for overwhelming physical strength and, of course, for producing Reina Turin. The second was the Simmons family, a house respected for its wisdom, strategy, and sharp minds. And last came the Vardek family, masters of wealth, influence, and gold. Their heirs were all present within the academy, but Zeke Draker had no real interest in getting involved with any of them. The setting then shifted to the academy's prestigious dormitory, the Platinum Mansion. This elite residence came with top-tier training halls, a vast library, and advanced facilities reserved only for the academy's most outstanding students. But pureblood awakeners like Zeke Draker received an even more exclusive privilege. They were given the title of Floor Master, which granted them authority over the entire Platinum floor. When Zeke Draker arrived, a maid greeted him politely and led him toward his assigned area, where several people were already waiting. Seeing the crowd waiting there left Zeke Draker feeling slightly drained. Even with his status as a pureblood awakener, he was quickly informed that Decker was expecting him in another room. Without wasting any time, Zeke Draker headed off to see what his butler had prepared for him. Decker presented Draker with a pair of premium gloves, an upgraded version of the ones he had received after his awakening. Draker had already obtained a new pair, but his attention was now fixed on something far more important. He needed a proper sword. Decker fully supported that decision without hesitation. Troy stood close to the mountain ranges, making it an ideal place for high-quality iron and master craftsmen. Those artisans were vital to the Academy's knights, and Decker offered to find a skilled craftsman for Draker. But Draker wanted to handle this matter personally. So Draker asked Decker to arrange an appointment in advance, giving him the chance to meet the craftsman himself. The name Galleon Halbert was unfamiliar even to Decker, which made the request all the more unusual. Even so, Draker was determined to secure a meeting with this mysterious craftsman. At the same time, Decker reminded Draker to review the Academy documents before attending his first class the next day. Later that evening, while Draker was going through his notes, he came to an interesting realization. The platinum floor belonged exclusively to him. That meant he now had the perfect private space to train and develop his draconian skills without anyone interrupting him. Just then, a maid arrived with an unexpected message. Reyna Turin had invited Draker to dinner. Caught slightly off guard by the sudden invitation, Draker decided to accept it. When Draker arrived at Reyna Turin's floor, the sight waiting for him made him pause for a moment. Reyna Turin had arranged the dinner in a way that looked like something straight out of a gangster film. She welcomed Draker with a smirk and apologized for the unusual atmosphere, but Draker was not especially bothered by it. He simply took his seat, and the two of them agreed to eat first and leave the serious talk for later. As they ate, Draker quietly observed Reyna Turin across the table. Even in such a casual setting, Reyna Turin was still channeling aura into her lower abdomen. It did not take Draker long to understand why. Reyna Turin was most likely aiming to become a purple knight. If that was true, then it explained why her swordsmanship had already reached such an impressive peak. In Draker's eyes, talent like that had far better ways to be used. By the time the meal ended, Draker felt strangely exhausted and, at the same time, mildly impressed by just how much more Reyna Turin had eaten than him. But now that their hunger was satisfied, Reyna Turin was finally ready to bring up the real reason she had invited him there. Reyna Turin offered Draker the full support of the Turin family. Draker immediately sensed that there was some kind of misunderstanding, so he reminded her that both of them were pure-blood awakeners. Reyna Turin quickly cut off that assumption, telling him he had the wrong idea. Being a pure-blood awakener certainly came with privileges, such as access to the platinum floor, but it also came with a serious downside. Other students could rely on centuries of academic and combat knowledge, along with personal instructors who guided and refined their abilities. Purebloods, however, did not receive that same structured path for growth. Without proper support behind them, even someone blessed with extraordinary talent could eventually fall behind. To drive her point home, Reyna Turin brought up Abel Draker, a pureblood of House Draker and the youngest person in history to claim the title of White Knight. Now, Abel stood among the most powerful Black Knights alive, and even someone with that kind of talent and status had still leaned on the support of the Simmons family. Reyna Turin then revealed the real weight behind her words. The patriarch of the Turin family had personally given her absolute orders to place the family's support behind Draker. With that authority backing her, she repeated the offer once more, clearly expecting him to understand how valuable it was. But Draker, already in the mood to toy with the expectations written all over her face, gave her a calm and simple answer. He turned the offer down without even the slightest hesitation. That quiet refusal hit Reyna Turin harder than she expected. Her eyes widened, and for a moment, she looked completely frozen, unable to understand how anyone could reject such a favorable deal so casually. Draker rose from his seat as if the conversation had already ended. In a steady voice, he made it clear that he had no interest in alliances, family politics, or being pulled into anyone else's power games. As far as Draker was concerned, aside from the fact that he was a pureblood awakener, none of those political complications had anything to do with him. With that, Draker turned to leave, leaving Reyna Turin staring after him in disbelief. But since she had treated him to the meal, he decided to repay her in his own way, with a piece of personal advice. He told her that her sword was far too powerful, almost unnaturally so, and that it was probably connected to the people standing behind her. But the real problem was that raw power was never where her true talent had been. What Reyna Turin truly had was adaptability. Rather than forcing every fight into a head-on collision, Draker advised her to make better use of her fluid movements, let her opponent's strength pass by, and redirect it before striking with one clean, precise blow at the perfect moment. If she learned to fight that way, breaking past her current limits would become almost effortless. After leaving those words behind, Zeke Draker walked away, while Reyna Turin remained there in frustration. All her life, she had trained under the shadow of her family's legacy, relying on the overwhelming strength the Turin name was known for. Yet Zeke's words had struck something she could not ignore. No one had ever truly guided her before. Since childhood, everyone had simply called her a genius and expected her to figure things out on her own. That brief exchange forced her to look at Zeke Draker in a completely different light. Meanwhile, Zeke Draker was quietly reflecting on himself. His growth had become almost ridiculous. Even after training through the entire night, his body did not feel heavy at all, not even a little. With his endless stamina, he had become someone built to keep going forever, far beyond anything he could have dreamed of in his previous life. Back then, Draker Academy had been nothing but a living hell for Zeke Draker. Every day had felt suffocating, humiliating, and impossible to endure. But now that he had returned with power and experience, the same place did not feel nearly as bad. In fact, for the first time, Zeke Draker found himself actually enjoying this rare little stretch of peace. Unfortunately, that quiet peace did not last for long. Owen Zimmons, the third son of the Zimmons family, suddenly stepped into Zeke Draker's path, as if he had been waiting for the right moment to approach him. In Zeke Draker's previous life, Owen Zimmons had been a dangerous manipulator, the kind of schemer who smiled on the surface while blackmailing and tormenting him behind the scenes. And just like before, Owen Zimmons had sent him a dinner invitation, only for Zeke Draker to completely ignore it. The strange thing was that, this time Owen was acting far too friendly, wearing an easy smile that felt anything but natural. Zeke Draker immediately understood exactly which invitation Owen Zimmons was talking about, and instead of playing along, he answered with a sharp remark that cut straight through the false politeness. Owen Zimmons asked why Zeke Draker had not even bothered to reply. Zeke only looked at him coolly and shot back that he had no reason to waste his time on meaningless messages. That blunt answer instantly caught the attention of the companion standing beside Owen Zimmons. The man's expression tightened, clearly offended as he decided that Zeke Draker was being far more disrespectful than necessary. But Zeke Draker had no interest at all in pretending to be polite for their sake. He looked the guy over and basically hit him with the classic question of who the hell he even was. Zeke Draker had not bothered remembering his name, and as far as he was concerned, the man was nothing more than a bootlicker hovering around Owen Zimmons for favor. Apparently that was more than enough to make the guy snap. Without warning, the enraged man lunged forward and launched an attack straight at Zeke Draker. But Zeke Draker was not the slightest bit surprised. His body moved instantly, and he blocked the incoming strike head-on, even though the attack had been reinforced with aura manipulation. Durbin Roswell roared out his own name and declared himself the mightiest of them all. Though honestly, with that bulky presence, he looked more like the mightiest refrigerator than anything else. Zeke Draker could not hold back a laugh at how absurd the whole thing was. This man was not even a proper knight, and barely qualified as a cadet in Zeke's eyes. Not willing to waste another second on him, Zeke Draker shot forward with terrifying speed and drove a brutal hook deep into Durbin Roswell's abdomen. It was the kind of punch that could have made even Mike Tyson look twice. The impact folded Durbin Roswell instantly and sent him crashing face first into the ground, his earlier confidence disappearing in a single blow. Without missing a beat, Zeke Draker casually looked toward the next Zimmons lackey and invited him to step up if he wanted to be humbled too. Owen Zimmons, however, simply walked forward with a composed expression and said that he was not impressed by Zeke Draker showing off his strength. In the end, Owen Zimmons and his group withdrew, but to Zeke Draker, they looked less like serious opponents and more like a traveling circus act that had wandered into the academy. Draker Academy itself was divided into two main classes. The first was the normal class, where cadets who lacked natural talent had to sharpen themselves through discipline, repetition, and sheer stubborn effort. It was a harsh road, but at least it was simple and direct. The second was the special class, reserved for the more capable cadets. Those students were allowed to choose specialized subjects beyond the basic curriculum, which meant this was where the academy gathered its so-called elite talents. Naturally, Zeke Draker had expected quite a lot from the people who would end up in a place like that. But as Zeke Draker looked around the room, his expectations sank almost immediately. None of the students seemed particularly impressive. Most of them were simply familiar faces from the cradle, people he already knew far too well. He could not help joking to himself that this was not a special class at all, just the cradle class with a new label. Before long, the lesson began, and the instructor at the podium announced that they had a special guest for the day. It was a man who had once held the title of Commander-in-Chief of the Empire. This was the same war strategist who, 20 years earlier, had supposedly stopped an imperial invasion through unmatched tactical brilliance. He was also the man currently standing at the top of Draker Academy as its dean, Howard Draker. The moment Howard Draker entered, the room erupted with enthusiasm, and the cadets welcomed him with bright, admiring faces. To the rest of the world, that reaction was only natural. Howard Draker was seen as a war hero, a symbol of hope, and a genius tactician whose name was praised throughout the empire. But Zeke Draker knew the truth behind that shining reputation. Howard Draker was no hero. He was a fraud. The only reason Howard Draker had survived long enough to be praised as the Empire's savior was because he had leaked critical information to the enemy to protect himself. Pure luck had allowed him to escape unscathed, and ever since then, he had soaked in glory he never deserved. Zeke Draker despised him from the bottom of his heart. After all, Howard was the very reason Zeke had been expelled from the academy in his previous life. After that expulsion, Zeke Draker had nowhere left to go. He wandered the streets of Troy, lost and directionless, until slave traders captured him and sold him off to the Southern Cartel. Just seeing Howard Draker standing there was enough to drag Zeke Draker back to the darkest chapter of his life. Someday he would make that man pay for everything. But for now, Howard finished his speech, and the teacher stepped forward to begin the lesson. The cadets were soon called to the arena for an indoor training session, where the open space echoed with footsteps and anticipation. Zeke Draker was not exactly thrilled about it. He was expected to sit through the fundamentals of dragon slaying, the very same basics that had frustrated him endlessly in his previous life. Back then, because he could not wield aura, Zeke Draker had wasted 2 long years on material that should have taken an ordinary cadet only 3 months to grasp. Their instructor stepped forward and introduced himself as the Rose Knight, Andre Draker. The students did not look impressed, mostly because they did not recognize his name. Zeke Draker, however, knew exactly who Andre Draker was. Andre Draker had not been born from an Awakener bloodline, yet he had still graduated from Valhalla Academy as its valedictorian. His sheer talent had been so undeniable that he earned the prestigious Draker name despite having no blood connection to the family. In other words, Andre Draker was exactly the kind of person no one should underestimate. Zeke Draker also remembered something important about the special class instructors. Their skill levels could vary wildly, but Andre Draker had always been famous for one thing above all else: his terrible attitude. Andre Draker wasted no time with warm greetings or long explanations. He stepped before the cadets, looked over the class with sharp eyes, and ordered everyone to draw their swords. As the cadets obeyed, Andre Draker's gaze suddenly stopped on Zeke Draker's weapon. Compared to the swords carried by everyone else, Zeke Draker's blade looked enormous. Yet he held it as naturally as if it weighed nothing at all, without the slightest strain in his arms or posture. Andre Draker clearly was not impressed. In his eyes, that oversized sword looked less like confidence and more like arrogance, so he called Zeke Draker into the arena to teach him a lesson. But that reaction was exactly what Zeke Draker had been aiming for from the very beginning. Zeke Draker stepped forward and openly claimed that he could defeat Andre Draker with that sword. The provocation landed perfectly, and for a brief moment, even Andre Draker's expression shifted with visible irritation. The air between them grew so tense that Zeke Draker's system reacted on its own, activating a mental defense skill as the pressure in the arena sharpened. Amused by Zeke Draker's bold challenge, Andre Draker decided to turn it into a practical lesson. He even added a condition. If Zeke won, he would be given complete freedom during class. And to keep the match fair, Andre Draker promised to hold back and fight without using aura. But that condition only worked in Zeke Draker's favor. He already knew Andre Draker's weak points, and he was confident that if the match stayed within those limits, he could exploit them. Still, Zeke Draker could not afford to go too far. With his brother Abel Draker watching closely, he did not want to draw more attention to himself than necessary. So Zeke Draker settled on a simple plan. He only needed to land one clean, precise cut on Andre Draker's uniform. That would be enough to make his point clearly, and afterward, Zeke Draker could accept defeat in a controlled, strategic way. The moment the fight began, Zeke Draker moved without wasting even a heartbeat. He swung his massive blade straight toward Andre Draker's neck, aiming to pressure him from the very first exchange. But Andre Draker handled the attack with ease, shifting his sword just enough to deflect the blow cleanly. With that single movement, Andre Draker displayed the polished and efficient skill expected of a Blue Knight. Zeke Draker immediately understood that this would not be a simple fight, even with Andre Draker holding himself back. He dashed around the arena, attacking from one angle after another, but every strike was stopped with almost flawless timing and precision. The cadets watched in stunned silence as Andre Draker stood his ground and continued blocking Zeke Draker's relentless assault for a full 30 minutes. But as the fight dragged on, something about the match began to feel off. Andre Draker's grip tightened around his sword. His blade began to tremble slightly, and the first signs of exhaustion slowly crept into his movements. He could not understand how Zeke Draker was still moving so freely, without even the smallest trace of fatigue showing on his face or in his breathing. Even though Andre Draker was deliberately suppressing his own power, this sparring match was turning out to be far more difficult than he had expected. In that moment, it became painfully clear just how overwhelming a pure-blooded Draker Awakener could truly be. Comparing someone like that to an ordinary cadet almost felt unfair from the very start. Zeke Draker, meanwhile, was taking full advantage of Andre Draker's greatest weakness: his stamina. The unique aura cultivation method of House Draker required constant activation, even when the body was supposed to be at rest. For someone like Andre Draker, forcing himself to suppress that aura felt unnatural, almost like fighting while holding his own body back. Zeke Draker understood that perfectly, and he was using it against him. Andre Draker deflected another strike, but Zeke Draker had no intention of backing down or accepting defeat so easily. His pride would not allow him to lose unless Andre Draker was pushed far enough to use aura. So Zeke Draker changed his approach. Instead of trying to slowly create an opening, he shifted into a far riskier plan. He would force Andre Draker into an all-or-nothing moment, one where the instructor would have no choice but to unleash his real power. Zeke Draker suddenly flipped backward, creating distance in an instant, then launched himself forward again with blinding speed. It was swift step, an advanced movement skill that turned his body into a blur across the arena floor. Andre Draker barely had enough time to react as Zeke Draker slipped around him and maneuvered straight into his blind spot. Then, in a single flash, Zeke Draker activated Critical Strike and poured everything he had into that one decisive attack. For the first time, Andre Draker hesitated. A mere cadet should not have been capable of using a technique that advanced. But in the split second before the attack landed, Andre Draker's instincts took over. He channeled the faintest amount of aura into his feet and dodged with lightning-fast movement. Then, without wasting the opening, Andre Draker immediately countered with Sky Slice. The force behind the attack exploded through the arena and sent Zeke Draker flying backward. Zeke Draker's sword cracked from the impact, and the damage to his body was severe enough to trigger his flawed healing factor. Even with regeneration kicking in, Zeke Draker's body could not withstand the blow. His strength gave out and he collapsed hard onto the arena floor. Andre Draker quietly sheathed his sword and turned away, his expression tight with frustration rather than satisfaction. Then Andre Draker formally announced that Zeke Draker would be exempt from the class from that point on. He even looked across the remaining cadets and asked if anyone else had the courage to challenge him. But after watching Zeke Draker get blown away so brutally, not a single person dared to step forward. With that, the lesson continued for the rest of the cadets. Zeke Draker, however, was taken to the infirmary, where he lay resting and quietly replayed the fight in his mind. His original goal of slicing Andre Draker's uniform had failed, but forcing the instructor to use aura was an even greater victory than what he had planned. By pushing Andre Draker that far, Zeke Draker had made him acknowledge his strength, proving himself in a way even he had not fully expected. That final attack, Sky Slice, was actually the most basic technique within the dragon-slaying arts. But when a Blue Knight's power amplified even a basic technique, it became a devastating strike capable of crushing almost anyone. Even so, Zeke Draker had managed to hold his own against it. Zeke Draker's unlimited stamina and flawed healing factor had allowed him to keep standing against an opponent on Andre Draker's level. But as he lay there thinking it over, he knew those advantages alone would never be enough. If Zeke Draker truly wanted freedom, then what he needed was absolute power. Not just enough strength to survive, but the kind of overwhelming force that made even those standing above him hesitate to touch him. While Zeke Draker was lost in those thoughts, an unexpected figure stumbled into the infirmary. It was a drunk man, reeking of alcohol, yet his unfocused eyes seemed strangely fixed on Zeke Draker. What unsettled Zeke Draker even more was the fact that he had never sensed the man approaching at all. Of all the things Zeke Draker expected to encounter while resting in the infirmary, a wandering drunkard was definitely not one of them. And the situation only grew stranger when the man casually opened his mouth and insulted Arthur Draker, the patriarch of House Draker, as if it were nothing. Zeke Draker tried to read the man's intentions, watching him carefully, but the stranger seemed far more focused on tipping back his bottle and drinking even more liquor. Then, without any warning, the drunkard suddenly questioned Zeke Draker about his rapid regeneration, making it clear that he had noticed Zeke's unnatural healing ability. Alarm bells immediately rang in Zeke Draker's mind. The Academy should not have known anything about that power. At that very moment, Zeke Draker's system reacted and activated mental defense. Zeke Draker kept his expression blank and played dumb, pretending he had no idea what the man was talking about. But the stranger did not believe that act for even a second. Without warning, the man lunged forward and struck with a palm attack so sharp and violent that it sliced straight through the infirmary bed. Zeke Draker dodged in an instant, his body moving before he could even think, and he quickly became convinced that this drunkard might actually be an assassin. Thinking fast, Zeke Draker grabbed the bedsheet and whipped it toward the lunatic's face, using it to block his vision for even the briefest moment. But the danger pressing against Zeke Draker only grew sharper, forcing him to stop holding anything back. Zeke Draker activated every skill he could use and launched himself into an all-out attack. Even with his sight blocked, the man moved effortlessly and caught Zeke Draker's blade as if the attack had never threatened him at all. Instead of striking back, the drunkard merely smirked, clearly amused, and praised Zeke Draker for adapting so quickly under pressure. Zeke Draker stumbled back, keeping his guard up as the man's words sank in. A mercenary? What was he talking about? Did this stranger somehow know something about Zeke's past? The man watched him closely, then scoffed at the sight of a Draker throwing away his sword just to survive. In the stranger's eyes, Zeke Draker seemed far more suited to life as a mercenary than as a knight. And in that moment, Zeke Draker understood something chilling. This man was seeing straight through him. Even worse, Zeke Draker could clearly feel the enormous gap in power between them. If this man truly wanted to kill Zeke Draker, there would be no drawn-out battle and no desperate struggle. He was at least on the level of a red knight. Then the man gestured toward Zeke Draker's heavy claymore, assuming it was just some basic weapon he had picked up from the Academy's supply. With talent like Zeke's, he said, swinging around that kind of blade was nothing but a complete waste. The casual way the man dismissed Zeke Draker's potential only made one thing clearer. This drunkard was far stronger than Zeke had first believed. Before Zeke could think any further, a familiar voice suddenly cut through the tense air. Andre Draker had arrived. To Zeke Draker's shock, Andre Draker called out the stranger by name, Dexter. Zeke Draker struggled to believe what he had just heard. Meanwhile, Dexter only smirked and asked how Andre Draker had managed to track him down. Andre Draker simply recalled seeing him earlier in the training room. Then, without wasting another moment, he turned his attention toward Zeke Draker. Andre Draker told Zeke Draker that if he had already healed, then he should get out. Zeke awkwardly prepared to leave, but Dexter suddenly stopped him before he could go. With an amused look on his face, Dexter made Zeke Draker an offer. If Zeke wanted to learn something actually useful, he should come to the western greenhouse of the Academy. A brief silence settled between them. Then Zeke Draker, as arrogant as ever, rejected the offer outright and walked away. Dexter let out a tired sigh and shook his head, muttering that Zeke Draker's attitude was far too much like his father's. For a moment, a trace of nostalgia seemed to pass through Dexter's expression. Zeke Draker, however, was already putting the pieces together. If the so-called gardener could speak about Arthur Draker, the patriarch of House Draker, so casually, then there was only one possible answer. Dexter was not just some strange drunk hiding around the Academy. He was the legendary Duke Draker, the Gale Knight. The realization struck Zeke Draker hard. This was the same man who had once challenged an entire kingdom all by himself. Duke Draker was one of the rare knights capable of wielding martial force. A warrior so unpredictable that people said he became a black knight simply because he liked the color black. And yet, despite that terrifying reputation, Duke Draker had vanished without a trace, only to appear here of all places, quietly living at the Academy. Zeke Draker glanced back at Andre Draker. Maybe Andre had ended up at the Academy because of Duke Draker as well. But in the end, that detail did not matter much to Zeke. Zeke Draker had no interest in ordinary training, and he was not searching for simple lessons anyone could teach. If Zeke Draker was going to learn from Duke Draker, then it could not be for something small or ordinary. What Zeke Draker wanted was the man's ultimate technique. A smirk tugged at Zeke Draker's lips as his hunger for power sharpened into pure determination. If he was going to chase after Duke Draker's strength, then he would not settle for anything less than everything. At the Magic Academy, Professor Fannin awkwardly continued his lecture, glancing across the room for even the faintest sign that the students were listening. He asked if there were any questions, though his face showed he already expected silence. Most of the class was either half asleep or barely pretending to pay attention, their eyes dull as the lecture dragged on. It was a discouraging sight, but Professor Fannin still tried to continue. Then, to his surprise, a single hand rose from among the students. Zeke Draker asked Professor Fannin about the mana energy transfer law he had just mentioned. Professor Fannin's entire demeanor changed in an instant. His awkwardness vanished, replaced by genuine excitement, because it had been ages since a student had actually shown interest in his lecture. He eagerly began explaining the concept in detail, taking his time so Zeke Draker could properly understand it. After class ended, the other students complained that the subject was far too theoretical, treating the lesson as little more than a scheduled nap. Zeke Draker, however, came away with a completely different impression. The material had been surprisingly easy for him to grasp, and for the first time he saw Professor Fannin in a new light. The man was actually competent. Just as Zeke Draker was about to leave the classroom, Professor Fanon suddenly called out and stopped him before he could step through the door. For once, Professor Fanon's awkward expression softened into something sincere. He thanked Zeke Draker for showing real curiosity, because it had been far too long since he had been able to properly teach a student who actually cared about the subject. Professor Fanon even extended an open offer. If Zeke Draker ever had questions, he could come to him at any time. Then, almost shyly, Fanon admitted that he was still an alumnus of Delphoa Magic University, the birthplace of modern magic. That detail immediately caught Zeke Draker's attention. He had not expected Professor Fanon to have such a serious academic background. Since there was no harm in keeping a capable mage nearby, Zeke Draker decided to accept the offer. In Zeke Draker's mind, magic users who were skilled with mathematics usually had sharp, structured minds. And honestly, having a clever mage as an ally sounded much better than dealing with yet another stiff, prideful knight. Zeke Draker figured that Professor Fanon might become useful someday. But the moment he stepped out of the academy, his train of thought was suddenly interrupted. Dexter was waiting for him outside, and from the look on his face, whatever patience he had been holding onto was already long gone. Dexter stood there with his arms crossed and asked if Zeke Draker was finally finished. But before Zeke could even respond, Dexter cut straight to the real issue. Dexter demanded to know why Zeke Draker had not shown up at the Western Greenhouse. Clearly, when Dexter had first offered to teach him something useful, he had expected Zeke Draker to understand the hint and come running. But Zeke Draker only shrugged, completely unmoved, and bluntly repeated that he was not interested. Dexter's irritation flared at once. He began acting almost like a sulking child who had been ignored, but Zeke Draker's stance did not soften at all. Zeke Draker admitted that Dexter was no ordinary person, but right now he was already focused on his own training. For a brief moment, Dexter seemed to accept that answer until he suddenly did not. Without any warning, Dexter vanished from Zeke Draker's sight. Before Zeke could even react, a sharp impact struck him, and his vision went completely black. When Zeke Draker finally regained consciousness, he was no longer where he had been before. He blinked slowly, his senses returning one by one as he took in the unfamiliar surroundings around him. It was the Western Greenhouse. Dexter stood over him with a tired sigh, looking down as though Zeke Draker had made things unnecessarily difficult. Dexter asked if Zeke Draker was finally awake, while Zeke slowly crossed his arms and stared back at him. Zeke Draker pointed out with obvious irritation that Dexter had basically just abducted him. Dexter did not look even slightly bothered. He simply shrugged as if that were perfectly normal, giving a shameless little smirk that made his attitude very clear. At this point, Dexter was openly interested in Zeke Draker, and he was no longer making any effort to hide it. Zeke Draker thought to himself that Dexter had absolutely no patience, but he had no intention of staying there and entertaining him. Without hesitation, Zeke Draker activated Swift Step and shot forward, trying to escape the greenhouse in one burst of speed. Or at least that was what he tried to do. In the blink of an eye, Dexter appeared directly in front of him, blocking Zeke Draker's path before he could make it out. Annoyed but still unwilling to give up, Zeke Draker tried to bolt again, only for Dexter to cut him off a second time. No matter where Zeke Draker tried to run, Dexter kept up with ease, shutting down every escape route like it was nothing. Refusing to be treated like a helpless child, Zeke quickly changed tactics. With a smirk, Zeke Draker teased him, asking what exactly Dexter found so fascinating about him. Dexter did not hesitate for even a second. Dexter's answer was simple: that insane healing ability of Zeke Draker's. Zeke Draker grinned as he finally understood what this was about. Since Dexter wanted answers, Zeke decided to turn the situation into a challenge. Zeke Draker told Dexter that if he wanted to know the truth, then he would have to force it out of him. Dexter vanished. Zeke Draker tensed instantly, his eyes darting from side to side as he tried to locate where Dexter had gone. Then a sword whistled through the air, cutting straight toward Zeke Draker's back. Zeke Draker barely managed to react in time, catching the weapon before it could strike him cleanly. Holding the sword steady in his grip, Zeke Draker narrowed his eyes and focused on Dexter. Zeke Draker could not understand what Dexter was trying to prove. Taking his stance, he demanded an explanation. But Dexter only smirked again and reminded Zeke Draker that he was the one who had started the challenge. Then Dexter said that was too boring, so they might as well make it more interesting, and he laid out the terms. If Zeke Draker could land even a single strike on Dexter's clothes, Zeke would win. And as a reward, Dexter would grant him one wish. But if Zeke Draker lost, Dexter's expression sharpened into something terrifying. Then Zeke would have to tell him everything he was hiding. For the next 3 relentless hours, Zeke Draker fought with everything he had. But Dexter was not merely fast. He was practically untouchable. No matter how many times Zeke Draker swung, thrust, or changed his angle of attack, he could not land a single hit. Even so, Zeke Draker refused to give up. His endless stamina and rapid regeneration kept him moving again and again, turning him into something almost impossible to wear down. Dexter began to take serious notice. Zeke Draker was not simply a kid with ridiculous endurance. Zeke Draker never stopped coming back. Every wound healed, every setback disappeared within seconds, and every time Dexter knocked him down, he rose again. Still, Zeke Draker knew that stamina alone would never bring him victory. If he wanted to win, he needed something stronger. Then one thought crossed his mind. The might of the dragon. It was a skill so powerful that he had never dared to use it before. Too risky and too dangerous. But against someone like Dexter, holding back would get him nowhere. His gaze hardened. This time, Zeke Draker would not restrain himself. As Zeke Draker rose to his feet, his entire presence changed. The air around him seemed to crackle with raw intensity, and the pressure coming from his body grew heavier with every passing second. Duke Draker noticed the shift in Zeke Draker immediately, his sharp eyes catching the sudden change in pressure around him. A pleased grin spread across Duke Draker's face, as if this was the response he had been waiting for all along. Excitement flickered in Duke Draker's gaze as purple energy surged through Zeke Draker's body, wrapping around him with a fierce, violent glow. Zeke Draker activated Swift Step once more, but this time his movements had changed. Every step was cleaner, sharper, and far more controlled than before. He was faster now, cutting through the space between them with a speed that surpassed his earlier attempts. Duke Draker acknowledged the improvement, but he still did not look impressed. To him, Zeke Draker's speed was decent, but he had crossed blades with opponents far faster than this. Even so, something else about Zeke Draker caught Duke Draker's attention. It was the look in his eyes. That stare was not merely filled with determination. There was something sharper there, something feral and vicious, and Duke Draker clearly liked what he saw. Deciding to humor him, he released just the smallest trace of his own aura. But at the exact moment Duke Draker began to move, Zeke Draker unleashed the might of the dragon. For the first time, Duke Draker was genuinely caught off guard. He managed to break Zeke Draker's sword and force him back, but the exchange did not go the way he expected. Confusion flickered through Duke Draker's mind. He could not immediately tell what had just happened. A thick cloud of dust rose around Duke Draker, and he used it as cover while trying to figure out whether Zeke Draker had used some kind of technique to interfere with his vision. With the dense dust screen hiding his movements, Duke Draker assumed Zeke Draker would not be able to track him properly. But Zeke Draker had dragon eyes. Through the dust and confusion, he locked onto Duke Draker's presence and struck from behind. This time, Zeke Draker finally landed a hit. But in the very next instant, the Black Knight vanished from where he stood, leaving Zeke frozen in surprise. Then understanding slowly dawned on Zeke Draker. That had to be Duke Draker's secret technique, a movement ability that let him shift positions instantly while stirring up a violent gust of wind in his wake. Now Zeke Draker finally understood why Duke Draker was known as the Gale Knight. While Zeke Draker was still trying to process what he had just seen, Duke Draker suddenly appeared behind him. With almost no effort at all, Duke Draker declared the match a draw. Then he completely overwhelmed Zeke Draker and brought the fight to an end. The system immediately warned Zeke Draker that his fatigue had gone beyond the safe limit because of excessive skill usage. His body had finally reached the point where it could no longer keep up. His consciousness began shutting down by force, leaving him with no way to resist it. Zeke Draker's vision faded as he struggled to move, but his body refused to obey, and darkness swallowed him completely. Hours later, Zeke Draker regained consciousness in his own room, likely carried back there by Duke Draker himself. Although frustration lingered from his defeat, Zeke Draker understood that losing to a Black Knight was only natural. He had thrown every skill, every trick, and every ounce of strength he had at Duke Draker, but even that had not been enough. Zeke Draker looked back on his strategy, remembering how he had repeated the same attack pattern again and again to make Duke Draker lower his guard, only to change everything at the final second with the full force of the dragon's power. Even after all that preparation, he had barely managed to land a single hit. Zeke Draker was certain that the movement Duke Draker used at the end was his trump card. Regret washed over him. If Zeke Draker had not overused his draconic skills, he might have remained conscious long enough to learn more. Still, even if only for a moment, he had witnessed that secret technique with his own eyes. That absurd speed, combined with Duke Draker's perfectly honed physique, was likely the same kind of skill that had allowed Andre Draker to climb through the ranks despite his weak stamina. Zeke Draker wished he could have learned it for himself. But for now, he was at least somewhat satisfied, because one thing had become undeniable. The might of the dragon was powerful enough to make even a Black Knight hesitate. If Zeke Draker ever used it against weaker opponents, they would have almost no chance of standing against him. Just then, Zeke Draker received a system notification. Curious, Zeke Draker checked his status and discovered that Swiftstep had leveled up. Not only that, but his soul had developed further, unlocking new system functions that could now be accessed through karma points. As Zeke Draker scrolled through the options, he was surprised to find features like a minimap, an inventory, and a quest book, each one available as long as he had enough points to spend. After taking his time to understand the choices in front of him, Zeke Draker decided to unlock the inventory first. The system explained the function clearly. Zeke Draker could store and retrieve items simply by thinking of their name or shape. To test it out, Zeke Draker selected his sword. The moment he activated the function, the claymore vanished from his hand and appeared inside the inventory window. Impressed by how smoothly it worked, Zeke Draker tried summoning the weapon back. With only a thought, the claymore instantly reappeared in Zeke Draker's grasp. He had assumed the inventory would be nothing more than a simple storage space, but it was far more advanced and convenient than he expected. Zeke Draker remembered how much he had struggled in his past life to find safe places for valuable artifacts. If he had possessed this function back then, things would have been completely different. The system also revealed that he could expand the storage capacity by spending more karma points. Surprisingly, this entire function was still considered only a low-rank administrator skill. That realization made Zeke Draker wonder what kind of powers he would unlock once he reached the high-rank administrator level. Understanding just how valuable karma points were, he decided he would have to spend them carefully. As Zeke Draker began reconsidering his future plans, a knock sounded at the door. Decker stepped inside and politely asked for permission to enter. A little surprised, Zeke Draker allowed Decker Indiana. The butler then delivered a message, explaining that Zeke would understand its meaning the moment he heard who had sent it. The message was from the garden keeper. The name made Zeke Draker pause for a moment, and then a smile slowly appeared on his face. That alone confirmed that all the effort Zeke Draker had put into the fight had not been wasted. As Zeke Draker read the invitation, Decker assured him that he could return for another challenge whenever he was ready. Zeke Draker could not stop a surge of excitement from rising in his chest. After all, Duke Draker had called their fight a draw before completely overpowering him. And that meant Zeke Draker still had a chance to prove himself. Before Zeke Draker leaves, Decker stops him with one last piece of news. He has managed to track down the blacksmith Zeke had asked about, but when Zeke naturally asks whether an appointment has been arranged, Decker's expression turns awkward, and he admits that things did not go as smoothly as expected. The answer from the blacksmith had been blunt and immediate. Galleon Halbert had refused the request outright, without even leaving room for negotiation. Zeke Draker is caught off guard when he hears the reason. Galleon Halbert has not merely declined this one job. He has completely abandoned the act of forging weapons altogether. The following day, Zeke Draker arrives in front of a shop he remembers all too well. It is the same blacksmith's forge he once visited in his previous life, standing there with a strangely familiar weight in the air. As Zeke Draker looks up at the old, weathered sign hanging above the entrance, memories quietly rise in his mind. He steps inside and calls out, but his thoughts drift to the legendary sword he once carried, the Radiance of Graham, a true masterpiece forged by Galleon Halbert, the very man he has come here to find. In his previous life, Galleon Halbert had forged that sword as repayment after Zeke Draker saved his life. But Galleon was never just an ordinary craftsman. Rumors around the continent called him the blacksmith of the soul, because people believed he could look into a person's very essence and create the one weapon perfectly suited for them. Zeke had never doubted those rumors. Back then, Galleon had given him exactly what he needed: a sword capable of replacing ether with aura, an ability powerful enough to change the course of battle itself. For a man who had once been praised as the greatest blacksmith on the entire continent, seeing Galleon Halbert reduced to this miserable state leaves Zeke Draker with a bitter sense of disappointment. Inside the shop, Galleon Halbert is clearly drunk, his posture slumped and his eyes unfocused. He barely even bothers to lift his head before barking at Zeke Draker to get out, grumbling that this is no place for a child. Zeke Draker had expected Galleon Halbert to be rough around the edges, but this level of hostility is far worse than he anticipated. Something must have happened to the man before the fateful meeting they shared in Zeke's past life. Rather than waste time arguing with a drunken man, Zeke Draker calmly grabs a bucket of water nearby and pours the entire thing straight over Galleon Halbert's head. The shock hits instantly. Galleon Halbert jerks upright, coughing and sputtering as water drips down his face, while Zeke Draker watches him with a faint, sharp smirk. Zeke Draker looks down at the drenched blacksmith and taunts him, asking if he is finally awake now. Then his tone hardens as he demands to know why Galleon Halbert rejected the request. But the moment Galleon Halbert gets a clear look at Zeke Draker's face, his expression changes completely. Panic flashes across Galleon Halbert's eyes, and he immediately lowers his head in a deep bow, apologizing again and again as if he has just realized who he is dealing with. Still trembling, Galleon Halbert admits that he no longer has the right to forge weapons for anyone. If he cannot even create the weapon he truly wants to make, then how could he dare accept work for others? That shame is the reason he stopped taking commissions entirely. For a brief moment, Zeke Draker is genuinely taken aback by the confession. Even someone as famous as Galleon Halbert had clearly fallen into a painful downward spiral. Zeke Draker suddenly remembers that, in his previous life, the blacksmith never once spoke about these struggles, probably because the shame of failure was too heavy for him to admit aloud. But Zeke Draker has no time to indulge Galleon Halbert's collapse into self-pity. As the blacksmith begins sinking deeper into his own despair, Zeke cuts through the mood with firm words, forcing him to snap back to reality. Galleon hesitates, shaken by the sudden pressure. After a short silence, Galleon Halbert lowers his head once more and apologizes again for the rude way he treated him. Zeke Draker simply waves the apology aside and tells him to show the weapons he failed to forge. Galleon Halbert pauses for a moment, then lets out a tired sigh before leading him toward the back of the shop. Seeing Galleon Halbert in such a broken state, Zeke Draker understands that he cannot simply leave him like this. If he wants the blacksmith he remembers to return, then he has no choice but to help him find his path again. When they step into the backyard, Galleon Halbert awkwardly apologizes for the messy condition of the place. But Zeke Draker only looks around at the scattered tools, metal, and unfinished work, then casually says it actually looks pretty cool. Galleon Halbert thanks him quietly, while Zeke Draker begins examining the weapons spread around the yard. The blacksmith warns him to be careful because the blades are still sharp. But as Zeke studies each sword more closely, he quickly notices something unexpected. These weapons are not failures at all. In fact, the quality is nearly identical to the weapons Galleon Halbert had forged back when he was praised as the finest blacksmith on the continent. Zeke Draker activates Dragon Eyes, letting his gaze pierce deeper into the structure of the blades, and almost immediately, he spots the real issue. He turns toward Galleon Halbert and asks him directly, without softening his words, whether the real problem is with his brazier. Galleon Halbert stares at him in stunned silence, clearly shocked that Zeke Draker has figured it out so quickly. But Zeke does not give him the chance to dodge the question. Zeke Draker presses him for an answer, then points out another detail he has already noticed in the weapons. Galleon Halbert is using a rare smelting method, blending different metals together to create a material that should be both lighter and stronger than ordinary steel. To prove that he understands exactly what went wrong, Zeke Draker picks up one of the so-called failed swords and snaps it cleanly in half with ease. Looking at the broken blade, Zeke Draker remarks that its durability is pathetic. Then he explains the real flaw. The technique itself is not the problem. The issue is that Galleon Halbert has not been removing the impurities properly, and those impurities are weakening the entire structure from within. Galleon Halbert is left completely speechless. In a single glance, Zeke Draker has seen through his entire forging process, understood the method behind it, and identified the exact weakness as if it were obvious. After a long moment of silence, Galleon Halbert suddenly calls out to him. His voice is hesitant, almost embarrassed, as he says that this may sound strange, but he has a request. Back inside the shop, Galleon Halbert pulls out a blueprint and spreads it carefully in front of Zeke Draker, revealing the design without trying to hide even the smallest detail. Zeke Draker recognizes it the instant his eyes fall on the page. It is the blueprint for the magic brazier. Zeke Draker remembers this design clearly from his previous life. This very brazier was the key that allowed Galleon Halbert to perfect his craft and reach the peak of blacksmithing. Back then, Galleon Halbert had trusted Zeke Draker enough to reveal his greatest secret. And now, in this life, that same moment seems to be happening all over again. Zeke Draker studies the blueprint carefully, his eyes moving across the structure and symbols, and he understands the purpose almost immediately. If Galleon Halbert can complete this magic brazier, then the flaws in his smelting process will disappear, and his forging will become flawless. But one thing about the situation feels strange. Zeke Draker looks up from the blueprint and asks him, if he already has the design in his hands, why has he not built it yet? The question hangs in the air as Zeke Draker waits for Galleon Halbert's answer. Galleon Halbert lets out a heavy sigh and explains that he is missing the most important component, the magic core, and the commission fee alone would cost 10,000 gold coins. Zeke Draker's eyes widen slightly at the amount. That price is absurd. For comparison, an ordinary family might spend around 10 gold coins in an entire month, which means this single component costs 1,000 times that. No wonder it took Galleon Halbert a full decade to become the continent's greatest blacksmith in Zeke's previous life. Galleon Halbert knows exactly how unreasonable his request sounds, but desperation pushes him to ask anyway. Since Zeke Draker is a Draker and a pure-blooded awakener, there might be a chance he can help obtain the core. In exchange, Galleon makes an astonishing promise. If Zeke helps him, he will forge any weapon Zeke wants, free of charge, for the rest of his life. Zeke Draker thinks through the request and quickly understands just how difficult it is. Practically speaking, it should be impossible. He is not the family's guardian knight, so there is no way for him to casually gather such an outrageous sum. Even as a pure-blooded awakener, 10,000 gold coins is far beyond his current reach. But he needs Graham, the Sword of Radiance, and that means he has to find a path forward somehow. The real problem is tied to the laws of mana energy, and then, all at once, a reckless idea flashes through his mind. Without dragging the decision out any longer, Zeke Draker accepts Galleon Halbert's request and takes the blueprint into his hands. Galleon Halbert still looks uncertain, unable to fully believe that Zeke Draker can solve such an impossible problem. But Zeke confidently tells him that he knows a mage who might be able to help, and if things go well, he will contact Galleon Halbert with the results. As Zeke Draker turns to leave the workshop, he pauses just long enough to throw one final order over his shoulder, telling Galleon Halbert to quit drowning himself in alcohol. But instead of snapping back or making excuses, Galleon Halbert suddenly collapses to his knees and grabs onto Zeke Draker's leg. Tears stream down his face as he clings there desperately, swearing that if this plan truly works, he will devote himself to Zeke for the rest of his life. Galleon Halbert keeps repeating his thanks over and over, his voice shaking with emotion, but Zeke Draker simply shakes him off and steps out of the workshop without letting the scene drag on any longer. At Draker Academy's professorial research building, Zeke Draker arrives at the research facility with a stormy look on his face, still irritated by the ridiculous situation surrounding the magic brazier. The scumbags from the magic tower have inflated the price to an outrageous level, even though the actual work does not seem difficult enough to justify it. To Zeke Draker, it is nothing more than shameless greed dressed up as professional fees. As Zeke Draker walks through the quiet halls, he recalls that Fanon's specialty is connected to this exact field. If he can find Fanon's research lab, there may be a way to bypass the magic tower's absurd demand. While Zeke Draker searches through the building area, something happening in a nearby alley suddenly catches his eye. There, tucked away from the main path, a young boy is being brutally beaten by a group of bullies. The boy is crying helplessly, begging them to stop, but he is completely powerless against the group surrounding him. Zeke Draker grits his teeth as the sight hits him with a familiar sting. He has seen this exact scene before. Memories from his past life flash through his mind, bringing back the same bitter disgust he felt back then. Clenching his fists in frustration, Zeke Draker changes direction without hesitation and walks straight toward the alley. At the center of the group, Leon Conrad sneers down at the beaten boy with cruel satisfaction. He spits out that the kid is worthless, using him as nothing more than an outlet for his own anger. But Leon Conrad's rage is not truly aimed at the boy lying on the ground. Deep down, he is still bitter about losing to Zeke Draker. By crushing someone weaker than himself, Leon Conrad is trying to feel powerful again, as if tormenting a helpless target can restore the pride Zeke Draker shattered. Leon Conrad stomps the boy's head down against the ground, his face twisted with frustration as he snarls through clenched teeth. He insists that his fight with Zeke Draker was never a real fight at all. In his mind, it was nothing but a cheap shot, a lucky strike that should never have counted. Leon Conrad refuses to accept that Zeke Draker has any right to be called a pure-blooded awakener. But the moment Zeke Draker steps into the alley and speaks, Leon Conrad's expression changes instantly. Zeke Draker wears an arrogant smirk at first, but in the next instant, the warmth vanishes from his face, and his gaze turns frighteningly cold. His voice drops low, sharp, and commanding, cutting through the tense air of the alley. Zeke Draker tells Leon Conrad that if he values his life, he should get on his knees. Leon Conrad scoffs at the threat, still refusing to believe that Zeke's awakening could possibly be real. But Zeke Draker does not bother entertaining Leon Conrad's denial. His tone grows even colder as he orders him to bow down immediately, warning that if he does not, this will be the end for him. A chilling pressure floods the alley like a sudden wave. Leon Conrad shudders as his body stiffens, locking up before he can even move. Cold sweat rolls down Leon Conrad's face as a paralyzing fear grips him from the inside. He cannot understand it. Why does Zeke Draker feel this terrifying? Only a few months ago, Zeke Draker had been nothing in Leon Conrad's eyes. Yet now, standing in front of them, he feels like a completely different beast. Leon Conrad grits his teeth, shaking with frustration as the pride he clung to begins cracking apart. Desperate to reject what he is feeling, Leon Conrad snarls and calls Zeke Draker an inferior. Then, in a reckless attempt to regain control, he orders his goons to rush him all at once. Zeke Draker does not even flinch. As one punch comes flying toward him, he slips away from it with ease and gives them one final warning. Then, without showing even the slightest strain, Zeke Draker begins taking the entire group apart. The first attacker drops almost instantly, unable to withstand even a single clean counter. The next one barely has time to react before Zeke Draker brings him down as well, and another body comes hurtling toward him from the side. Zeke Draker simply catches the incoming attacker and hurls him backward like he weighs almost nothing. In only a few moments, the entire gang is sprawled across the ground, beaten before they can even understand what happened. Leon Conrad watches the scene in horror, sweat pouring down his face as his confidence completely collapses. He cannot believe what his own eyes are showing him. This is supposed to be the same Zeke Draker he once looked down on. Yet Zeke Draker strides toward him with a cocky smirk and mockingly tells him to relax, because it will only hurt for a second. Terrified, Leon Conrad stumbles backward and yanks out his sword, using the blade like a shield against his own fear. Leon Conrad shouts for Zeke Draker to stay away, his hands trembling around the hilt as he warns that he will cut him if he comes any closer. Zeke Draker's expression darkens. Calmly, he reminds Leon Conrad of the academy rules, making it clear that drawing a weapon inside the training area carries serious consequences. Leon Conrad's breath catches in his throat. In his panic, he has completely forgotten that rule, and now he realizes he has trapped himself with his own reckless decision. Zeke Draker has no intention of letting him slip away from the consequences. Zeke Draker draws his own sword and declares that, according to the laws of the academy, this fight will not end until one of them is dead. The one who pulled his blade first must bear full responsibility for everything that follows, and no matter how the battle ends, no one will be able to blame the other side. To make the matter official, Zeke Draker turns toward one of the beaten boys, Liam Stone, and names him as the witness to their duel. Just as Zeke Draker prepares to begin the fight, Leon Conrad's composure finally shatters completely. Leon Conrad stammers in terror, his voice breaking as he drops to his knees. Throwing away every last bit of pride, the bully begs desperately for mercy. Zeke Draker glares down at him, and for a moment, memories from his past life flash sharply through his mind. How pathetic. Zeke Draker coldly calls Leon Conrad exactly what he is. A filthy, trashy scumbag. Then, in a flash of movement, Zeke Draker swings his blade, but instead of taking Leon Conrad's life, he cuts off only his ear. Leon Conrad screams in pain, his face twisting as he clamps both hands over the side of his head, blood slipping between his fingers from the fresh wound. But Zeke Draker is not finished with him yet. His eyes remain cold, and when he speaks again, his voice carries a deadly warning that makes the entire alley fall silent. Zeke Draker tells Leon Conrad not to even think about having the ear reattached. Then he warns him that if they ever cross paths again, he will not be merciful enough to stop at just an ear. The boy who had been beaten still lies weakly on the ground, barely able to lift his head. In a faint, trembling voice, Liam Stone calls out to Zeke Draker and asks why he stepped in to help him. Zeke Draker does not treat it like some noble rescue. Without looking overly sentimental, he coolly tells Liam Stone that he was not helping him at all. He was simply helping himself. As Zeke Draker turns away and leaves the alley behind, a strange thought quietly rises in the back of his mind. Could it have been Galleon Hallbert? Maybe the blacksmith's words, and the broken look in his eyes, had affected Zeke Draker more deeply than he wanted to admit. But Zeke Draker quickly shakes off the thought, refusing to dwell on it any longer. At last, Zeke Draker reaches the place he was originally searching for and finds Fannin, the professor he came to see. Zeke Draker wastes no time on greetings or small talk. He immediately asks Fannin whether the request he brought is actually possible. Fannin gives him a direct answer: it can be done. Relief passes through Zeke Draker for a moment, and he prepares to leave the matter in Fannin's hands. But Fannin stops him before he can walk away, telling him to wait and listen first. Fannin explains that the overall structure of the design is not especially complicated, but the core is where the real difficulty lies. The core acts as the heart of the machine, controlling the power output, and because of the circuit's unusual restrictions, it demands a massive amount of energy despite its compact size. Worse than that, the energy output has to be adjusted in real time, or the entire device becomes useless. Zeke Draker takes in every word, then asks the most important question: whether there is still a way to make it work. Fannin nods and tells Zeke Draker that there are two possible methods. The first is to modify the core's design from the ground up. But Fannin immediately warns that such a process would take an enormous amount of time. Possibly 10 years, maybe even 15. Zeke Draker freezes in disbelief, repeating the number as if he cannot believe what he just heard. Fannin sighs and confirms that yes, redesigning the core would take an absurdly long time. Then he moves on to the second method, which would allow them to avoid rebuilding the core design entirely by substituting a different material. That route could save them years of work, but there is one serious catch: they would need a high-compression mana stone. The instant Zeke Draker hears those words, his body jolts upright. He asks if Fanon is serious, because he knows exactly what a high-compression mana stone is, an ancient artifact so rare that even modern technology cannot recreate it. Fanon confirms Zeke Draker's suspicion without hesitation. That is exactly what they would need. And as if that were not already bad enough, Fanon adds that finding one inside a ruin would be almost impossible. Fanon explains that if they want a stone compatible with this particular design, the cost alone would be around 3,000 gold. Zeke Draker falls silent at the number. 3,000 gold is still a staggering amount, especially when he has barely finished wrapping his head around the 10,000 gold needed for the magic brazier. And now, another impossible expense has been placed in front of him. For a moment, Zeke Draker can only stand there, weighed down by the scale of the problem. Waiting 15 years is completely out of the question, but 3,000 gold is not something Zeke Draker can simply produce whenever he wants. The situation becomes even more dangerous because if anyone discovers that Zeke Draker is not actually an aura user, he will be expelled from Draker Academy immediately. Everyone believes Zeke Draker can wield aura because of what happened during the blessing ceremony. But the truth is different. That display was an illusion created through his ether and healing abilities, and no matter how hard he tries, he still cannot use aura. Unlike ether, which ordinary humans cannot control at all, aura is far more accessible to most warriors. That is exactly why Graham, the Sword of Radiance, is not just useful to Zeke Draker, it is absolutely essential. Without that sword, Zeke Draker's entire future could collapse. Still deep in thought, he keeps turning the problem over in his mind, convinced that there must be another way forward. Meanwhile, Fanon continues studying the blueprint with fascination, murmuring that whoever created this design must have been a true genius. Fanon marvels at the incredible efficiency of the structure, saying that even among relics from the Golden Age, craftsmanship of this level would be extremely rare. At that exact moment, something clicks in Zeke Draker's mind. Zeke Draker's eyes widen as a new idea begins to take shape. Without hesitating, Zeke Draker rises to his feet and tells Fanon to focus only on refining the design. Everything else, he says with firm confidence, will be handled by him. With that, Zeke Draker starts to head out, already determined to find his own solution. Fanon looks completely baffled and asks if Zeke is seriously telling him to spend 15 years reworking the design. But Zeke Draker shakes his head and says there is no need for that, because he is going to bring one instead. With absolute certainty, he declares that he knows how to obtain a high-compression mana stone, leaving Fanon speechless. As Zeke Draker moves forward with his plan, he recalls the history behind those ancient relics. The Golden Age, the era when magic reached its greatest peak, eventually came to an end with the Liberation War. It was the war where humanity rose up and fought to free itself from the rule of the dragons. That war finally ended when Bahamut, the evil dragon, was slain by Terrakin Draker. Afterward, humanity enjoyed a full century of peace, but the layers left behind by the dragons still held the remnants of a vanished age. Those ancient treasures came to be known as the Hero King's remnants, and they were far beyond anything modern humans could hope to create. Among those relics was the high-compression mana stone, a powerful artifact said to contain enough energy to sustain an entire village. Draker Academy's central library stands quietly at the heart of the academy grounds. Zeke Draker arrives at the central library, a place hardly anyone uses anymore. Even though it feels almost abandoned, the building is still carefully maintained, because legend says the hero Terrakin Draker himself established it decades ago. Zeke Draker remembers that during the Academy's record room expansion in his previous life, several Golden Age relics were uncovered here. The Magic Tower and the Archmage of Nirvana quickly became involved, and the discovery sent shockwaves across the continent. But in this life, those relics should still be hidden and untouched. Zeke Draker searches through the vast library, but just as he expected, nothing reveals itself right away. If relics like these were easy to find, someone else would have taken them long ago. Zeke Draker activates Dragon Eyes and begins scanning the room with careful focus, letting his enhanced vision sweep over every wall, shelf, and floor tile. At last, his gaze catches on something unusual, a strange tile that looks subtly different from all the others. Zeke Draker approaches the tile and taps it carefully, checking for any hidden mechanism. Then he activates Spirit of the Soul, remembering the lessons his master once taught him. Ether has the ability to materialize, allowing its user to give it different properties, such as cutting force or blunt impact. But ether also comes with a serious drawback. Consumes energy at a terrifying rate. Even activating it for a short time drains Zeke Draker's stamina, and he can already feel fatigue beginning to weigh on his body. Still, this is not the moment to stop and rest. Without hesitation, Zeke Draker steps through the opening revealed behind the tile and finds himself entering a hidden cave beneath the library. Zeke Draker lights a fire to push back the darkness and reveal his surroundings. But as the dim glow spreads across the cave, his expression tightens into a frown. In Zeke Draker's past life, these ruins were not discovered until nearly 10 years later, and he does not remember them being buried this far beneath the academy. Just then, faint movement echoes from deeper inside the darkness, making his heart pound. For a moment, he wonders if someone has already uncovered this place before him. But when he peers ahead, what he sees are skeletons. Not motionless remains, but moving undead workers gripping shovels and pickaxes, endlessly digging as if searching for something. Zeke Draker immediately scans them with dragon eyes and confirms that they are not being controlled by a lich. Good. If no lich is controlling them, then these undead workers can be destroyed without any hesitation. Zeke Draker makes his decision instantly. Zeke Draker activates Critical Strike and launches himself forward, closing the distance in a flash. Before the undead workers can even sense his presence, he strikes with full force, shattering their brittle bones and crushing them one after another. As the last of the skeletons collapses into scattered fragments, a system notification suddenly appears in front of Zeke Draker. Zeke Draker has gained 2 karma points. A grin spreads across Zeke Draker's face. In all his excitement over finding the hidden relics, he had completely forgotten about earning karma points. But now that the reminder has appeared, his expression slowly shifts into something far more wicked. This place is not just a ruin anymore. For Zeke Draker, it has become the perfect chance to gather even more karma points. Without wasting another second, Zeke Draker pushes deeper into the ruins and cuts through 20 more skeletons with ease, destroying them one by one while steadily stacking up additional points. Once Zeke Draker feels satisfied with the amount he has collected, he opens the system menu and checks which new functions are available for purchase. Unfortunately, most of the options are still far beyond what Zeke Draker can afford right now. There is only one useful option within reach, the minimap. Zeke Draker buys it immediately, and the system responds at once, updating his display and showing his exact current location inside the ruins. At first, it looks similar to a magic map, which is already impressive enough. But then, something even more unexpected happens right before Zeke Draker's eyes. The minimap shifts and expands into a 3-dimensional display. Zeke Draker watches in amazement as the structure of the ruins unfolds in front of him, revealing passages, rooms, and hidden paths in a way no ordinary map ever could. Then Zeke Draker notices one detail that stands out from the rest. A single room on the map is marked in a different color. Curious, Zeke Draker focuses on it and selects the highlighted space. The system identifies the room as a storage room and then offers to guide Zeke Draker along the most efficient route to reach it. Zeke Draker is stunned. In his past life, the search party needed several days just to locate the storage room, yet now he has found it almost instantly. Testing the function, Zeke Draker follows the route provided by the system, quietly marveling at how smoothly it guides him through the maze-like ruins. With a skill like this, Zeke Draker realizes there is almost no chance he will ever get lost again. At last, Zeke Draker reaches the destination marked by the minimap, but a new obstacle immediately appears in front of him. A massive door blocks the way, standing firmly between Zeke Draker and the storage room beyond. Zeke Draker frowns as he studies the door's heavy surface. There is no way something like this will open with a simple push, but he decides he might as well test it. The instant Zeke Draker's hand touches the door, a violent surge of magic erupts from the surface and repels him backward. His glove bursts into flames, forcing Zeke Draker to pull his hand away immediately. A chill runs through him as he realizes that the spell could have taken off his entire hand. Now Zeke Draker understands why the Archmage of Nirvana and the Magic Tower became involved when this place was discovered in his previous life. Realizing that brute force will not get him through the door, Zeke Draker turns his attention to the system instead. Zeke Draker asks the system if it has any ideas for getting past the security. In response, the system connects directly to the security device and begins attempting to override the mechanism. But after a few tense moments, the override attempt fails. Instead, the system shifts methods and activates a manual override function. Zeke Draker blinks in surprise, caught off guard by what just happened, and asks if the system has actually responded to him. The system answers clearly in the affirmative. Zeke Draker's eyes widen. He had not expected the system to give him a real response, and a dangerous, hopeful thought suddenly crosses his mind. If the system can answer him, then maybe, just maybe, it can answer the questions that have been haunting him. Without hesitation, Zeke Draker asks why he was regressed. There is no response. Zeke Draker's expression hardens. He changes the question and asks who is behind the administrator system. Again, there is no answer. Frustration rises in him, and Zeke Draker tries one final time, asking who created the system in the first place. Silence. Nothing comes back at all. Annoyed, Zeke Draker finally gives up on questioning it. Instead, Zeke Draker tells the system to forget the questions for now and just open the damn door. The system confirms the request, and a low, heavy rumble rolls through the ruins as the entrance to the Dragonslayer storage room finally unlocks. The moment Zeke Draker steps inside, his eyes widen in disbelief. Just like he remembered from his past life, rows of chests packed with priceless relics and treasures stretch out before him. Finding even a single relic like this inside ordinary ruins would already be almost impossible. Yet here, an entire collection is sitting in front of Zeke Draker, waiting to be claimed. Zeke Draker moves through the room carefully, searching chest after chest until his eyes finally land on the item he came here for. High-compression mana stones. There are 4 of them in total, resting there like treasures from another age. Without hesitation, Zeke Draker spends a karma point to expand his inventory, then safely stores one of the high-compression mana stones inside. Unfortunately, Zeke Draker's storage space is still too limited for him to take everything from the room, so he makes a firm mental note to come back later, when he has enough capacity to claim it all. Just as Zeke Draker is about to leave the storage room behind, an eerie sensation suddenly washes over his entire body, crawling over his skin like a warning from the darkness itself. Acting on instinct, Zeke Draker glances back over his shoulder, and in that very instant, glowing magic circles flare to life around him, surrounding his body before he can step away. Before Zeke Draker has even a moment to react, the spell activates completely, swallowing him in its light and teleporting him away from the storage room. The sudden shift throws Zeke Draker off balance. He stumbles as his feet hit solid ground again, then quickly steadies himself and scans the area around him with sharp, cautious eyes. This place is completely unfamiliar, unlike anything Zeke Draker remembers seeing in the ruins before. Zeke Draker immediately turns to the system and demands to know where he has been sent. The answer he receives is unexpected. He is now inside the home of the Dragonslayer. Zeke Draker searches through his memories, but even in his past life, he has never heard of a place like this. The room around him is dim and unsettling, with coffins lined up in the shadows like silent witnesses from a forgotten age. When Zeke Draker opens the minimap, he realizes he is not actually far from his previous location. And yet, strangely, there is no visible passage connecting this place to the room he just left. That can only mean one thing. Zeke Draker has stumbled into a hidden area that no one else has ever discovered. Knowing how rare this opportunity is, Zeke Draker wastes no time. He rushes toward one of the coffins and begins prying open its heavy concrete lid. Inside the coffin, a complete set of medieval armor lies in silence, resting there as if it has been waiting untouched for countless years. The system quickly identifies the armor for him, marking it as exclusive equipment meant for a Dragonslayer. Zeke Draker lifts the armor and studies it closely, noticing the scratches, dents, and worn marks across its surface. Clear remnants of battles fought long ago. Something about this armor feels different from the Golden Age equipment Zeke Draker is familiar with, giving it a strange weight that ordinary relics do not have. Then Zeke Draker's eyes catch on something unusual on the back of the armor. A circular hole set into the structure. He pieces the meaning together almost instantly. That opening must be connected to the high-compression mana stones he just obtained. Without wasting another moment, Zeke Draker opens his storage and takes out one of the high-compression mana stones. Zeke Draker has no intention of letting such a rare opportunity slip away. As he slots the ancient relic into place, the system immediately confirms that the mana battery has been installed successfully. A pulse of energy surges through the armor. The surface begins to glow, and the once silent equipment seems to awaken right before Zeke Draker's eyes. Watching the armor activate, Zeke Draker cannot stop a grin from spreading across his face. This discovery could change everything. But only a second later, the armor begins glitching violently, jerking and convulsing like a machine breaking down from the inside. Zeke Draker's anticipation vanishes instantly, replaced by alarm as he realizes something has gone wrong. Before Zeke Draker can respond, the entire set of armor explodes, sending a blast through the chamber and filling the room with thick smoke. Only after the explosion does the system chime in, explaining that an overload has caused a critical equipment failure. It even adds that it attempted to warn Zeke Draker about the incoming explosion, though the warning clearly arrived a little too late. The system awkwardly apologizes for the delay, but at the very least, the blast has not caused Zeke Draker any serious damage. On the bright side, Zeke Draker has confirmed one crucial fact. The high-compression mana stones really are the power source for these ancient armors. But that discovery only creates an even bigger question. What kind of insane abilities could this armor possess if it requires such a massive supply of energy just to function? Zeke Draker makes a mental note to ask Professor Fannin about it once he gets out of the ruins. For now, he turns his attention back to exploring the strange chamber. The room filled with coffins was eerie enough, but the other rooms turn out to be completely empty. He keeps searching anyway, until he finally reaches the last room. At first glance, this final room seems just as barren as all the others. Then Zeke Draker's gaze lands on something sitting in the center of the room. A glass cube. The moment his eyes lock onto it, a system prompt flashes in front of him. Zeke Draker's breath catches in his throat, and for one brief second, his mind goes completely blank. Then realization strikes him, and beads of sweat begin forming on his forehead. This is beyond insane. Zeke Draker can only wonder how unhinged Terrakin Draker must have been, because sealed inside that cube is the founder's legacy. It is the heart of the cursed light dragon, Bahamut. Zeke Draker can hardly believe what he is seeing. His ancestor had actually preserved the heart of the legendary dragon he had slain and left it behind like some kind of final gift to his descendants. No wonder Zeke Draker felt that ominous presence back in the storage room. But compared to the unsettling aura he sensed earlier, this is on a completely different level. As if confirming Zeke Draker's thoughts, the system suddenly sends him a notification. The heart of the cursed light dragon is reacting to Zeke Draker's presence. At that exact moment, dark energy surges through the air, wrapping around Zeke Draker like invisible chains tightening around his body. A voice echoes inside his mind, deep, venomous, and soaked in malice. It whispers that he has no choice, and then the voice grows louder, swelling into a furious roar. Commands Zeke Draker to kill them all. His vision begins to blur, and his thoughts twist under the weight of a violent urge that does not belong to him. Zeke Draker's mind starts slipping toward the darkness, until his indomitable mental defense snaps into action and shatters the trance. A sharp pain stabs through his skull as he gasps for breath, but even after breaking free, something still lingers inside him. Zeke Draker's body feels wrong. His senses are distorted, as if some part of him has been pulled out of alignment. Then Zeke Draker sees it. One of his eyes has turned pitch black. A cold dread creeps through him as the reality of what happened settles in. Zeke Draker clenches his fists and forces himself to stay calm. But the weight of the situation is impossible to ignore. The cube, the dragon's heart, and the presence that nearly swallowed his mind are all far more dangerous than he expected. This is beyond dangerous. Still shaken by the encounter, Zeke Draker takes an uneasy step back, fully aware that he nearly lost himself to the darkness lurking inside that cursed artifact. A sudden system notification appears in front of him. It is an urgent quest, Terrakin Draker's test, and Zeke Draker must defeat the powerful curse embedded within Bahamut's heart. Before Zeke Draker can even fully process the challenge, the dark presence flares up again, stronger and more violent than before. His indomitable mental defense activates, trying to purge the corruption from his mind. But for the first time, the defense fails. A surge of murderous intent crashes over Zeke Draker like a tidal wave. The voice that once whispered now roars inside his skull, commanding him to kill them all. The words drill into his mind, demanding obedience, while his vision darkens and his entire body stiffens under the overwhelming force. Both of Zeke Draker's eyes turn pitch black. The voice tempts him with freedom, true freedom, if he would only surrender to it. But Zeke Draker has his own definition of freedom. By sheer will alone, Zeke Draker clawed back the tiniest thread of control. Before that suffocating darkness could swallow his mind completely, he forced himself to make one desperate decision. Without giving himself even a moment to hesitate, he drove his head straight into the glass cube with every bit of strength he could still muster. A brutal shock of pain cracked through his skull, sharp enough to drag his thoughts back from the edge. Blood ran down over his face in thin, dark lines, yet Zeke still bared his teeth in a fierce grin. Freedom? Was this supposed to be freedom? What a joke. Real freedom was never something handed down by someone else. It was something you seized with your own hands. As though his defiance had struck the curse itself, the glass cube burst apart into countless glittering shards. The prison shattered, and the curse binding it broke apart at the same time. Right after that, the system confirmed what he had fought for. The urgent quest was complete. With that, Zeke Draker had officially taken hold of Terrakin Draker's final gift. But victory had come at a brutal cost. The moment the tension snapped, crushing mental exhaustion crashed over him like a mountain collapsing on his shoulders. If his resolve had shaken for even 1 second, the ending could have been completely different. His battered body seemed to understand the danger on its own, triggering his healing factor and infinite stamina as they rushed to repair the damage from within. Then, right in front of him, something unbelievable began to happen. The heart of Bahamut, finally released from its prison, stirred as if it had awakened after ages of silence. It rose slowly into the air, wrapped in a fierce, otherworldly glow that filled the ruined space around it. Then, little by little, it drifted toward Zeke's chest as though it had chosen its destination from the start. The instant it touched him, an overwhelming wave of raw, domineering power exploded through every part of his body. Pain followed immediately, unimaginable searing pain that burned through him from the inside out. A dense and impossibly pure source of mana, far beyond anything Zeke had ever faced before, poured into his system and forced its way into every single cell. But there was one terrifying problem. Zeke had no mana circles capable of holding such an enormous flood of energy. With nowhere proper to contain it, that raging power began ripping through him from the inside, tearing at his body as if it might burst apart at any moment. He had no choice. He had to move now. In a desperate gamble, Zeke called forth his purple ether through the spirit of the soul. Pouring everything he had into that single act, he formed a tiny black hole in his palm, using it as an improvised seal to trap the overwhelming mana. It was reckless, almost insane, but with the abilities he had available, it was the only chance he had to survive. Zeke clenched his jaw until it ached and focused every last ounce of concentration on keeping that ether hole stable. The violent power inside him fought back like a living thing, thrashing wildly against his control. The pressure kept swelling, rising higher and higher, until it finally erupted all at once. A massive explosion detonated outward, with Zeke standing directly at the center of it. The force of the blast wiped out the entire room, carving a huge crater into what had once been solid ground. Smoke rolled through the air, debris rained down around him, and for one brief moment after the destruction, an eerie silence settled over everything. When the dust finally began to clear, Zeke was still there, standing in the middle of the wreckage. Barely. His whole body felt like it had been set on fire, and every nerve screamed at him in protest. He let out a sharp breath, and as the worst of the agony slowly began to fade, relief washed over him. He had survived. His uniform hung from him in torn, ruined pieces, but on his chest, something new had appeared. A mark had formed there, the mark of Bahamut. The shattered remains of the glass cube had vanished completely, leaving not even a trace behind. Bahamut's raw mana was no laughing matter, and the fact that Zeke had endured it at all was nothing short of a miracle. His quick thinking had saved his life. As his gaze dropped toward the broken fragments scattered across the ground, a faint reflection caught his eye, revealing the mark now carved into his chest. It seemed that sealing Bahamut's rampaging energy had left behind some unexpected consequences. At that moment, a fresh system notification appeared before him. Absorption of the cursed light dragon's heart was now complete. Immediately after, a flood of new information rushed into Zeke's mind. The overwhelming amount of mana he had absorbed had completely transformed his body. His constitution was no longer anything ordinary, or even remotely human in the usual sense. It had been elevated into something far beyond that, a divine body. But there was a dangerous catch. The system determined that Zeke's current abilities were still too weak to fully control this new power. So to stop him from destroying himself, it had forcibly compressed and sealed away 95% of the energy. And that was not the end of it. As the inheritor of his ancestors' legacy, Zeke had also gained permission to enter Draker's secure library. Along with that access, a beginner quest book had been unlocked, as well as a low-level administrator tutorial. Zeke lifted a hand and scratched his head, staring at the information in disbelief. A divine body? Some hidden library? And now a tutorial too? What the hell was he even supposed to do with all of this? The sheer amount of new information pressing into his mind was almost too much to take in at once. So for the time being, Zeke pushed most of the notifications aside and chose not to deal with them yet. All except one. It seemed the first Dragonslayer had been feeling especially generous on his deathbed. A new system prompt appeared before Zeke's eyes. Would he like to open Draker's second dying gift? Just when Zeke thought nothing else could possibly surprise him, another secret was placed right in front of him. After narrowly escaping death inside that cursed chamber, Zeke finally returned to his mansion. Once he was back, he carefully secured every treasure he had managed to take with him. Even so, his attention kept returning to the system prompt floating in front of his eyes. His title had changed. He was now known as the one who received the blessing of the ancient dragon, and as the inheritor of Draker. Titles like those were not just for show either. They came with benefits powerful enough to sound almost ridiculous. Zeke had gained draconic control, as well as the constitution of a divine body. But among all the new abilities listed before him, one caught his attention more than the rest: incantation. His description was short, but terrifyingly direct. This locked skill would fill his words with power. That alone sounded absurdly strong. Still, no matter how incredible the rewards were, one harsh truth remained unchanged. Zeke was still too weak to properly use most of them. Draconic control meant he could command Dragonkin. Any dragons placed under his rule would obey his orders without question. The divine body, meanwhile, pushed his combat ability into an entirely different realm. His speed in learning combat techniques had risen dramatically, and the efficiency of his ether circulation had improved by a huge margin. But reading those effects in a system window and actually feeling them in battle were two completely different things. If Zeke wanted to truly understand what this new power could do, he needed to test it with his own body. And just as he began thinking about his next move, another system window appeared. This one was still connected to Terrakin Draker. Access to the secure library had already been granted, but before Zeke could actually use it, the system required an information update. As usual, the system responded as if it had been waiting for Zeke Draker to ask, politely offering to mark the exact update location directly on his minimap. Zeke Draker was not exactly thrilled about being handed another errand so soon after everything he had survived. But this was tied to Terrakin Draker's legacy, and no matter how troublesome it felt, he could not simply pretend it did not exist. Then his eyes narrowed. Something about the shape of the map tugged at his memory. The layout looked strangely familiar, almost as if he had seen those paths and structures before. It resembled one place in particular, Valhalla. Valhalla was the most prestigious knight training institution in the world, a place meant only for warriors who stood at the very peak of talent and status. Ordinary people could not even look upon its grounds without administrator clearance, much less step inside. And as things currently stood, even Zeke Draker would not be able to enter easily. The real problem was that Zeke Draker had never planned to enroll in Valhalla during this lifetime. But now, with something connected to Terrakin Draker's dying gift hidden somewhere within its walls, his carefully arranged plans might have to shift whether he liked it or not. It almost felt as if fate itself was determined to drag Zeke Draker deeper into his ancestors' legacy, no matter how much he tried to move on his own path. Pushing those thoughts aside for the moment, Zeke Draker turned his attention toward the beginner quest book waiting before him. The low-level administrator tutorial was about to begin, and once Zeke Draker cleared it, he would gain access to a quest specifically designed to accelerate his growth. And where there were quests, there were rewards waiting at the end. The entire setup felt familiar to Zeke Draker, almost like the mission boards used by adventurer guilds or the assignments handed out to mercenaries. Curiosity got the better of him, so Zeke Draker asked what the tutorial actually involved. But before he could even prepare himself, the answer came in the most direct way possible. The tutorial activated on its own. The space around Zeke Draker warped violently, and reality seemed to twist apart right before his eyes. In the span of a few seconds, the world surrounding him had completely transformed. Beneath his boots, glowing grid lines stretched outward in every direction, continuing on as far as his eyes could follow. Everything beyond those shining lines was swallowed by a deep, endless darkness. Even with the strange and unreal space pressing in around him, Zeke Draker kept his composure, calmly sweeping his gaze across the area as he tried to understand where he had been brought. This felt different from the teleportation Zeke Draker had experienced before. It did not seem like he had merely been moved from one place to another. It was more like the rules of the world themselves had been rewritten around him. And before Zeke Draker could fully sort through that thought, a hostile presence suddenly surged up from behind. Zeke Draker reacted instantly, twisting his body and spinning toward the threat. From within the darkness, orcs burst forward with savage momentum, their huge spiked clubs raised high as they charged in to crush him. Only then did the system finally speak up, as if it had chosen the most dangerous possible moment to explain the rules. The tutorial quest had begun. Zeke Draker had 60 minutes to defeat the monsters while using 2 or more different skills. If he completed it, he would receive system points, along with access to the system store. That was not a bad reward at all. Zeke Draker's battle instincts took over immediately, and just as the first wave of attacks closed in, a sword materialized firmly in his hand. So this tutorial was meant to teach him how to make proper use of the system's advantages. Zeke Draker could not help thinking that it would have been nice to have something like this much earlier. The first 3 orcs attacked at the same time, their heavy weapons dropping toward him from different angles. But every single strike cut through empty air. Zeke Draker had already disappeared from their reach. The force of the missed blows was so powerful that even the tutorial space rippled from the impact. Before the orcs could understand what had happened, he reappeared, moving faster than ordinary human limits should allow. Swift steps, continuous slash. With clean, precise movements that looked almost effortless, Zeke Draker cut them down before the monsters could even follow his motion. Enemies of this level were no longer real threats to him. At this point, they were little more than moving practice dummies. The claymore in Zeke Draker's hands felt shockingly light, almost as if it had lost its weight entirely. That explosive increase in strength, had to be one of the effects of his newly awakened divine body constitution. With power like this flowing through him, Zeke Draker felt confident that even a purple knight would be easy for him to bring down. After wiping out the tutorial orcs without any real difficulty, Zeke Draker returned to the place where he had first stood, and the separate dimension around him began to fade away. Was all of that nothing more than an illusion? No, it had felt far too vivid and physical to be dismissed as a simple trick of the mind. Either way, completing the tutorial had earned Zeke Draker a generous reward. Between the critical bonus and the time bonus, he received a total of 400 points and unlocked access to the shop. Excitement sparked in him, and Zeke Draker opened the shop tab without wasting another second. What appeared there left him genuinely stunned. The selection was incredible, filled with items like giant's flesh, the breath of a flame giant, and all kinds of rare relics that would cost an absurd fortune if they ever appeared on the open market. For a moment, a very practical thought crossed Zeke Draker's mind. Could he make money by buying these items and reselling them? The shop was not limited to purchases, either. It also gave him the option to sell items already stored in his inventory. Unfortunately, his training claymore could not be sold through the system. His elven dagger, however, did appear on the list, priced at only 4 points. That number immediately irritated him. Zeke Draker knew very well that the dagger could fetch at least 100 gold pieces at an auction, yet the system treated it like something barely worth anything. Deciding that selling it would be a complete waste unless he was truly desperate, Zeke Draker closed the shop and finally brought the day to an end. After everything he had gone through, a proper night of rest was long overdue. The next morning, Zeke Draker headed to Draker Academy's research center to meet Professor Fannin. Professor Fannin could hardly believe what he was seeing. Zeke Draker had actually managed to obtain a high-compression mana stone in just a single day. When the professor asked where it had come from, Zeke simply brushed the question aside. The truth was far too complicated, and he had no intention of explaining the details. Before Zeke Draker had even finished drinking his tea, Professor Fannin had already completed the adjustments to the power source. When it came to magic, Professor Fannin truly was a genius. Even so, despite the professor's calm expression, Zeke Draker could tell that Fannin was still suspicious. High-compression mana stones were extremely rare, and every known specimen was carefully recorded in ancient documents. Each one carried a registration number used to track both its origin and its current owner. With a single proper inquiry, someone could find out where it came from and who it belonged to. And yet, the mana stones in Zeke Draker's possession were completely unregistered. No matter how deeply someone searched, they would never appear in the Central Continent's official records. Professor Fannin's doubts made perfect sense, and honestly, that sharp skepticism was better than blind trust. His expertise and judgment were exactly what made him such an exceptional figure. Zeke Draker could not help thinking that someone with Professor Fannin's level of talent deserved far more recognition than he was receiving in a place like this. With the design finally completed, Professor Fannin activated the apparatus, and the group returned their attention to Fafnir's breath. From there, the finished device was placed in the hands of Galleon Halbert, the master blacksmith of Soul and Halbert. Zeke Draker and Professor Fannin stood nearby, watching closely as the blacksmith prepared to begin his work. Inside Galleon Halbert's workshop, carefully arranged magic circles glowed across the space, filling the forge with a steady, mystical light. The excitement on Galleon Halbert's face was impossible to hide, and it almost spread to everyone around him. At long last, he had been given the chance to forge a weapon that could satisfy even his own impossibly high standards. This was not just another job at the forge. This was the kind of moment that could mark the beginning of history. Once the demonstration ended successfully, Professor Fannin excused himself to attend a lecture, leaving Zeke Draker alone with Galleon Halbert. The blacksmith could barely contain his gratitude. For years, he had dreamed of completing a magic brazier, yet he had never truly believed he would witness it in his lifetime. To him, making a deal with Zeke Draker had become the greatest decision he had ever made. Now that Zeke Draker had fulfilled his side of the agreement, it was finally Galleon Halbert's turn to keep his promise. Without wasting time, Zeke Draker reached into his bag and carefully pulled out a certain item. The instant Galleon Halbert saw it, his eyes widened, and he understood exactly what had been placed before him. Resting inside the luxurious case was a flawless dragon fang. Among all the rewards Zeke Draker had obtained after inheriting Terrakin Draker's will, Bahamut's sharpest fang was without question one of the most precious. Just looking at it was enough to make Galleon Halbert's entire body tremble with uncontrollable excitement. Tears and snot streamed down Galleon Halbert's face as he clutched the enormous fang in both hands, leaving Zeke Draker briefly staring at him in complete bewilderment. First, Zeke Draker had helped bring the magic brazier into existence, and now he was giving a humble craftsman the once-in-a-lifetime chance to forge a weapon from an actual dragon fang. Overwhelmed by the weight of that honor, Galleon Halbert swore with every bit of passion in him that he would create a blade beyond anything Zeke Draker could imagine, even if it cost him his life. Those words struck Zeke Draker harder than expected. They were the very same words Galleon Halbert had spoken in his previous life. Even after everything had changed, even in this second chance, Galleon Halbert was still the same passionate fool. That realization stirred something quiet and deep inside Zeke Draker's chest. Leaving Fafnir's breath behind, Zeke Draker entrusted the crafting entirely to the master blacksmith. With the greatest blacksmith on the continent now working on his weapon, Zeke Draker had no doubt that the finished blade would become something truly legendary. After leaving the forge, Zeke Draker headed straight back to his room inside the Platinum Mansion. He had gone through more than enough trouble just to secure a proper weapon, and now, for the first time in a while, he could finally let himself relax. A week had passed since his duel with Duke Draker. Just as Zeke Draker was thinking about the note he had received, the one inviting him to a rematch, trouble arrived before he could even settle his thoughts. A familiar presence slipped silently into his room. Standing behind Zeke Draker was Duke Draker, and the old knight looked far from pleased. His eyes burned with fury as he demanded to know why Zeke Draker had ignored his invitation. The air in the room grew heavy with bloodlust. Duke Draker was not merely irritated. He looked ready to kill. Amused by the reaction, Zeke Draker decided to provoke him a little further. With a casual tone, he claimed that he had no intention of challenging Duke Draker again. That single remark was enough to make the old knight snap. In the blink of an eye, Duke Draker closed the distance and seized Zeke Draker with an iron grip. Before Zeke Draker could properly respond, the furious knight hurled him straight through the open window. Caught completely off guard, Zeke Draker felt his body drop into open air. His room was on one of the upper floors, and a fall from that height was far from harmless. If Zeke Draker slammed into the ground before his passive healing could activate, even he might not survive the impact. Acting on instinct, Zeke Draker reached for the balcony edge, trying to catch himself. But before his fingers could find purchase, a powerful hand shot out and grabbed him by the throat. Duke Draker was not finished with him yet. His grip tightened around Zeke Draker's neck as he glared down at him, anger still blazing in his eyes. The old knight refused to believe that Zeke Draker had failed to understand the meaning behind his letter. Zeke Draker had avoided him in the treatment room, and now he was acting like this. To Duke Draker, it felt almost deliberate, as if the young man was intentionally trying to get under his skin. With an impatient scowl, he gave Zeke Draker 5 seconds to stop playing games and start talking. But instead of panicking, Zeke Draker simply smiled. Calmly, he pointed out that Duke Draker was the one being dishonest, still pretending to be a gardener while demanding honesty from someone else. At that moment, something shifted across Duke Draker's expression. The old knight had expected fear, or at least hesitation, but Zeke Draker showed neither. As the countdown reached its final moment, Duke Draker's grip loosened, and a grin slowly spread across his face. Without warning, Duke Draker tossed Zeke Draker back into the room like a ragdoll. Zeke crashed hard onto the floor, wrecking half the room on impact, but thanks to his reinforced body, he avoided any serious injury. As Zeke Draker dusted himself off and looked up, he saw Duke Draker standing before him. No, in that moment, it was Garden Keeper Dexter extending a hand toward him. With a faint smirk, the old knight finally admitted the truth he had been hiding. He was not merely some strange old gardener wandering around the estate. He had once been a Black Knight of Draker. Zeke Draker pretended to be surprised, though in truth, he had already pieced it together long ago. Even so, Zeke Draker threw himself fully into the act, offering an exaggerated apology for failing to recognize such an esteemed member of House Draker and a once honorable Black Knight. Duke Draker narrowed his eyes, suspicion still lingering in his gaze, and asked if this had been Zeke Draker's plan from the very beginning. Zeke Draker, shameless as ever, continued to play dumb, dragging out the moment as much as he possibly could. Taking advantage of this rare opening, Zeke Draker casually asked why Duke Draker had referred to himself as a former Black Knight. The old knight's expression darkened at once. He stated flatly that he simply no longer carried the title, and refused to explain any further. It was common knowledge that knights could climb through the ranks, but Zeke Draker had not realized they could be stripped of their standing just as easily. Sensing that Duke Draker had no intention of answering, Zeke Draker let the matter go. Even so, he did not miss the faint tremor in the old man's hand. Perhaps there was far more behind Duke Draker's past than Zeke Draker had first assumed. And since the old knight had been honest enough to reveal his true identity, Zeke Draker decided it was only fair to respond in kind. Zeke Draker lowered himself before the knight and confessed the truth outright. Zeke Draker admitted that he had known Duke Draker's identity from the very beginning. In fact, everything he had done, every provocation, every careless-looking move, had been meant to push Duke Draker into accepting him as an apprentice. But instead of getting angry, Duke Draker reacted in a way Zeke had not expected at all. The old knight's lips curled into a smile, as if Zeke's sheer nerve amused him. And at last, the Gale Knight made his decision. "Fine," Duke Draker said at last. From that moment on, Zeke Draker was officially his apprentice. Zeke Draker froze for a second. That was it? He had been ready to endure trial after trial, expecting Duke Draker to make him prove himself the hard way. And yet, here he was, securing a legendary master through nothing but stubbornness, timing, and relentless persistence. Not wanting to waste even a breath, Zeke Draker bowed deeply and gave his vow with formal sincerity. He swore, as Zeke Draker, to bring honor to his master's name, to follow his teachings, and to seek both wisdom and strength under his guidance. Duke Draker raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Zeke Draker actually knew the apprentice's vow. Most of the younger generation had long since forgotten those old traditions. But Zeke Draker believed those traditions mattered. To him, culture, discipline, and respect were not empty decorations. They were virtues every true knight should carry. Still, before they moved on, there was one last thing Zeke Draker wanted to ask. He looked up and carefully began, asking permission to speak to his master. Duke Draker's face immediately twisted into a frown, and he snapped at Zeke Draker not to call him that. Zeke Draker smirked at the reaction, but he continued anyway. What he really wanted to know was simple. Why had Duke Draker accepted him as an apprentice? After all, Duke Draker was famous for rejecting almost everyone who came to him. Even Andre Draker, the so-called genius of the century, had spent years begging before Duke finally took him in. Zeke Draker had his own guesses, but he wanted to hear the answer directly from Duke Draker himself. The old knight gave a low chuckle and turned the question right back on him, telling Zeke Draker to take a guess. Zeke Draker grinned and answered without hesitation. Maybe it was because he was the genius of the family. Duke Draker burst into laughter at that, clearly entertained by his confidence. But Duke Draker quickly made it clear that talent was not the reason. If raw talent were all he cared about, he would have chosen the girl from the Turn family instead. Then his expression grew serious. The reason he chose Zeke Draker was simple: tenacity. Talent alone, Duke Draker said firmly, was never enough to reach the level of a red knight, much less a black knight. In truth, those blessed with extraordinary talent often broke the moment real hardship stood in their way. Their potential was snuffed out before it ever had a chance to fully bloom. Hearing that, Zeke Draker could not help agreeing. He had already lived through an entire lifetime of struggle. Again and again, he had watched so-called geniuses, people everyone expected to become red knights, fail to live up to those shining expectations. Most of them never even rose beyond the rank of blue knight. The moment they met a wall they could not easily climb, their growth simply stopped. With that, Duke Draker brought the conversation to an end and rose to his feet. They had talked enough. It was time for Zeke Draker's first lesson. Zeke Draker followed him all the way to the empty western greenhouse, only to find something completely unexpected waiting there. Hidden beneath the greenhouse was an entire gymnasium. Zeke Draker had not even known such a place existed. Duke Draker offered no explanation at all and simply ordered him to start running. So Zeke Draker ran. For 3 straight hours, he circled the track again and again while Duke Draker watched him in complete silence. There was not a single word of advice, not one piece of instruction. Only Duke Draker's sharp gaze followed him, observing every step, every breath, every movement. Zeke Draker could not help wondering what exactly his master was trying to measure. Then, after what felt like endless laps, Duke Draker finally called out for him to stop. Zeke Draker halted at once, relieved to finally end the mindless running. But before he could properly catch his breath, Duke Draker was already behind him. The old knight moved like a phantom, his hand shooting toward Zeke Draker's wrist with terrifying speed. Zeke Draker's instincts reacted before thought could catch up. He twisted away at the last second, narrowly avoiding Duke Draker's grasp. Every fiber of his body screamed at him to create distance immediately. Duke Draker narrowed his eyes and glanced down at his own hand. He had failed to grab Zeke Draker properly, but that brief contact alone had nearly damaged the young man's special glove. That was enough to confirm Duke Draker's suspicion. His voice sharpened as he asked whether Zeke Draker had some kind of problem with having his pulse checked. Zeke Draker knew better than to believe that was all Duke Draker had intended. This sly old fox had been suspicious of him from the very beginning. It had started during their clash in the infirmary, then continued through the fight in the greenhouse. And now, even after watching Zeke Draker run 500 laps, Duke Draker had not sensed a single trace of aura from his body. On top of that, the instant Duke Draker reached for his wrist, Zeke Draker had instinctively pulled away. Duke Draker was done circling around the truth. His gaze fixed on Zeke Draker, steady and unblinking, as he asked the question directly. Zeke Draker could not use aura, could he? The question struck Zeke Draker like a hammer to the chest, stealing his breath for a moment. Duke Draker had clearly looked into him. He knew about the bronze statue, and he had heard about the uproar caused by the never-before-seen golden light Zeke had triggered. Now Duke Draker wanted the truth. If he was wrong, he said calmly, then Zeke Draker only needed to let him check his pulse. Zeke Draker stared into his master's eyes. There was no malice there, no accusation, and no cruel judgment. Only raw curiosity. For a Draker, aura was everything. If anyone learned that a noble of their bloodline could not wield it, the scandal would be disastrous. Yet even knowing how serious that truth would be, Duke Draker did not seem focused on politics or reputation. At that moment, he simply wanted to know what was real. Zeke Draker was fortunate that Duke Draker was such an eccentric old bastard. If anyone else had cornered him like this, the situation could have turned ugly fast. For now, Zeke's priority remained unchanged. He needed to get his hands on Graham, his blade. Until then, Zeke Draker had to be extremely careful not to let suspicions about his aura spread any further. This was a warning he could not ignore, and he could not afford another mistake. But unlike his previous life, when he had been branded as the first failed awakener in the Draker bloodline, things were different now. This time, he did not need to bury everything beneath lies. Stealing his resolve, Zeke Draker calmly removed his special gloves. The moment the gloves came off, they revealed the unmistakable symbol of a pure-blood awakener, undeniable proof that Zeke Draker truly carried noble Draker lineage. Even so, despite awakening successfully, Zeke Draker still could not use aura for reasons unknown. By revealing part of the truth, he hoped he could keep the rest of his secrets safely hidden. Zeke Draker lowered his gaze and let out a shaky breath before offering an apology. In a trembling voice, he murmured that if the family found out he could not use aura, they would cast him out. Then, like a true performer, tears began to gather in Zeke Draker's eyes. In that instant, he looked exactly like a helpless, terrified child. Someone might as well have handed him an award. Seeing his apprentice on the verge of tears, Duke Draker's expression softened. In the end, a child was still a child, no matter how composed Zeke tried to appear. He was still a boy carrying a fate far too heavy for his age. Without saying another word, Zeke Draker extended his wrist and offered his pulse for examination. Duke Draker accepted it and carefully spread his aura through Zeke Draker's body, searching for even the faintest sign of aura circulation. There was nothing. Not a single drop of aura could be found inside Zeke Draker, despite the fact that he had clearly awakened successfully. Duke Draker frowned deeply. This should have been impossible. He searched through everything he knew, trying to find some explanation, but no answer came to him. Meanwhile, Zeke Draker remained calm. He had expected Duke Draker to react this way, because the results of the blessing rite were supposed to be absolute. Drakers were meant to awaken aura. Always. Even if Duke tried with all his heart to accept what he had just witnessed as the truth, his own common sense kept fighting back, desperately searching for a way to make it sound reasonable. Instead of simply acknowledging the reality standing right in front of him, Duke's mind began twisting through every possible explanation, trying to find anything that felt less impossible. And, just as Zeke had expected, Duke eventually arrived at an answer that made sense to him. His eyes narrowed slightly, and in a low mutter, he said that Zeke must be an irregular. Zeke blinked at the unfamiliar word, tilting his head with genuine curiosity. Irregular? He repeated, and Duke gave a firm nod as if that single term explained everything. Duke explained that irregulars were people born with abilities that didn't fit into the normal boundaries of the world, individuals whose powers moved outside the rules everyone else was forced to follow. Some irregulars, Duke said, were able to handle both aura and mana at the same time. Others possessed talents so strange they felt almost unnatural, like catching brief glimpses of the future. Because people like that overturned ordinary logic, the world rarely treated them kindly. If Zeke's abnormality became public, it would only invite pointless danger and troublesome attention. Duke folded his arms across his chest, and his voice dropped into a more serious tone. For now, he said, it would be best if this remained a secret known only between master and apprentice. Zeke quietly nodded in agreement, though he already understood better than anyone how people who knew nothing about classes would react to someone like him. Duke then studied him again and continued, saying that Zeke's unusual ability was probably tied to his ridiculous stamina and recovery speed. Even a small internal injury should have needed time to mend, yet Zeke seemed to bounce back almost the moment he was hurt. Zeke kept his mouth shut and simply allowed Duke to build the explanation on his own. If this misunderstanding helped cover his real secrets, then there was no reason to correct it. Duke's gaze sharpened as he thought deeper. Zeke's recovery truly was abnormal, almost as if even serious damage could be repaired in an instant. After a moment of silence, the old knight formed a theory. If Zeke's stamina and regeneration were working at such an extreme speed, then they had to be consuming an equally absurd amount of energy. And that energy Duke believed was aura. Zeke raised an eyebrow, but Duke continued without hesitation. His aura must be constantly draining away to fuel his body's recovery, which explained why there was hardly anything left for others to sense or for Zeke to use. Zeke was honestly impressed. For an eccentric old knight, Duke had somehow pieced together an explanation that sounded surprisingly believable. Staying in character, Zeke furrowed his brow and asked with a touch of hesitation whether that meant he would never be able to use aura at all. Duke immediately burst into laughter, amused that this was the part Zeke was worried about. Duke shook his head as if that concern barely mattered. Aura could be forgotten for now because his Gale arts did not rely on aura in the first place. Zeke listened closely as Duke began explaining the nature of special arts. A special art was a technique created by a knight who had pushed their skill to its absolute peak. Most of the time, those arts grew out of dragonslaying techniques and required aura to truly function. But Gale arts were different. They were built entirely around control of the body, turning pure physical mastery into something terrifying. "Watch carefully," Duke said. Before Zeke could even blink, the floor beneath Duke's feet cracked apart, the impact spreading through the ground like a sudden burst of force. With just one leap, the old knight shot across the gymnasium like a storm given human form. His speed was outrageous. He sliced through the air faster than the eye could properly follow, and his movements were so smooth that not even afterimages seemed to remain. In only a few seconds, Duke had crossed the arena again and again from different angles before landing lightly back where he had started, standing as casually as if he had only taken a single step. Duke turned back toward Zeke, watching his reaction with a faint challenge in his eyes. He asked if Zeke had managed to catch all of that. Zeke let out a slow breath, then calmly asked whether it would be all right for him to try it himself. For a moment, Duke just stared at him, genuinely caught off guard. Most people would have asked to see the movement several more times before even thinking of copying it. But this kid was already eager to attempt it. The old knight threw his head back with a hearty laugh, calling Zeke bold before finally giving him permission to go ahead. Zeke stepped forward and settled himself. Inside his mind, he replayed Duke's movements in exact detail, tracing every foot placement, every shift of balance, and every sudden burst of power that had launched the old knight forward. Then Zeke moved. His very first step landed directly on top of the footprint Duke had left behind, and the force of it carved a fresh crater into the ground beneath him. In the next instant, Zeke vanished from sight. Zeke followed his master's path almost perfectly, stepping into each mark Duke had left without a single mistake. And the moment he experienced the movement with his own body, the structure behind it suddenly became clear. These were not random steps thrown together for speed. Every single movement had a specific purpose. Some steps were meant to launch an attack, while others existed to slip away from danger. Certain movements closed the gap in an instant, and others created distance before an opponent could react. After completing the final step, Zeke gradually slowed his momentum and came to a controlled stop. Across from him, Duke stood frozen in place, too stunned to say a word. Duke had already known that the boy possessed a frightening amount of talent. But this was something else entirely. This went far beyond anything Duke had prepared himself to see. Only a week ago, Zeke had been nowhere near this level, yet now his improvement was so drastic it felt like watching a completely different person. Duke had never witnessed anyone grow at such a ridiculous speed, especially not someone who already had Zeke's natural potential to begin with. Of course, just when the old knight was ready to admire him properly, Zeke's confidence had to creep in and ruin the moment. If that arrogance of his could only be reined in a little, Duke thought, the boy would be almost flawless. Duke grabbed Zeke and pulled him into a playful headlock, ruffling him with the rough affection of a master teasing his apprentice. He joked about how Zeke had gone from crying his eyes out to flawlessly copying such a difficult technique in what felt like no time at all. Some time passed after their training had begun, and on this particular day, Zeke was seated in the academy dining hall with a plate stacked high in front of him. Meat, seafood, bread. Anything within reach had found its way onto his tray. Ever since he became the Gale Knight's apprentice a month earlier, the intensity of Duke's training had pushed Zeke's appetite to an entirely different level. While Zeke was busy eating, Instructor Andre approached his table and asked if he could spare a moment to talk. With his schedule already packed from morning to night, Zeke barely looked away from his food and told Andre to say whatever he needed to say right there. Andre, as it turned out, had only one question. He wanted to know how Zeke had managed to convince Duke Draker to accept him as a disciple. Still focused on his meal, Zeke answered in a calm, casual tone. He said he hadn't done anything special at all. Duke had chosen him entirely on his own. Andre's expression immediately darkened, irritation flashing across his face before he could fully hide it. It was obvious that he did not like Zeke's answer, and the resentment in his eyes was impossible to miss. In Andre's mind, there seemed to be only one explanation for it. Zeke must have been chosen simply because he was a pure-blood awakener. That assumption did not sit well with Zeke at all. After finishing his food, Zeke turned the conversation back on Andre without hesitation and gave him a sharp dose of reality. He pointed straight at the inferiority complex Andre had been carrying deep inside him, exposing a truth the instructor clearly was not prepared to hear. Andre's hands trembled with anger as he struggled to keep himself composed. Trying to put Zeke back in his place, he snapped that Zeke was still nothing more than a cadet. But Zeke had no intention of stopping there. He challenged Andre's words directly, asking whether he truly believed a man like Duke Draker would choose a disciple for such a shallow reason. And even if his bloodline had helped him reach that position, Zeke asked, did that not still prove his own strength? The fact that Zeke could take the lineage he was born with and use it as a foundation to climb higher only reinforced his worth. And he did not end the conversation there. Instead, he gave Andre advice that was blunt, cutting, and difficult to ignore. Rather than protecting his pride and clinging to his inferiority complex, Andre would be better off putting in the effort needed to become someone worth choosing. The words stung badly, but even Andre could not deny that there was truth hidden inside them. Later that same day, at the Western Greenhouse Arena, the usual training session between Zeke and Duke had gained an unexpected third presence. Someone had arrived before both of them and was already sprinting around the track with desperate intensity, as if every lap mattered more than the last. Confused by the sight, Zeke turned toward his master for an explanation. But Duke looked just as puzzled, clearly having no idea what had gotten into the man either. As it turned out, Instructor Andre had come to the arena earlier than them and had practically begged Duke to let him train under him. Andre had been willing to start from the very bottom, even if that meant being treated as nothing more than a servant. Amused by his sudden desperation, Duke had decided to give him a challenge. If Andre could run 300 laps around the track without using aura, Duke said he would at least consider accepting him. And now Andre was right there in front of them, forcing his body forward lap after lap, pushing himself to the edge through sheer determination. Duke could not hide his surprise at Andre's sudden resolve, and even Zeke had to admit that the instructor's effort was genuinely impressive. Andre Draker was not just some prideful scholar hiding behind his title after all. Beneath all that resentment and wounded pride, the man actually had real grit. That very same day, while Andre was pushing himself at the arena, a much larger event was beginning to stir across Draker Academy. Every student had been called to gather at the training grounds, and the reason was important enough to put the entire academy on alert. The Patriarch himself was coming. From beyond the campus gates, the heavy thunder of hooves rolled through the air. Moments later, a grand carriage marked with the proud insignia of House Draker entered the academy, drawing every eye toward it. The academy dean, Howard Draker, a round and heavy-set man, reacted faster than anyone else the moment the carriage appeared. He quickly ordered his men to prepare for the Supreme Leader's arrival, making sure every detail was in place while he positioned himself at the very front, determined to be the first one to offer his greeting. When the carriage finally stopped, the door opened, and Howard immediately bent into a deep bow. His plump face was filled with reverence, as if he were standing before someone far above ordinary men. Behind Howard, the knights moved in perfect order, dropping to one knee and raising their blades in formal salute. The Patriarch had arrived exactly on schedule, right as noon struck. At that moment, the academy bell rang out across the grounds, its sharp toll echoing louder and clearer than usual. The sound seemed to announce to every corner of the academy that this was no ordinary day. Then the man himself stepped forward. Arthur Draker, leader of the Third Transcendent Household, and the living symbol of the Dragonslayer name, emerged before them. His presence alone carried overwhelming authority, the kind that made people lower their heads before he even opened his mouth. Arthur placed a firm hand on Howard's shoulder, towering over the dean with effortless dominance as he offered him a rare word of praise for his hard work. Arthur was like a force of nature given human form, a man whose very posture embodied power, control, and absolute dominance. Still bowing, Howard hurriedly suggested that they head inside, mentioning the harsh midday sun as an excuse. But Arthur Draker was not the kind of man who let others decide his pace. Meanwhile, a few students gathered near the gates managed to catch a glimpse of him, and their eyes widened with awe the instant they recognized who had arrived. Then, at last, Arthur stepped fully into view, revealing his face to the young cadets and knights gathered across the training grounds. Standing before the next generation of Dragonslayers, Arthur faced them directly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with calm authority. These students were the future of his clan, the hope and strength that would carry House Draker forward. Arthur urged them to train harder, to push past their limits, and to sharpen themselves not only for their own growth, but for the glory of the Draker family. Arthur's commanding presence and powerful words struck deep into the students' hearts. Fired up by his speech, they shouted their answers with full conviction, their voices rising together across the training grounds. With the blazing sun hanging high overhead, Arthur finally turned away from the crowd and ordered Howard to escort him inside. Behind closed doors, Zeke Draker was summoned before the leader of all knights, the guardian of the Dragonslayer name, and above all, his father. When Zeke greeted him with a formal tone that sounded almost outdated in the modern day, Arthur let out a faint chuckle, clearly amused by the rare display. With a small smile on his face, Arthur poured tea into 2 cups and motioned for his son to take a seat across from him. Arthur said he had heard that Zeke enjoyed tea, so he had prepared a particularly rare kind, hoping it would suit his son's taste. To anyone watching from the outside, it might have looked like a thoughtful gesture from a caring father. But Zeke understood the meaning behind it immediately. Even a small personal preference like his taste in tea had been reported to the upper ranks. There was an old saying that the emperor might be unaware of certain things, but nothing escaped the eyes of a Draker. And in that quiet room, sitting across from his father, Zeke could feel the full weight of that saying pressing down on him. Arthur did not bother circling around the subject for long. He had called Zeke there because he had heard that Duke Draker had accepted him as a disciple. True to his nature, the patriarch showed little interest in meaningless small talk. Zeke, however, kept his tone modest and downplayed the matter, saying that Duke was only doing him a favor. Arthur admitted that he still could not see exactly what goal his youngest son was aiming for. Even so, he acknowledged that if Zeke continued under Duke's guidance, it would surely open the path to an impressive future. But before Arthur could continue, Zeke cut in. Learning from Duke was not his final goal. What Zeke wanted was far greater. He intended to become the strongest man on the entire continent. Arthur's eyes sharpened the moment he heard that declaration, but Zeke was not finished speaking yet. Zeke declared that he would surpass everyone, rising to a level of power so great that no one would be able to restrain the way he lived. That was the ambition burning inside him, and no matter what stood in his way, Zeke had no intention of stopping until he reached it. Arthur studied his son in silence, his expression impossible to read. Then, without warning and without saying a word, he allowed a trace of his aura to slip out, just enough to make his point. Instantly, the air in the room grew heavy. Zeke's body stiffened as an invisible pressure wrapped around him from every direction, pressing down like a force he could not see but could definitely feel. A cold shiver crawled down Zeke's spine. This was not ordinary aura. This was the astral sword, a power said to grant control over every living being caught within its range. It was the highest form of aura manipulation, a realm only the most elite Black Knights could ever hope to reach. The sheer weight of Arthur's presence made Zeke's breath catch in his throat. Arthur's eyes gleamed with an emotion Zeke could not quite identify. It might have been amusement or it might have been a silent challenge. Zeke realized that he had spoken too boldly, maybe even too carelessly. But even under the crushing pressure of his father's power, he refused to lower his head or take a step back. Gritting his teeth, Zeke held his ground and met Arthur's gaze head-on. He did not withdraw his words. He did not retreat from them. Instead, he made his resolve even clearer. Yes, his goal was to surpass even his own father, and no matter what it took, he would make that ambition a reality. Arthur watched Zeke carefully for a moment. Then, as if the answer had satisfied him, he calmly withdrew the astral sword. The suffocating pressure vanished from the room in an instant, and Arthur simply lifted his cup as though nothing had happened, taking a calm sip of tea. Arthur admitted that Zeke's declaration was the most interesting thing he had heard in years. At first, he had come to the academy to support both the institution and his youngest son. But after seeing Zeke's growth with his own eyes, Arthur began to wonder whether that alone would truly be enough. Reaching into his finely tailored suit, Arthur took out a small object and slid it across the table toward Zeke. Zeke's gaze immediately dropped to the item resting in front of him. It was a black card, stamped with the unmistakable insignia of the Draker family. For a brief moment, Zeke was left stunned. Until then, he had always believed that Black Knights like Duke stood at the absolute pinnacle of strength. But Arthur Draker was different. His father stood on a level that felt completely removed from even the strongest knights Zeke had known. The moment Zeke saw that black card with his own eyes, an uneasy feeling settled in his chest. Zeke stumbled slightly over his words, and Arthur's lips curved into a faint smirk. From that reaction alone, He could tell his son already understood exactly what the card meant. This was not just some expensive token. It was the black card itself, a symbol of absolute privilege granted only to a very small number of people. The benefits that came with it were almost absurd. There was no spending limit, no ordinary restriction, and it granted access to elite establishments and circles of influence that most people could never even approach. In simple terms, it was practically an endless source of money and authority. Arthur explained it casually, saying the card would be registered under both his name and Zeke's, which meant Zeke could use it however he pleased. But Zeke was not naive enough to take the gift at face value. He knew there was another purpose hidden beneath Arthur's generosity. Every purchase made with a black card left behind a record, meaning it could also become a perfect way to monitor his movements. Still, the fact that Arthur had chosen this method instead of assigning a Black Knight squad to tail him said something important. The Patriarch did not yet view Zeke as a real threat. At least not yet. Zeke swallowed down the discomfort rising inside him and accepted the card, deciding that he would only use it when he truly had no better option. Arthur then dismissed him with a final word of encouragement, telling Zeke that if he truly wanted to become the strongest, he would need to prove it through effort. Zeke bowed one last time and thanked the master of House Draker with proper formality. Then he turned and left the room, his mind already spinning with thoughts he could not easily set aside. Once the door closed behind Zeke, Arthur leaned back in his seat and slowly shut his eyes, falling into quiet contemplation. His youngest son's ambition had been far more unexpected than Arthur had anticipated, yet it was also undeniably intriguing. Then, in the middle of that silence, the stillness of the room was suddenly broken. Duke Draker strode in without the slightest concern for formalities. His voice carried a sharp edge, and his expression was difficult to read as he faced Arthur directly. He called Arthur a sickening old man, making no attempt to soften the insult. Arthur merely opened one eye, completely unfazed by the blunt remark, and asked why Duke was so angry. Duke crossed his arms, his tone thick with contempt as he asked if Arthur was suddenly pretending to be a father after spending a lifetime neglecting his own son. Arthur did not flinch, but it had been years since anyone had dared to confront him so openly, and Duke was almost the only man with both the strength and the nerve to do it. Arthur let out a quiet sigh and insisted that he had no choice. This was simply the price of standing as head of the household, and leadership always demanded sacrifices. Arthur added that Duke's accusations were dangerously close to slandering the Patriarch himself, but Duke did not care in the slightest. He dropped onto the couch and stretched out comfortably, meeting Arthur's gaze as if daring him to react. If that was a problem, Duke told him to go ahead, cuff him and drag him away. Arthur chuckled, letting the formal mask fall away. Out of everyone on the continent, Duke was the only person he could speak to like this. Then Arthur reached into his suit again and pulled out something far more tempting than gold. It was a bottle of Dragon's Breath, an incredibly rare and highly prized liquor. Arthur offered Duke a drink, as if the best way to continue their tense conversation was over a glass of something exceptional. And almost immediately, Duke's mood began to change. A smirk tugged at Duke's mouth as he admitted that, if nothing else, Arthur had excellent taste in alcohol. Once the drinks were poured, Arthur finally turned the conversation toward the real matter at hand, the strange tension spreading across the continent. Duke pretended not to know what Arthur meant, claiming that he had been keeping quietly to himself at the academy. But Arthur knew Duke far too well to believe that excuse. Duke had eyes and ears in more places than most people realized. With a sigh, Duke set his glass down and asked why Arthur was bothering to ask a question when he already knew the answer. Arthur did not argue. He simply waited for him to continue. After a brief pause, Duke leaned forward, and his voice dropped into a more serious tone. The Emperor, he said, had gone mad chasing immortality. He was scouring the entire continent for anything, no matter how faint, that might give him a clue toward eternal life. Arthur nodded, showing no surprise. He had reached the same conclusion himself. Magic might slow the process of aging, but true immortality was nothing more than a myth, something no one had ever achieved and likely never would. Still, there was one detail that troubled Arthur. The Emperor was not simply chasing an empty dream. He seemed to be searching for something real, something connected to the Elder Dragon. And if that was true, the situation became far more dangerous. Neither of them realized that Zeke had not gone far. In the next room, he was leaning casually against the wall with his hands in his pockets, silently listening to every word. Through soul manifestation, Zeke absorbed the entire conversation while continuing to refine his aura, forcing himself to endure the strain for the sake of the information. To Zeke, what he was hearing was priceless. Arthur guessed that the Emperor's search had most likely led him toward a relic connected to the Elder Dragon. Duke considered the idea in silence for a moment, then found that the theory was disturbingly plausible. That led to an even more serious question. What if the Emperor had already managed to find it? Arthur turned his drink slowly in his hand as he considered the possibility. It was not impossible. His personal unit, the Order of Black Knights, had been gathering intelligence, and every lead pointed toward one place, the northern continent. Duke's eyes sharpened the instant he heard that. The fact that this information was only reaching him now meant the Empire's spies had not obtained it yet. But they would eventually. It was only a matter of time. And this whole obsession with immortality dragged Duke's mind back to an old and unpleasant memory. Duke remembered the past all too clearly. The moment that insane emperor ascended the throne, he launched a war to unify the continent. Only after conquering half of the central continent did he finally bring the bloodshed to a halt. Now history seemed ready to repeat itself. Back then, Duke had believed the emperor would eventually give up on his ridiculous, decaying dream. But he had been completely wrong. If that madman truly obtained an artifact capable of granting immortality, the entire continent could be thrown into a war unlike anything it had ever seen. A conflict massive enough to leave nothing behind but flames and ruin. Arthur Draker had no intention of sitting quietly and letting such a disaster unfold. With the situation this severe, he had already made his decision. He would head north and deal with it himself. That statement was enough to leave Duke visibly stunned. Arthur leaving his seat in the central continent was practically inviting catastrophe. If the Patriarch was not there to keep the Emperor in check, that power-hungry bastard could run wild without restraint. But that was precisely why Arthur had come to the academy in the first place. Aside from giving a half-hearted speech to the trainees, he had come to inform Duke of his plans. And because Arthur knew Duke so well, he had already predicted exactly how he would react. Resisting the decision was pointless. Realizing there was no real way out of it, Duke released a long, heavy sigh. Then, with a reluctant smirk, he lifted his glass for a toast. Duke told Arthur fine, but warned him not to expect Duke to behave nicely while he was gone. Arthur chuckled because he had never expected that in the first place. The grumpy old guardian of the academy groaned in annoyance, but Arthur understood the truth. No matter how loudly Duke complained, he was more than capable of holding the fort. Meanwhile, in the next room, Zeke was suffering the consequences of listening in for too long. Pain spread through his entire body, his vision began to blur, and the backlash from overusing soul manifestation finally came crashing down on him. His knees gave out beneath him, and before he could steady himself, Zeke collapsed onto the floor. His breathing turned rough, and his bloodshot eyes showed just how hard the technique had pushed him. Even after absorbing the heart of Bahamut, Zeke still could not avoid the side effects of soul manifestation. But the pain was worth it because the information he had just gained was far too valuable. Piece by piece, everything was beginning to connect. The statue Zeke had obtained before his regression had never been an ordinary relic. It was an artifact connected to the Elder Dragon. The mysterious voice he had heard right before his death. The strange system messages that appeared after he woke up in his younger body. Now all of it began to make a little more sense. Without even knowing it, Zeke's past self had stolen the very artifact the Emperor had been obsessively searching for. No wonder Zeke had been hunted like an animal. That crazed dictator had mobilized his elite unit, the hunting dogs, and sent them after him, chasing him to the ends of the world. Back then, Zeke had been so consumed by revenge that he never questioned why the pursuit had been so relentless. His focus had been locked entirely on his enemies, leaving him blind to the true reason behind it all. But now, he finally had a concrete clue about his regression and the administrator system that had thrown him back in time. It was connected to the Elder Dragon's artifact. But that answer only opened the door to even greater questions. Who could have created something like that? How much power would such a being possess? And above all, why had it been made in the first place? Sitting there on the floor, Zeke drew in a deep breath and forced himself to steady his mind. He had chased one answer, only to find even larger mysteries waiting beyond it. Once the drinks were finished and their business had been settled, the two top figures of House Draker prepared to part ways. Duke assured Arthur that he would make his move soon, and Arthur entrusted the matter to him without hesitation. But just as Arthur was about to leave, his steps suddenly came to a stop. The atmosphere in the hallway shifted in an instant. Arthur's sharp gaze fixed on the closed door of the room where Zeke was hiding, as though he could see straight through the wood and sense the presence beyond it. Inside, completely unaware that danger was approaching, Zeke remained lost in thought, turning over the mysteries of immortality and time travel. If he truly had stolen the Emperor's artifact, then what exactly had made them believe it was connected to eternal life? Then came the sound of heavy footsteps. The moment Zeke heard them, every instinct in his body screamed a warning. Arthur Draker was getting far too close. In the next instant, the door swung open, and Arthur Draker stepped inside with that sharp, unreadable gaze of his sweeping across the entire room. But there was no one there. Zeke Draker had sensed the danger and moved just in time. By the time Arthur entered the room, Zeke was already slipping out through the window, escaping by the narrowest margin before he could be discovered. Arthur briefly scanned the empty space, then let the strange sensation fade from his mind and turned away from the room. Later that day, Zeke returned to the Western Greenhouse Arena and threw himself back into his usual brutal training routine. It was supposed to be the kind of day where no one interrupted him, but Decker, ever the diligent old servant, ignored that rule for a reason. Decker bowed apologetically and explained that a fellow student had come looking for Zeke. Zeke's brows pulled together at once. Who would go out of their way to visit him? He barely had anyone in the academy he could call a friend. Still, curiosity won out and he told Decker to let the visitor in. Zeke had not expected Liam Stone. The moment that large, sturdy student entered the arena, he lowered his head in complete submission. Zeke narrowed his eyes, instantly suspicious, wondering what this guy was trying to pull. Then Liam spoke in a voice filled with raw sincerity, pleading for Zeke to take him in. Zeke let out a sharp breath, already regretting the fact that he had not simply ignored Liam back when he was humiliating Liam's so-called master. With irritation in his voice, Zeke asked if Liam was saying he wanted to become his subordinate. Liam lowered his head even further, his voice steady despite the tension, and swore his loyalty to Zeke. That was not what Zeke had expected at all. Raising an eyebrow, Zeke asked what had happened to Liam's loyalty to Jaken Wardek. The instant that name was mentioned, Liam's face darkened. Anger flickered across his expression before he forced out the answer. Jaken Wardek had abandoned him. Without a powerful Draker backing him, Liam had no chance of entering Valhalla as a trainee. Zeke's thoughts flashed back to his previous life. Liam had been the same back then as well. Zeke had never discovered why Liam was so obsessed with getting into Valhalla, but one thing had always been painfully clear. Liam Stone would beg, crawl, and throw away his pride if that was what it took to get in. Clicking his tongue, Zeke rejected him outright, calling him an idiot. If Liam was that desperate, Zeke told him to go chase after the Turin family or the Simmons family instead. With a dismissive wave, Zeke made one thing very clear. He was not some convenient support system for desperate people to cling to, and more importantly, even Zeke himself could not help Liam enter Valhalla. Zeke had no reason to believe a single word coming from Liam's mouth. For all he knew, this brute could have been sent by Jaken Wardek as a spy, waiting for a chance to take revenge. The doubt in Zeke's voice was obvious, but Liam did not waste time trying to argue. Instead, he acted. In one swift movement, Liam pulled a knife from his waistband. Zeke's eyes sharpened, his body ready for an attack, but Liam did not rush toward him. Instead, that fool turned the blade toward himself. Then, without the slightest hesitation, Liam made one brutal slash. He cut off his own left ear. Blood sprayed across the arena floor, spreading in dark drops beneath him. Zeke said nothing, watching in silence as Liam let the severed ear fall to the ground as if it were nothing more than a discarded object. Liam drew in a shaky breath, but his expression did not waver. He admitted that Zeke had every reason to doubt him, and then swore he would do whatever was necessary to prove himself. Then he went even further, with a frightening sincerity that made the air feel colder. If Zeke wanted him mute, Liam would cut out his own tongue. If Zeke wanted him crippled, Liam would take off his own foot. Zeke could not deny what he was seeing. This was an extreme, almost deranged display of loyalty. Liam was not bluffing. The desperation in his voice and the blood running down his face made that painfully clear. As Zeke watched Liam tremble and grit his teeth against the pain, another memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. It was the memory of another severed ear, one Zeke had no desire to remember. And yet, looking at Liam now, seeing him push himself to the absolute edge just for the chance to follow him, Zeke could not stop himself from recalling a time when he had once stood in a similar position. In that memory, a battle-scarred veteran with eyes full of hatred knelt before the master from Zeke's past life, begging to be made stronger than anyone else. Liam's voice shook as he pleaded again and again, desperate for Zeke to accept him. At last, Zeke finally moved. Without saying another word, Zeke tossed a training sword down at Liam's feet. Zeke declared that if Liam could withstand even one strike from him, then he would take Liam in. Liam's body swayed from the blood loss, but his face still lit up the moment he heard those words. Even in that half-delirious state, he managed to grin through the pain and rasp out his thanks while barely staying on his feet. Zeke was not completely heartless, so he gave the idiot some time to have his wound treated before the match. Liam gripped the training sword tightly, his thoughts racing. He believed he had a chance. After all, he possessed draconic aura, even if only to a limited degree. But then Liam lifted his gaze and saw Zeke's stance, his posture, and the sheer presence surrounding him. In that moment, it no longer felt like he was facing another student. It felt like Liam was staring straight into the eyes of a monster. For the first time, Liam wondered whether he and Zeke could even be called peers. Zeke had not even moved yet, but Liam could already feel the crushing weight of his aura bearing down on him. Liam's chest tightened. His breath came out in rough gasps, and his vision began to blur. The pressure was so overwhelming that even keeping his grip on the sword became difficult. Then Zeke struck. His speed erupted in an instant, his compact muscles coiling like springs before releasing a terrifying burst of force. Liam reacted purely on instinct, raising his blade to meet the attack. He swung down in an attempt to parry the thrust, and the two training swords collided with a sharp impact that sent sparks flying. A heartbeat later, one of the swords spun violently through the air. The match was over. Just as expected, Liam had been completely outclassed, his weapon knocked clean from his grasp. If this had been a real battle instead of a test, Liam would already have been dead. Zeke exhaled, and disappointment was clear in his voice as he looked down at Liam collapsed flat against the ground. He asked if that was truly all Liam had. Even Zeke felt a faint trace of pity at how miserable the sight was. Still, Zeke could see the stubborn determination burning in Liam's eyes. With a sigh, he gave him a piece of advice. Forget Valhalla and find another path. But Liam refused to give up. He understood his situation too well. After Zeke humiliated that spoiled brat Jaken Wardek, Liam had been thrown away without a second thought. Liam came from a distant branch family, which meant that without his position as Jaken Wardek's attendant, he would never have been allowed to set foot in the cradle in the first place. And if Draker Academy could expel Zeke, a direct descendant of House Draker, then it would not hesitate for even a moment to discard someone like Liam. Zeke turned to leave, thinking the matter had already been settled. But then something heavy suddenly latched onto his leg. When Zeke looked down, he found Liam clinging to him with all his strength, as if letting go would mean losing everything. Zeke could not help wondering why this guy was so unbelievably desperate. In the previous timeline, Liam had been expelled from the academy, and the order he served had eventually fallen apart. Yet through nothing but sheer will, battle experience, and stubborn survival, Liam clawed his way upward until he eventually became a Red Knight and earned the title of Mercenary King. Now, with tears streaming down his face, Liam begged Zeke for one more chance to prove himself. Zeke narrowed his eyes as the last of his patience began to wear thin. Liam Stone was seriously stubborn. At last, Zeke gave in and told him he would get one final chance, warning him not to waste it. With that, Zeke agreed to take Liam under his wing. But there was one condition. Liam had claimed that he would do anything. Liam Stone had said that if Zeke Draker wanted a mute servant, he would cut out his own tongue without hesitation. He had even claimed that if Zeke demanded it, he would sever his own feet. So Zeke decided to give Liam a task so cruel and impossible that almost anyone would finally break. Zeke gripped Liam's shoulder firmly, his expression dark and unreadable, then spoke in a grim voice. If Liam was truly serious, then he should cut off his right arm. Those words struck Liam like a blade of ice, sending a cold shiver down his spine. Zeke did not soften the demand. His eyes stayed fixed on Liam as he asked what mattered more to him, his right arm or the chance to serve under Zeke. Zeke knew exactly what kind of choice he had placed in front of Liam. Losing that arm meant throwing away almost every hope Liam had of ever becoming a proper swordsman. Any ordinary person with even a trace of sanity would have backed down right there. With that, Zeke turned away and settled back into his training stance, fully expecting Liam to finally accept reality, give up, and leave the arena. But Liam did not move toward the exit. Instead, he silently walked toward a sword. Zeke's eyes narrowed the moment he noticed that movement. At first, Zeke had thought this would not matter much. Even if Liam was expelled, the future would still move forward. Liam would eventually rise through hardship, become a Red Knight, and build his own legend as the Mercenary King. But the way Liam was moving now felt wrong. Then realization hit Zeke all at once. Liam was not giving up. He was actually going to do it. Liam's hand tightened around the hilt of the blade. Then he raised the sword high above himself, aiming the edge toward his own arm. Zeke's body reacted before his thoughts could fully catch up. Pushing his legs to their limit, Zeke crossed the distance in an instant. Just before Liam could bring the weapon down, Zeke's sword flashed through the air and cleaved Liam's blade clean in half. The sharp clang of broken metal rang out across the arena. Liam stared blankly at his still intact arm, as if his mind could not understand why it was still attached to his body. Zeke, however, was furious. He grabbed Liam by the collar and yanked the big fool off the ground, barking at him as if he had completely lost his mind. Yes, Zeke's condition had been extreme, but that did not mean Liam should have taken it as an absolute order. What if Zeke had been the kind of bastard who made promises and then broke them? Liam would have thrown away everything for nothing. But Liam's hesitation had never been about the condition itself. To him, there was something in this world even more important than keeping his own arm. Zeke dropped Liam back onto his feet and fixed him with a cold, warning stare. If Liam ever did something that stupid again, Zeke told him he would be out immediately no matter how loyal he claimed to be. Liam had better remember that. For the first time, the constant tension on Liam's face finally began to ease. Zeke's words were harsh, but hidden inside them was the answer Liam had been desperate to hear. He was allowed to stay. Still, there was another problem that could not be ignored. Zeke told him they needed to get him to the infirmary, because he had no intention of letting his new subordinate walk around looking like a one-eared freak. After Liam's ear was treated, he was brought to Zeke's personal banquet hall and invited to share a meal. As Liam sat at the table, he kept reaching up without thinking, lightly touching the ear that had been restored to its proper place. He still could not believe how quickly the injury had been fixed. It turned out that Zeke had used one of his healing potions to regenerate Liam's ear. Liam immediately felt guilty, knowing that such a potion was rare and valuable, and that his new lord had spent it on him from the very beginning. But Zeke simply waved off the concern and said to think of it as an investment, nothing more. Now that the chaos had finally settled, Zeke shifted his attention to the real question behind Liam's desperation. He asked what could possibly matter more to Liam than his own right arm. Liam's answer was short, simple, and painfully understandable. It was his mother. After Jake and Wardeck cast him aside, Liam received word that his mother had suddenly collapsed from an unnaturally high fever. Although she managed to recover from that first collapse, it was only the beginning. Strange markings like red roses soon began spreading across her body, draining her strength more and more with each passing day. Zeke's expression darkened as he listened. Those symptoms sounded far too familiar. Liam had taken such desperate measures because he had no other choice. The village healers did not even know what the illness was, much less how to cure it. The only hope Liam could cling to was Valhalla. Students of the academy, along with their families, could receive some of the finest medical treatment available on the continent. If Liam could get into Valhalla, then maybe his mother would still have a chance. Zeke released a long sigh as everything finally clicked into place. Without saying another word, Zeke picked up a pen, dipped it into the inkwell, and began writing down the symptoms exactly as Liam had described them. Red markings shaped like roses, repeated high fevers. Zeke knew that disease all too well. 5 years from now, the entire central continent would be devastated by the Rose Plague, a highly contagious illness that would leave behind an unbelievable number of deaths. Countless people would die before a radical treatment was finally discovered, one powerful enough to wipe the disease out completely. After finishing his notes, Zeke leaned back in his chair, his mind already moving quickly through everything he remembered. Then Zeke handed the sheet of paper to Liam. Written on it was the formula for a medicine capable of treating Liam's mother's illness. The process was not especially complicated, and the ingredients were not rare either. Any village healer with basic skill should be able to make it. Liam stared down at the paper, caught somewhere between confusion and relief. How could this be possible? The village healers, people who had spent their entire lives studying medicine, had been completely helpless. Yet Zeke, a young swordsman, had written down the cure in just a few moments. In the future, the genius alchemist brothers, Al and Jeff, would be the ones to create this treatment and save countless lives. But before their discovery could spread freely, the Alchemist Association would monopolize it, selling the cure at outrageous prices and exploiting desperate patients and families. Eventually, Al and Jeff would reveal the formula to the public, which was how even warriors like Zeke came to know about it. Of course, Zeke could not explain any of that to Liam, so he gave the simplest possible answer and said he knew a good alchemist. With the cure in his hands, Liam technically no longer had any reason to enter Valhalla or swear himself to Zeke. The greatest problem driving him forward had been solved in an instant. But Liam did not see it that way. He rose from his seat, his expression firm and unwavering. Liam was a man who kept his word, and he had already vowed to dedicate his life to serving Zeke. Clenching his fist tightly, Liam dropped to one knee before the young lord and swore lifelong loyalty to him. Zeke had spent the entire day trying to push this big fool away. But hearing the future mercenary king swear loyalty with his own mouth gave Zeke a strange sense of relief. He accepted Liam Stone's oath without making a show of it, then fixed him with one last warning. Don't fall behind. If you can't keep up, I'll leave you behind. At that same time, far away from Zeke and Liam, a very different kind of meeting was unfolding behind the closed doors of Dean Howard Draker's office. Cadet Owen Zimmons had personally come to see the round, heavyset dean, and from the serious look on his face, this was clearly not some casual visit. Owen Zimmons had brought a proposal with him, and the moment he said it aloud, Howard Draker was visibly caught off guard. "I believe this semester's exam should be made more difficult," Owen suggested calmly. Howard Draker's eyebrow lifted at once. It was rare enough for a student to ask about exams at all, but for a cadet to request a harder one was something he did not hear every day. Owen Zimmons quickly lowered his tone and apologized in case he sounded overconfident, then explained exactly why he had come. This year's first-year cadets were unusually talented. Several great families had sent strong candidates, and beyond that, there were even 2 pure-blood awakeners among them. If the exam stays at last year's level, it won't measure their true abilities properly, Owen Zimmons continued. Howard Draker fell silent, turning the idea over in his mind. Annoying as it was to admit, the boy's reasoning made sense. After a short pause, the dean gave a small nod, accepting the logic behind Owen's request. Once the matter was settled, Owen Zimmons bowed politely, stepped back with perfect composure, and quietly left Howard Draker's office. Howard Draker leaned back in his chair after Owen was gone, his gaze drifting toward the window. A faint murmur slipped from his lips. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Owen Zimmons was already looking several moves ahead, just like his father. He was spotting problems before they appeared and trying to deal with them before they could grow into something troublesome. A few days later, the dungeon exploration exam finally began. The first-year cadets gathered outside the ancient ruins, each pair waiting for their turn with weapons and supplies ready. Draker Academy's semester evaluation was no ordinary test. Students were sent in as duos, assigned to random dungeons of different difficulty levels, and their goal was simple on paper: escape within the time limit. As expected, Zeke Draker and Liam Stone were paired together. They had finished their preparations and stood ready to move, but Liam's tense shoulders and restless expression made it obvious that his nerves were getting to him. Zeke noticed immediately and spoke in a steady voice. "It's normal to feel nervous. Just don't let that fear take control. Too much anxiety will make your hands slip at the worst moment," Zeke Draker added. "But if you get too comfortable, you'll become careless. Keep your head clear and stay sharp." Around them, some cadets were chatting with excitement, while others stood in stiff silence, swallowed by the pressure of the exam. Then a guard's voice cut through the noise. "Zeke Draker and Liam Stone." Zeke Draker and Liam Stone stepped forward without delay, moving straight toward the nearest ruined entrance where their assigned trial seemed to be waiting. But just before they could cross inside, a figure wearing black gloves stepped into their path and blocked the way. "Wait!" the man ordered sharply. An armed academy guard standing nearby lifted his hand and pointed toward another entrance instead, a door set much farther away on the opposite side. "You've been assigned to that dungeon," the guard insisted, his voice firm enough to leave no room for discussion. Zeke Draker's eyes shifted toward the guard for a brief instant, and in that moment, he sensed that something about this situation was not right. The man's expression stayed stiff and unchanging, but it was almost too forced, like he was trying to hide something behind that rigid face. Zeke Draker let out a quiet sigh. Whatever scheme had been prepared for him, he was confident he could deal with it. "Let's go," he muttered, leading Liam Stone toward the indicated door, even though the place practically smelled like a trap. Although the dungeons varied in difficulty, these ruins had been specially prepared for Draker Academy's exams, which meant they were still supposed to be under House Draker's supervision. The purpose of the test was not to send cadets into a death match. Their main objective was simply to survive the dungeon and find the exit before the time limit expired. Every group was given exactly 96 hours to complete the trial. In truth, time was the real enemy. Combat ability would still be evaluated, and students could earn extra points by returning with monster heads as proof of their kills. But none of those bonus points mattered if they failed to escape before the clock ran out. Missing the deadline meant an automatic failing grade, no matter how well they fought. Once Zeke Draker and Liam Stone entered the dungeon, the first stretch of their journey was strangely quiet. No monsters rushed them. No traps sprang from the walls. They simply advanced through the old ruins, surrounded by silence and worn stone. After traveling for some time, they finally stopped to rest. Their stomachs were full, nothing urgent was pressing down on them, and it seemed like the right moment to get some sleep. Oddly enough, despite being the subordinate, Liam Stone was the one who urged Zeke Draker to rest first. Zeke had handled everything so far, from setting up the camp to preparing their meal, so in Liam's mind, it was only fair that the young lord sleep before him. Zeke Draker told Liam Stone there was no need to worry. With his current constitution, he could go 4 full days without sleep and still function just fine. "Seriously, I could stay awake through the whole exam," he added, sounding a little too shameless about it. Liam knew arguing would get him nowhere, so with a reluctant grunt, He dragged his large frame into the tent and finally lay down to rest. Left alone beside the bonfire, Zeke Draker sat quietly, staring into the flames as his thoughts began to drift. 16 hours had already passed since they entered the dungeon. On top of that, Zeke Draker had spent the 3 days before the exam training without stopping. Altogether, that meant he had been awake for nearly 90 hours. His infinite stamina kept his body moving, but it did nothing to clear the heavy fog gathering in his mind. And inside a dungeon, where danger could crawl out from any dark corner, even 1 second of lost focus could be fatal. The stillness around him stretched on unnaturally, and the slow, quiet passage of the night began to gnaw at his exhausted thoughts. Zeke Draker could feel fatigue creeping over him, dulling his senses little by little. He considered waking Liam Stone and switching watches, but then he made the worst mistake he possibly could. His eyes slipped shut and he dozed off. In his dream, Zeke Draker was dragged back to the frozen plains of the northern regions, to a brutal land where the Emperor's crimson flag stood as a symbol of cruelty, slaughter, and endless bloodshed. A woman's corpse lay in front of him, motionless against the snow, her blood slowly seeping out beneath her body. The red stains spread wider and wider across the pure white ground, creating a horrifying contrast so vivid that it burned itself deep into Zeke Draker's memory. Zeke Draker's eyes snapped open. His breathing came out in rough, uneven gasps, and cold sweat clung to his skin. For a moment, he sat there frozen, as if the nightmare might still be bleeding into the world around him. But the bonfire was still crackling softly, and the dungeon around him remained silent. It had only been a dream. Even so, Zeke Draker would rather face an entire horde of monsters than be forced to relive that memory again. Then, in the middle of that silence, something pulled his attention sharply to the side. A sound rang out. One of the bell traps he had set earlier had just been triggered. Zeke Draker's senses sharpened in an instant. Whatever was out there, he was no longer alone. He snatched up his water canister and poured it over the bonfire, killing the flames at once and plunging the campsite into darkness. Then his voice cut through the tent like a blade. "Liam, wake the hell up!" As Liam Stone stirred inside the tent, Zeke Draker pressed his back against the nearby wall, positioning himself close to the direction of the disturbance. He carefully read the situation without rushing. Using his dragon eyes during a 4-day academy exam would draw too much attention, so for now, he forced himself to rely on his natural vision and let his eyes adjust to the darkness. Then a smell drifted through the air toward him, sharp and foul enough to sting the nose. Sulfur. Zeke Draker's thoughts connected instantly. There was only one kind of creature he knew that carried a stench like that. A pack-hunting monster ranked at danger level 3. A hellhound. In his past life, during this very semester exam, the top cadet, Raina Turin, had hunted down an orc. Zeke Draker had never heard of a dungeon room in this test containing hellhounds. That alone told him something was wrong. He stayed perfectly still, waiting for the beast to make the kind of dramatic entrance a monster like that usually would. But the expected charge never came. Instead, Zeke Draker noticed something far stranger. Even an alpha hellhound should only weigh a few 100 kilograms at most. Yet the deep, heavy echoes rumbling through the cavern sounded like something weighing several tons was drawing closer. A mutant, maybe? Holding his breath, Zeke used the surface of his blade like a mirror and carefully angled it around the corner. That quick decision saved him. In the reflection of the blade, Zeke Draker caught sight of a massive monster barreling straight toward them like a runaway freight train. With overwhelming brute force, the beast smashed through the door and tore through the surrounding walls as if it were Fafnir itself crashing into the ruins. The impact exploded outward like a blast, throwing Zeke Draker back through the air. But even as his body was hurled away, he twisted smoothly in midair and landed on both feet without losing his balance. Liam Stone rushed over to Zeke Draker's side, his eyes wide with panic and his face pale from the sudden attack. Zeke, however, wasn't staring at the monster in fear. His expression darkened as he cursed under his breath. The Zimmons. In that split second before the collision, Zeke Draker had noticed something small but important. Hidden on the Academy Guard's uniform was a trinket bearing a symbol clearly connected to the Zimmons family. So that was how they wanted to play it. Zeke had expected schemes and dirty tricks, but this went far beyond simple sabotage. This was no longer just about surviving the exam. Now, it was also about tearing apart the enemy's plan and exposing the hands moving behind it. And then Zeke Draker saw the real threat in front of him. The hellhound he had expected to face had already been killed. Its head had been sliced clean from its body, and its lifeless eyes stared blankly into the darkness, as if it had never even understood what killed it. Standing behind that corpse was the true culprit. A massive green-skinned figure with a white beard, thick limbs, and swollen muscles twitching with raw violence. It looked like nothing but rage wrapped in flesh. A troll. Zeke Draker's eyes narrowed the moment he recognized it. The enemy had not merely sent hellhounds into the exam dungeon. They had skipped straight to using trolls as assassins. Liam Stone, on the other hand, stood frozen in pure terror. Trolls were rank 1 monsters, creatures so terrifyingly powerful that hellhounds and orcs were little more than prey to them. Their blood was famously valuable as an ingredient in healing medicine, all because trolls possessed absurd regenerative power that allowed their bodies to recover from horrific wounds. At last, Liam Stone snapped out of his daze. He clenched his teeth, tightened his grip on his sword, and stepped in front of Zeke Draker, placing himself between his lord and the monster. "I'll hold it off," Liam Stone declared, forcing strength into his voice despite the fear in his eyes. "My lord, you need to get out of here." Zeke Draker let out a short breath, almost amused despite the danger in front of them. This idiot. He didn't even bother answering right away. Instead, Zeke Draker reached out and lightly tapped Liam Stone aside, moving him out of the way as if correcting a foolish mistake. "Don't ever say something that pathetic again." Zeke Draker's gaze fixed on the approaching troll, sharp, steady, and completely unshaken. "Besides, I'm not the kind of lord who abandons his subordinate when things get dangerous." Then, without looking away from the monster, he left Liam Stone with one final piece of advice. "Don't believe in me. Believe in your own strength." Because Liam Stone was not weak. Not even close. To test that belief, Zeke Draker decided to step back from the front line and let Liam Stone handle the fight with his own hands. The moment Zeke Draker moved aside, the tension weighing down Liam Stone's shoulders seemed to loosen. It was as though a heavy burden had finally been lifted from him. With fresh confidence rising in his eyes, Liam locked onto the troll and gave Zeke a grateful nod. Then Zeke Draker and Liam Stone moved together, rushing in from opposite directions and forcing the troll to split its attention between both sides. The oversized brute stood there in confusion for a moment, unable to keep up as their blades carved into it from 2 different angles. Zeke Draker was intentionally holding himself back, matching Liam Stone's rhythm instead of overwhelming the monster outright, and what he saw quietly impressed him. Even against a troll's ridiculously tough skin, Liam Stone was already managing to land clean, meaningful strikes. What stood out even more was where Liam Stone aimed. He kept cutting toward the joints, proving that he had spent time studying monster anatomy on his own. He was sharp, diligent, and far more thoughtful than he looked. Zeke Draker could hardly ask for a better subordinate. Still, Liam had plenty of room left to grow. One of Liam Stone's weaknesses nearly cost him everything. The troll's huge spiked club came crashing down with brutal force, aimed to smash him into the ground like paste. Zeke Draker reacted instantly. His movements changed in a flash, and before the blow could land, he closed the distance and parried the incoming strike with effortless precision. Without even giving the troll a proper glance, Zeke Draker sliced through its weapon and split the club clean in half. Liam Stone staggered backward, shaken but unharmed, then lowered his head. "I'm sorry, my lord. I should have handled that better." Zeke Draker shook his head calmly. "There's no need to apologize. For your first real life-or-death battle, you did well." The troll, now stripped of its weapon, threw its head back and roared in blind, furious rage. Its muscles bulged beneath its green skin as it raised its enormous arms, preparing to tear into them with nothing but bare-handed strength. Before Liam Stone could fall into another dangerous situation, Zeke Draker took control of the fight. "All right," he said, lifting his blade. "Time to wrap this up." Then his body blurred forward, and in a storm of blindingly fast strikes, he tore through the troll again and again without giving it a chance to breathe. The beast barely had time to understand what was happening before its massive body collapsed, reduced to a bloodied, mangled heap on the dungeon floor. Slaying the troll earned Zeke Draker 30 karma points, a reward large enough to make the danger feel almost worthwhile. On top of that, a troll kill would definitely bring them a heavy amount of bonus points in the academy exam. Once the battle ended, Liam Stone immediately got to work dismantling the corpse and gathering whatever useful materials he could salvage. Meanwhile, Zeke Draker's attention shifted to a new message that appeared before him. Sudden quest. The task was simple but intense. Hunt 100 monsters from 10 different species within 72 hours. Every kill would grant double karma points, and the reward also included 2 random boxes. Zeke Draker's lips curled into a smirk. Things had suddenly become much more interesting. The moment the word double flashed in the system prompt, greed gleamed openly in his eyes. There were still 79 hours left before the exam ended. Killing 100 monsters within that time limit would be easy for Zeke Draker. The real challenge was finding 10 different species. Most dungeon exams only included 4 monster species at most. However, since the Simmons family had clearly tampered with this dungeon, There was a good chance they had packed it with high-class monsters to ensure Zeke Draker never made it out alive. Ironically, that worked in his favor. Balancing the sudden quest, the exam objective, and a high score all at once would be demanding, but it was nothing Zeke could not handle. By the time Liam Stone finished dismantling the troll's corpse, their loot bag was already starting to fill up. Each team had been given special collection bags for monster heads as proof of their kills. It was nowhere near as convenient as a subspace pocket, but for this exam it would do the job. With their first enemy defeated and their goal now much bigger than before, it was time for Zeke Draker and Liam Stone to push deeper into the dungeon. The hunt had truly begun. From that point on, time began to slip away faster and faster. A pack of burning wolves appeared in their path, only to be wiped out before they could slow the two down. Before long, only 56 hours remained. Then came a nest of goblins, and Zeke Draker turned them into easy prey. The kill count shot upward. Their loot bag grew heavier with every battle, and soon there were only 39 hours left. A giant bat came next, a troublesome opponent that attacked with devastating sonic waves. But even that dangerous creature was eventually brought down. For the past 2 days, their routine had become brutally simple. Kill the monsters, set up camp, take whatever rest they could, then move again and repeat the cycle. By the time the final day arrived, Zeke Draker and Liam Stone had already taken down more than enough monsters to secure a strong score for the exam. As they sat near the campfire, Zeke Draker glanced over at Liam Stone and asked, "So, how does real combat feel?" Liam, still humble as ever, scratched the back of his head and answered honestly, "I'm not sure. It still feels like I have a long way to go." That reaction was completely normal. No one became comfortable with bloodshed overnight. But Zeke Draker had something far more pressing on his mind. The remaining time was quickly running out. So far, Zeke Draker had subjugated 99 monsters from 9 different species. But that final species was nowhere to be found. Zeke Draker had searched every corner he could reach, even going after leeches and tiny bugs no bigger than his finger. But none of them counted toward the quest. His frustration finally started to boil over. Those damn Zimmons had gone through the trouble of rigging the dungeon with powerful monsters just to kill him, yet somehow they could not even arrange enough variety for his quest properly. Then, without warning, a cold chill crawled down Zeke Draker's spine. Danger. Something deep and instinctive inside him screamed that a real threat was coming. The ground beneath them began to tremble, making loose stones jump and skitter across the cavern floor. Liam Stone, who had been sitting near the campfire, looked around in confusion as the vibrations spread under him. A moment later, the shaking grew far worse. Cracks split across the rocky ground like spiderwebs, and the entire cavern started rumbling, as if something enormous was moving beneath it. Zeke Draker's eyes sharpened at once. He knew this feeling. In one swift motion, he rushed toward Liam Stone while drawing his sword. "Drop the bag and move. Now!" he shouted. But Liam Stone reacted 1 second too late. Before Liam Stone could fully understand what was happening, Zeke Draker slammed into him and shoved him out of the way, just as something massive tore up through the ground where he had been. Blood sprayed across the cavern in a violent burst, splattering the stone floor and staining the broken ground crimson. For a second, Liam Stone's mind went completely blank, panic surging through him so hard that his body nearly stopped moving. Then Liam Stone's eyes snapped toward Zeke Draker's arm. The young lord's uniform sleeve had been ripped to shreds, and his left arm looked horribly mangled, soaked in blood from shoulder to hand. With his heart pounding, Liam rushed toward him. "My lord!" Liam Stone cried out, but Zeke Draker calmly waved him off before he could panic any further. "Relax. It's not my blood." Even with the attack coming so suddenly, Zeke Draker had still managed to push Liam Stone to safety while counterattacking at the same time. But now, the wound was the least of his concerns. From the huge hole torn open in the cavern floor, a gargantuan, nightmarish creature began to emerge, its grotesque body writhing and twisting as it searched for fresh prey. Liam Stone's throat went dry the moment he recognized it. A dungeon worm. An incredibly dangerous monster, the kind that usually required 8 well-trained purple knights working together just to subjugate it. So this was the Zimmons family's final trap. Not just sabotage, but a full battle for survival. Liam Stone stood frozen in place, watching the burrowing behemoth tear through the cavern like a living freight train made of flesh and fangs. His hands clenched into tight fists. He wanted to help Zeke Draker, but the truth was painfully clear. In a fight like this, Liam would only get in the way if he rushed in carelessly. Even so, Liam Stone refused to stand there doing nothing. He started rummaging desperately through their supplies, searching for anything at all that might help Zeke Draker. Meanwhile, Zeke Draker was completely focused on the fight, his blade flashing again and again as he deflected hundreds of razor-sharp fangs lunging toward his body. This time, Zeke Draker's true battle instinct came to the surface, sharp and merciless under pressure. Even a blue knight would hesitate to face a dungeon worm in such a cramped, unstable cavern. The creature devoured the earth as it moved, chewing through rock and ground with terrifying ease. That meant every passing second worked against them. If Zeke Draker did not end this quickly, he and Liam Stone would either be buried alive beneath the collapsing cavern or shredded apart by the monster's fangs. The dungeon worm lunged again, its colossal body tunneling through the rock as it shot toward him. Zeke Draker sidestepped at the last possible instant, ducking away just inches from the crushing mass. He needed room to move, and now he finally had it. The moment the dungeon worm surfaced again, Zeke Draker launched himself forward. His blade drove deep into the monster's grotesque, pulsing abdomen. The strike landed solidly, but even that was not enough to bring the creature down. Gritting his teeth, Zeke Draker dragged the sword through its flesh and carved the wound open wider. Purple bile and dark blood erupted from the dungeon worm's mouth, splashing across the cavern walls as its massive body convulsed in agony. But Zeke Draker had no intention of stopping there. His killing intent rose to its peak. If cutting the creature in half was what it took, then he would do exactly that. But just as he prepared to deliver the finishing blow, the ground beneath his feet suddenly collapsed. He had stepped onto a hollowed-out section of rock, and the sudden drop destroyed his stance. That one brief opening gave the dungeon worm the chance it needed to turn the battle around. Zeke Draker barely managed to stop himself from falling, hanging in place by his sword as the broken ground crumbled beneath him. But the monster did not waste that chance. It lunged immediately, its long, sinuous body coiling around Zeke Draker like a gigantic constrictor. The pressure clamped down on him with unbearable force. Zeke Draker felt his bones creak under the strain and his organs being crushed together inside his body. A sickening wave of pain shot through him, forcing blood up his throat and into his mouth. The dungeon worm kept tightening its grip, the crushing force threatening to snap Zeke Draker in two. Then, out of nowhere, a sword pierced into the monster's hide. It was Liam Stone. Ignoring Zeke Draker's order to stay back, his desperate subordinate had charged in and stabbed the worm to draw its attention away. The strike was not enough to kill it, but it made the beast's grip loosen just enough. Zeke Draker's automatic healing activated at once, rapidly repairing the damage inside his body. That brief opening was all he needed. In a flash, Zeke Draker twisted free from the worm's deadly coils, flipped through the air, and landed at a safer distance from the thrashing monster. Still catching his breath, Zeke Draker shot Liam Stone a sharp look. "Liam, what the hell did you just do?" Liam lifted his sword and quickly explained what he had done. "I coated my blade with anesthetic before I struck it," Liam Stone said, still gripping the weapon tightly. Zeke Draker's eyes widened as realization hit him. The main ingredient in that anesthetic was belladonna. Against humans, it only dulled the senses. But to worms, even one as massive as this dungeon worm, belladonna was a lethal poison. Even while under extreme pressure, Liam Stone had remembered the dungeon worm's weakness and adapted in the middle of the battle. That sharp thinking and immediate action proved just how much natural talent Liam Stone truly had. For a brief moment, Zeke Draker caught a glimpse of the mercenary king Liam Stone would one day become. Recognizing how important Liam Stone's move had been, Zeke Draker decided to bring him into the final attack. Now fully recovered, Zeke burst forward, pushing his speed to the absolute limit. He sprinted up the dungeon worm's enormous body, reached the sword he had embedded earlier, and ripped it free in one powerful motion. With his blade back in hand, Zeke Draker locked eyes with Liam Stone and gave him the signal to move. Liam Stone gritted his teeth, gathered every bit of strength he had left, and poured it all into one final, desperate stab. Another dose of belladonna rushed into the dungeon worm's body through Liam Stone's blade, and almost instantly, the massive creature began convulsing, its long body spasming violently from the poison. The dungeon worm crashed heavily against the ground, its movements turning sluggish and unsteady as it struggled to stay upright. That was the opening Zeke Draker had been waiting for, and he immediately activated Soul Manifestation. A hazy purple aura flared to life around Zeke Draker's blade, coating the edge in a strange, deadly glow. Just as he had promised, Zeke Draker moved in with one smooth, clean, effortless slash, and his blade cut straight through the dungeon worm, splitting the monstrous body in half. The enormous corpse collapsed with a wet, thunderous crash, both severed halves twitching across the cavern floor before finally falling still. Zeke Draker landed back on solid ground as if the whole thing had barely taken effort, while system notifications flooded his vision. The sudden quest was complete. Every karma point he had earned was doubled, and on top of that, 2 random boxes were added to his rewards. His current balance had risen to 780 karma points, leaving him with plenty of new options. Outside the dungeon gates on evaluation day, the surviving cadets gathered in a broad formation beneath the open sky. An instructor strode forward with a firm expression and called for everyone who had escaped the dungeon to step up for scoring, while the others were dismissed from the area. When Reina Turin's name was called, she stepped forward with controlled composure. The instructor fixed his gaze on her and announced that her assessment would begin. Reina gave him a respectful nod and answered, "Yes, sir." Then the instructor lowered his eyes to the clipboard in his hands and began reading out her results. "Escaping the dungeon gives you 30 points, the instructor said. On top of that, you defeated 20 goblins, 2 hobgoblins, and 1 orc. That brings your total score to 180. A low murmur spread through the cadets as the number sank in. They were stunned. Reina Turin had come just short of Abel Draker's record of 200 points, the kind of overwhelming result people expected from a true pureblood talent. The instructor continued, noting that Reina Turin had passed by a margin of 130 points. Reina gave another polite nod and thanked him calmly. Then the next name was called Owen Zimmons. The instructor informed Owen Zimmons that his final score was 120, placing him 70 points above the minimum passing line. With a brief glance at the numbers, the instructor added that it was not a bad result at all. Reina Turin stood off to the side after her evaluation, quiet and still, but her eyes remained focused on everything happening around her. Her gaze sharpened as she silently reminded herself that pride would only drag her down. She had already fallen into that trap once, and she would not allow herself to repeat the same mistake. But then another thought crept into her mind, colder and far darker than the first. If Owen Zimmons became a threat, then he would be dealt with the same way they had tried to deal with Zeke Draker. Suddenly, a nearby voice cut into the tension, sounding light, casual, and almost annoyingly relaxed. "Man, how long has it been since I saw sunlight?" Owen Zimmons's eyes immediately darted around, searching for the source, until they locked onto the person speaking. It was Zeke Draker. He stepped out from behind a jagged tusk, one hand gripping the severed head of a beast as if he had simply returned from a casual hunt. Gasps burst out among the cadets, followed by frantic whispers. How was Zeke Draker still alive? Was that the head of a dungeon WIRM? Wasn't the orc supposed to be the dungeon boss? Did Zeke and Liam Stone really kill something like that by themselves? Liam Stone stepped forward in silence and carefully placed an urn down on the ground. Zeke Draker let out a dry chuckle, his eyes settling directly on Owen Zimmons. "You look surprised. Don't tell me you're actually happy to see me." Owen Zimmons's jaw tightened hard, and through clenched teeth, he muttered, "Cocky bastard." Zeke Draker crouched slightly, a mocking grin spreading across his face as he looked Owen over. "That poker face of yours looks way better when it cracks." Owen Zimmons did not answer. He turned sharply on his heel and stormed away, his silence making his anger even more obvious. Behind him, Zeke Draker watched him leave with a smirk tugging at his mouth. "Leaving already?" he called after him, openly mocking him. As Owen Zimmons walked away, he muttered bitterly under his breath. Purebloods were always acting as though he stood beneath them. One day he would make them pay for looking down on him. Some of the cadets glanced back and forth between Zeke Draker and Owen Zimmons, gripping their gold tokens tightly as uncertainty spread through the group. Zeke only shrugged and let out a small laugh. "Terrifying," he said, dryly amused. Instructor Andre Draker stepped forward, his stern expression cutting cleanly through the awkward tension. "Are you finished showing off?" Zeke Draker tilted his head slightly, as if greeting someone he had not seen in a while. Andre Draker sighed, then pulled on a pair of gloves. "Let's begin your evaluation." Zeke Draker glanced at the dungeon WRM's severed head and asked, "Is this really necessary? What if there's nothing else?" Andre Draker's tone hardened immediately. "As long as I'm the one evaluating you, nothing gets skipped." Andre Draker's eyes moved toward Zeke Draker's side. "Your collection bag is missing." Zeke gave a simple nod. "Yeah, I lost it." Andre crouched beside the dungeon WRM's head and began inspecting it closely before saying, "You got lucky." Zeke Draker said nothing, but the memory of what happened flashed through his mind. The dungeon WIRM had ambushed him without warning, and in the chaos, everything he and Liam Stone had gathered over 3 exhausting days was gone. Zeke could not afford to return empty-handed after all that, so Zeke Draker took the creature's head instead. Only someone like Andre Draker would examine the teeth that closely, noticing the scraps of leather and flesh still lodged between them from the monster's previous meals. Andre Draker finally pulled off his blood-stained gloves and began listing what he had discovered from the remains. Gremlins, goblins, hobgoblins, hellhounds, orcs, and a troll. Gasps rang out across the field the moment those words left Andre Draker's mouth. Andre Draker straightened and continued calmly. There were more, but to keep the scoring fair, we'll only count one of each. Trolls and Dungeon WIRMS are not part of the normal scoring list, Andre Draker explained. But according to the official records, one troll is worth 3 orcs. A Dungeon WIRM is worth 6. He paused briefly, calculating the score in his head. That makes 90 points for the troll and 180 for the Dungeon WIRM. Your total comes to 368. You pass. One of the other instructors stepped closer, squinting at the score as if he could barely believe it. What was the top score back in our day? The man beside him chuckled and answered. Back then, hellhounds weren't even included in the evaluation. The cadets fell silent, the weight of Zeke Draker's score settling over the field like a heavy pressure. Owen Zimmons suddenly stormed back into view, his voice raised with outrage. This is a scam. There's only one corpse, the Dungeon WIRM. He jabbed a finger toward the severed head, his eyes blazing. Zeke Draker did not miss a beat. That one head alone is worth 180. Maybe think before you start yelling. Then his gaze swept across the cadets. Be honest. If any of you ran into a Dungeon WIRM or a troll, do you really think you'd still be standing? As he spoke, Zeke quietly studied their reactions. The cadets were actually taking this seriously. Zeke Draker could see it in their faces. Was it really that big of a deal to them? They were not laughing at him this time, and they were not brushing him off either. Not bad. Maybe he had finally done something even they could not ignore. The Zimmons family had gone so far as to rig the final trial just to remove Zeke Draker from their path. Zeke Draker cast a quick glance at Owen Zimmons. Owen was involved somehow, that much was clear, but he was not acting alone. A trap of this scale did not happen without support. The Zimmons family had power, influence, and eyes scattered everywhere. Zeke Draker could feel that unseen pressure around him. They were watching him, waiting for him, and if Zeke Draker acted too carefully, they would notice that he had already seen through too much. So for now, the better move was to stay in character and keep playing the role they expected from him. Zeke Draker's thoughts were cut short when Raina Turin stepped forward, her presence drawing his attention away from Owen Zimmons and the hidden eyes watching from the shadows. Raina Turin's voice remained calm as she faced him. This time you win. Zeke Draker raised an eyebrow at that, studying her expression. What's that supposed to mean? Later, the scene shifted away from the evaluation grounds and into the quiet training hall, where Zeke Draker could finally focus on his own growth without the eyes of the academy on him. A glowing status window appeared in front of Zeke Draker, its light hovering in the air. Dragonkin skill, level 1, Gluttony. It allowed him to consume and digest massive quantities. The unlock cost was 50 points, and his current karma stood at 780. Zeke Draker's lips curled into a grin as he read the details. In the past, he had dismissed the skill as useless trash, but now 50 points was practically nothing to him. Without hesitation, he made his choice. Activate Dragonkin's skill, Gluttony. The moment he activated it, a strange pulse of energy rippled through Zeke Draker's body, spreading beneath his skin like a current. The status window shifted again, updating before his eyes. The new description appeared clearly. Gluttony mode. Anything Zeke Draker consumed would be converted into raw energy. And if the target carried bloodline powers, he could even absorb that ability. Zeke Draker's eyes gleamed with interest. So he could absorb monster powers now. The realization made him grin even wider. He should have tested this skill much sooner. He reached into his bag and pulled out a piece of dried meat, holding it up between his fingers. Let's see how well this energy conversion actually works. The instant Gluttony activated, the dried meat jerked from Zeke Draker's hand and disappeared into a swirling black void, vanishing as though it had been swallowed by a bottomless swamp. Zeke Draker's eyes narrowed as he stared at the strange phenomenon. What was that? A message flashed in front of him right away, stating that his missing energy had been replenished using absorbed energy. Zeke Draker steadied himself and blinked as the pressure behind his eyes began to fade. The headache that had been lingering there vanished, replaced by an oddly refreshing clarity. It felt almost like he had just woken up from a nap. No, it was even better than that. His limbs felt lighter, the heavy exhaustion weighing on him had disappeared. His mind was sharper, and even his ether had recovered a little. The effect was small, but it was undeniably real. Then another message appeared before him, confirming the activation of the Dragonkin skill, Gluttony. Zeke Draker clenched his fists as a deep wave of satisfaction rolled through him. The skill had been worth unlocking. With this, Zeke Draker could now regulate the energy cost of his abilities far more effectively. No more mental crashes. No more moments where fatigue made him feel as if his bones might crack apart. And when gluttony worked together with his infinite stamina, a dangerous fire lit in Zeke Draker's eyes. A grin spread across his face. He could train non-stop now. No food, no sleep, no limits. From this moment on, everything would change. His grin sharpened into something darker and more intense. He could push himself for 24 hours straight without taking a single break. Zeke Draker turned away and silently began channeling the energy he had gained from consumed monsters, focusing inward as power settled through his body. Decker approached carefully, but stopped short when he saw Zeke Draker concentrating. Sorry, but it's urgent," he said. Zeke did not look back. "What is it?" Decker answered quickly. "Your sword. It's ready." That finally caught Zeke Draker's attention. A sly smile tugged at his lips as he turned his head. At last, the wait was over, and he headed straight to Galleon Halbert. "Is it finished?" Zeke Draker asked as soon as he arrived. Galleon Halbert gave a simple nod and told him to wait there for a moment. While Zeke Draker waited, his thoughts drifted back to his previous life. Back then, Galleon Halbert had forged a blade for him as well. His name had been Graham. That legendary weapon had been made from mithril and pure iron, a blade worthy of its reputation. But this time, Zeke Draker had given Galleon Halbert something far more extraordinary. A dragon's fang. With a material like that, the finished sword should have been every bit as incredible, maybe even greater than the weapon from his previous life. For a moment, Zeke Draker wondered if it might resemble Graham again. But when he finally saw the sword, he froze. His brows drew together, and his eyes narrowed in suspicion. "What the hell is this?" he muttered under his breath. The moment Zeke Draker held the sword in his hand, one detail stood out more than anything else. The weapon looked plain, almost unfinished, as if it had been pulled from the forge before the final touches were ever added. Zeke Draker turned toward Galleon Halbert with his eyebrows raised. "Did you leave the blade unsharpened on purpose?" Galleon Halbert gave a calm nod, completely unbothered by the question. "That's simply the form this sword was meant to take." Zeke Draker slid the blade back into its sheath and let out a thoughtful breath. "So this is the shape you believe suits me best?" Galleon Halbert answered without the slightest hesitation. "Yes." Zeke Draker fell quiet, his hand brushing slowly over his face as something heavy and certain settled deep inside him. Most people would have been confused by a weapon like this, maybe even disappointed. But if it was Galleon Halbert, then Zeke Draker knew there had to be meaning behind it. Without Zeke Draker having to explain a single thing, Galleon Halbert had understood. Then Galleon spoke again. "It still doesn't have a name. I tried to give it one, but nothing fit. Perhaps you should name it yourself." Zeke Draker blinked, surprised by the suggestion. "Me? You want me to name it?" As he spoke, his thoughts drifted back again. The name Solarpoint Graham had also come from Galleon Halbert in his previous life. For a while, Zeke Draker had believed this new sword was simply Graham reborn, reforged from the fang of a dragon. But now that he held it in his hands, he understood the truth. This was not Graham. This was something entirely new. "A name," Zeke muttered quietly, almost without realizing it. Then he drew the blade across his palm, cutting into his own flesh. Blood spilled freely from the wound and ran over his hand. Galleon Halbert's eyes widened in shock. "Zeke." But Zeke Draker did not flinch. He could already feel the familiar spark of regeneration beginning to activate in his body. Then, all at once, that healing stopped. A message appeared before Zeke Draker. Administrator request confirmed. Class skill, healing factor, had been temporarily disabled. Zeke Draker let out a low, satisfied breath as the message faded before him. It had worked. With steady control, he guided his mana into the blood streaming from his wounded hand. He allowed the blood to coat the blade, and the steel drank it in as though something ancient within the weapon had recognized the offering. From the side, Galleon Halbert stared in disbelief, his thoughts racing. Was Zeke Draker truly doing what it looked like he was doing? Was this a sword-naming ritual? Galleon Halbert had only ever read about it in old records, a forgotten rite from the Age of Dragons. To name a weapon in this way, the wielder had to merge aura or mana into their own blood. Once that blood touched the sword, the ritual would begin. The one performing it would fall unconscious, pulled into a timeless dream until the weapon's true name revealed itself. Then Galleon Halbert remembered the other truth about the ritual. How dangerous it was, and how the risks had caused the world to forget it almost completely. And yet Zeke Draker was performing the ancient rite with frightening precision. How did he know? Galleon Halbert wondered, his heart pounding in his chest. How could Zeke possibly know something like this? Zeke Draker's body suddenly crumpled as consciousness left him. Within that strange, endless void, countless names began to twist, spiral, and drift around him like echoes searching for their owner. An endless storm of words and meanings swirls around Zeke Draker, surrounding him from every direction like a boundless sea. He drifts weightlessly in the middle of it all, reaching through the chaos, searching for the single name that feels as if it truly belongs. A new path is opening before him, and for that journey, the blade needs a name worthy of what it has become. Then, from within that overwhelming flood of possibilities, one name slices cleanly through the noise and rises above all the rest. Black Sword, Bahamut. A system message materializes in front of him, sharp and unmistakable. Black Sword Bahamut has been registered as equipment. The instant Zeke sees those words, his eyes snap open. He has returned to himself. As Zeke lowers his gaze toward the blade in his hand, red mana begins to curl around it, flickering and twisting through the air like living embers. Then, all at once, the meaning of the name settles in his mind. Bahamut? Out of every name I could have chosen, I picked that one. That dragon was nothing but pure evil. What is wrong with me? While Zeke questions himself in silence, Galleon Halbert steps forward with his eyes widened in open admiration. Truly incredible, he murmurs, his voice low with respect. Even among dwarves, hardly anyone remembers the sword-naming ritual anymore. Zeke keeps his expression calm and answers in an even tone. I happened to come across it while studying ancient dragon history. Then his eyes drift down to the bandage wrapped around his palm. It has been a long time since I actually needed one of these. Galleon Halbert gives a small, respectful bow. My lord, please rest for a moment. There is something I have been meaning to give you. Zeke tilts his head slightly, curiosity showing in his eyes. All right, take your time, and thanks. What is he planning? Zeke wonders as he watches him move away. But before he can think any further, another system message flashes across his vision. Administrator request confirmed. Class skill, healing factor, temporarily disabled. Zeke blinks as the words sink in. So passive skills can be switched off too? That changes everything. Now I do not have to reveal every ability I have. I can hide them whenever I need to. Even in front of Duke Draker, Zeke realizes he no longer has to show every card in his hand all at once. His gaze slips back to the bandage around his palm. I can remove this later, he thinks, leaving it in place for now. But at that moment, something far more important has completely captured his attention. The sword. As Zeke focuses on it, a fresh system screen appears before his eyes. Black Sword Bahamut. Certain features are currently sealed. They will be released as the user becomes stronger. Zeke stares at the message without moving, genuinely stunned by what he is reading. Sealed features that unlock as I grow? I have never heard of a weapon like this before. And on top of that, it is indestructible. It may have started from a dragon fang, but now, this blade has become something completely different. Suddenly, blue mana begins to spiral into the air, joining the red energy already dancing around the sword. Yet even with that strange, beautiful swirl of power surrounding the blade, Zeke's mind settles on one thing above everything else. Aura conversion. He thinks back on every effort he made to convince Galleon Halbert to forge this sword. It was not only because Galleon was a master blacksmith, but because he carried the legacy of Graham. Aura conversion. The rare power to take raw mana and transform it into pure aura. That is the true reason this sword matters. As Zeke tightens his fingers around the hilt, the blue mana circling the blade burns even brighter, spilling a faint, cold glow across the dark metal. I was born unable to use aura, Zeke reminds himself. And now, this is the power that can carry me all the way to the level of a red knight. Just then, Galleon Halbert returns, breathing a little heavily as he hurries back toward Zeke. There it is, he says, clutching something in his hand. I finally found it. He looks up, about to speak again, but the moment he catches sight of Zeke holding the sword, his words falter before they can fully come out. My lord, have you been? Galleon stops dead, his eyes widening as he sees Zeke wrapped in that luminous aura-like glow. A slow, proud smile spreads across Galleon Halbert's face. You have already surpassed the Purple Knights. Zeke looks down at the sword in his hand and mutters under his breath, almost unable to believe it himself. This thing is ridiculous. Galleon really outdid himself. Galleon lets out a short, modest laugh. Compared to building that furnace, forging this was the easy part. Then his expression shifts, and he adds, but I brought something even more important. Would you take a look at this? He holds out a small metallic object in both hands. It is shaped like a scarab, delicate and intricate, its polished surface glinting with the unmistakable touch of masterful craftsmanship. Zeke studies the object closely, curiosity sharpening in his eyes. What is this? Galleon Halbert lowers his voice and answers quietly. My master made it. Zeke's brow lifts, and a low hum escapes him as the meaning begins to dawn. Even in my previous life, I never once heard Galleon's name mentioned. But Galrin Yaber, that name strikes Zeke like a heavy drumbeat. The Galrin Yaber, a legend among blacksmiths, a craftsman spoken of with more awe than even the most famous dwarves. Every creation he left behind was said to be incomparable, each one carrying properties no ordinary craftsman could reproduce. Some of his works were valued higher than entire territories. Zeke looks back at Galleon Halbert, his voice lowering with surprise. You were Galrin's apprentice? Galleon grins, clearly pleased. I knew you could read Dwarven. Zeke turns his attention back to the scarab resting before him. If this was made by Galrin Yaber, then there is no way it is just some simple ornament. Galleon puffs up a little, as if proud to confirm exactly that. Of course it is not. Turn the dial near its arms, Galleon says. Zeke watches carefully as Galleon Halbert places his fingers on the tiny mechanism and twists it. With a chain of smooth mechanical clicks, the scarab unfolds piece by piece, expanding into a sleek, gleaming shield. Mithril and wyvern bone, Galleon explains. It can block almost anything. And if you turn the dial on the handle like this, he continues, demonstrating again, the shield neatly collapses back in on itself and returns to its compact scarab shape. It folds right back. Holding it out with both hands, Galleon Halbert lowers his head slightly. It is not enough to repay your kindness, my lord, but I hope you will accept it. Zeke stares at him for a moment before speaking slowly. You know, you could have sold this and built yourself an entirely new furnace. Galleon's face turns serious at once. There is no way I could sell something my master made. Not to just anyone. Zeke blinks, genuinely taken aback. You do understand this thing is worth tens of thousands of gold, right? Galleon pauses, visibly surprised by the number. It is. Then he lets out a soft chuckle and gives a small shrug. Then that is all the more reason I would be honored if you accepted it. Zeke takes the scarab from Galleon's hands and carefully turns it over, feeling its weight and texture. It is small compared to Blacksword Bahamut, but if this truly came from Galrin Yaber, then he gently places the scarab on top of the blade. The moment the scarab touches the sword, a powerful surge pulses through Zeke's body. A rush of unmistakable energy floods through him. Just as I thought. This is far more than it appears to be. Zeke closes his fingers firmly around it, feeling the rare power hidden within. This is not some ordinary keepsake. This is something precious. Something real. Thank you, Galleon, he says quietly. Galleon Halbert's face brightens with a wide, heartfelt smile. I am just glad you like it. Back at the training hall, Zeke opens the box placed in front of him and lifts out a pair of heavy, dark gauntlets. Meteoric iron. Rare, powerful, and so difficult to refine that most craftsmen would never even dare attempt it. As Zeke Draker examines the gauntlets in his hands, a system message suddenly appears before his eyes. Special ability locked. Full meteoric iron set required. Equip the complete set to activate. Zeke's eyes narrow as he studies the message more carefully. So these are not just ordinary equipment drops. His mind goes back to the moment he received them, those 2 random boxes labeled as surprise quest rewards. At the time, he had thought they were nothing more than another pair of treasure chests. But now it is obvious that his first guess had been completely wrong. With his curiosity growing stronger, Zeke turns his attention toward the second box beside him. He lifts the lid open, and the moment he sees what is inside, his eyes widen slightly. What is this? Resting inside the box is a map. Before Zeke can even fully understand what he is looking at, another system message appears in front of him. The map has revealed itself to be connected to someone known as Grandmaster Gezer. That name immediately stirs something in Zeke's memory. He furrows his brow, trying to place it. Could this have some connection to Hero King Kaiser, the legendary figure from the famous old tale? The story of Hero King Kaiser and the Knights of the Clock Tower, the one said to have founded the Kingdom of Kronos, is known across the entire continent. Most people, however, treat that tale as nothing more than a fantasy. It is too grand, too polished, and too perfectly heroic to be accepted as real history. With no solid proof behind it, scholars never gave it much credibility. But now, Zeke is no longer so certain. What if Kaiser had truly existed all along? Just as that thought crosses Zeke's mind, another message flickers into view. The map's examination is complete. The final coordinates have now been marked directly onto Zeke's minimap. A new image appears before him, revealing the Gain Mountains, a remote and treacherous region far from ordinary civilization. Zeke recognizes the place almost immediately. That is deep inside barbarian territory. Strangely enough, instead of making him uneasy, The location gives Zeke a small measure of confidence. Maybe this trip will not be as troublesome as he first imagined. At that moment, more notifications begin to appear one after another. One announces that the tutorial has ended thanks to Zeke's accumulated skills, while another reveals that he has obtained a potential quest item, unlocking new achievement quest data. As Zeke reads through the messages, the pieces begin to fall into place. This tutorial was never merely a simple warm-up. It had been carefully arranged to strengthen him step by step, preparing his abilities for whatever was waiting beyond it. Then a final message confirms everything. The tutorial for a low-tier administrator is about to begin. Zeke does not so much as flinch. He understands it now. This is where the real trial starts. No more guidance, no more simple victories, and no more easy steps forward. Zeke shifts his gaze toward the list of rewards waiting before him. Compared to what he received earlier, these rewards are on an entirely different level. And this time, Zeke is ready to claim every last one of them. Opening his status screen, Zeke finally makes his decision and begins spending the points he had been saving until now. The system reacts at once. 50 points have been consumed to unlock level 2 draconian skills. A follow-up message appears immediately after, confirming that the newly unlocked skills are now active and available for Zeke to view. As Zeke scans through the skill list, he notices that the next tier remains sealed. Unlocking that next level will require 80 points. Zeke still has a large number of points left, but opportunities like this will not come easily again. Even so, he decides not to spend everything recklessly and chooses a more calculated path. He selects only the most important upgrades for now, carefully leaving 400 points in reserve for whatever lies ahead. With his preparations set, Zeke moves forward with his eyes fixed on the future. Another system message appears before him. A draconian skill has been activated. Zeke lowers his gaze and watches as his hand begins to change, the skin reshaping and hardening until it transforms into a terrifying dragon claw covered in sharp, gleaming scales. The raw power radiating from that transformed hand is enough to make even Zeke pause in surprise. Wanting to test just how strong it is, he releases a sudden burst of force. The result catches him completely off guard. The attack is far stronger than anything he had expected from the skill. A faint grin forms on Zeke's face as he admits to himself that the power has gone well beyond his expectations. Next, Zeke reaches for his sword and activates another ability, Dragon Scale Armor. In an instant, scales ripple across his body, forming a smooth and durable layer of protection. Zeke swings his blade with full strength, but instead of cutting through, the strike rebounds harmlessly off his own armor. He had not even infused aura into the attack. It was a clean and serious strike, yet it failed to leave so much as a scratch. To Zeke, the armor's toughness feels no different from wearing reinforced plate, even while fighting barehanded. He stores the lesson away in his mind. Dragon Claw for offense, Dragon Scale Armor for defense. With this new strength in his hands, Zeke can feel that everything has changed. The real game is finally beginning. Fully prepared now, he gives himself a firm nod. All right, time to move. The setting shifts to the heart of Draker Academy, where the central training hall is filled with cadets standing in disciplined formation as the instructors prepare to begin their briefing. One instructor steps forward and addresses the gathered cadets. Before the semester exams and the practical aura exam officially begin, he explains, every student will first be told the rules. He gestures toward a row of humanoid training dummies lined up behind him. These are not ordinary practice targets. They have been specially engineered to withstand tremendous punishment, and simple physical strikes will not even dent them. To prove his point, the instructor gathers aura around his fist and drives a clean blow into one of the dummies. The target breaks apart under the impact. The instructor turns back toward the cadets, making sure the warning is clear. With proper aura control, destroying one of these dummies is simple. But if a cadet cannot even leave a single mark on their assigned target, they fail on the spot. No second attempt, no other exams, just an immediate return to basic training. The weight of those words settles over the hall. Quiet whispers begin to ripple through the cadets, because none of them wants to imagine being forced to start again from the very beginning. Then the instructor calls the first name. Aaron. Aaron steps forward with a trace of nervousness on his face, but he does not hesitate. From the side, Owen Zimmons watches closely, noting how the first few cadets always seem a little shaken in moments like this. Owen cannot help comparing their training to what he received back home. After all, the very foundation of aura education at Draker Academy was built by his own family, the Zimmons family. Even if someone was born as an awakener, Owen is certain they would still be unable to match his level of aura control. Then Owen Zimmons hears his own name called. He steps forward with complete confidence, draws his sword from his shield, and begins channeling aura through the blade. A wave of murmurs moves through the watching cadets. Is that sword resonance? One instructor raises an eyebrow, clearly impressed. At only 13 years old, that level of control is rare. Another instructor gives a knowing nod. Coming from the Simmons family, it makes sense. Without wasting even a moment, Owen drives his sword into the dummy and destroys it cleanly with a single strike. The cadets burst into laughter and applause, stunned and excited by the effortless display of skill. Pride swells inside Owen Simmons as he turns his gaze toward Abel Draker. The instructor brings his hands together in a single sharp clap. Well done. Impressive. Just as expected from someone of the Simmons family. Owen Simmons lets a confident smirk spread across his face, then strolls over to Abel Draker and gives him a casual, friendly pat on the shoulder. At this pace, it will not be long before you. Abel Draker cuts him off immediately, brushing Owen's hand away with a cold motion. Do not act so smug. It is rude. Owen's jaw tightens, irritation flashing across his face. But before he can snap back, the next cadet's name is called, forcing the exam to keep moving. As one cadet after another steps forward, the instructors begin to notice something strange in the rhythm of the test. No one has failed yet, but many of the cadets are clearly shaken. Their movements are stiff, their timing is off, and Owen Simmons' performance has rattled them more than they want to admit. From the side, Raina Turin watches in silence. Even though every student in the special class can channel aura, she can tell that only a few truly stand above the rest. Then Raina Turin steps forward, draws in a quiet breath, and speaks clearly. Instructor, I have a request. The instructor turns his attention toward her, his expression sharpening slightly. What is it? Raina Turin meets his gaze without wavering. I would like to be evaluated according to the dragon-slaying arts standard. The instructor raises an eyebrow at her request. That grading system is meant for higher-ranking cadets. It is far stricter. You understand what that means, correct? Raina answers without hesitation, her voice steady. I do. Hearing that, Owen Simmons frowns from the side. Since becoming a pure-blood awakener, Raina Turin has certainly become bold. Confident, maybe even too confident. Owen Simmons knows exactly how difficult it is just to keep aura stable within a blade. But the dragon-slaying arts are on another level entirely. Every strike demands perfect control, with the flow of aura balanced to the finest degree. One tiny mistake and the technique collapses. Owen Simmons scoffs inwardly. She will be lucky if she can land even a few strikes before her aura burns out. In his eyes, Raina Turin is overreaching, desperately trying to stand on the same stage as him, and setting herself up for an embarrassing failure. The instructor understands better than anyone how harsh the dragon-slaying arts standard can be, so he looks at her once more. Are you absolutely certain? Failing under these conditions will have consequences. Raina Turin does not hesitate for even a second. I am certain. The instructor gives a slow nod. Very well. Raina Turin lowers her head in a brief, respectful bow. Thank you. She steps into position, wraps her fingers firmly around the hilt of her sword, and begins drawing aura into the blade. The instant Raina Turin moves her sword, the atmosphere in the training hall shifts. A destructive wave surges forward as her strike lands against the dummy. It is an explosion of raw yet perfectly focused energy, concentrated into a single devastating blow. The dummy does not simply crack or break. It is completely demolished, and shocked gasps burst through the hall. The cadets stare at the aftermath, stunned into disbelief. Whispers race through the crowd like wildfire. Raina Turin is not even competing with Owen Simmons. Her control is on an entirely different level. Everyone thought Owen Simmons was the aura prodigy, but what Raina Turin just displayed is something far beyond what they expected. Owen Simmons hears every word around him, and each whisper digs deeper under his skin. His fists tighten at his sides, and his jaw locks with barely contained anger. He mutters under his breath, struggling to keep the anger boiling inside him from spilling out. Raina Turin holds her position, her sword still leveled toward Owen Simmons without saying a single word. Owen narrows his eyes, convinced that her silence is a challenge, maybe even a taunt meant for him. But just behind Owen Simmons, Zeke Draker watches the scene with quiet amusement. A sly grin creeps across his face. From the very beginning, Zeke knows Raina Turin never gave Owen the slightest attention. And now, the difference between them is obvious to everyone in the hall. Zeke Draker steps forward, sensing the tension around the exam beginning to spiral in an unexpected direction. A sharp memory strikes him, Owen Simmons's gaze boring straight into him as if demanding an answer. There is no point looking away from that kind of stare. If this is what they expect from him, then maybe, just this once, Zeke Draker should meet those expectations head-on. Zeke Draker raises his hand and speaks calmly. I would like to be evaluated under the dragon-slaying arts criteria as well. One of the instructors raises an eyebrow, his face showing clear doubt and little patience for the request. What? Do you think this is easy just because Reina Turin managed it? She is a pure-blood awakener, you know? Before the instructor can continue lecturing him, another instructor steps in and cuts him off with a raised hand. He will face the same conditions Reina Turin did. The instructor turns toward Zeke Draker. Is that acceptable to you, Zeke? Zeke Draker gives a calm nod, his expression unchanged. That works. Off to the side, one instructor leans closer to another and mutters quietly. Who is that kid? I do not remember seeing him in class. And the attendance records are all accounted for, the other instructor adds. The head instructor responds without missing a beat. He won a wager against instructor Andre Draker. Since you are new here, you probably have not heard the full details yet. That cadet over there is Zeke Draker. He is the Golden Light Pure-Blood Awakener who appeared out of nowhere. He is also the one who broke Sir Abel Draker's record during the dungeon escape exam. Zeke Draker steps into the training grounds with his sword in hand. Just as he prepares to strike the practice dummies, a system alert appears in front of him. The ether Zeke Draker has lost is now being rechanneled into aura. Blue energy begins to gather around his sword, twisting and swirling along the edge of the blade. Zeke Draker clenches his teeth as he controls the rising surge. Managing this flow still is not easy, but it should be more than enough to get the job done. He tightens his grip on the hilt and steadies himself, preparing to release the technique. From the sidelines, Reina Turin watches him closely, and her eyes widen in shock. She recognizes that stance instantly. Dragon-Slaying Arts, Chapter 1, Verse 4. Sky-Slice Strands. A sharp breath escapes Reina Turin. Zeke Draker has not merely learned the technique. He has refined it to an astonishing level. His form may even rival that of instructor Andre Draker. Every movement Zeke Draker makes is crisp, clean, and controlled, without a single visible flaw in his technique. Then he swings. The dummies explode apart, shredded by the overwhelming force and precision behind the strike. Deep inside, Zeke Draker reflects quietly. This technique is no longer just something he memorized or copied from training. Before his regression, Zeke Draker spent 2 full years drilling it into his body again and again until the movement became automatic. Every step, every shift in aura, every motion of the blade now comes to Zeke Draker like instinct. As the last ripple from Zeke Draker's strike fades through the training hall, he slowly lets out a breath. There had been a time when he thought the dragon-slaying arts were dull and repetitive, but now that he was rebuilding everything from the beginning, they no longer felt so boring. If nothing else, that little display should have been enough to shake Reina Turin at least a little. The instructors begin murmuring among themselves, their eyes still fixed on the destroyed targets. One of them points out how cleanly Zeke Draker coated his sword in aura, while another quietly comments on the overwhelming force packed into that single blow. The whispers quickly spread, and a few of the instructors start wondering whether Zeke Draker might already be close to reaching the level of a Purple Knight. Zeke Draker lowers his gaze toward the shattered remains scattered across the ground in front of him. Yeah, he definitely overdid it. It seems some of his aura slipped out without him noticing, turning what was supposed to be a measured strike into something far more dramatic. Zeke Draker mutters quietly under his breath. I only meant to match Reina Turin, not make myself stand out like this. Nearby, one instructor stares at the ruined dummies with his mouth slightly open, still struggling to believe what he just witnessed. A first year, already at the level of a Purple Knight, he murmurs. At the edge of the training field, Owen Zimmons watches in silence, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles tense with frustration. Reina Turin stands quietly nearby, but the faint curve at the edge of her lips reveals a dark, unreadable smile. The scene shifts to the headmaster's office, where the headmaster calmly offers Zeke Draker a cup of tea and brings up his surprisingly outstanding results from the semester exam. Zeke Draker answers modestly, I just got lucky. The headmaster chuckles softly, his voice light but clearly unconvinced. Becoming a Purple Knight at 13 years old? That is not luck. Zeke Draker finds himself without a good reply, but the headmaster does not give him much time to search for one. Tell me, Zeke Draker, the headmaster says, watching him closely. How would you feel about taking the grade advancement exam? Zeke blinks, caught off guard by the sudden offer. The advancement exam? Zeke Draker thinks for a moment. Does that mean skipping a grade? The headmaster leans back slightly and explains that the academy allows such advancement when a cadet's ability clearly justifies it. Could be 1 grade or possibly even more, depending entirely on Zeke's performance. Zeke Draker thinks it over in silence. The headmaster is moving faster than he expected, but the decision makes sense. After all, Zeke had drawn far more attention than he originally intended. With a polite smile, Zeke Draker accepts the offer, fully aware that agreeing means stepping into something much larger than a simple exam. As Zeke Draker leaves the office, he mutters quietly under his breath. The headmaster is definitely scheming something. Even so, Zeke Draker decides that, for now, he might as well play along and see where this leads. Back inside the office, the headmaster turns slightly toward the person seated across from him. Both Reina Turin and Zeke Draker, the headmaster says, his tone calm and deliberate. Two pure-blood awakeners. They have agreed to take the exam. The figure across from the headmaster gives a small, measured nod. Understood, they reply. I will make the necessary arrangements. The headmaster folds his hands in front of him, a faint smile forming on his face. Things are about to become very interesting. Inside the upper-class Aura training hall of Draker Academy, Zeke Draker and Reina Turin stand side by side, waiting for the exam to begin. A tense silence hangs over the hall, heavy enough that even the smallest movement feels noticeable. Reina Turin's eyes remain fixed on Zeke Draker, unblinking, as if she is trying to read something hidden beneath his calm expression. Zeke Draker lets out a quiet sigh, silently wishing Reina Turin would stop staring at him so intensely. Before the silence can stretch any further, a voice calls out from the far end of the hall. Apologies for the wait. A tall man strides into the room, his armor gleaming as he walks with the steady presence of a seasoned knight. This is Sir Owl Draker, the official examiner for the Grade Advancement exam and a knight belonging to the Draker main family. Zeke Draker's expression shifts the instant he sees the man. He murmurs the name under his breath. Owl Draker. Could it really be him? The one they used to call the dieback blade? His thoughts begin to drift. A memory flickers through his mind. Cold night air, the weight of a lifeless body in his arms, and fingers scraping through the earth to dig a grave. In that memory, Zeke Murray approaches the scene and slows his steps, puzzled by the stranger standing near the body. His voice turns sharp as he mutters, Empire's mutt. Zeke Murray moves toward the corpse, kneels down, and presses the shovel into the soil. Even if you told me not to, Zeke Murray says quietly, I would still do it. Then he gives his name in a steady voice. Zeke Murray, from the Northern Allied Forces. Zeke Murray looks up at the man and asks, Are you a Draker? The man shakes his head. That life is behind me. Zeke lets out a short laugh. Yeah, I walked away too. Then what should I call you? The man meets Zeke Murray's eyes, and his answer comes with quiet certainty. Dieback Blade. The memory fades, and Zeke Draker blinks back into the present, whispering that name to himself. That name suits the dieback blade far too well. Zeke Draker snaps fully back to the present just as the formalities begin. Zeke Draker and Reina Turin both lower their heads in a deep bow. Sir Draker, they say together. An instructor then steps forward and begins laying out the rules of the exam. This exam follows the Illumin Cradle method. It will be a sword duel with no time limit. The match ends only when one side yields or becomes unable to continue. Give it everything you have. Without hesitation, Reina Turin steps forward. I will go first. But Owl Draker, calm and composed, raises one hand to stop her. There is no need to take turns, he says. Come at me together. Both Zeke Draker and Reina Turin freeze for a heartbeat, their eyes widening as the meaning sinks in. Together, they are not being tested one at a time. They have to face Owl Draker at the same time. After Owl Draker boldly challenges them both to attack together, Zeke Draker casts a quick glance toward Reina Turin. In a level voice, Zeke Draker tells Reina Turin to stay calm. There is a clear gap between their abilities and Owl Draker's, and the test has already begun. Reina shoots him a sharp, irritated look, but Zeke remains completely unbothered. Zeke Draker warns her that if she charges in without thinking, she will only lose points before the fight even gets moving. Reina Turin does not answer. Instead, her gaze snaps forward, becoming sharper and more focused. Zeke Draker lets a small, hidden smile tug at his lips. That quick thinking of hers is still as sharp as ever. He leans in slightly, keeping his voice low, and tells Reina Turin that they only need to land one clean hit. There is a way to make it happen. Both Zeke Draker and Reina Turin settle into their stances, their bodies lowering slightly as the tension in the hall sharpens around them. Zeke Draker draws his sword, a worn wandu from the Eastern Empire. The blade may be old and weathered, but in his hand, it sits perfectly, almost like an extension of his own body. He can sense that Reina Turin's pride has taken a blow, but wounded pride will not help them survive this exam. This is not the time for emotions, ego, or personal frustration. They already have a plan, and the only thing that matters now is sticking to it. Zeke Draker glances toward Reina Turin. Then they move. The clash begins in an instant, their blades slamming forward with explosive speed and force. Steel screams through the air as Zeke Draker and Reyna Turin press Owl Draker together, trying to close in on him from both sides. Reyna Turin grits her teeth as the pressure crashes down on her. So this is what true power feels like. Just as Zeke Draker had told her, Reyna Turin aims for weak points and tiny openings, but she cannot even land a proper hit, much less deal any real damage. Then Zeke Draker hears the words echo through his mind. Dragon-slaying arts, Chapter 3, Verse 1. His blade pulses as blue mana gathers along its edge. This strike requires intent, the intent to kill. With that resolve, Zeke launches forward, his sword cutting sharply through the air. But Owl Draker shifts aside with smooth, effortless movement, slipping past the attack as if he had seen it coming from the start. In that same instant, Owl Draker strikes back with a swift counter, slamming into Reyna Turin from the side. Reyna Turin's defense breaks under the impact. Blood spills as her body crashes hard onto the training hall floor. One of the instructors shouts in alarm, asking if Lady Reyna Turin is all right. Reyna Turin forces herself back up, her breathing rough and uneven as she steadies her trembling body. "I am fine," Reyna Turin replies, then warns the instructors to stay back because this is not safe. And in that moment the truth hits her. She had blacked out, even if only for a second. If she cannot even keep herself conscious, how is she supposed to create an opening? Reyna understands now that with her current skill, she has no chance of winning head-on. Reyna Turin's eyes narrow, disbelief flickering across her face as she looks at Zeke Draker. He cannot possibly be serious. There is no way she would lower herself to such a disgraceful tactic. To Reyna Turin, using something so underhanded would stain the dignity of a proper duel, and she refuses to accept that easily. Zeke Draker simply shrugs, completely unfazed by her reaction. "Honor does not feed you," he says flatly. "This is not some noble showdown. It is an exam, and it is meant to test whether we can kill." Zeke Draker places a hand on Reyna Turin's shoulder, as if that single gesture settles the matter. Reyna Turin exhales sharply, frustration tightening her expression. But she knows she was the one who asked Zeke Draker for help. Even so, Reyna Turin cannot help questioning him. Does Zeke Draker truly believe strategy alone can bring down someone like Owl Draker? Zeke's confidence does not waver. "We are not overpowering him," he says. "We are just opening a crack. One clean chance. That is all we need." Zeke Draker leans a little closer, his tone steady, and reminds her of the match they had back at the cradle. "Why did you miss the rope?" he asks. Reyna Turin scowls as the memory returns to her. "I did not expect you to use something like that." Zeke Draker gives a small nod. "Exactly. And Owl Draker will not expect it either." Hoisting his blade onto his shoulder, Zeke Draker points toward Reyna Turin with a knowing glint in his eyes. "Wait for my signal," he tells her. "It will work. We only need one opening." Then, without waiting for Reyna Turin to answer, Zeke Draker bolts forward. The edge of his sword ignites as the dragon-slaying arts awaken, energy racing along the blade like wildfire. Owl Draker's eyes narrow slightly. He recognizes this movement. It is Sir Duke Draker's technique. With calm, practiced ease, Owl Draker steps aside. Zeke Draker grins as he pushes in. No more holding back, right? Their swords collide, and a brilliant burst of light explodes between them. Owl Draker flinches, stumbling for only half a second as a strange glint flashes through the mana. His eyes widen. Mana inheritance. The raw light of a pureblood awakener floods the space, spreading into a blinding flare that swallows everything. "Cheap tricks," Owl Draker mutters. "Blinding me will not be enough." But even as he says it, a trace of doubt slips into his mind. How is Zeke Draker still moving with such precision inside this swirling darkness? The shadows swallow the training hall completely, smothering every clear line of sight. Yet Zeke Draker glides through the darkness as if the light had never disappeared at all. Hidden within the pitch-black veil, Zeke Draker allows a small smirk to slip onto his face. Perfect timing to test it, he thinks. The new draconian skill. And since this is only an exam, he will not spill anything unnecessary. The air pulses once. Dragon Claw. Yellow mana erupts from Zeke Draker's blade, slicing through the darkness in jagged arcs and tearing the shadowy veil clean apart. Owl Draker tenses at the force behind the strike. This kind of power should not belong to a first-year cadet. But Zeke Draker is no longer fighting like an ordinary first year. In the middle of the exchange, he glances toward Reyna Turin. Reyna Turin is still struggling inside the darkness. Unlike Zeke Draker, she cannot move cleanly through that suffocating blackness. Could all the energy Zeke unleashed have been meant only to block Owl Draker's sight? It is the kind of tactic that usually works only against opponents much weaker than the one standing in front of them. But then Zeke Draker strikes again. Owl Draker narrowly dodges the attack, yet something about the movement does not add up. Zeke Draker's flow has not broken at all. His attacks remain fluid, deliberate, and razor-sharp, each one following the last with frightening control. And in the very next instant, Zeke Draker's figure simply disappears, as if the darkness itself has swallowed him whole. Dieback whirls around on instinct, his eyes snapping from one side of the hall to the other. But no matter where he looks, there is nothing there. All that remains is a barely visible silhouette, drifting through the moonlit air like a thin veil of mist. The space around him begins to shimmer with mana, pale glowing traces curling and twisting through the shadows like threads of light. Then strange echoes ripple across the hall, bouncing from wall to wall until it becomes impossible to tell where they are coming from. Movement stirs from every direction at once. Zeke Draker's presence breaks apart and melts into the illusion so perfectly that no single trace can be trusted. Dieback clenches his jaw, frustration flashing across his face. At this point, his eyes, ears, and instincts are all feeding him lies. Then Zeke Draker appears again, sword already drawn, his gaze calm and unwavering, a quiet smile on his lips as he steps in and swings. But just as the attack comes, alarms explode through the hall. A piercing shriek tears through the air, and Dieback's mind jolts from the sudden shock. He recognizes the setup almost immediately. He has seen this kind of device before, a single-use mechanism, built from simple parts small enough to hide, and powered by magic that does not need to destroy anything. It only has to create light. It only has to create sound. And in a fight like this, that alone is more than enough. A thunderous blast erupts through the hall, swallowing every other sound in one violent burst. Zeke Draker raises both arms to shield his ears at the exact moment Reyna Turin seizes the opening and makes her move. The force of the noise slams into Dieback like a hammer striking straight against his skull. He staggers back, both hands flying to his head, but the realization comes too late. A curse slips from his mouth. He had looked down on Reyna Turin's plan, and now that mistake is cutting into him. Reyna Turin and Zeke Draker rush forward together, their blades lighting up in perfect rhythm as they close the distance. Side by side, they pour their strength into a technique from the dragon-slaying art. Chapter 4, Verse 1, Full Moon Slash. Two brilliant arcs carve through the air at once, sharp enough to steal the breath away, beautiful for a single heartbeat, and deadly in the next. But Dieback's instincts flare at the last possible moment. He grits his teeth, forces his body to move, and slips away just in time. The attack cuts past him and misses its mark. After that brutal exchange, both Zeke Draker and Reyna Turin collapse to the floor, their bodies finally giving way beneath the weight of their wounds. Medics rush in with stretchers, moving quickly across the field as they lift the two injured cadets and carry them away. The examiner turns toward Dieback, gives him a brief nod of approval, and says only one thing, well done. That is when Duke Draker makes his entrance, casually brushing dirt from his shoulder as he raises one hand in an easy greeting. He tells Dieback that Owl Draker seems to have thrown someone else's entire technique out of rhythm. Then, with a faint smirk, Duke Draker turns toward the Gale Knight and asks if he is still as rigid as ever, wondering out loud how his own discipline measures up these days. Dieback gives no answer. His face stays still, but his mind has already drifted back to Duke Draker's final move. He remembers it clearly. Duke Draker had dropped his sword in the middle of the fight just to raise his guard, throwing away a perfect chance to counterattack. Does he never truly fight to win, Dieback wonders. Does he always reveal only the bare minimum needed to pass? His gaze lowers to his injured hand, and in silence, one name settles heavily in his thoughts. Zeke Draker. That boy is already far beyond anything I have the right to judge. The setting moves to a dignified meeting hall, where the instructors have gathered with the dean to decide the final results of the exam. The dean rises from his seat and calmly assumes there are no objections. One after another, the instructors nod in silence. No one disagrees, and the decision is made unanimously. Soon after, the results are posted on the board. Reyna Turin and Zeke Draker have both advanced, moving into the 3rd and 5th grade. After that day, Zeke Draker's life finally began to settle into a quieter rhythm. For a while, he trained directly under Duke Draker in the Gale Arts, learning from him personally, but eventually that responsibility was passed on to Andre Draker. Zeke Draker continued exchanging messages with Professor Fannin as well, though Fannin later moved on to the Royal Magic Laboratory in Delphoa, and Zeke slowly stepped away from the world of noble families. Strangely enough, Owl Draker still appeared every few months to challenge him, a thought that made Zeke laugh quietly whenever he remembered it. Then, one day, something inside him clicked into place. Zeke Draker took a leave of absence, locked himself away inside a training hall, and devoted himself completely to his growth. 2 full years passed like that, and at the end of them he graduated. Now the scene shifts again, this time to the towering corridors of the Valhalla institution. Decker approaches him with a respectful smile and offers his congratulations. Zeke Draker has just become the youngest person ever admitted, and Decker remarks that the patriarch must be pleased. On the screen, the name shines clearly: Zeke Draker, 15 years old. Then Decker adds, with a hint of surprise in his voice, that even the dean personally wrote a letter of recommendation for him. Zeke only gives a faint smile and nods. And just like that, the quiet 2 years he had spent in seclusion come to an end. With 3 months still remaining before the entrance ceremony, Zeke Draker tells Decker to head to Atlas ahead of him. Decker starts to say something, but Zeke Draker raises one hand and gently cuts him off with a small wave. He says he wants to spend some time alone. No visits, no interruptions. Surely, Decker understands what he means. Decker lowers his head and answers, "Yes, young master." Zeke Draker closes his eyes, and his thoughts drift toward the Gate Mountains, where Gezer's remains are hidden. This vacation gives him the perfect excuse. He can enter the mountains through the Argos Adventurers Guild without needing to inform anyone. But just then, a knock sounds at the door. It is Liam Stone. Liam Stone steps inside, bows politely, and greets him with formal respect. "Greetings, Zeke Draker." Zeke Draker lifts an eyebrow and gently reminds him to stop being so formal, just like he has already told him before. Liam Stone immediately straightens his posture, but before the conversation can continue, Decker excuses himself. Zeke Draker gives him a small nod and reminds him not to forget about the Blackheart issue at Valhalla. As Liam Stone reaches the doorway, he pauses and asks why he was summoned all the way to the Platinum Mansion. Zeke Draker walks over and places a notebook in his hands. He has heard that Liam has been transferred into the special class, and that is not something he can simply ignore. Inside the notebook is everything Liam Stone will need, likely exam topics, training methods, and even a checklist of essential equipment. Zeke Draker tells him that if he takes it to Fafnir's Breath, they will prepare everything for him. And by the time Liam Stone reaches his 4th year, he will need a sword of his own. Fafnir's Breath will forge it for him, and Zeke Draker has already taken care of the cost. Tears begin to gather in Liam Stone's eyes as he grips the notebook tightly, his voice trembling with emotion as he promises Zeke Draker that he will never let him down. Zeke Draker lets out a small sigh, looking at him with faint exasperation, and tells him to loosen up a little instead of treating every word like a solemn vow. Liam Stone immediately straightens his back even more, standing stiff as a board as he earnestly promises that he will correct his behavior from now on. Time moves forward, and the story turns away from the mansion, opening onto a new land and a very different kind of journey. At the far northern edge of the central continent stands the Kingdom of Argos, known as one of the 4 great kingdoms alongside Delphoa, Thebia, and Alencia. The enormous giant mountains rise across Argos like a wall of stone, their depths packed with countless dungeons that draw adventurers hungry for wealth and fame. Argos' first king turned dungeon diving into the heart of the kingdom's economy and established the Adventurers Guild, an organization that has since spread across the continent under royal authority. Inside one of those busy guild halls, a clerk's voice rings out over the crowd, calling for number 546. Hearing the number, Zeke Draker steps forward calmly, blending into the line like any ordinary applicant. The clerk hands him a registration certificate and congratulates him under the name Zeke Murray, welcoming him into the guild before asking for the rest of his documents. Zeke Draker accepts the certificate with a quiet word of thanks, his expression remaining calm and unreadable. Using a false name was the safest choice he could make. If he walked around openly carrying the Draker name, he would be announcing himself to every enemy, spy, and greedy opportunist in the region. After finishing the registration, he boards a caravan bound for the mountains, slipping into a noisy group of adventurers, as if he were just another traveler chasing dungeon rewards. All around him, the caravan is filled with non-stop chatter, laughter, and the rough voices of adventurers bragging over one another. One of them leans closer and nudges Zeke Draker with a grin, studying his calm face before asking if this is his first time entering a dungeon. Another adventurer quickly joins in, acting friendly as he offers to let Zeke Draker come along with their party, claiming that their group is made up of decent people. He adds that the dungeons have been especially vicious lately, warning that one careless step could turn a rookie into monster food. Zeke Draker only lets a silent smirk tug at his lips. Trash like this can be found anywhere, and everyone knows the first party to enter a dungeon gets half the loot. And when rookies are involved, some are used as bait while others disappear completely, sold off into the slave trade before anyone can ask questions. Zeke Draker stays silent for a moment, his eyes narrowing as the men keep talking. Then his voice cuts through the noise, cold and sharp enough to freeze the mood. "Shut up." The man sitting beside him flinches at the sudden chill in Zeke Draker's voice and nervously asks whether he said something wrong. Zeke Draker does not bother answering him. Instead, he turns his gaze toward the front of the caravan. He calls out to the driver, warning him that monsters are approaching from 500 meters behind them, off to the left. The driver only laughs it off, insisting that the route is clear. Another adventurer speaks up with confidence, saying these roads are protected by kingdom patrols, so there should not be any beasts nearby, and accusing Zeke Draker of being too jumpy. Zeke Draker raises one hand and points toward the trees at the side of the road, his voice calm as he asks them to explain what is coming through there. A massive ogre bursts through the underbrush, tearing into view with terrifying force, and the entire caravan is thrown into chaos. Screams spread from one wagon to the next as panic erupts and the adventurers realize the danger is already on top of them. Blood splashes across the dirt road as people scatter in every direction, some desperately trying to flee while others fumble for their weapons and attempt to fight back. But one after another, they are struck down before they can regain control. Zeke Draker slips behind a tree and remains untouched, watching the slaughter unfold with sharp, steady eyes. An ogre appearing this deep inside a secured zone makes no sense. Something is wrong, and the defense perimeter must have failed. But Argo's soldiers are not careless. They are elite forces, and this kind of breach should not have happened. Judging by the level of the adventurers here, no ordinary monster should have been able to push this far into protected territory. Then, amid the screams and blood, Zeke Draker notices the truth. This is not a simple monster ambush at all. Someone human is controlling the situation from behind the scenes. The realization settles into place in his mind with sudden clarity. If this carnage is not truly the work of a monster, then the answer can only be a human hand. Someone has deliberately gone through the bodies, damaging them just enough to make the aftermath look like the work of a wild beast. But the more closely Zeke Draker studies the wounds, the more obvious the deception becomes. The cuts are far too clean, too precise, and too controlled for any creature's claws or teeth. He crouches beside one of the corpses and murmurs under his breath. There are no signs of a struggle, and every victim was killed with a single strike. That level of precision and force points to only one conclusion: the person responsible has to be at least a purple knight. Zeke Draker slowly rises to his feet, his voice low as he decides that he cannot stay here any longer. If anyone finds him standing alone on this blood-soaked road, they may misunderstand the entire situation. Leaving the massacre behind, Zeke Draker sharpens his focus again, because right now, finding traces of Gezer matters more than anything else. Before long, he reaches a dark forest where skulls hang from the branches, tied in place with strips of bark like grim warnings swaying in the shadows. Zeke Draker silently recognizes the sign. This is barbarian territory. At the same time, his minimap flickers, telling him he is finally getting close. The ruins of Gezer lie just ahead. But then an unsettling thought cuts into his focus. Why are the Rome Empire's hunting dogs here? They are elite knight trainees who serve directly under the Empire's command, raised and trained specifically for tracking targets and killing them without hesitation. At this point in time, the world still does not know they exist. But before long, they will become one of the Rome Empire's central forces in the continental war that is drawing closer. Zeke Draker's eyes narrow as he pieces the signs together. He has been following their traces for some time now, the trail, the spacing, the movement patterns. It is definitely them. Their methods are too distinct to mistake. Now Duke Draker's confidence makes more sense. The Rome Empire's fanatical pursuit of immortality has already driven them into every corner of the continent. Even before his regression, Zeke Draker remembers how obsessively they chased after rare artifacts and hidden relics. Conquering the continent was never their only ambition. Beneath that goal, they were searching for something far stranger and far more dangerous: eternal life. And now Zeke Draker cannot help wondering whether they have already discovered Gezer's ruins. He needs to confirm the truth with his own eyes. In the next instant, Zeke Draker vanishes from where he stood. The hunting dogs and the guards jerk in shock, startled as Zeke Draker's presence disappears without warning. One of the guards snaps into motion and reaches for his pistol, but before his fingers can even close around the grip, Zeke Draker appears right in front of him. A flash of steel cuts through the air, clean and silent, and with one precise strike, Zeke Draker severs the man's hand before he can fire. The pistol slips from the man's grasp and drops to the ground with a sharp metallic clink. Zeke Draker remains completely unfazed as a golden flare shoots up into the sky, bursting like an emergency signal. His gaze follows it for only a moment before he realizes that the one who fired it must be the leader. Still, as he scans the area, something feels strange. Only 3 operatives are here, and that number makes no sense. Zeke Draker turns toward the man writhing on the ground and asks in a steady voice if they are the perimeter team. There should be 12 of them, which means something has already gone wrong. He demands their names and asks who sent them, but the only answer he gets is silence. Then one of the men suddenly lunges at him in a desperate rush, throwing himself forward as if one reckless attack might change everything. Zeke Draker simply shifts aside with effortless calm, letting the strike pass by as though it was never a threat. His voice drops low, cold enough to make the remaining men freeze. They still do not seem to understand the situation. Zeke Draker is the one asking the questions now. He looks between the last two men still standing, his expression unreadable. There are two mouths left, but only one of them needs to survive long enough to talk. So he asks which one will answer him first, and both of them hesitate. At that moment, a faint light flickers across Zeke Draker's screen. He is broken into their live feed, and the image reveals a cramped, makeshift base filled with equipment, supplies, and armed personnel moving through the clutter. This is their operations center. The injured knights, the scattered wreckage, the hidden base. Everything fits together now. If they really have uncovered Gezer's ruins, then Zeke Draker will know soon enough. And if anyone dares move against McCain, Zeke Draker will make sure they are buried where they stand. Far beyond the edge of barbarian territory, two guards stand watch in front of a sealed basement, the air around them heavy and unnaturally still. One of the guards scoffs under his breath, saying there is no point guarding a place this cursed. The other agrees without much interest. But before either of them can relax, a sharp sound slices through the air, and the first guard drops without making a sound. A heartbeat later, the silence breaks again. The second guard collapses as well. Deeper inside the base, another man calls out, confused, asking where the others have gone. He pauses, listening carefully, wondering if he heard something strange a moment earlier. Another voice answers no, but before the next word can leave his mouth, Zeke Draker steps out from the darkness. Steel flashes in the dim light. One man goes down instantly. Another tries to shout for help, but Zeke Draker's blade reaches him first and cuts the sound off mid-breath. For a moment, the scene pulls a memory to the surface. An old raid, the same suffocating tension, the same merciless precision in every movement. It feels just like the operation against the Pabella cartel. That was the strike that ended a 5-year war in a single night. The rhythm is the same now, and the scent of blood hanging in the air feels just as familiar. Then a new figure steps into view, the boss of this place. He watches Zeke Draker's movements closely, his eyes narrowing as he tries to identify the technique. He mutters about Southern knife work, then throws out names like McCain and Pabella, as if trying to place where Zeke Draker belongs. In the end, he shrugs it off, saying it no longer matters. Zeke Draker has come too far to turn back now, so he orders him to surrender, promising to make the end quick. Zeke Draker calmly sizes up the so-called commander and reaches a quick conclusion. The man is a rookie at best. He might qualify as Blue Knighthood material, but even that feels generous. He is nowhere close to the level of the true hunting dogs Zeke Draker remembers from his previous life. And now this man has the nerve to offer mercy. If these people truly mourned their fallen comrades, they would already be tearing at him in rage. But they do not. That alone tells Zeke Draker enough. These are not locals defending their home. They are agents from the central continent. And he accepts that truth without the slightest emotion. Another one charges at him, driven by desperation, trying to land even a single blow before the situation collapses completely. Zeke Draker moves like smoke drifting through the dark. With one smooth turn of his wrist, the man drops. Then another falls and another after that, each one brought down in a single clean motion. He finally stops and looks across the carnage with quiet disbelief. Is this really all they have? Have the hunting dogs grown weak, or has Zeke Draker simply moved far beyond them? Either way, the answer no longer matters. A notification flashes across his interface, confirming the kills and signaling that mana reflection has been triggered. Then, all at once, everything goes black. The entire base loses power. The lights flicker out one after another. Panic begins to spread through the room, and the commander stiffens in place as his thoughts are abruptly cut short. He struggles to understand what just happened. Could this be interference from a Dragonslayer? But Zeke Draker did not enter with any obvious weapon of power. No visible aura wrapped around him, and no mana trail that could be traced. There is only a blade, a shadow, and maybe, just maybe, a failure in the system itself. The commander calls out to steady his people, telling them to stay sharp and hold their positions. The power will return soon, so they must not break formation. But then something begins to glow in the darkness. A faint, pulsing light rising from the fallen bodies scattered across the floor. The commander stares at it, frozen where he stands. So it is true. The Rome Empire is not merely interested in this place. They are desperate. They are searching for the ruins of Hero King Gezer. Murmurs spread through the room, and some of the soldiers look confused, clearly unaware of what ruins are even being discussed. By then, Zeke Draker is already standing behind the commander with his blade drawn. He needs no more confirmation and no more guesses. He will find the ruins himself. The commander begins to beg. He swears in a trembling voice that he knows nothing. But his excuses mean nothing now. Zeke Draker's blade falls, and in an instant, the commander's life comes to an end. Zeke Draker steps back from the body and mutters quietly under his breath. McCain will take the blame for all of this. The thought settles calmly in his mind. McCain, the cartel built from the wreckage of the fallen Cusco kingdom. It was born from chaos, held together by blades, blood, and gold. Zeke Draker could disappear without leaving a single trace by using Draker techniques and wiping the entire scene clean. But he chooses not to. Instead, he leaves the knife work behind. That signature style will point everything straight toward McCain. Let the Rome Empire chase ghosts. Let them strike back if they want to. If the cartel burns in the process, then so be it. Every flame will still serve Zeke Draker's larger plan. Zeke Draker thinks back to the intercepted letter, and the more he remembers its contents, the clearer it becomes. The Emperor's obsession with the ruins runs far deeper than anyone could have imagined. There had been only one order written there, simple and absolute. Find the ruins. But the search area was no longer limited to the central continent. It had already stretched far beyond that, crossing past the eastern waters and even reaching across the dark seas. The hunting dogs had been released everywhere, and even Angiotron had begun to surface. With that, Zeke Draker's worst suspicion was confirmed. The hunting dogs were back, and this time they had returned in full force. Still, they had not found Gezer yet. And as long as that was true, Zeke Draker still had time to move first. Then a streak of crimson suddenly cuts across the sky, burning bright against the cold air like a red wound opening above the forest. Zeke Draker's eyes snap upward at once. He recognizes it immediately, a disaster signal. Zeke Draker races through the snowy jungle, his gaze darting between the trees as he searches for any route that might let him slip away. But he is already too late. The pursuers are closing in from every direction, and in that instant the meaning of the signal hits him. It is the 5-part red flare signal, the absolute snare. It is a deadly hunting strategy where a central flare gathers soldiers and hounds from all sides, tightening the net around the target until there is no space left to run, only the choice between capture and death. Zeke Draker remembers using that exact tactic himself after stealing an artifact in the past. But now, the northern continent's imperial troops are turning the same method against him. When he opens his system, he realizes that he has a trap of his own, one that can answer their encirclement with something just as dangerous. Without hesitating any longer, Zeke Draker stops running and turns back toward the chase. One by one, his enemies draw closer, spreading out as they begin to surround him. Among them, a man with a scar slashed across his forehead rushes forward first, raising his sword high as he lunges straight at Zeke Draker. Zeke Draker does not flinch. With a blade held in each hand, one drawn back behind him and the other waiting to counter, he stands ready. He catches the incoming strike head-on, and the clash rings through the trees as their swords lock together in a sharp, crossing flash of steel. Above the center of the skirmish, a man dressed in yellow moves through the air, watching the battle unfold from overhead. From that vantage point, Zeke Draker recognizes the formation almost instantly. His gaze flicks toward the scarred man, who subtly covers his mouth as if giving a hidden signal. The man in yellow tightens his grip around his sword, sensing the shift as well. These enemies are not like the opponents from the cave. More fighters appear from every direction, closing the ring tighter, and Zeke Draker remains at the center of the encirclement. This has become complicated. He pulls up his system, scanning every nearby position along with their skill levels, and realizes he should have slipped away much earlier. But now that the trap has closed around him, there is no turning back. Zeke Draker reaches for the pendant hanging at his neck, pausing for a brief moment as reluctance crosses his face. He does not want to rely on this power, but there is no other way out. He slips the pendant into his mouth, and the moment he does, smoke bursts upward, spreading fast as it draws in gas from all around him. "What the hell is that?" Someone shouts through the confusion. Another voice cries out in alarm, wondering if Zeke Draker is aiming for one of them. Zeke Draker's eyes widen as he immediately sees through it. It is a smoke bomb, nothing more than a diversion, and he shouts the warning aloud. Then smoke bombs begin exploding in every direction, swallowing the battlefield in thick clouds. His enemies yell at one another not to let him escape, ordering the line to close in. But by the time they rush forward, Zeke Draker has already slipped into the smoke and vanished from their sight. Someone barks for the squad to hold their ground, insisting that Zeke Draker is still trapped inside the encirclement and ordering everyone to watch for even the slightest movement. Another voice snaps out an order to check the shadows. The soldiers sweep their eyes through the swirling smoke, tense and alert, searching for any sign of Zeke Draker's presence. But the scarred man frowns as a bad feeling settles over him. Something is wrong. He cannot feel Zeke Draker at all. Had Zeke Draker seen through their plan from the very beginning? Or had the horn they blew changed the situation completely? Then, without warning, one of the soldiers is hurled through the air like a broken doll. The scarred man's eyes widen in disbelief as he shouts, demanding to know what is happening. There are barbarians nearby, but his squad has done nothing to provoke them, so this level of aggression makes no sense. Before he can understand it, another soldier charges forward, yelling that the barbarians do not belong there, and swings his sword at the towering figures. The blade lands, but it barely leaves a mark. The soldier stares at his weapon in shock. In the next instant, a barbarian rushes in and tears him apart without hesitation, and the scarred man finally realizes just how badly outmatched they are. The scarred man urgently orders a retreat, his voice tight with panic. He has never seen the barbarians this furious before, and he knows his men cannot win against them like this. He raises his gun and fires a signal into the sky, activating the absolute snare once more, this time to pull his own squad out of danger. The barbarians roar and give chase, some shouting for their tribesmen to fall back while others thunder after the fleeing soldiers through the jungle. Once the soldiers vanish into the trees, the man in yellow kneels quietly, his eyes fixed on the broken ground beneath him. It worked even better than he expected. Zeke Draker murmurs to himself as he holds the pendant in his hand, now partly shattered and shaped like a barbarian horn. A battle horn. Only now does Zeke Draker fully understand that it was never just a simple trinket. Fragments of old memories begin flashing through his mind. He remembers his time with the Mohawk tribe, their customs, their warnings, and the way they treated certain sounds as something sacred. The sound of that horn had never been ordinary noise. It was a sacred call, a warning signal meant to alert the tribe whenever invaders stepped onto holy ground. Though outsiders called them savages, they lived by traditions far deeper than most people understood. Zeke Draker quietly notes that this fake horn probably has only one use left in it. He pushes deeper into the jungle, brushing heavy leaves aside as he mutters that it is time to find the real ruins. The path leads him into ancient stone walls hidden beneath the jungle growth. And there, his system suddenly reacts to something buried within. A fallen dragon bond appears in the readings, stained with corrupted energy that clings to it like rot. Zeke Draker ducks into cover at once and quietly brings up the system interface, keeping his presence low. His eyes move carefully across the readings, filled with both curiosity and caution as he studies what the system has found. When Zeke Draker checks the map, he spots a chamber high above, marked as being connected to the downfall of the dragon god. He narrows his eyes and asks the system if he can access it. The system answers at once, confirming that Zeke Draker's administrator rights have been recognized, and that a control link has successfully been established. Access to the home of Hero King Gezer is granted, and the ancient structure begins to respond to Zeke Draker's authority. As the massive old door groans and slowly creaks open, the fallen dragonborn nearby begin to stir, their corrupted bodies reacting to the movement. Zeke Draker narrows his eyes and sharpens his focus, watching every twitch around him with careful attention. If Zeke Draker can move fast enough, there may still be a chance to slip through the opening without getting dragged into a full fight. He launches forward in an instant, his dragon-slaying arts driving his body ahead like a bolt of lightning cutting across the stone floor. Wind surges around Zeke Draker as he unleashes the gale arts, then layers shadowless traps across the path to blur the fallen dragonborn's vision. A mana shield pulses around him, concealing the line of his movement, while the traps scatter false traces through the air. Using that brief opening, Zeke Draker breaks straight toward the ancient door. But just as he draws close, a monstrous fallen dragonborn rises behind him, its massive jaws stretching wide as it lunges to swallow him whole. Without a second of hesitation, Zeke Draker twists back with his sword already in hand and unleashes the dragon-slaying arts. Chapter 7, Verse 1, Dragon Head Severance. His blade tears through the beast in a brutal flash, but as the creature is cut apart, its blood sprays across his body. Breathing hard, Zeke Draker lowers his gaze to the blood splattered over him, studying its strange texture and color with a tense expression. So this is what fallen dragonborn blood looks like. He mutters under his breath, wondering if the blood is supposed to be acidic, because the way it clings to him feels anything but ordinary. Then his system suddenly pings. His class-based kill healing factor activates, responding to the damage and the enemy he has just struck down. At that moment, a chilling memory rises in Zeke Draker's mind. He remembers the nine-headed Hydra from his previous life, a creature with blood just as unnatural and a body that was almost impossible to kill. Back then, Zeke Draker barely survived against it, Now all 9 of the Hydra's heads turn toward him at once. Zeke Draker steadies his stance, refusing to retreat this time. He will not run. Not now. This time, he will find out just how far his current power can truly carry him. Smoke and shattered stone whirl around the battlefield as Zeke Draker weaves through the onslaught. His sword flashing each time he slips past another attack. A massive fallen dragonborn charges directly toward him, raising its weapon high as it prepares to crush him with a killing blow. Zeke Draker grits his teeth, his mind racing. How are his dragon-slaying arts supposed to handle something like this? In a world where true dragons have vanished, these dragonborn creatures are the closest remnants left behind. But every time Zeke Draker cuts them down, they regenerate and rise again as if the wounds never happened. Frustration tightens in his chest. He understands the problem clearly now. His current strength is still not enough to truly finish them. His gaze locks onto the dragonborn standing roughly 30 meters from the ancient door. Zeke Draker commands the system to open the door, then a second later orders it to close again. The system responds immediately, confirming the administrator's request. The door to the home of Hero King Gezer shuts once more, sealing the path behind him. With his escape route closed off, Zeke Draker stops holding back and throws everything he has into the fight. Power surges through his body as he releases the dragon-slaying arts with full force. The wind roars around him as he strikes with the 5th form of the Gale arts, then layers it with the split power of Wind Slip. A blue aura swallows Zeke Draker's body, crackling around him like condensed lightning. In one swift motion, he hurls a mana-infused projectile through the air using the single rope technique. The impact tears through the enemy formation, and for the first time, victory feels close enough for him to reach. But the moment Zeke Draker turns to retreat, one of the dragonborn creatures barrels toward him, spinning violently like a living wrecking ball. Zeke Draker throws himself to the side at the last possible second, barely escaping the impact as it tears past him. But that brief relief disappears almost immediately. The Hydra is still after him. Its heads whip forward one after another, spewing blood that splashes across Zeke Draker's body. Zeke Draker's expression twists into a sharp scowl. That thing is still coming after him? He snaps the thought out with irritation, realizing the Hydra has no intention of slowing down. Sword in hand, Zeke Draker braces himself again, planting his feet as the danger closes in. Fine. If the Hydra wants his arm that badly, then Zeke Draker will let it take the bait. Purple mana flares violently around him as he slashes upward with everything he can force into the strike. Agonizing pain tears through Zeke Draker's body as his arm begins to burn, the skin peeling away until raw muscle is exposed beneath. His roar rips through the chaos, sharp and furious enough to cut through the battlefield noise. Poison fog. Zeke Draker realizes the Hydra is not relying on strength alone. It is packed with vicious tricks. The system's warning cuts through his mind, announcing that he has been poisoned by the 9-headed dragon Hydra. But Zeke Draker still does not stop moving. Even as his body weakens, Zeke Draker reaches deeper into himself, unlocking the power of soul manifestation and triggering another hidden layer of strength. The air around him trembles under the pressure of raw mana, thick and violent enough to distort the space nearby. One of the Hydra's heads bursts apart in a spray of blood, crashing down onto the ground with a sizzling, crackling splatter. Another head twists toward the ruined remains, staring at the carnage almost as if it cannot understand what just happened. Zeke Draker does not ease up for even a second. His eyes slide toward the next target, already preparing to strike again. One of the Hydra's heads suddenly stretched forward and tore open its jaws. A deafening roar exploded across the battlefield, shaking the ground beneath Zeke Draker's feet. But Zeke didn't flinch. His gaze sharpened, locking onto a single target. One opening. One chance. A sharp flash burst across the system screen. The draconian skill had activated. Dragon's dignity. An overwhelming wave of dominance surged out from Zeke Draker's body. Mana curled around him like a raging storm, heavy and commanding, pulsing as if it carried the authority of a true dragon. The air itself seemed to bend under the pressure, and the Hydra was caught inside that crushing aura. In the next instant, Zeke Draker's eyes ignited with a vivid purple glow. The color burned fiercely in his pupils, and the world around him seemed to twist, as though reality had shifted for him alone. Before his eyes appeared a distorted vision of the dragon, enormous in size yet trembling as if it had been forced to face something far greater than itself. The Hydra's real body began to shake as well. Its massive frame froze in place, every head stiffening as fear sank into its instincts. If you don't want to be crushed, move, Zeke Draker growled in a low, threatening voice. The beast wavered for a moment, its heads twitching in hesitation, but then it finally shrank back and slithered out of his path. Zeke Draker didn't waste even a heartbeat. He pushed himself forward and made it to the door, his body swaying from exhaustion. Barely keeping himself upright, he panted and muttered under his breath. Why didn't I just use Dragon's dignity earlier against the Dragonborn? His fingers moved quickly over the system interface as he searched for any sign that his condition was worsening. Infinite stamina was still active, yet the Hydra's poison continued eating away at him from the inside. The more he checked, the heavier his worry became. A new system prompt flashed before him. Fear status inflicted on the fallen Dragonborn. Do you wish to activate Dragon Control Authority and attempt subjugation? Zeke Draker's eyes narrowed at the message. So the fear caused by Dragon's dignity had actually taken effect. But the moment he tried to reach out and force the creature under his control, the system stopped him cold. Access denied. Administrator authority insufficient. Zeke Draker clenched his fists, frustration tightening across his face. I need administrator rights for everything, he muttered bitterly, his voice rising despite the pain. I can't even use this power the way I'm supposed to. But before he could curse any further, another warning slammed across the system screen. The Hydra's poison had intensified again, spreading deeper through his body and reaching a lethal stage. Zeke Draker cried out as the pain ripped through him, sharp and merciless, forcing his body to buckle. Even his healing factor began to falter. His breathing turned shallow and strained as he forced the words out. There has to be a way to fix this. The system answered his desperation almost immediately. Activate Glutton, a skill capable of consuming bloodline-based abilities. A sudden spark of hope flashed in Zeke Draker's eyes. If the poison came from a bloodline trait, then Glutton might be able to devour it. His pulse hammered as he stared toward the fallen Dragonborn. The draconian skill flared to life, releasing a strange and hungry power from within him. The blood scattered near Zeke Draker began to glow faintly. Small red lights shimmered across the ground like dying embers burning in the darkness. The dragon watched in shock as the energy was pulled away. Fallen Dragonborn energy absorbed. Glutton's skill rank increased. As the last remnants of the creature's life force seeped into him, Zeke Draker felt some of his strength return, though not completely. Partial bloodline absorbed. Constitution incomplete. The overload crashed through his body, and he dropped to his knees, trembling violently. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, Zeke Draker drove his fist into the ground, the impact echoing beneath him. Bingo! He breathed, a weak but satisfied grin spreading across his face despite his battered state. The system rang out one final time. Hydra poison neutralized. Poison resistance constitution acquired. Zeke Draker glanced over the updated stats, taking in the low-rank administrator privileges, the newly gained skills, and most importantly, the one trait that had saved his life. He leaned back slightly, his thoughts moving fast. So this was what poison resistance truly meant. As Glutton leveled up, Zeke Draker paused and wondered if the increase had happened because he had absorbed an elimination target. The system confirmed his guess, and his eyes grew sharper. This had not been a simple power boost. It had given him a vital clue. Zeke Draker forced himself back onto his feet and pushed through the ancient doorway. Time to move, he muttered, still catching his breath. That Hydra cost me way too much time. As he stepped forward, his thoughts drifted toward the old legend of hero King Kaiser. Kaiser was said to have been born half human and half fairy, the child of a wise sage and the fairy monarch herself. From the very moment he entered the world, fate turned against him. Betrayed and abandoned deep in the forest, he survived only because a sacred wolf discovered him and raised him as its own. As Kaiser grew, he fought to free oppressed humans from suffering, and in time, he founded the kingdom of Kronos here on the central continent. Zeke Draker continued walking deeper inside, remembering how few reliable records of Kaiser's life still remained. And yet now, the proof was standing right in front of him, hidden within these ancient ruins. The kingdom might have been smaller than the grand legends claimed, but there was no doubt anymore. Kronos had truly existed. He finally stopped before a massive door, feeling as though he had reached a bridge connecting forgotten legend to the present moment. The system chimed again, breaking the silence around him. The home of hero King Kaiser has opened. Zeke Draker took a steady breath and stepped through. Inside the dim corridor, his attention was drawn to a large stone, and he reached out, laying his hand against its surface. So this is where hero King Kaiser's secret technique is hidden, Zeke Draker whispered, his voice low in the shadowed passage. The system responded instantly. An achievement quest had been triggered, one directly connected to Kaiser himself. Zeke Draker barely had time to absorb that information before a warning suddenly struck his screen. You cannot exit this area until the quest is completed. His body stiffened the moment he read it. Something beyond that door had reacted to his thoughts, as if someone or something hidden inside had been watching him. Zeke Draker glanced back uneasily. Then the system revealed the quest title. Linked Quest, Hero King's Wisdom. The details began unfolding before his eyes, but one line made him freeze completely. Reward, the Fairy Monarch's Tear. Zeke Draker's breath caught in his throat. It was a relic said to grant wishes, and it was directly tied to the Fairy Monarch, Kaiser's own mother. The meaning of that reward sent his mind racing. A wish-granting item, with the power of the fairy lineage? Zeke Draker couldn't look away from the mission reward. The Fairy Monarch's Tear. A legendary relic said to grant any wish, something powerful enough to change everything. With his hand still pressed against the stone, Zeke Draker frowned and muttered, I have no idea how this thing works, but there's no way it's ordinary. Unable to shake his curiosity, he asked the system how he was supposed to move forward. Request acknowledged. The system immediately began searching through the magical video records hidden within the chamber. After scanning the archive, it discovered 546 recorded images connected to Hero King Kaiser, but only 12 of them matched the conditions Zeke Draker needed. The first recording flickered to life. The system detected the ancient language of Kronos, then translated it instantly so Zeke Draker could understand every word. On the screen, Hero King Kaiser spoke with blunt confidence, declaring, A sword is just a sword. A frustrated voice answered from the recording, complaining that he couldn't even swing the weapon properly. Stop whining, Kaiser snapped sharply. Then Shotun Draker appeared in the image. Kaiser turned on him at once, scolding Shotun Draker and telling him to pull himself together instead of making excuses. The image trembled slightly, and Zeke Draker recognized him right away. Shotun Draker, the knight who had served Hero King Kaiser with absolute loyalty and never questioned his command. Kaiser kept talking, explaining swordsmanship in his own rough, direct way. There were no complicated tricks, no elegant theories. Just swing the sword hard, and keep swinging without stopping. Then red mana burst out from the recorded image, surging forward like a wave and wrapping around Zeke Draker's body. The pressure hit him so hard that his knees gave out, and he was forced down against the ground. Zeke Draker gritted his teeth and dug in, forcing himself to endure the crushing force instead of backing away. This is Hero King Kaiser's advancement. The system confirmed it clearly before him. A grin slowly spread across Zeke Draker's face. This was exactly the kind of legacy he had come searching for. Play it again, Zeke Draker said, his eyes fixed on the recording. From the very beginning, with his sword in hand, Zeke Draker began training immediately, copying every movement with complete focus. Several days passed inside that sealed-off training space, cut away from the outside world. Across from the entrance, 3 rooms had been prepared. One was packed with enough supplies to last for months, another was meant for rest and daily needs, and the last one held a library along with equipment for training. Zeke Draker looked over the arrangement and guessed that this place had likely been created as a legacy chamber for Kaiser's chosen successor. Everything about it made sense. So he returned to his training and swung his sword again and again, repeating the motion tens of thousands of times. He managed to perfect the outward form, but the deeper sensation behind each movement still slipped away from him. Then a notification appeared before him. Advancement acquired. Hero King Kaiser's technique. The word elemental flashed across the system screen. Curious about what it meant, Zeke Draker asked for more details, and the system immediately answered. Advancement morning speed. Hero King Kaiser's specialty. Without warning, the spirit of Hero King Kaiser appeared directly in front of Zeke Draker. The legendary monarch stepped forward with an overwhelming presence, and the system confirmed his identity. Sovereign of the ancient kingdom of Kronos. Zeke Draker stared at him, frozen where he stood, unable to hide the awe in his eyes. Without saying a single word, Kaiser drew his sword and lunged forward, launching an attack without warning. Zeke Draker barely managed to dodge, but the force behind Kaiser's strike still blasted him backward and slammed him into the wall. Get on your feet, Kaiser barked. Zeke Draker clenched his jaw and forced himself up, feeling as if he were facing a battle-hardened master from an age long gone. Kaiser grumbled under his breath. He might actually have a talent for swordsmanship. The old knights would die all over again if they saw this. The sheer power coming from Kaiser was absurd. Zeke Draker steadied his breathing and wondered if this was some kind of trial. Kaiser charged again, closing the distance in an instant as his sword came slicing down. Zeke Draker dodged by a hair, barely keeping up with the attack, and a sharp thought crossed his mind. Was the Hero King actually trying to kill him? Gripping his weapon tightly, Zeke Draker let the doubt slip from his mouth. Can I really face a Hero King head-on? Kaiser laughed at him, the sound sharp and mocking, clearly unimpressed by Zeke Draker's hesitation. Zeke Draker stopped moving for a moment. He cleared his thoughts, lowered his sword, and forced his body and mind into stillness. Then, as he raised the blade once more, blue mana began to surge around him in a fierce glow. "All right," Zeke Draker said, his focus sharpening. "My turn." Kaiser looked at the blue light gathering around him and smirked. "What, are you some trainee under Shatan Draker? What do you call that power?" Zeke Draker didn't answer with words. Instead, he kicked off the ground and charged straight in, blue energy crackling around his body. Kaiser lifted his sword almost lazily to block, glancing at the energy as if testing it. "You call that aura, do you?" With barely any effort, he turned Zeke Draker's attack aside. "No, that's not it." Zeke Draker's eyes widened as he realized that even Kaiser's smallest movement carried terrifying, crushing force. The Hero King stepped in calmly, his blade sharp and steady. "Forget the name. If it's fun, that's enough," Kaiser said, striking once more. Zeke Draker ducked under the blow, his body moving on instinct as he shouted back. "Then let's enjoy it." Their swords crashed together, and waves of radiant mana burst out from the point of impact. The collision shook Zeke Draker all the way to his core. "I knew it would be hard," he muttered through clenched teeth. "But this is unreal." The difference in strength felt like an endless void opening in front of him. "I'm nothing?" Zeke Draker whispered, feeling the crushing weight of that gap settle over him. No, he couldn't let himself get trapped in that thought. Kaiser was simply standing in a completely different realm. Is this what it means to be a Hero King? Zeke Draker wondered. Deep down, Zeke Draker understood that this brutal exchange was only the beginning. Suddenly, the system lit up in front of him. Skills activated, one-hit kill, high-speed movement, rapid slash, and Dragon Claw from the Dragon King set. Kaiser looked Zeke Draker over with a cool, unreadable gaze. "So you're throwing around Dragon King techniques without actually being one?" Before Zeke could answer, the Hero King drove forward again, closing the gap with terrifying speed. His eyes sharpened as he studied the power gathering around Zeke Draker. "Elemental power, is that what this is?" Kaiser asked the question right in the middle of his strike. Zeke Draker flinched under the pressure, but he forced his body to move and swung back with everything he had. Zeke Draker unleashed his attack at full force, pouring all his strength into the motion. Their blades flashed through the air, each movement cutting a bright line across the space between them. Sparks burst out with every clash. Each blow landed heavier than the one before, making the air tremble around their swords. Zeke Draker kept fighting back with all he had, but the longer the exchange continued, the clearer the distance between him and Kaiser became. When the clash finally died down, Zeke Draker slowly opened his eyes, still shaken by the overwhelming force of the battle. Kaiser was sitting nearby as if nothing had happened, completely calm and composed. "You're still weak," he said flatly. "But at least now you've finally started to wake up." A faint grin tugged at Kaiser's face. "And I wasn't even fighting seriously. I shut down my skills, my Dragon King powers, and my elemental force. I didn't use any of them." Then Kaiser noticed something strange. His expression shifted, and he walked closer to Zeke Draker, his gaze turning sharp. "Your soul is partially merged with the spirit realm." Zeke Draker repeated the words in confusion. "The spirit realm?" Kaiser gave a small nod, as if the answer was obvious. "You've touched the edge of death more than once while still living in a mortal body," Kaiser explained. "That's probably why you're able to reach elemental power at all." Trying to keep up, Zeke Draker shook his head. "You keep throwing out terms like Shatton skills, spirit realm, and elemental power. I don't understand any of it. Can you just explain it in a way I can actually follow?" Kaiser frowned, his eyes piercing straight through him. "Quit pretending," he said. "You're not nearly as clueless as you're acting." He stepped closer and asked in a lower voice, "What is it you're really chasing?" Zeke Draker stayed silent, unable to find the right answer. Kaiser didn't bother waiting for him to speak. "You're pushing forward for one thing," he said. "The elemental sword." Kaiser stood tall, his presence steady and unshakable. "Elemental power isn't just energy," he said firmly. "It's the raw force that supports all existence. Water, fire, earth, and wind. Those four elements govern everything in this world. And the elemental sword draws its strength directly from them." Kaiser raised his blade, the air around him changing instantly. "Watch closely," he said. "This is a wind elemental field combined with a strong blade technique." A controlled gust began coiling around Kaiser's weapon, rippling through the air like an invisible current taking shape. "The source behind all elemental power. I call it ether." Zeke Draker stared in stunned silence. Until now, everything had felt like distant theory, but this was happening right in front of him. Elemental power was not just some abstract concept anymore. It seemed to breathe in the space before him, closer to ancient magic than ordinary swordsmanship, something primal and far older than words. Kaiser stepped back and motioned toward Zeke Draker with his blade. Your turn. Show me what you've managed to grasp. Zeke Draker hesitated for a moment, then asked, if ether is what fuels elemental power, why can't I sense it clearly from you? Is there some method for converting ether into that kind of force? Kaiser's eyes narrowed slightly in surprise. He drew out more energy, and the swirling air around his sword grew stronger, tightening into a sharper current. But when Kaiser opened his mouth to answer, his words faltered. I can't really explain it. Zeke Draker watched him carefully. That hesitation felt familiar. Every mentor he had learned from relied on instinct, yet none of them seemed able to fully explain the deeper mechanics behind what they did. His gaze dropped to Kaiser's blade as he sharpened his focus. It's not that there's no ether, Zeke Draker muttered. It's just incredibly faint. It's buried deep inside the flow. You've refined it so tightly that I can barely detect it at all. Kaiser glanced down at his own weapon, looking puzzled. Then why can't I sense it that way? Zeke Draker stepped forward and tightened his grip around his sword. No matter. I'll find the answer myself. Kaiser raised an eyebrow at him. Getting bold now, aren't we? Zeke Draker closed his eyes and steadied his breathing. In his mind, he repeated Kaiser's words. A full force strike is elemental power. That phrase echoed again and again until something finally clicked. Maybe the secret wasn't simply releasing power. Maybe the real key was holding it back, compressing it, and shaping it into something precise. Zeke Draker's eyes snapped open, and he swung his sword. A surge erupted from his body as wind flared to life around him, and the entire field shifted beneath the pressure of his aura. Kaiser watched him with visible surprise. You just tapped into elemental power, he said, but his tone quickly sharpened. That technique, though, it resembles Dragon Tongue. And not in a good way. Zeke Draker staggered, breathing hard. Dragon Tongue. Kaiser's face darkened into a scowl. Dragon Tongue is sacred. Only dragons, or perhaps the Dragon King, can truly wield it. No human body can withstand it. Every time you use that power, it tears you apart from the inside. Zeke Draker's expression tightened in confusion as Kaiser continued. You and a dragon are built differently. Your soul is far too small. Trying to channel that kind of force is like pouring fire into a paper cup. It will burn through every time. What you're doing isn't mastery. It's a flawed imitation. And whoever gave you that power didn't hand you a blessing. They handed you a broken curse. After a brief pause, Kaiser added, still, if you can find a way to access that power again, then maybe it's worth chasing. Zeke Draker's thoughts began racing, one memory after another rising to the surface. His mind flashed back to the Dragonslayer's sanctuary, to the moment he absorbed Bahamut's heart. The system message from that day echoed clearly in his memory. Dragon Tongue acquired. Currently unusable. That ability had been listed under the Dragon King skill set. If I can unlock it completely, Zeke Draker realized, then I could use full force strikes without holding back. That changed everything. It gave him a new reason to push himself harder, to move faster, and to go further than before. But before Zeke Draker could sink any deeper into his thoughts, Kaiser raised his sword again. Do I need to beat the daydreaming out of you? Get on your feet. Zeke Draker hurriedly scrambled up, and Kaiser's tone softened just a little. Advanced training takes much longer than learning the basics. But with your heavenly body and all those synchronization sessions, you're finally starting to understand it. You're learning how the elemental sword actually works. Zeke Draker nodded, sweat running down his face. Kaiser continued, think of it like casting a spell. A mage channels mana through a formula. This works in a similar way, except you're channeling elemental force through ether. Your sword isn't merely a weapon, Kaiser said. It becomes a conduit, drawing in spirit energy and guiding the raw power of the elements through its edge. Days began to blur together as their training grew more intense. Zeke Draker pushed himself without mercy, refining each movement until it became sharper and more controlled. Little by little, he learned to synchronize his spirit with the elemental field. The more he understood, the more naturally the elemental sword answered him. The wind began to respond, and the air around him hummed with energy at his command. At last, Kaiser sheathed his blade and stepped back. Now you're worth watching, he said bluntly. But don't get smug. The next phase will crush you if you step into it unprepared. Kaiser warned, his voice calm but heavy. Rest while you still can. Zeke Draker was still catching his breath, sweat clinging to his face, but he lifted his head and asked, while we're resting, do you mind if I ask you something? Kaiser gave him a brief nod, allowing it without hesitation. Speak. The moment he said that, Zeke Draker's eyes sharpened with curiosity. Something suddenly clicked in Zeke Draker's mind as he looked at the faint particles drifting around them. These things floating in the air around us. They're elemental force too, aren't they? Once the question left his mouth, he didn't stop there. I met someone named Herzion before, Zeke Draker continued. He talked about using aura and said it belonged to Shatan Draker's discipline. What exactly did he mean by that? Kaiser leaned back against a nearby stone, his expression turning thoughtful. Aura is exactly what it sounds like, the spiritual force radiating from within the body. But Shatan Draker saw things differently. He believed humans could never wield the elemental sword the same way dragons or spirits could, so he carved out another path for himself. Zeke Draker's brows pulled together. So everything I've been doing, that's Shatan Draker's technique? Kaiser nodded once. Exactly. That's why Herzion recognized it. But there's one thing most people don't know. Shatan Draker had a title he never revealed to others. Kaiser paused for a moment before saying it plainly. Shatan Draker. Zeke Draker's pulse suddenly spiked. That name changed everything. Shatan Draker, the man believed to have been the Hero King's right hand, was also the originator of aura cultivation. Was it really Shatan Draker, and not Terrakin Draker? Then why had history buried that truth so deeply? I see, Zeke Draker said quietly, drawing in a slow breath. Then he raised one final question. Then tell me one more thing. What is the spirit realm, really? Ever since I learned the elemental sword, I felt it nearby, but I still don't understand what it actually is. Kaiser didn't answer right away. Instead, Kaiser suddenly slammed his palm down against the ground. The floor split open beneath them with a violent crack, and a fierce surge of wind erupted outward from the gap. Zeke Draker stumbled back in shock as the entire atmosphere changed. The air grew dense with energy, and the deep hum of wind seemed to vibrate through his bones. It was the exact same sensation the elemental sword drew from. As Zeke Draker looked around, the pieces slowly began to fit together. This was the presence of the spirit realm. It's not some separate place, Kaiser said firmly. It's a layer of reality that has always surrounded us. Spirits dwell there, and so does the purest elemental energy. Once you can truly sense it, power will never be out of reach again. Zeke Draker closed his eyes. He no longer reached for the elements as something far away. He could feel them inside him. The wind was not simply obeying him anymore. It moved together with him. He was not merely using it, he was becoming one with it. Kaiser continued, choosing his words carefully. Technically, they aren't the same thing, but you can think of it this way. The spirit realm is like the afterlife, while the material realm is where the living exist. Once a physical body leaves the material realm, it ends up in the spirit realm. And after that, there's no coming back. It's like an invisible wall closes behind you and locks you out forever. Zeke Draker's eyes flashed as understanding struck him. My master said my soul was partly linked to the spirit realm, and now I'm standing here in front of you experiencing this. Kaiser's voice dropped lower. I've never seen another case like yours, but there are ways to cross through that barrier. He lifted his hand and cut a path through the swirling wind. In my case, a dragon helped me. Zeke Draker hesitated, then blurted out, a dragon? Wait, you're serious? Kaiser looked genuinely puzzled. Is there a problem with that? Zeke Draker frowned. Dragons don't exactly go around helping humans. Kaiser folded his arms. Where did you hear that nonsense? No creature cherishes humans more than dragons. Zeke Draker stiffened, disbelief written across his face. What kind of twisted logic is that? He snapped. Since when do dragons care about us? His thoughts drifted to Bahamut, the dragon once known for destruction and annihilation. Maybe dragons had been different in ancient times. But if that was true, what had changed? Why had such a deep distance opened between dragons and humans? Kaiser straightened, his eyes firm as he looked straight at Zeke Draker. Do you really need me to spell it out? You're standing here because of that bond. He tapped Zeke Draker's chest with his finger. That heart beating inside you. And my sword, forged from a dragon's fang. Bahamut didn't simply hand those things over for no reason. Zeke Draker froze. He didn't give them willingly? Kaiser gave a slow nod. Bahamut has a foul temper, sure, Kaiser said. But he also has a heart. He can't refuse someone who speaks from the soul. Zeke Draker's thoughts spun wildly. So Kaiser and Bahamut, the so-called destroyer, had actually been allies? That was a truth better left unsaid, at least for now. Zeke Draker rubbed the back of his head, trying to play it off. Yeah, my clan has always served Lord Bahamut. We offered those things to him as part of our duty. He forced a grin onto his face. I guess people just get the wrong idea about me. Kaiser burst into hearty laughter. You've still got that fierce loyalty running through your blood. Then his voice softened slightly. Bahamut's temper has gotten him into trouble more than once. I had my fair share of clashes with Kronos because of it. Zeke Draker immediately perked up. Kronos? You mean the dragon? His gaze narrowed. Wait? Or are you talking about the kingdom? Memories flickered through Zeke Draker's mind. Old stories passed down by his ancestors. Bahamut mentioned him often. Was the kingdom of Kronos really named after Lord Kronos? Kaiser let out a soft chuckle. Kronos was my contractor. I couldn't think of a name for the kingdom, and there he was, lounging around and sipping tea. So I named the kingdom after him. Zeke Draker's eyes widened again. A dragon drinks tea? That must be one of those shape-shifting things, right? Kaiser smiled faintly, his gaze drifting into the distant past. Kronos never seemed surprised by how humans acted. Honestly, I think he just wanted to make sure his name lived on. Zeke Draker started to answer, but Kaiser suddenly fell silent. At that moment, another thought clicked into place inside Zeke Draker's mind. Thousands of years ago, dragons and humans must have lived side by side in peace. But if dragons openly used their full strength to help people, their power would throw the balance of the world into chaos. To prevent that, dragons likely suppressed their power, took on human forms, and formed sacred contracts with chosen individuals. People like King Kaiser were not simply rulers. They were contractors. Zeke Draker's thoughts began tumbling even faster. Could that be why ancient artifacts were so unbelievably powerful? Had they been created with the cooperation of dragons? But then what happened? Why had that bond faded from the world? Kaiser abruptly lifted his hand. If you think any harder, my head's going to fall off from waiting. Snapping out of his thoughts, Zeke Draker let out a sigh. Maybe it was finally time for him to properly read those old records. He walked up to Kaiser with a faint smirk. You waited 2,000 years for someone to inherit your place. A few more minutes won't kill you. Kaiser grinned back. You really do have that attitude. Kaiser's gaze sharpened as he studied Zeke Draker closely. Let's see how long that confidence lasts. It's time for your final training. With that, he lifted his sword. We're going to spar. The air around them grew heavy as Kaiser raised his blade, its edge catching the light. But this won't be like our usual fights. There's a twist. A strange stillness settled over the field, as if even the wind had paused to listen. From noon onward, no food and no rest. The match ends only when I say it ends. Kaiser leveled the sword directly at Zeke Draker. And you'll be restricted. You may use only the elemental sword. No other techniques are allowed. Zeke Draker tilted his head slightly, testing him. And what happens if I decide to break the rules? Kaiser's smirk deepened, turning sharp enough to feel like a warning. In one swift motion, Kaiser unleashed the elemental sword and ignited a field of fire around him. Flames exploded outward in chaotic waves as flame dance roared to life. The temperature spiked instantly, and the air grew thick with heat and raw force. Kaiser stepped forward with fire trailing behind him, his eyes locked directly on Zeke Draker. Want to break the rules? His grin widened. Then I hope you've got a few lives to spare, because you're going to need them. Sunlight poured down from above as Zeke Draker slowly opened his eyes, lying flat on his back. He blinked against the brightness, his mind still groggy and slow. Did he black out during the test? The question drifted through his head, and then the realization struck him. This was already the second time he had collapsed like this. The first had been back when he was partnered with Duke Draker. A chime rang in his ears, and the system delivered its warning. Excessive skill usage has breached the fatigue threshold. Emergency shutdown of consciousness has been triggered for user safety. Zeke Draker sighed inwardly. Last time, he had pushed the Dragon King's abilities too far, and the system had forced him unconscious. But this time was different. This was pure physical exhaustion. Since his regression, it was the first time his body had reached its limit so completely that he had fainted from sheer bodily strain. Zeke pushed himself upright, blinking as he took in the silent space around him. King Kaiser? He called out, his voice carrying through the ruins, but nothing answered him. All that surrounded him were shattered stones, collapsed walls, and a hollow emptiness where life should have been. Zeke was completely alone. A wary thought crossed his mind as he scanned the area. Had he been thrown back into the spirit realm again? He looked over the broken remains of the kingdom, his eyes moving across the wreckage as he tried to steady his thoughts. Then his mind drifted back to the trial, especially the final moments. Near the end, he had managed to use the field of water far better than before. Just then, a system message appeared before him, and Zeke's eyes immediately brightened. The linked quest had been completed. More words followed, announcing that bonus rewards had been granted for finishing within the required time. A satisfied grin slowly spread across Zeke's face. He had pulled it off. The notifications kept appearing one after another. Rewards confirmed. Fairy King's tier obtained. 500 karma points awarded. 3 random skill cards received. Achievement quest complete. Additional rewards granted. Victory acknowledged. System authority upgraded to intermediate administrator. New system functions unlocked. Zeke stared at the flood of messages, his mouth parting slightly. This was far more than he had expected all at once. The system continued without pause. The Wagner quest book had been upgraded to intermediate tier. Item shortcut slots were now unlocked. Minimap portal travel had been activated. The administrator's soul had been partially unsealed. Bahamut's heart remained sealed, but the seal status had dropped to 90%. Then even more information poured in, stacking up in front of him like a rushing waterfall. Skills, menus, system functions, and administrator privileges all appearing at once. Zeke could only stare at the floating windows for a moment, stunned by the sheer amount of information. Sorting through all of this clearly wasn't going to be quick. He slowly rubbed his chin, falling into thought. When he had absorbed Bahamut's heart, the seal had been sitting at 95%. Now it had fallen to 90%. Another system message suddenly appeared, warning that the detected power exceeded the host's current capacity. 95% of the acquired power had been compressed and sealed away. Zeke's expression shifted with understanding. So that was why the seal hadn't opened completely before. He nodded faintly, remembering all too well how dangerous it felt when too much power flooded the body at once. After running the numbers in his head, he realized he was only handling roughly 10% of the strength contained inside Bahamut's heart. His eyes sharpened as the pieces began to connect. Even Dragon Tongue, the strange skill that karma points couldn't affect, and the Dragon-type domination ability might both be tied to the condition of that seal. Zeke lowered his voice, almost speaking to himself. He would have to keep a close eye on it from now on. Then his attention shifted to the reward boxes still waiting in the system window. With a single thought, he opened them. The first item appeared immediately: boots forged from mature iron, described as both lightweight and highly durable. The next reward followed right after it. Leg armor, also forged from mature iron, with the same lightweight and impressive durability. Then a third item emerged from the reward list: a pair of earrings made from crystal, carrying a unique effect that increased mana regeneration speed by 15%. Zeke let out a low whistle as he examined them. These weren't ordinary rewards at all. He lifted the crystal earrings closer, admiring the fine workmanship and the clean shimmer of the material. Items like these could bring in a serious amount of money if he ever chose to sell them. Then his expression turned into a pleased grin. With the new boots and leg armor, he now had pieces that matched his gauntlets. At this rate, he was getting close to completing the entire set. Zeke tilted his head slightly, his eyes returning to the system menu. Now it was time to see what those random skill cards had given him. He tapped the option, and the system immediately responded to his command. A new notification flashed in front of him, announcing that a skill had been unlocked. The first skill was Static Electricity, a C-rank ability. As the system began listing its details, the second reward appeared as well. Another skill had been unlocked: Flash Bomb. The system moved on to explain that ability too, and then the third card finally revealed itself. The final skill registered in the system window. Zeke frowned slightly when he saw the results. All 3 of them were C-rank. He let out a small sigh, but he shook off the disappointment almost immediately. If powerful, high-tier skills were handed out that easily, everything he had endured to earn them would have lost its meaning. A new alert sounded as Static Electricity activated. The edge of Zeke's sword began to crackle, thin arcs of lightning crawling along the blade in sharp, flickering lines. Zeke raised an eyebrow at the sight. For a C-rank skill, the effect was much stronger than he had expected. It looked simple at first glance, but the way it could be applied seemed surprisingly flexible. He nodded to himself, already thinking through possible combinations. If he linked Flash Bomb with Dissonance, it might produce an effect even more useful than the artifact he had used during the rank advancement test. Zeke glanced back at his status window and muttered under his breath. The system upgrade had opened up several new functions for him. He selected one of the newly unlocked options and opened it. The system displayed the new item shortcut slots, explaining that registered items could now be used almost like skills. Zeke gave a thoughtful hum as he read the description. That was convenient, especially as a backup in dangerous situations. He looked over the available options, weighing them carefully. With his infinite stamina and healing factor, he wondered if he even needed to waste those slots on ordinary potions. But a quiet warning tugged at the back of his mind. No ability was truly perfect. He remembered Kaiser, an opponent whose strength couldn't be overcome by endurance alone. There was no guarantee he wouldn't run into someone like that again, or perhaps someone even worse. And beyond that, he still didn't know whether his healing factor had a limit. Once that thought settled in, Zeke didn't hesitate any longer. He quickly clicked the purchase button and made his choice. A top-grade healing potion was purchased through the system. The item was immediately registered to one of his shortcut slots. Zeke checked his remaining karma points and gave a small nod. Expensive or not, it was worth it. He studied the potion's effects and details, then murmured to himself. This would be his failsafe, a final backup even more reliable than infinite stamina when things truly went wrong. While the system continued flashing with alerts, Zeke's gaze landed on one message in particular: the Fairy King's Tear. He took out the small bottle, holding it carefully as the system displayed its description. The tear had been shed when the Hero King fell victim to a treacherous shortcut scheme. Using the bottle as a medium, it could summon the Fairy King from the spirit realm one time. Zeke's fingers tightened around the bottle. Among all the rewards he had received, this might actually be the most valuable one. Then he blinked, suddenly realizing what that meant. The Fairy King from earlier that day, this item was connected to him. Zeke stared down at the small bottle in his hand. According to legend, the Fairy King granted wishes to humans. If that story was true, then this bottle might give him a single wish. Maybe even any wish he wanted. His grip tightened just a little more, but he only had one opportunity to use it, and there was no way he would waste something this precious on a random impulse. Looking at the tear, Zeke quietly made his decision. He would hold on to it until the moment truly mattered. With that decision made, Zeke turned away from the ruins and began walking forward. When the right time came, he was sure he would know. Before much time passed, the scenery around Zeke suddenly shifted. He blinked once, taking in the familiar counters, walls, and atmosphere around him, then realized where he had arrived. This was the Adventurers Guild. Zeke's eyes moved quickly across the room as he checked his surroundings, and it didn't take long for him to understand what had happened. He had been teleported here. A faint look of interest crossed his face. That new system portal travel function wasn't just some flashy extra feature. It actually worked. Right on cue, the system chimed in again. A message appeared in front of him, asking if he wanted to use system portal travel. Then another prompt followed, telling him to choose his destination. Zeke scrolled through the minimap, studying the marked locations with growing curiosity. So he could simply choose a place and appear there directly. Notifications began popping up one after another, listing the required points for destinations like King Kaiser's Sanctuary and the Argos Kingdom's 8th Adventurer's Outpost. Zeke nodded as he caught on. The farther the distance, the more points it cost, but aside from that, there didn't seem to be many strict limitations. If he had enough points saved up, he could even move between continents in an instant. The thought made the corner of his mouth lift into a smirk. This wasn't merely convenient. For someone like Zeke, it was perfect for shaking off anyone trying to follow his trail. It would be incredibly useful for the plans he had moving forward. Just then, something in the area caught his attention. Zeke glanced back, his expression shifting slightly. Flowers were blooming despite the winter cold. As he looked more carefully at the surroundings, recognition slowly settled in, and his brows drew together. There was no mistake. This was Valhalla, the most elite knight training academy on the central continent. Before Zeke could think any further, a voice cut into the silence. In all his 10 years as principal, the man said he had never encountered a case like this. Zeke turned toward the speaker. The man let out a tired sigh, clearly displeased that a student had appeared an entire month after the entrance ceremony. He hadn't expected to spend for whole months dealing with a situation this troublesome. Zeke noticed a guide holding the recommendation letter, and the warning written on it stood out clearly. Failure to attend the entrance ceremony could leave admission entirely up to the principal's discretion. Waiting until the following year was technically an option, but Zeke already knew he couldn't afford that. He needed access to the secured archives, and no matter what it took, he had to persuade the principal here and now. Zeke stepped forward and gave a respectful bow. He explained that while training alone, he had fallen into a trance in order to overcome his weaknesses, lost consciousness, and remained that way for quite some time. Principal Flaubert Borges paused in the middle of trimming with his scissors. A trance. His eyes narrowed sharply as he looked at Zeke. That was the reason Zeke was giving for missing the entrance ceremony? Zeke could feel the pressure coming from the man, heavy and controlled, like a quiet weight pressing down on the room. This was Flaubert Borges, the former longest-serving captain of the Royal Guard, a figure respected across the entire continent. Even now, people still talked about how a third bracket official had personally visited him 3 separate times just to offer him the position of principal. Zeke braced himself. Convincing a man like this would not be easy. He quickly measured the situation, realizing that emotional appeals or flimsy excuses would only make things worse. Flaubert Borges was the type of man who valued discipline above everything else. Zeke lowered his head and spoke firmly. There was no excuse for missing the entrance ceremony, not even if he had 100 mouths to explain himself. But even so, he made it clear that what he had said was the truth. Flaubert Borges watched him in silence for a moment, his gaze steady and unreadable. After a long pause, the principal finally spoke. Falling into a trance was not something that happened so easily. If anyone else had made that claim, he would have dismissed it as arrogance and thrown them out without hesitation. But Zeke had been personally recommended by the academy head. Flaubert Borges leaned back slightly and gave his decision. He would arrange a test. If Zeke could prove that the training he had undergone was worth more than the time he had missed, then his admission would be approved. Zeke's eyebrows twitched with surprise. So Howard Draker really had pulled strings for him. As irritating as it was to admit, Howard had opened the path for him. Zeke gave a small nod of appreciation. This was not the moment to be picky about how he got through the door. The principal reached for a small bell on the desk and rang it once. Almost immediately, the secretary entered the room. Flaubert Borges ordered a vacant training room to be prepared at once and instructed the secretary to notify the department heads. They would be holding an additional entrance evaluation. The secretary bowed deeply, then hurried away to carry out the order. Not long after that, everyone gathered inside Valhalla's private cadet training room. Zeke looked over the assembled crowd, and his thoughts settled into place. It was exactly as he had expected. Every professor standing there was someone he had seen mentioned in the Continental reports. Renowned knights, powerful instructors, and names known across the continent had gathered one after another. The principal's voice broke through the tense silence. Everyone was present now, so it was time for Zeke to show the results of the training he had claimed to have undergone. Zeke stepped forward into the center of the training room. He knew he couldn't reveal the elemental sword yet. Instead, Zeke drew his blade and settled into his stance. The gazes of the instructors pressed against him from every direction, sharp and evaluating. These were the elite teachers responsible for shaping the finest knights on the continent. Zeke understood that if he showed them some outdated technique, it wouldn't even be enough to earn their attention. But he also had no intention of hiding everything he was capable of. So he decided to reveal just enough to let them glimpse the level he had truly reached. A powerful surge of energy erupted from Zeke, spreading through the hall in a heavy wave. He drew that force inward and concentrated every bit of it into his sword. The instructor's eyes widened as the aura around Zeke's blade began to shine with a brilliant, unmistakable glow. What they were seeing was something rare and extraordinary, an aura blade. For a moment, the instructors could only stare in shock. Zeke had already reached the level of a Blue Knight, and he was only 15 years old. The previous record had belonged to Abel Draker, who reached that level at 19. Compared to that, Zeke's achievement was almost impossible to believe. The instructors quickly began assuming that such an early breakthrough must have been possible because Zeke was a golden awakener. That was when Zeke realized he had made a mistake. A memory surfaced in his mind of when he had asked Kaiser what he thought about aura. The Hero King had dismissed it as nothing more than a cheap trick used by the weak. After sparring with Kaiser, Zeke had become so used to that standard that he had forgotten to properly suppress his own aura. As he watched the instructors whisper and argue among themselves about his level, Zeke felt a quiet wave of relief. At least they only thought he was a Blue Knight. Before he crossed paths with Kaiser, that assessment would have been exactly right. But after mastering the elemental sword, Zeke's aura had already changed into something far beyond what it used to be. He had stepped past the level of a Blue Knight and entered the realm of a Red Knight. The gap between those two stages was not small at all. At first glance, both Blue Knights and Red Knights could manifest an aura blade. It was a deadly technique that wrapped the sword in an incredibly thin layer of sharpened energy, making the blade far more dangerous than ordinary steel. But a Blue Knight could only bring that aura blade out and maintain its form, while a Red Knight could freely reshape the aura without dulling its cutting power in the slightest. Zeke felt relieved that he had stopped before revealing too much. If he had pushed the display any further, the entire situation might have grown impossible to control. As he watched the instructors react, a loud voice suddenly broke through the heavy tension in the room. Someone shouted that Zeke was incredible, and the sudden praise made him flinch slightly in surprise. The voice belonged to Flaubert Borges, who was now smiling at him. The principal looked genuinely impressed, saying that Zeke had shown more in a single moment than most students could show after a full month at Valhalla. He even added that if awakening potential alone were the standard, Zeke could have skipped several years of training altogether. As Zeke slid his sword back into its sheath, he couldn't help staring for a moment. Flaubert Borges's entire attitude had changed completely. Zeke lowered his head respectfully and apologized to Flaubert Borges for missing the entrance ceremony, admitting that the responsibility was his. But the principal only laughed it off, telling him not to worry about it anymore. Then Flaubert Borges turned toward the instructors and asked if anyone had objections to Zeke being admitted. It quickly became obvious that the principal had a weakness for exceptional talent. The instructors exchanged brief looks with one another before giving their agreement. One of the instructors even commented that such a clean and distinct aura blade manifestation was rare, even among active knights. With that alone, there was no need to continue testing him. Flaubert Borges nodded with satisfaction, then formally welcomed Zeke Draker into Valhalla. Midland Atlas was no ordinary city. It was enormous, large enough to rival an entire kingdom, and it sat right in the heart of Midland. As the home of the continent's greatest knight training institution, Valhalla stood there in all its prestige. The Draker family's Four Seasons fortress was also located in the city, and because the Draker patriarch and the family's most important figures lived within its walls, the fortress was widely regarded as the true stronghold of House Draker. Before long, the setting changed again. Zeke arrived at a grand mansion that had been prepared as his personal residence. Even Zeke, who had seen more than enough luxury in his life, couldn't help thinking that the place was far too extravagant. As he slowly pushed open the front door, he noticed that two figures were already waiting inside for him. The instant Zeke stepped through the entrance, confetti exploded into the air, and loud cheers rang out to welcome him to Valhalla. The one responsible for the confetti was none other than Duke Draker. Standing right beside him was Andre Draker, and both of them were dressed in absurd clown costumes. Zeke froze in place, completely stunned to see his master looking like that. Duke Draker playfully tapped Zeke on the shoulder and praised him, joking that Zeke was the first person he had ever seen who managed to miss Valhalla's entrance ceremony. Then Duke Draker announced that now Zeke had finally arrived. It was time to get started. Zeke stared at him in confusion, having absolutely no idea what his master was talking about. As it turned out, after arriving in Atlas, Duke Draker and Andre Draker had prepared a surprise enrollment party for him. Zeke couldn't help wondering what the two of them were doing here in his mansion instead of being at the academy. Apparently, Duke Draker had been summoned to the Four Seasons fortress by the Patriarch. Then, about a month earlier, he had decided entirely on his own to become Zeke's personal housekeeper at the mansion. Andre Draker then explained that he had taken a position as an assistant professor at Valhalla. He gave Zeke an apologetic look and said he was sorry for showing up without warning. To Zeke, it felt less like a coincidence and more like Andre Draker had simply followed him all the way here. He wasn't exactly happy about it. All Zeke wanted was a little peace and quiet, but now these two had barged straight into his private space without even asking. After drinking down several bottles of liquor, Duke Draker and Andre Draker eventually collapsed and passed out. By then, the night had already grown deep and quiet. The setting shifted once more, this time to a dimly lit bar tucked away in the darkness. A coin clinked against the counter as someone placed an order for a beer. The bartender's eyes widened the moment he noticed the Draker emblem on the customer's gloves. The person standing before him was Zeke. Zeke spoke casually, as if he had only come for a simple drink, and told the bartender that he wanted to meet Kay. In an instant, the entire bar fell silent. Every head turned toward Zeke, and weapons were drawn from every direction. Zeke didn't so much as flinch. He simply lifted one hand, calm and unshaken, and asked whether they really wanted to test him. The moment the men noticed the Draker symbol, the tense atmosphere broke apart. They quickly sat back down, lowered their weapons, and returned to drinking as if nothing had happened at all. The bartender, now visibly nervous, apologized to Zeke for failing to stop the others sooner. Then he reached up, pulled down a bottle from the shelf, and revealed a hidden door behind it. The bartender told Zeke that he would guide him to the branch manager. As they moved through the tunnel, Zeke noticed layers of protective magic built into the passage, including second and third-tier enchantments. He recognized the style immediately. This was Kay's handiwork. Before Zeke's regression, two major intelligence networks dominated the continent: the Draker family's Order of the Black Knights and the Rome Empire's Imperial Intelligence Bureau. But there was one more network, one that operated far more quietly in the shadows: the Syndicate. The Syndicate had originally begun as nothing more than a loose group of smugglers. But once Kay joined them, everything changed. She transformed their smuggling routes into the foundation of a fast, efficient, and dangerous intelligence network. In Zeke's previous life, around this same period, he would have already been expelled from the academy. After that, he would have fallen under McCain's command, struggling desperately just to survive, before eventually clawing his way up as one of their hitmen. Back then, Kay had been only a branch leader. She had sought Zeke out with a job, clear out a critical transportation route. Her goal had been to expand her control and rebuild the Syndicate into an organization capable of rivaling both the Order of the Black Knights and the Imperial Intelligence Bureau. Through her skill, persistence, and ruthless efficiency, Kay eventually succeeded. In time, the Syndicate became hers. Later, after Zeke lost everything to the Empire, Kay came to see him once again. She handed him information about the artifact the Emperor was pursuing. She warned him that reaching it would not be easy and told him to be careful. Kay had thrown her full support behind Zeke's revenge, saying it was simply her way of repaying him for helping her transform the Syndicate into what it had become. Zeke understood exactly how much that support had meant. Without Kay's information, he never would have gotten anywhere near the artifact. He wouldn't have even had a chance. One thing was painfully clear to him: information was a weapon. And with the future no longer certain, having the right information was the best advantage he could secure. The bartender knocked on a door, then opened it for Zeke. As Zeke stepped forward, he thought that keeping a connection with Kay through this deal could only benefit him from here on. As Zeke stepped through the doorway, his eyes adjusted to the darkness, and he noticed a figure seated quietly in the shadows. A match suddenly flared in the dim room, its small flame lighting the end of a cigarette. Even after all this time, Kay was exactly as Zeke remembered her. A mana lamp flickered on a moment later, spreading a soft glow through the room and revealing the space around them. Kay looked straight at Zeke through the smoke and asked him why he had come there. She was a striking woman with vivid red hair and a bold, eye-catching figure, but her gaze made it clear she had no patience for wasted words. Kay told Zeke to skip the small talk and get straight to the reason he was here. Zeke didn't bother circling around the topic. He told Kay plainly that he wanted to establish a trade deal with the Syndicate. Kay raised one eyebrow, studying him with sharp interest. Why would a 15-year-old prodigy, a noble, a pure-blooded awakener from House Draker, and someone who had already reached Blue Knight level want to partner with a criminal organization? Zeke was quietly impressed by how quickly she had gathered information. Kay already knew what had happened at Valhalla, even though it had only just taken place. Without showing any surprise on his face, Zeke reached into his coat. It was obvious that Kay was testing him, and she had not yet accepted the idea of working together. So Zeke placed something on the table and told her to make her judgment only after seeing it. Kay's eyes settled on a pair of earrings. Zeke told her they were not ordinary jewelry, but artifacts, and calmly urged her to try them on for herself. Kay asked if they were meant for mana recovery, her tone not especially excited. Artifacts with that kind of effect were fairly common, so she clearly wasn't expecting much. Even so, she decided to humor him and slipped the earrings on. The next instant, the cigarette fell from her lips. In that single moment, Kay felt it unmistakably. The artifact's power surged through her mana flow, increasing her recovery rate by 15%. For someone who understood magical items, that number was outrageous. Most mana recovery artifacts only improved recovery by 1%. Even the highest quality pieces usually struggled to reach 3%. And yet, this pair of earrings was performing 5 times beyond that standard. Kay stared at Zeke in stunned silence. There was no way an artifact like this could have entered the market without her hearing about it, which left only one possibility. Either Zeke had found it through a hidden channel even Kay didn't know about, or he had obtained it directly himself. That realization made her expression turn cautious. Zeke, still wearing a relaxed smile, asked her casually if she was finally ready to have a proper conversation. Kay couldn't help wondering who Zeke Draker truly was. After that, Zeke explained the arrangement in detail. With the sealed personal statement in Kay's possession, she could open a new account. He had already prepared a representative for the process, so all she needed to do was go to the Northern Atlas Bank and handle the item there. Kay understood that Zeke planned to sell the earrings, but she hadn't expected him to involve her in moving mysterious artifacts. Zeke then laid out his terms. She would receive 10% from each sale, along with an additional bonus for every 10,000 earned. For Kay, it was exactly the kind of offer she had been hoping for, and honestly, it was the best deal she could have asked for. At the same time, Kay quickly realized Zeke was not making blind assumptions. Somehow, he already knew she was a mage. Kay took the contract into her hands and told Zeke that she accepted the deal. She offered a brief wish for success, saying she hoped things would go well for both of them. But just as Kay turned to leave, Zeke stopped her with one last question, a faint smile still on his face. He asked whether her ghost ship was doing all right. Kay's eyes immediately narrowed. In the blink of an eye, several men stepped out behind Zeke, each one holding a dagger ready. Kay's voice turned cold and sharp as she demanded to know where he had heard about that. Zeke merely chuckled, brushing it off as though it were nothing more than a simple question. He teased Kay for getting so tense and even invited her to go ahead and threaten him if she wanted to. Then the air in the room changed completely. Zeke released his dragon fear. The pressure crashed down over the room like an invisible force, overwhelming everything in its reach and striking Kay as if something had clenched her soul. It felt as though she were staring into a bottomless abyss. Kay's body trembled despite herself. The men standing behind Zeke began shaking as well, their grips on their daggers no longer steady. In that moment, Kay understood that her information on Zeke was nowhere near enough. Even if she used the full strength of the syndicate, she could no longer be certain they would be able to touch him. Zeke calmly suggested that they move somewhere more suitable for the real discussion. The setting shifted to the syndicate's Atlas branch office. Kay was now seated behind her desk, while Zeke stood before her, his eyes moving across the contents of an oath contract. Zeke remembered that contracts like this were common among mages, a direct and practical way to bind an agreement with blood. The structure of the contract was simple, but the force behind it was absolute. Once both parties signed, a seal would appear on each of their arms, and if either side betrayed the other, death would follow. Even if betrayal or assassination somehow dissolved the seal, the consequences would still be severe, leaving behind an endless restriction that would make life nearly unbearable. Kay, wanting at least some protection, asked Zeke to sign the contract. Someone like him could easily change his mind and kill her, so she had no intention of relying on trust alone. Zeke gave her a knowing smile and agreed without hesitation. He sliced his hand with the pen and signed the document in blood. As soon as the blood touched the contract, a magic circle formed above him. Zeke told Kay that he would sign as many contracts as necessary if that was what it took to earn her trust. Immediately afterward, their signatures burned into existence on both of their arms like sealed marks. With the formalities finished, Zeke sat down across from Kay and said it was time for them to speak properly, as partners. Zeke looked at Kay and asked directly whether someone was using her ghost ship to move Soma into the market. Kay let out a slow sigh, the tension in her face making it clear that Zeke had struck the mark. Somehow he already knew, so there was no point denying it. She admitted it. Yes, the ghost ship was being used to distribute Soma into the market. Soma was a forbidden drug, and after the Civil War brought the Old Kingdom down, the southern region had turned into a refuge for those producing it. Zeke quickly pieced the situation together and guessed that the reason had something to do with one of the transcendent households. Kay confirmed his suspicion. Her clients wanted to avoid any conflict with them at all costs. The only land route connecting the central region to the southern region crossed a vast desert controlled by Ishtar, one of the transcendent households. But a few years earlier, Ishtar had sealed the area off from outsiders, cutting off land trade entirely. With the land route blocked and most of the sea routes under Pabella's control, Zeke understood why Kay had turned to the syndicate's hidden sea routes for transportation. Kay admitted that she had been fortunate enough to find a buyer willing to pay for that service. Markin and Pabella were the two major crime organizations ruling the lawless south. The Central Forests divided their territories, with Markin controlling the north and Pabella dominating the south. Until then, Markin had relied heavily on land routes for its operations. Without those routes, Markin had been forced to push into the seas. But once Ishtar closed the region, Markin was left desperately searching for new maritime paths. The problem was simple. Pabella already controlled the seas. Kay brushed aside the larger history lesson and pressed Zeke for the answer she really wanted. How had he found out about the ghost ship? The syndicate had hidden that ship under a complete invisibility spell specifically to keep it from drawing anyone's attention. Concealed from both the Navy and pirates, the ghost ship had become one of the syndicate's most valuable assets, and they protected its existence with extreme care. Zeke couldn't tell Kay the truth, that he knew about it from his past life. So instead, he dodged the question with a smirk, asking whether someone in her profession was really trying to get intelligence from him for free. Then he shifted the topic and brought up Pabella's offer. Kay froze for a moment, clearly caught off guard by the fact that Zeke knew about that too. At that point, pretending was useless, so she admitted he was right. Pabella had offered twice the amount Markin was paying, but with one condition: the syndicate had to cut all ties with Markin. Kay told Zeke they were still considering the proposal. Zeke immediately urged her to turn it down, explaining that maintaining ties with Markin was the best way for the syndicate to keep both factions in check. If they abandoned Markin, they would lose a crucial Soma client. Then Zeke dropped a truth that hit like a bombshell. Pabella, he revealed, had originally been pirates defeated by the White Silver Knight. Kay shot to her feet in disbelief, unable to accept what she had just heard. Pabella was known for being principled and organized, not reckless like old pirate crews. Kay insisted they weren't the same kind of people at all, but Zeke cut through her argument. That reputation was nothing more than a front. Zeke explained that Pabella was after the syndicate's greatest secret, the ghost ship and the sea routes connected to it. Markin wanted to keep the operation alive, but Pabella would destroy everything the moment they discovered how it worked. Even then, Kay insisted that Zeke had to be wrong. In her eyes, the Southern Pirates and Pabella were completely separate groups. Zeke slammed his hand down on the table, cutting through the argument in an instant. He told Kay that information always came with a price, and now it was her turn to pay. He had only one request: arrange a meeting with Don Juan, the head of Marken. If she did that, Zeke would make her the new boss of the syndicate. Kay was left speechless, unable to respond. With that final statement hanging in the air, Zeke turned and walked out of the building. Kay's information network was strong, but Zeke knew the truth better than anyone. As it stood, it still wasn't enough. In the past, the fastest way to seize the syndicate's intelligence had been to level the playing field and absorb every rival organization that stood in the way. Zeke hoped the spark he had lit today would eventually grow into a wildfire, one powerful enough to bring down Don Juan himself. The setting shifted back to Valhalla. Zeke looked around the academy grounds and immediately sensed how different this place was from both the Cradle and Draker Academy. The atmosphere felt freer, rougher, and almost chaotic, as if everyone here moved by their own rhythm. As Zeke took in his surroundings, he wondered when the guide assigned by Flaubert Borges would finally appear. Right at that moment, someone called out to him. A boy with a tattoo on his face came strolling over with an easy grin, then held out his fist as if greeting an old friend. Zeke simply stared at him, not understanding why the stranger was acting so familiar. The boy gave Zeke a playful tap on the shoulder and joked that he still had that stiff academy attitude clinging to him. Zeke brushed the boy's hand away and asked bluntly whether he was supposed to be the guide. The boy copied Zeke's serious tone in a mocking voice, then broke into another grin and told him to relax. Throwing up a rock and roll hand sign, the boy told Zeke to loosen up. Yes, he was the guide, handpicked by Flaubert Borges himself to show Zeke every corner of Valhalla. And from the way he kept talking, he clearly enjoyed hearing his own voice. Halfway through his rambling, he suddenly realized he hadn't even introduced himself yet. With dramatic flair, he announced his name, Diego Vaya. That name immediately caught Zeke off guard. Diego Vaya introduced himself as the evangelist of New Age fusion, a style that combines southern percussion with central melodies. He even stuck out his tongue playfully and said he hoped they would get along. Zeke turned his gaze away and replied that he hoped so too. Surprised by the response, Diego Vaya leaned in closer and asked if Zeke was already warming up to him. Zeke answered dryly that it would depend entirely on his mood. What Zeke had not expected was to meet Diego Vaya here, the man who would one day be known as the Metered Knight, one of the legendary 5 Divine Knights. Those 5 would later become major figures in the Great Continental War. The first was Bishop Kastek, the Silent Knight. The second was Jeffrick Salma, the Haze Knight. Then came Asta Elidolf, who would become famous across the continent as the Illusory Knight. After them was Reyna Turin, the Lightning Knight. And completing the 5 was Diego Vaya, the Metered Knight. As Zeke thought it over, he remembered hearing that all 5 Divine Knights had once been alumni of Valhalla. Now seemed like the perfect chance to investigate whether that rumor was true. If it was, then this place could give him a powerful advantage moving forward. As they walked, Diego Vaya glanced over at Zeke and complained that he was starving. Wandering around had clearly worked up his appetite. Then he asked if Zeke had ever tried southern food. Zeke answered that he couldn't exactly say he had fond memories of it. Diego Vaya chuckled and replied that Zeke must never have tasted the real thing. A short while later, Zeke took a bite of a taco, paused for a moment, and admitted that it wasn't bad. Diego broke into a proud grin, as if Zeke Draker had just complimented a masterpiece. Of course it tastes good. This isn't some ordinary taco you can find anywhere. It's a special Valhalla-style blend made with shark dragon meat. Even someone from the south like me has to show respect for food like this. Zeke Draker had to admit it was far better than anything he had expected from southern food. The flavor was richer than he imagined, and the moment he said so, Diego lifted one eyebrow with a smug look. "Hold on," Diego said, suddenly leaning forward. "You've actually been to the southern continent before?" Zeke Draker paused for a second, then answered calmly, "Not exactly. I've only heard stories about it." After they finished their meal, the two of them picked up some tea and settled down again. Zeke Draker took a slow sip, then looked over at Diego and asked, "So how does someone from the south end up all the way here at Valhalla?" Diego leaned back in his seat, looking like he had been waiting for that question. "That's a long story," he said casually. Then, without any warning, he dropped a shocking truth. His parents were the rulers of a small kingdom on the southern continent. Zeke Draker blinked at him. "Your royalty?" Diego simply nodded like it was no big deal. The southern continent was made up of several small kingdoms, but after the Cuzco kingdom fell apart in a brutal civil war, Many of its people had no choice but to leave their homes and migrate toward the central lands. Diego lifted his cup with a carefree smile and said, "Yep, I'm a prince. Pretty impressive, right?" Zeke Draker stared at him in complete disbelief. "A prince? Seriously? You?" He could not match Diego's loose, casual attitude with the image of royalty in his head. Diego only laughed, then explained that some stubborn old people back home still treasured the royal family's ancient twin sword technique like it was sacred. And because Diego happened to be a rare prodigy with dual blades, those same people decided to send him all the way to Valhalla to sharpen that talent. Then Diego flashed a wide, shameless smile and said, "But honestly, swordsmanship doesn't interest me that much. I'm completely devoted to my music." Hearing that, Zeke Draker could not help but wonder out loud. "What about the people who are counting on you?" Zeke Draker asked. Diego waved the question away like it was nothing and immediately changed the subject. "Hey, want to join the Southern Fusion New Age Music Research Club?" Zeke Draker did not even need a second to think. "No thanks." After that, the scene shifted to a lecture hall. Zeke Draker looked around the lecture hall, noticing that the atmosphere felt different from an ordinary class. He turned to Diego and asked, "Are we even allowed to sit in on upperclassmen lectures like this?" Diego just shrugged, completely unconcerned. "Stop acting like this is a regular academy. This is Valhalla. Freedom is the whole point. If it helps you learn, then it's allowed." Diego leaned closer, lowering his voice as if he had some secret information. "Besides, today's lecture is supposed to be rare. I heard the school is bringing out something huge." Zeke Draker rolled his eyes at him. "Don't you ever get tired of running your mouth?" As Zeke Draker tried to tune Diego out, the low murmurs spreading through the room began to reach his ears. The students nearby were whispering about him. Some called him the youngest person ever admitted into Valhalla. Others mentioned that he was a direct descendant of House Draker, a frightening prodigy who had even defeated an instructor. Diego suddenly turned toward him with wide eyes, stunned as if the truth had only just hit him. "Wait, you're a Draker?" Zeke Draker stared back at him as though Diego had completely lost his mind. Zeke Draker raised one of his gloved hands in front of Diego's face and asked flatly, "What exactly did you think these were?" Diego blinked, genuinely confused. "Okay, what are they?" Zeke Draker snapped back without hiding his disbelief. "You really are an idiot. These are pure-blood gloves. Only pure-blood Draker Awakeners wear them." Diego's jaw dropped as the realization finally sank in. He remembered that Zeke Draker had not even taken those gloves off while eating. "Man," Diego muttered, looking completely thrown off. "I thought you were just some badass sticking to your personal style. I had no idea." Zeke Draker let out a dry chuckle and shook his head. "You came all the way to Valhalla, and you still didn't know what pure-blood gloves were?" Then Zeke Draker noticed Diego beginning to panic a little. That nervous reaction was exactly how most people behaved once they realized they were sitting next to a pureblood. Strangely enough, seeing such a normal response made Zeke Draker feel a bit more at ease. For a brief moment, Zeke Draker thought he had finally earned some peace and quiet. But just as he started enjoying the silence, Diego opened his mouth again. "Now it all makes sense. No wonder you act like such a snob." Zeke Draker groaned under his breath. At that point, he honestly had no idea what to say to Diego anymore. Diego casually slung an arm around Zeke Draker's shoulders like they had been friends for years. "Hey, since you're a Draker, you should have paid the bill earlier." Then he burst out laughing and quickly added, "Kidding, kidding." His voice rang so loudly through the lecture hall that students all around them turned to look. Zeke Draker could hardly believe how noisy Diego was becoming. Just then, Dean Flaubert clapped his hands sharply from the front of the room, signaling for everyone to settle down. In an instant, the entire lecture hall fell quiet. Zeke Draker scanned the room again. With so many students packed into the hall, it was clear that everyone had come for Dean Flaubert's special lecture. Looking over the crowded lecture hall, Dean Flaubert smiled and said, "It seems everyone is looking forward to today's lecture." Meanwhile, Diego had already pulled out a book and nudged it toward Zeke Draker. "Check this out. What do you think of these lyrics? The rhyme scheme is insane, right?" Zeke Draker shot him a sideways glance. "Didn't you say we came here to listen? At least pretend to pay attention." At the podium, Flaubert wasted no time with long greetings. "Let's get straight to it," he announced. It was not easy to invite today's guest. Please welcome a returning Black Knight of House Draker, someone who has only just come back from the battlefield. The moment Zeke Draker saw who stepped forward, his expression brightened. He remembered that this man had only recently returned to the Four Seasons Fortress. So he was finally making his appearance on the wider stage, Zeke Draker thought. The entire hall sank into stunned silence. Standing before them was none other than Duke Draker. Whispers erupted through the room almost immediately. "The Gale Knight," someone breathed. "He vanished for so long," another student murmured. "I heard he had been seen near the fortress, but I didn't believe it." Duke Draker stood calmly at the podium, his presence alone enough to command the entire hall. "It is good to see that so many of you still remember me, even after my time away from the front lines," he said. "Make sure you carve today's lesson deep into your soul." Then he revealed that he had once started as an ordinary academy student just like them, before rising all the way to the rank of Black Knight. To Zeke Draker's surprise, the lecture was far more engaging than he had expected at first. The students tried hard to stay focused, keeping their eyes forward, but as time dragged on, exhaustion slowly began to take over. One by one, heads began to dip as students fought against their drowsiness. Diego, on the other hand, was not even pretending to listen anymore. He was completely absorbed in his lyrics, scribbling and staring at his book. Zeke Draker sat beside him, silently counting the minutes in his head. He's been bragging for 2 hours straight. Is he ever going to stop? Just then, Dean Flaubert stepped forward with the microphone and addressed the room. "For those of you who were actually listening, I understand your pain. Unfortunately, we are out of time." Zeke Draker quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Flaubert glanced down at his watch before continuing. "Next, we have someone all of you should know, so she hardly needs an introduction. Even with her busy duties as a guardian knight, she still made time to come here today." Zeke Draker raised his eyebrows slightly. That announcement caught him off guard. Within House Draker's hierarchy, knights were ranked from normal knights to intermediate knights, then advanced knights, and at the very top stood the guardian knights. There were fewer than 10 guardian knights in total. Whoever the next speaker was, she had to be someone of tremendous importance. Flaubert checked his watch again, his expression tightening just a little as he muttered, "What is keeping her?" At that moment, a woman with striking platinum blonde hair stepped into the lecture hall. She was dressed in gleaming white full-plate armor, and every polished surface caught the light as she moved. Even with such a distinctive appearance, Zeke Draker did not recognize her immediately. The students around him, however, reacted at once, their excitement spreading through the room like a wave. One student whispered with barely contained awe, "Man, I'm so glad I chose Valhalla. I never thought I'd get to see the White Silver Knight in person." Zeke Draker's head snapped toward the woman the moment he heard that title. White Silver Knight. The name struck him all at once. Of course, she was the first direct descendant of House Draker, Carly Draker, his own older sister. Carly Draker was already a legend, especially in the port town of Isen, one of the most important trade hubs on the central continent. In the present day, Isen connected crucial trade routes leading to the Dolta Republic, the southern continent, and even the eastern lands. But Isen had not always been such a prosperous and orderly place. Not long ago, the town had been a haven for southern pirates, a lawless zone filled with criminals and danger at every corner. But after Carly Draker became a knight of House Draker, she turned her eyes toward Isen and began clearing the port town of every outlaw who had taken root there. And in only 5 years, Carly Draker accomplished what countless others had failed to do. The pirates who once ruled the shadows of Isen were driven out completely, until their presence vanished from the town. From that point on, Isen transformed into the greatest port under House Draker's protection, standing proudly as a safe and powerful trade center. The few pirates who survived Carly Draker's purge had no choice but to flee, scattering toward the dangerous southern waters near the Dolta Republic. Because Carly Draker secured those vital routes and restored order to Isen, she earned the title of the youngest guardian knight in history, an achievement that even Abel Draker, with all his advantages and backing, had never managed to reach. Back in the lecture hall, Zeke Draker kept his eyes fixed on his sister, watching her with a quiet, unreadable expression. Zeke Draker had expected someone important to appear for the lecture, but Carly Draker was the last person he thought he would see. The moment she stepped into view, he remembered the fierce succession struggle still unfolding between Carly Draker and Abel Draker. It also made sense that Zeke Draker had not recognized Carly Draker at first glance. Even before his regression, something serious had happened to her. Something that had changed how he remembered her. At the front of the hall, Carly Draker let out a sharp sigh, then tapped one finger against the podium with a crisp, impatient sound. Then Carly Draker raised her voice and gave a single command. Silence. In that instant, the entire hall froze as if the air itself had been cut. Not even the faintest whisper remained. Zeke Draker watched the reaction without the slightest surprise on his face. When a guardian knight gave an order, people did not debate or hesitate. Fear and obedience were the most natural responses. Carly Draker stood before the students with a sharp, commanding gaze, her voice cutting cleanly through the heavy silence. She told them that this kind of disorder would never have been tolerated in the Valhalla she once knew. In her time, silence and respect were expected the moment someone stood before them. Then she said it plainly. If their ancestors could see them acting like this, they would be ashamed. Carly Draker asked whether they truly believed the peace they enjoyed now had simply been handed to them for free. It had not. That peace had been carved out through blood, sweat, and sacrifice. The room fell even quieter, and the students had no answer. But Carly Draker was not finished yet. Carly Draker continued, saying that merely knowing the truth meant nothing if they did not show it through their actions. Only when their behavior reflected that understanding did their words carry any real weight. Zeke Draker watched her without looking especially surprised. But this strict and uncompromising side of Carly Draker was still something new to him. Carly Draker went on to say that becoming a true knight required discipline, endless training, and respect for the rules that shaped them. Only through that kind of life could a proper knight's mindset be forged. Listening to her, Zeke Draker had to admit that his sister sounded like an old soul trapped inside a young body. When the students finally began filing out of the hall, low complaints spread among them. Carly Draker's words had not gone over well. Some even muttered that they wished Duke Draker had been the one to speak instead. Zeke Draker knew Carly Draker's lecture carried real weight, but it was obvious that most of the students had not taken it to heart. As Zeke Draker walked along, a memory of something Diego Vaya had said suddenly came back to him. With that same wide grin on his face, Diego Vaya had turned to Zeke Draker and apologized for dragging him through a 5-hour writing class, saying it had fired him up instead. Then Diego Vaya proudly announced that his Valhalla tour was complete and that he was heading out. Zeke Draker was honestly relieved to see Diego Vaya leave. Now that Diego Vaya was gone, Zeke Draker could finally put his attention back where it belonged, finding new talent and tracking down Tarakan Draker's hidden library. This was the perfect moment to move. But just as Zeke Draker was about to take his first step forward, a familiar voice called out his name from behind. Zeke Draker turned around, and there she was. Carly Draker stood behind him, her presence calm but impossible to ignore, and asked if he had a moment to spare. The next scene opened inside Valhalla's public training hall, where the wide floor stretched out beneath the bright lights like an arena waiting for combat. Carly Draker stepped forward without hesitation and drew a sword that glowed with a clean, radiant shine. Zeke Draker recognized the blade at once. It was the mithril sword the Holy Kingdom had gifted to Carly Draker. Back then, the Holy Kingdom shared a border with Ison, and they had suffered under the same pirate threat that plagued the region. After Carly Draker drove the pirates away and secured the area, the Holy Kingdom offered her a symbol of gratitude, a pure mithril sword and a matching suit of armor. With that brilliant white-silver equipment gleaming around her, Carly Draker came to be known by the title that made students whisper in awe, the White Silver Knight. Carly Draker looked directly into Zeke Draker's eyes and told him not to hold anything back. She wanted to see the full extent of what he could do. Zeke Draker laced his fingers together and stretched his arms, still uncertain about why Carly Draker had approached him in the first place. A duel was not what he had expected. Then the reason clicked into place. She must have heard the rumors that he had reached the level of a Blue Knight. Without making a fuss, Zeke Draker calmly set his sword sheath down on the floor and drew his blade. Carly Draker's words echoed in Zeke Draker's mind. She wanted to see his true skill, so he answered her request plainly and prepared to show her exactly what she had asked for. But deep down, Zeke Draker knew he could not reveal everything he was capable of. Carly Draker was not the only one watching. If Zeke Draker exposed all of his strength here and now, it could create problems far more dangerous than this duel. House Draker lived by one harsh rule: only the strong survived. Reaching Blue Knight level at Zeke Draker's age was already enough to shake people. If anyone discovered he had stepped into Red Knight territory, the consequences could turn deadly. Abel Draker's faction, tangled deep in the succession battle, would not hesitate to remove him. And as for the Patriarch, Arthur Draker would do everything in his power to pull Zeke Draker under his control. No, Zeke Draker could only show his full strength after he surpassed his father. For now, what he needed was the backing of a transcendent family's legacy. That did not mean he intended to walk the path they wanted for him. The instant that thought passed through his mind, Zeke Draker and Carly Draker rushed at each other. Their blades slammed together with a sharp metallic crash, and bright sparks scattered through the air between them. Carly Draker pressed down hard against Zeke Draker's sword, then immediately shifted her momentum and swung fiercely toward his head. Zeke Draker twisted away from the attack, but his movement was just a fraction too slow. Carly Draker's blade grazed across Zeke Draker's face, leaving a clean mark behind. Without the slightest hesitation, Zeke Draker gave a silent command in his mind to stop his healing. Against a guardian knight like Carly Draker, he could not afford to let anyone notice his regenerative ability. Zeke Draker had already learned that lesson once during his time with Duke Draker. Carly Draker's attacks grew faster and more merciless with every exchange. She forced Zeke Draker back one step after another, then closed the gap in an instant and unleashed a powerful strike that sent him flying. Another slash cut into Zeke Draker, this time landing across his shoulder. Zeke Draker began to wonder if limiting himself to Blue Knight strength was putting him at too much of a disadvantage. Carly Draker gave him no room to breathe, and at this pace, he would not be able to keep up for long. Then Carly Draker rose through the air, her sword lifted high above her as her body gathered momentum. The next instant, she dropped toward Zeke Draker in a full-force dive, bringing the weight of her attack straight down on him. Zeke Draker braced himself and met Carly Draker head-on, raising his sword as their blades locked together in midair. The force of Carly Draker's strike erupted outward in a massive explosion, shaking the training hall with the impact. When the dust finally settled, Carly Draker was standing over Zeke Draker, her sword pressed firmly against him as the duel reached a crushing pause. Carly Draker looked down at Zeke Draker's weapon with a measured gaze and said that most swords would have already snapped clean in half after taking that kind of impact. Then, with a faint note of approval in her voice, she admitted that Zeke Draker had managed to get his hands on an excellent blade. Zeke Draker was still straining beneath the weight of Carly Draker's sword, his arms tense as the pressure bore down on him. Even so, he forced a small smile onto his face. In the next instant, Zeke Draker pushed back with a quick burst of strength, knocking Carly Draker away just enough to create some breathing room between them. As Zeke Draker raised a hand and wiped the blood from his cheek, one thing became painfully clear to him. Trying to fight a Red Knight level opponent while pretending to stay at Blue Knight level was practically inviting disaster. Just as that thought crossed Zeke Draker's mind, Carly Draker's voice sliced through the air. She asked if he really thought putting distance between them would keep him safe. Zeke Draker did not understand what she meant until he turned to the side, and in that moment realization struck him. Zeke Draker had made a mistake. Before Carly Draker earned the title White Silver Knight, she had once been known by another terrifying name, the Giant's Blade. Carly Draker's aura blade was nothing like an ordinary technique. It was enormous, wide, and sweeping, a massive edge of power that looked as though it had been forged for a titan. When Zeke Draker turned his head, that very blade of aura was already rushing straight toward him. He clenched his teeth and braced himself for the impact, but the sheer force behind it was far beyond what he could easily withstand. The blow struck Zeke Draker with crushing power and sent his body flying straight into the wall. Zeke Draker's sword was driven into the ground, and Carly Draker's attack tore through everything in its path, leaving destruction carved across the training hall. Carly Draker paused for a moment, and concern flickered across her eyes. She wondered if she had failed to hold back enough. But just then, Carly Draker noticed movement from within the wreckage. Zeke Draker slowly emerged from the rubble, dust sliding off him as he stepped back into view. He placed one hand against the damaged wall to steady himself, then flashed Carly Draker a faint smirk despite the battered state of his body. Inside, Zeke Draker felt satisfied. His performance had looked convincing, and the injuries made the act even more believable. Now he could only hope that Carly Draker had accepted what she saw without suspecting the truth. Carly Draker finally sheathed her sword and walked toward him, the tension of the duel easing with each step. "You're incredible," Carly Draker said, genuine surprise showing in her expression. She could hardly believe that Zeke Draker had managed to block that attack at all. Carly Draker looked at him carefully and admitted that Zeke Draker had gone far beyond what she expected. Then she let out a quiet sigh and said there was something she needed to discuss with him. But before Carly Draker could continue, Zeke Draker's strength gave out, and his body suddenly collapsed. Carly Draker rushed to his side at once and pulled him up, supporting him before he could fall completely. When Carly Draker checked Zeke Draker's condition, her expression turned serious. His internal injuries were worse than they looked, and she wondered if he had pushed his aura beyond what his body could handle. Carly Draker reached into her pocket, pulled out a small vial, and carefully poured the medicine inside into Zeke Draker's mouth. "This is the highest grade recovery potion in our family," Carly Draker told him. "Drink it slowly." The moment Zeke Draker swallowed the potion, a gentle glow began spreading over his body. At the same time, he silently commanded his system to temporarily activate his healing factor. In a situation like this, using his healing would not raise suspicion. Every action Zeke Draker had taken was part of a much larger plan. Zeke Draker was hiding his real strength and carefully playing the role of someone who had only just reached Blue Knight level. When Carly Draker, the Giant's Blade, launched her attack, Zeke Draker deliberately met it with only the minimum defense needed, allowing himself to take the hit. But right before the impact landed, Zeke Draker noticed something strange. A tiny opening that appeared for only the briefest instant within Carly Draker's strike. Zeke Draker did not know why that opening had appeared. He had taken Carly Draker's aura head-on, not by skillfully controlling aura himself, but by relying on sheer resistance. Since his body could not channel aura normally, it naturally pushed back against it instead. Carly Draker, however, believed Zeke Draker could use aura. Because of that, she assumed his injuries had come from forcing himself beyond his current limits. As Zeke Draker slowly lifted his head, he brought a hand to it as if fighting through a sharp headache. Carly Draker leaned closer and asked whether he was feeling any better. Zeke Draker gave Carly Draker a tired but grateful smile and addressed her as Dame Carly, sincerely thanking her for helping him. Carly Draker shook her head gently and corrected him. She told Zeke Draker to call her sister instead. Zeke Draker blinked in surprise. That was not the response he had expected from Carly Draker at all. The scene then shifted to the outskirts of Atlas, where a carriage rolled quietly along a calm road away from the city's noise. Inside the carriage, Carly Draker poured Zeke Draker a cup of tea and told him she had prepared it specially for him. She explained that it had been airshipped all the way from the eastern continent because she had heard he liked that particular kind. Zeke Draker thanked her, though he was clearly a little caught off guard. Her words reminded Zeke Draker of something Arthur Draker had once said. He could not help wondering just how far the rumor about his preference for tea had spread. Zeke Draker glanced around the carriage's interior, taking in the unexpected comfort and design. Then he admitted that he never would have guessed it looked like this on the inside. From the outside, the carriage had appeared plain and easy to overlook. Carly Draker explained that it was covered with camouflage magic, since a Guardian Knight's carriage attracted far too much attention otherwise. Zeke Draker found the whole situation strange. They had gone from the training hall to the outskirts of Atlas by carriage, and that meant this conversation was not meant for public ears. He looked at Carly Draker and asked if what she was about to tell him was something others should not hear. Carly Draker nodded. Then she told Zeke Draker it was about the Butchering Knight, and that she needed more power if she was going to stop Abel Draker. Zeke Draker was caught completely off guard and asked if she meant Abel Draker, the second son. Carly Draker answered that she would explain everything from the beginning. Carly Draker told Zeke Draker that one of House Draker's most important principles was the Oath of Neutrality, a rule that kept the family from interfering in national conflicts. But Abel Draker had already broken that principle. He was now backing the Rome Empire in its conflict against the Kingdom of Valencia. Zeke Draker realized then that Abel Draker had been setting his plans in motion for quite some time. He asked whether the Four Seasons Fortress truly did not know about what Abel Draker was doing. Carly Draker answered flatly that they knew, but they were choosing to look the other way. Carly Draker explained that the Four Seasons Fortress was no longer united. A divide had already formed within it, and some of the elders in the assembly were supporting the Rome Empire by backing Abel Draker. Zeke Draker narrowed his eyes and asked if all the elders had sided with the Empire. Carly Draker shook her head and said that some of them were still remaining neutral. Zeke Draker was stunned by that answer. The assembly had always been known for its rigid pride and lofty ideals, yet now some of them were simply sitting on the fence. Something about it did not add up. At this rate, Zeke Draker said, it's only a matter of time before the rest of them fall in line too. Carly Draker nodded quietly and admitted that she saw the situation the same way. Carly Draker admitted that she had been searching for a way to stop Abel Draker before it was too late. Simply waiting around for him to make a mistake was no longer an option. If Abel Draker was allowed to keep moving unchecked, the situation would not simply remain a family dispute. Before long, everything would spiral beyond control and explode into a full-scale war. Zeke Draker knew Carly Draker was right. 3 years had already passed since his regression, and in only 7 more years, a war unlike anything the continent had ever seen would begin. Under Abel Draker's command, House Draker and the Rome Empire would march together. Entire nations would collapse, the sky would darken with chaos, and the whole continent would bleed. Carly Draker said her decision was already made. She would gain the power necessary to stop Abel Draker herself. Right now, Abel Draker held influence over the higher ranks of House Draker, and he believed the lower ranks would naturally follow wherever authority led them. But Carly Draker did not believe that for a second. True knights, she told Zeke Draker, did not bow their heads to power. They followed justice. That was why Carly Draker had begun gathering knights from across the Four Seasons Fortress, searching for those who still clung to honor instead of convenience. Then she turned to Zeke Draker and made one thing clear. She would not force him to stand with her. He was still young, he was a pure-blood awakener, and even without taking her side, his future was already secure. Zeke Draker quietly lifted his cup and took a slow sip of tea, his gaze fixed on Carly Draker across from him. In that moment, he felt like he finally understood what kind of person his sister truly was. Carly Draker was not simply stubborn, and she was not acting out of pride alone. She was resolute, a woman who lived by her convictions. If bending herself was necessary to uphold justice, she would do it without hesitation. In every sense, she was painfully righteous. That was when Zeke Draker understood why there had been a gap in Carly Draker's giant's blade earlier. Her concern for him had broken her focus at the last moment. She looked as unshakable as any Draker, but beneath that hard exterior, she carried a surprisingly kind heart. Carly Draker warned Zeke Draker that if things went wrong, he could be branded a traitor alongside her. She urged him to think carefully before making any decision. Zeke Draker appreciated that she was being honest with him instead of dressing up the danger. Zeke Draker set his teacup down, rose from his seat, and lowered himself onto one knee before Carly Draker. Without the slightest hesitation, Zeke Draker told Carly Draker that his mind was already made up. Even if he was not yet worthy of it, he wanted to walk the same path of chivalry she had chosen. For a moment, Carly Draker could only stare at him, visibly stunned by his answer. Then her expression softened, and a quiet smile appeared on her face as she thanked Zeke Draker from the heart. The scene shifted to the Valhalla research facility, where Zeke Draker stood before a glowing status window. In his previous life, he had learned about House Draker's hidden movements through K, but he had never imagined that corruption had already taken root inside the family long before the Continental War ever began. Zeke Draker's original plan had been to leave House Draker early, stay out of Abel Draker's reach, and quietly build up his strength for the war that was destined to come. But now that Carly Draker shared part of his vision, remaining within the family started to look like the stronger move. In fact, Zeke Draker preferred it this way. Staying close would allow him to keep a sharper eye on Abel Draker's movements, and with Carly Draker standing in the spotlight, Zeke Draker could avoid taking the direct backlash himself. To make that plan work, he needed to become an official knight and help win public support for Carly Draker. Even though Carly Draker was the eldest child and had already reached the rank of Guardian Knight, she lacked the bloodline of an Awakener and did not come from one of the great houses. In Zeke Draker's past life, that weakness had cost Carly Draker the struggle for the family's future, and she ultimately lost to Abel Draker's power. But if a pure-blood Awakener like Zeke Draker officially declared his support for Carly Draker, the balance could shift. Even so, playing the role of a proper knight felt strangely uncomfortable to him. It simply did not suit his nature. While Zeke Draker continued turning the plan over in his mind, he checked the map in front of him and realized he was nearly at his destination. Zeke Draker arrived at Valhalla's massive central library, a towering building filled with knowledge, and stepped inside without delay. His goal was clear. He had come to find Terrakin Draker's hidden library. Deep between the towering shelves, Zeke Draker entered a restricted section where ordinary students were not meant to wander. Then a system prompt flashed before his eyes, confirming that he had reached the target location. Zeke Draker could hardly believe that this plain-looking place was supposed to be the legendary secret library. Zeke Draker slowly looked around, but disappointment settled in almost immediately. Nothing caught his eye, nothing seemed mysterious, and nothing about the room looked important. Since the system had guided him all the way here, Zeke Draker had expected something far more dramatic, maybe even a clue tied to Bahamut's heart or one of Bahamut's fangs. For a moment, Zeke Draker wondered if coming here had been a complete waste of time. But just as that thought crossed his mind, Zeke Draker took one more step forward. The system immediately chimed in, notifying Zeke Draker that it had detected a data storage point. The moment the message appeared, an enormous bookshelf materialized right in front of him. Zeke Draker froze, stunned not only by the sudden appearance of the shelf, but also by the new message displayed on his system screen. The system confirmed that Zeke Draker had discovered the hidden library of none other than Terrakin Draker, who had once held the role of an administrator. Zeke Draker could hardly believe it. Terrakin Draker had access to the same kind of system he was using now. The realization struck him hard. This bookshelf must only reveal itself through system recognition. That explained why no one else had ever stumbled across Terrakin Draker's secret library before. Then the system notified Zeke Draker that all of Terrakin Draker's stored data had been synced and integrated into his own records. From that moment on, Zeke Draker would have permanent access to this hidden trove of knowledge. To make the contents easier to search, the system divided everything into 4 main categories: an organization management manual, Dragonslaying manual version 5.21, reference materials, and a collection of proverbs for personal growth. Zeke Draker decided he would explore those sections properly later. For now, he asked the system to find whatever would help his current growth the most. The system responded almost immediately, informing Zeke Draker that it had located a suitable match. One book on the massive shelf began to glow, standing out from all the others. The book then appeared in Zeke Draker's hand, and when he looked down at the cover, he read the title, The Secret Technique of the True Dragon Swordplay. Zeke Draker had never encountered this sword technique before. Curious, he turned the book over to check the author's name, and the moment he saw it, his body froze. That name struck Zeke Draker like a bolt of lightning. The book had been written by none other than Shelton Draker, the trusted advisor of the hero King Kaiser. The next scene opened with Shelton Draker seated inside his study, pen in hand, carefully writing down his thoughts. Shelton Draker began by explaining why he had felt compelled to create the True Dragon swordplay in the first place. He started by recalling how the bond between dragons and humans had first begun with the great hero King Kaiser. Because of Kaiser, even ordinary humans were able to form contracts with those supreme beings known as dragons. But Shelton Draker understood that dragons did not lend their strength to humans out of kindness. In truth, the dragons pitted humanity. They saw humans as weak creatures, lacking the natural gifts and inherent power that other races possessed. Even so, because of Kaiser's influence, more and more humans became dragon contractors. They spread across the world, using that power to build thriving civilizations. But the faster humanity advanced, the more uneasy Shelton Draker became. He could not bring himself to trust the dragons. If beings that powerful were helping humans only out of pity, then what would happen if that pity suddenly disappeared? What would humanity do if the dragons one day turned hostile? In Shelton Draker's eyes, if that day ever came, humans would have no way to resist. They would be erased in an instant. Driven by that fear and responsibility, Shelton Draker began searching for a way for humans to fight against dragons. The first possibility that came to Shelton Draker's mind was magic. But that path had a fatal problem. Magic itself had originally come from dragons. Dragons had carved magical circles directly into human hearts, giving people the ability to wield mana, a power their bodies were never born to create on their own. Because of that, trying to use magic against dragons was like trying to fight a raging fire with paper. Then Shelton Draker remembered the elemental sword of the hero King Kaiser, a power even dragons acknowledged with respect. But that power was a one-of-a-kind gift tied to the fairy monarch's bloodline, and it had disappeared from the world when Kaiser died. With every obvious path blocked, Shelton Draker buried himself in research, determined to find a strength that belonged to humans alone. He studied the rough sword techniques of the North, then turned to the mysterious martial arts of the East. Nothing was too strange or too crude to examine. He chased every possibility, every theory, and every method that might allow humans to break past their natural limits. Just when Shelton Draker seemed to have reached a dead end, unexpected help came from Kronos, the dragon who had once formed a contract with the hero King Kaiser. Kronos claimed he was only helping because Shelton Draker's research interested him, but there was something deeper hidden in the dragon's determination, something unspoken that left Shelton Draker uneasy. Even so, Shelton Draker accepted the offer and continued pushing his research forward. Eventually, Shelton Draker and Kronos uncovered an entirely new force, aura. It was not magic, and it was not elemental power either. It was something completely different, a form of strength that only humans could truly control. After Kaiser departed for the spirit realm, Shelton Draker continued refining his work on aura, and before long, he succeeded. He uncovered its principles, learned how it could be used, and even created a sword style designed to draw out its full potential. Shelton Draker named that sword style the True Dragon Swordplay and released it to the world. But the reaction he received was far colder than he had expected. In an age where people could gain power quickly through tools and methods created by dragons, very few were willing to walk a path that demanded patience, discipline, and brutal effort. Shelton Draker's creation was mostly ignored. As he recorded his findings, he admitted that he felt relieved the dragons had not betrayed humanity after all. But even in that peaceful moment, he still believed his sword style would one day become necessary. So he left his work behind, hoping someone would eventually take it up and master it. As Zeke Draker flipped through the pages of the book, a new message suddenly appeared before his eyes. A new quest had begun. Successor of Shelton. The system challenged Zeke Draker to learn Shelton Draker's secret technique within 3 months. And the reward waiting at the end was enough to make him pause. The coordinates to the Kronos Kingdom's treasury. Zeke Draker placed the book back on the shelf, but his eyes lingered for a moment. The reward was undeniably tempting. Zeke Draker imagined the kind of legendary artifacts that might be hidden inside such a treasury. But 3 months was an extremely short deadline. He could not help wondering whether this True Dragon Swordplay might be even harder to learn than the elemental sword. Even so, Zeke Draker decided to fully commit himself to mastering the True Dragon Swordplay. And in a bitter twist, Shelton Draker's fears had turned out to be correct. The dragons eventually did betray mankind, and that betrayal led to the outbreak of the Liberation War. Thinking about that grim truth, Zeke Draker asked the system if there were any other valuable records hidden inside the secret library, something like Terrakin Draker's personal journal. The system processed Zeke Draker's request, searched through the stored data, and soon located one record that matched what he wanted. Then the system announced that a magical video log would begin playing. At the same time, the secret library around Zeke Draker started to fade away. Zeke Draker froze, stunned by the sudden change unfolding around him. The sensation felt almost exactly like the moment the tutorial had first begun. In the next instant, Zeke Draker found himself standing in the middle of a vast desert. Confused, Zeke Draker slowly turned his head and looked around at the endless stretch of sand. The space did not feel natural. It seemed artificial, like an environment the system had created for the purpose of replaying a record. But when Zeke Draker turned again, what he saw made his entire body go still. Something enormous and terrifying was rising from beneath the desert ground, its presence so overwhelming that the air itself seemed to tighten. Zeke Draker could not move a single step. His mental defense skill activated immediately, trying to protect him from the fear crashing over his mind. But even that was not enough to stop the tremors running through his body. The creature in front of Zeke Draker felt far too real, as if this was no simple illusion at all. Zeke Draker could barely process the fact that he was standing face to face with a being once hailed as the king of all creation. A dragon. Just as fear tightened around him, a voice rang out across the desert, calling the beast by name, Bahamut. Zeke Draker froze again. That was Bahamut, the evil dragon? Zeke Draker whipped his head toward the source of the voice and was stunned. He had not sensed the man's presence at all until the moment he spoke. Standing behind Zeke Draker was a figure wrapped in overwhelming power, someone who felt more like a monster than an ordinary man. The blurred figure walked straight forward and passed right through Zeke Draker's body. That was when Zeke Draker understood. He was not truly standing in that moment. He was watching a record, most likely a memory embedded within Terrakin Draker's journal. Zeke Draker guessed that this might be the legendary confrontation between Bahamut and Terrakin Draker, the famous battle passed down in the tales of the Dragonslayer. Bahamut raised one colossal claw high above the desert, then slammed it down into the ground with terrifying force. Zeke Draker watched with his breath caught in his throat, excitement rushing through him. This was not just a record. This was history unfolding right before his eyes. But Terrakin Draker did not react at all. He did not flinch, step back, or show the slightest trace of fear. Bahamut looked toward Terrakin Draker and questioned him. Why the hesitation? Even after hearing Bahamut's words, Terrakin Draker remained silent. Then Bahamut said something that overturned everything Zeke Draker thought he knew. In a voice heavy with disappointment, Bahamut called Terrakin Draker his contractor. Zeke Draker was stunned. Terrakin Draker had been Bahamut's contractor? Just like Kaiser had once been contracted to Kronos? None of the legends had ever mentioned anything like that. To Zeke Draker it made no sense at all. If Terrakin Draker had truly been Bahamut's partner, then how had he ended up defeating the dragon? What had really happened in the battle that turned Terrakin Draker into a legend? Zeke Draker's thoughts began spiraling as strange distortions flickered through the desert around him. The world in front of him started to glitch and break apart. Something was clearly wrong with the record. Then Zeke Draker noticed Terrakin Draker speaking, but the words never reached him. The sound had been swallowed by the broken playback. Frustrated, Zeke Draker called out to the system and demanded that it repair the visual error. But the system refused Zeke Draker's request. Zeke Draker clenched his teeth in frustration. Why did it have to fail now at the most important moment? Then Zeke Draker turned back toward the scene and finally saw Terrakin Draker clearly. A memory rose sharply in Zeke Draker's mind, the conversation he had once shared with Kaiser, as clear as if the Hero King's voice were echoing right beside him. Back then, Zeke Draker had asked Kaiser a question that had been bothering him: whether a dragon could ever betray the human it had formed a contract with. Kaiser had only laughed at the idea, brushing it aside almost immediately, as if such a thing was so absurd it did not even deserve serious consideration. If betrayal happened at all, Kaiser had said, it was always humans who turned their backs on dragons. And just as that old answer surfaced again, Zeke Draker saw Terrakin Draker pulling his sword out from Bahamut's shattered skull. Before Zeke Draker's eyes, Bahamut's enormous body began to break apart, the once mighty dragon crumbling little by little into gray ash until not a single trace of flesh remained. Zeke Draker could only stare, frozen in disbelief. And when the last of Bahamut's remains disappeared, two things appeared in front of Terrakin Draker: Bahamut's heart and Fong. They were the very same relics Zeke Draker had received before, back at the Dragonslayer's residence, and seeing them here made his breath catch. A question began to form in Zeke Draker's mind. Did dragons always leave something behind after they died? Or was this a phenomenon unique to certain beings? He thought of the pure-blood gloves he wore, which had been made from dragon hide, but even with that in mind, he could not shake the suspicion that Bahamut was no ordinary example. As Zeke Draker turned the thought over, the sky above him suddenly split apart with a violent distortion, like the entire world was glitching, and the force of it dragged him out of the memory. For a moment, he wondered whether the recording had finally ended. Now seated on the ground, Zeke Draker took a moment to steady himself and gather his scattered thoughts. What he had just witnessed did not line up cleanly with what he had always been told. After weighing it for a while, Zeke Draker decided it was time to return. But just as he prepared to leave, he noticed something he had not expected. Terrakin Draker's hidden library had been fully absorbed into the system, and from this point forward, Zeke Draker could open it whenever he wished. Without wasting a second, Zeke Draker tried to replay the memory again, hoping he could finally catch the final words exchanged between Bahamut and Terrakin Draker. But the same distortion remained, blocking that crucial moment as if something was deliberately keeping it sealed away. Their last conversation was still beyond his reach. Even so, Zeke Draker knew the experience had not been meaningless. He had uncovered something important. The famed dragon-slaying arts were not an original style at all, but had grown from the foundation of true dragon swordplay. Terrakin Draker had taken Sheltern Draker's intricate and difficult techniques, stripped them down, and reshaped them into a form that could actually be used in battle more easily. That practical refinement eventually became the combat style known in the present day, but the simplification had taken something away, raw destructive power. The version passed down through history no longer carried the overwhelming force needed to kill a true full-blooded dragon. Even so, the dragon-slaying arts still possessed one major advantage. By merging with the user's own natural talent and personal strengths, the technique could become far more effective in actual combat. It might have lost some of its sheer devastation, but in exchange, it gained flexibility, utility, and adaptability. What bothered Zeke Draker most was the gap between the glorious legend everyone knew and the truth hidden inside Terrakin Draker's journal. The accepted story claimed that Terrakin Draker had enslaved Bahamut and ushered in an age of peace, but to Zeke Draker, that now felt like nothing more than another polished hero tale. In Terrakin Draker's own records, there was not even a mention of a contract between him and Bahamut. And something that important was not the kind of detail a person simply forgot to write down. The scene then shifted, and Zeke Draker found himself standing outside alone when a messenger pigeon fluttered down nearby. He reached out and retrieved the letter it carried. It was from Kay. Kay had done exactly what Zeke Draker had asked of her, combing through the continent for every version of the Dragonslayer legend she could find. Even so, she admitted that she still could not understand why Zeke Draker had suddenly become so fixated on these ancient myths. Kay explained that she had gone as far as checking untranslated texts, but no matter how far she searched, she found no record of contracts between dragons and humans. There was nothing about the particular dragons connected to Terrakin Draker or Kaiser either. However, one strange detail kept standing out. Across different records and regions, the wording was eerily similar, almost as if someone had carefully shaped every account to tell the same approved version of events. The deeper Kay investigated, the clearer it became that something about the history had been tampered with, and the unease around it only grew stronger. Then, just as she seemed close to uncovering more, Kay received a warning. The Draker family had intervened, and her syndicate immediately withdrew, unwilling to provoke one of the most powerful bloodlines on the continent. Zeke Draker read the message without saying a word. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he set the letter aflame and watched it burn away. A heavy sense of alarm settled deep in his stomach, cold and impossible to ignore. The Drakers, his own family, were suppressing information about Terrakin Draker. But the question that gnawed at him was simple. Why? Their entire prestige had been built on Terrakin Draker's legend, on the name of the so-called first Dragonslayer. For the Draker family to hide the truth about him, or about Bahamut, made no sense at all on the surface. And yet Zeke Draker could not dismiss the feeling pressing against his chest. Somewhere, someone was keeping something from him. Determined to uncover the missing piece for himself, Zeke Draker turned back toward the house. As he stepped inside, he was already preparing to call out to the system and give his next command. But before the words could fully leave his mouth, something felt wrong. So wrong that he stopped immediately. Zeke Draker paused by the door, closed it quietly behind him, and swept his gaze across the room with calm, sharpened caution. Everyone should have been away today. Decker and the rest of the staff were off, while both Duke Draker and Andre Draker had been caught up with their own business. So if no one was supposed to be inside the house, Zeke Draker had only one question. Who was watching him? Moving carefully, Zeke Draker headed upstairs, every step quiet as his senses sharpened to a dangerous edge. In his mind, he ordered the system to display the minimap, wanting a clear read on anything hidden nearby. The system responded at once, and two unfamiliar presences lit up in his awareness. One located inside the house, and another waiting outside. For a brief moment, Zeke Draker considered whether the hunting dogs from the giant mountains might have tracked him all the way here, but he rejected that possibility almost as quickly as it appeared. He had not drawn his sword, nor had he used any dragon-slaying techniques, so even they should have had no trail to follow. No, this was different. Whoever these intruders were, someone else had sent them. And Zeke Draker intended to uncover exactly who was behind it. In fact, a certain person was already beginning to come to mind. When Zeke Draker approached his room, the intruder inside kept his gaze fixed firmly on the door, waiting for him to enter. But that narrow focus became the intruder's mistake. Because Zeke Draker was not coming through the door at all. He slipped in silently from the window behind him, clinging to the wall like a shadow that had detached itself from the darkness. Zeke Draker's voice sliced through the stillness from behind him, low and cold. "Did Abel Draker send you?" The intruder's shoulders jerked in surprise, and in the next instant, he whipped around toward the window, his body reacting before his mind could catch up. Zeke Draker did not really need the man to answer. In his mind, the reason was already clear. Abel Draker must have learned about Zeke's alliance with Carly Draker and sent an assassin to erase a loose end before it became a problem. Zeke Draker dropped lightly into the room and drew a dagger from his inventory with a smooth flick of his hand. His gaze stayed calm as he said, "You don't need to answer." Then, without giving the intruder even a heartbeat to prepare, Zeke Draker vanished forward in a blur and slashed straight at him. The dagger stopped just before it could bite into the intruder's throat, blocked at the last possible moment. But Zeke Draker did not back away, keeping the pressure on without the slightest hesitation. His eyes narrowed as he warned the man in a chillingly even voice, "I have plenty of ways to make you talk." Their weapons crashed together again and again, the sharp ring of steel filling the room as sparks burst between them in quick flashes of light. Zeke Draker kept advancing, forcing the fight forward with relentless speed. But the intruder moved just as quickly, meeting each strike with clean, precise blocks. When Zeke Draker shifted his weight and drove in a heavier blow to end the exchange, the man read the attack, countered at once, and shoved him back with surprising force. Zeke Draker kicked off the ceiling with one leg, twisting his body through the air before landing smoothly on the floor as if the movement had cost him nothing. As the fight continued, Zeke Draker's eyes sharpened, and the pieces began falling into place one by one. No matter how well a person disguised their face or identity, the habits carved into their swordsmanship could not be hidden so easily. The rhythm of the man's attacks, the angle of his blade, and the way he shifted his feet were unmistakable. This was a fighting style from the Gorkha kingdom in the north. The rangers from that region were famous even across the continent. Known as elite scouts and warriors of the northern lands, they carried their distinctive kukri blades and were often praised as guardians of the continent. Because of their specialized skills, Gorkha rangers were highly valued in the central lands, especially when delicate missions required stealth, discipline, and absolute precision. That realization changed everything. This was not Abel Draker's work. Zeke Draker adjusted his stance and struck again, even as he wondered why a Gorkha ranger would be here at all. Assassination did not match their code, and they usually avoided jobs that could create blood feuds. Zeke Draker steadied his blade and watched more carefully. The ranger was clearly holding back, and Zeke had already left several openings on purpose. Openings any skilled fighter would have seized instantly. But the man never took them. He had more than enough ability to press the attack, yet each time he deliberately let the chance pass. That was when Zeke Draker understood what was really happening. These people had not come here to kill him. Their true objective was to capture Zeke Draker and bring him away alive. At that exact moment, Zeke Draker caught sight of a small round object rolling in from the window and bouncing into the hallway. The second intruder had finally made a move from outside. Zeke Draker recognized the device immediately. It was a sedative tool meant to put the target down without leaving serious injuries. Without wasting a breath, Zeke Draker swung his sword and struck it in midair, but the mechanism had already been triggered. A thick cloud of gas burst outward, spreading through the room in an instant and swallowing the space around him. The moment the sharp, earthy scent reached his nose, Zeke Draker confirmed what it was: mandragora rootlets, a common ingredient used in sleep-inducing compounds. Zeke Draker let the dagger slip from his hand and allowed his body to sag forward, choosing to play along with their plan. As soon as the system detected the mandragora compounds in the air, it automatically activated Zeke Draker's poison resistance. Even so, Zeke Draker collapsed to the floor, keeping his breathing slow and his body loose as he pretended to lose consciousness. The ranger approached and lifted Zeke Draker up, and moments later, the second figure climbed in through the window to help carry him away. While they began securing Zeke Draker's body for transport, he stayed completely limp, silently wondering who had sent them and what they wanted badly enough to capture him alive. The scene shifted to a secluded house standing on the outskirts of Atlas, far from the noise and movement of the city. Inside the house, Zeke Draker sat restrained in heavy iron chains, with armed Gorka Rangers positioned around him on every side. His gaze moved past the weapons and guards, settling instead on the man seated directly in front of him. To Zeke Draker's surprise, the man was not a local power from Atlas at all. It was Cliff Reinhardt, the head of the Reinhardt Merchant Group, and when Cliff saw recognition flicker in Zeke's eyes, he seemed to assume the conversation would go smoothly from there. Zeke Draker did know Cliff Reinhardt. In fact, this was not the first time their paths had crossed. In Zeke Draker's previous life, Cliff Reinhardt had been an important figure. The Reinhardt Merchant Group had stood among the 10 greatest trading powers rooted in the Kingdom of Valencia. But the war ignited by Abel Draker and the Rome Empire eventually dragged both the Reinhardt Merchant Group and the Kingdom of Valencia into ruin. During that chaos, Zeke Draker and Cliff Reinhardt had fought on the same side. What remained strange in Zeke's memory was that Cliff had once given him crucial information about the Empire, only to disappear afterward and return to his doomed homeland. Zeke Draker never saw Cliff Reinhardt again after that. And now, the same man who had once risked everything to escape had appeared before him once more. Whether Cliff had returned out of loyalty to his homeland or some other reason, Zeke could not say, but from where he stood, it had always seemed like a meaningless sacrifice. Cliff Reinhardt opened with an apology, calmly acknowledging the rough and forceful way Zeke Draker had been brought there. At Cliff Reinhardt's signal, one of the Gorka Rangers, the same man who had captured Zeke Draker, stepped forward and unlocked the heavy chains. Cliff then promised to compensate him for the trouble and said he wanted to speak with him properly. Zeke Draker rolled his wrists once the restraints came off, showing no sign of fear or discomfort, and told Cliff Reinhardt to get straight to the point. Cliff Reinhardt was visibly caught off guard by Zeke Draker's composure. Most people would have been tense in a situation like this, especially someone so young, but Zeke did not show even the smallest flicker of uncertainty. Cliff Reinhardt had clearly hoped to control the flow of the conversation, but Zeke Draker had already taken the initiative. Accepting that the balance had shifted, Cliff quietly handed him a stack of papers. Cliff Reinhardt explained that the documents contained information on a new disease that was spreading rapidly through the southern regions of the central continent. Zeke Draker lowered his eyes to the pile of reports in his hands and asked why Cliff Reinhardt was showing him something like this. As Zeke Draker turned the pages one after another, his eyes suddenly stopped on a particular report among the documents. Cliff Reinhardt noticed the subtle change in Zeke Draker's expression immediately, catching the moment his calm gaze sharpened. The report was centered on Elena Stone, the mother of Liam Stone, and it recorded that she had once suffered from the Rose disease. She had only survived because Zeke Draker had given Liam Stone precise instructions on how to treat her before the illness could claim her life. Without saying a word, Zeke Draker tossed the document onto the table and demanded an explanation. Cliff Reinhardt answered calmly, confirming that the new outbreak spreading through the region was indeed the Rose disease, a merciless illness known for killing every person it infected. And yet Elena Stone had not merely survived it. She had recovered completely, as if that deadly fate had been overturned. Cliff Reinhardt explained that he had questioned Elena Stone's attending physician, but the doctor had refused to reveal anything. So Cliff turned his gaze directly to Zeke Draker and asked whether he knew something about it. Zeke Draker gave a faint smile. From Cliff Reinhardt's tone and timing, it was obvious that the merchant had already guessed the answer, yet he was still carefully probing for confirmation like a true businessman. Zeke Draker figured Cliff Reinhardt was trying to secure the cure for himself. With a disease this deadly, that was a sharp move. A medicine capable of saving Rose disease victims would be worth an unimaginable fortune, more than even the combined wealth of the entire continent could easily measure. But Zeke Draker also knew Cliff Reinhardt well enough to doubt that money was the only reason. No ordinary merchant, no matter how ambitious, would dare kidnap a member of a transcendent family unless something far more serious was at stake. So Zeke Draker admitted it openly. He was the one who had provided the cure that saved Elena Stone. The moment Cliff Reinhardt heard that, his expression changed, and relief lit up across his face. He rose from his seat, unable to hide his excitement, and eagerly told Zeke Draker to name whatever price he wanted. No matter the amount, Cliff Reinhardt made it clear he was prepared to pay it. But Zeke Draker simply lifted one hand with an amused grin and asked why Cliff Reinhardt was getting so worked up. Then Zeke Draker pointed out that Cliff Reinhardt did not sound like a merchant at all in that moment. That remark clearly struck a nerve. Annoyance flickered across Cliff Reinhardt's face, and that reaction told Zeke Draker everything he needed to know. This was not about profit. Cliff Reinhardt was trying to save someone important to him. Zeke Draker leaned back in his seat, his posture relaxed, and suggested that they make a deal. Cliff Reinhardt sat down again, watching him carefully. Zeke Draker offered to give him the formula in exchange for 3 favors to be fulfilled later, and Cliff immediately asked what kind of favors those would be. Zeke Draker answered that he did not know yet, but when the time came, he would tell Cliff Reinhardt. He also assured him that none of the favors would exceed what the Reinhardt merchant group was capable of handling, so there was no need to panic. Even with that assurance, Cliff Reinhardt remained cautious and asked whether they could set some limits in advance, just to make the agreement clear. Zeke Draker only smiled at that. After a short pause, he wrote down the treatment instructions for the cure and slid the paper toward Cliff Reinhardt. He told Cliff Reinhardt to follow every step exactly as written. But just as Cliff reached out to take the paper, Zeke Draker pulled it back slightly. There was still one thing Zeke Draker wanted to know. Who was this medicine really meant for? Cliff Reinhardt's body stiffened the instant he heard the question. After a brief hesitation, Cliff Reinhardt answered nervously that it was nothing more than a business decision, a move to obtain a valuable product before anyone else. But Zeke Draker was not convinced. He calmly pointed out the flaws in that story. Cliff had hired Northern Rangers to abduct someone from a transcendent bloodline. On top of that, Cliff Reinhardt's reactions were far too emotional for a cold, calculating merchant. Zeke Draker told him plainly that this was not how the Reinhardt merchant group normally conducted itself, and Cliff understood at once that Zeke had seen through him. With a quiet sigh, Cliff Reinhardt lowered himself back into his seat and finally admitted that the cure was intended for someone connected to the royal family of Valencia. That answer caught Zeke Draker off guard. He immediately asked who it was, but Cliff Reinhardt shook his head and refused to reveal the name. Zeke Draker narrowed his eyes, puzzled by the secrecy. Did Cliff Reinhardt even realize how many members there were in Valencia's royal family? Then Zeke Draker noticed something in Cliff Reinhardt's eyes, a firm resolve that felt strangely familiar. He remembered Cliff Reinhardt once saying he would return to Valencia. Back then, Zeke Draker had warned him to think carefully, because the kingdom and the Reinhardt merchant group were both heading toward ruin, and going back would only lead him to his death. Zeke Draker had urged him to escape north and preserve his life. Cliff Reinhardt had quietly thanked him, but then said he was finished running away. He wanted to face whatever waited for him in Valencia, even if that path led straight into disaster. But the eyes Cliff Reinhardt showed now were different from the ones Zeke Draker remembered from his previous life. Instead of fierce determination, they carried the weight of resignation. Cliff Reinhardt apologized and said he could not share anything more. By then, Zeke Draker understood clearly that this matter was far bigger than a simple business opportunity. Whoever needed the cure truly mattered to Cliff Reinhardt. Then Zeke Draker recalled something his sister had once told him. Abel Draker had supported the Rome Empire during its war against Valencia. The kingdom had already been breaking apart under racial tension and royal infighting, and with the Continental War still waiting on the horizon, Zeke Draker saw a chance. A direct connection to Valencia's royal bloodline could become incredibly useful later. Without pressing Cliff any further, Zeke Draker held the paper out to him and said it was fine if Cliff did not want to explain. As Cliff Reinhardt accepted the formula, Zeke Draker told him their contract was now in effect. Cliff Reinhardt's hands trembled as he held the paper, clutching it close to his chest as though someone had just placed a lifeline in his grasp. From the look on his face, it was obvious that this formula meant everything to him. Zeke Draker broke the heavy silence by apologizing for interrupting the moment. Then, with casual ease, he asked whether Cliff Reinhardt would mind if he used his first favor right away. Cliff Reinhardt took a steadying breath and carefully secured the paper, treating it as if even a small crease would be unforgivable. Then he nodded and said Zeke Draker could ask for anything, so long as it remained within the Reinhardt merchant group's reach. Zeke Draker smiled at that. His first request was simple. He wanted the Reinhardt merchant group to hire him. Cliff Reinhardt clearly had not expected that answer, and for a moment, he wondered if Zeke Draker intended to start some kind of business. Zeke explained that what he really needed was a false identity he could use temporarily. Cliff Reinhardt remarked that if Zeke Draker truly wanted a fake identity, he should have been able to obtain one easily enough without help. If that was all he needed, there was no reason to use a favor, so Cliff pressed him to say what he was actually after. Zeke Draker clarified that he intended to use the identity on the southern continent, a dangerous, crime-ridden territory where half-hearted preparation could get a person killed. The Reinhardt merchant group, however, had earned enough trust in that region to trade even with the cartels. Cliff Reinhardt admitted that Zeke Draker was right. He said he was not particularly proud of the kinds of dealings the group had carried out there, but he understood the situation. Then he suggested that Zeke use his cousin's name, assuring him that the cartels would not openly suspect him if he moved under that identity. Zeke Draker was satisfied and asked Cliff Reinhardt to arrange regular transportation to the south as well. He also requested a large house where he could stay, explaining that he planned to store cargo there. Then he declared that this would complete his first favor, since he had, after all, been kidnapped and brought to this place. With that said, Zeke asked whether preparations had been made for his return. Cliff Reinhardt forced a smile, though irritation was clearly beginning to show. The demands kept growing more troublesome, and he could not help wondering whether Zeke Draker had any conscience at all. Even so, Cliff Reinhardt accepted the request and promised to contact Zeke Draker once everything was ready. He then said the Gorka Rangers would provide a horse for Zeke's return. Zeke Draker was a little surprised by how calmly Cliff Reinhardt agreed to everything, and that only confirmed how important the person needing the cure must be to him. After the agreement was settled, Cliff Reinhardt left the remote house with his guards. A moment later, the dark brown-haired ranger and his partner approached Zeke Draker and told him to follow them. Outside the house, the Gorka Rangers brought out a horse for Zeke Draker, and with one glance, he could tell it was a well-trained mount of excellent quality. As Zeke Draker passed by them, his hand moved in a flash, snatching something from the Rangers before they could even react and slipping it straight into his inventory. Then he mounted the horse as if nothing had happened. From the saddle, Zeke Draker listened as the Ranger calmly informed him that their business here was finished and that they would be taking their leave. Zeke Draker looked down at them and asked whether that meant their contract with Cliff Reinhardt had also come to an end. The Rangers visibly stiffened in surprise. The brown-haired Ranger turned toward him and remarked that he had not realized Zeke Draker could speak Orkalai, then asked with genuine curiosity whether the Draker family even taught such a language. Zeke Draker smiled lightly and said it was just a personal hobby. Then, without changing his relaxed tone, he revealed that he wanted to hire them for a job. He intended to rescue someone being held prisoner by McCain. The brown-haired Ranger glanced over at his partner, but the other Ranger immediately shook his head, refusing the request without a word. Zeke Draker asked whether the offered reward was too small, but the Ranger explained that money was not the problem. Since the request matched conditions previously discussed through the Reinhardt Merchant Group, the profit itself would be more than enough. The real issue, the Ranger said, was Zeke Draker's identity. Their king refused to enter deals with members of transcendent households. Zeke Draker was genuinely taken aback, finding it hard to believe that this was the obstacle they had been treating so seriously. He reminded them that Cliff Reinhardt would be preparing a false identity for him, and that the commission sent to Gorka could be written under that name. After a moment, the Ranger conceded that such an arrangement would be acceptable, as long as Zeke Draker was not exposed. Zeke Draker then said there was one more matter that had to be settled before anything moved forward, though the Ranger did not seem to understand what he meant. At that moment, Zeke Draker casually tossed two kukri blades onto the ground in front of them. Both Rangers froze where they stood, their eyes widening in disbelief as they recognized the sacred weapons at their feet. A kukri was not just a tool of battle. It was granted only to Rangers who had been acknowledged as full warriors, carrying a weight equal to their very lives and treated almost like a soulmate weapon. For those blades to have been taken without either Ranger noticing meant one thing: their lives had already been placed in the hands of someone whose skill completely overwhelmed their own. Zeke Draker calmly remarked that returning the weapons was his way of expressing gratitude for being kidnapped. The two men were left speechless, and the brown-haired Ranger muttered that Zeke Draker was a monster. Zeke simply smiled back, complimented the man's skill with the common tongue, and added that he hoped they would meet again. After the meeting with Cliff Reinhardt, Zeke Draker began seriously searching for comrades who could stand beside him in the future. The people he set his sights on were the heroes who had made their names during the Continental War and later earned the title of the Five Divine Knights. Zeke Draker decided that he would approach them now and build connections early, with the goal of bringing them to his side later. He was certain that people of that caliber would become priceless allies. Fortunately, Dean Flaubert Borges gave him extraordinary support and revealed that all five had graduated from Valhalla. The real problem, however, was timing. The Silent Knight, Bishop Kastek, had already graduated from Valhalla and entered the Knight Order of the Thebia Kingdom. The Haze Knight, Jeffrick Salma, belonged to the graduating class and was currently away on field training. Asta Elidolf was on leave and refused to return to Valhalla because of her severe insomnia. Reyna Turin would not enroll until the following year, and since she was a blood relative, Zeke Draker expected there would be plenty of chances to meet her later. In the end, the only person Zeke Draker could reach right away was Diego Villa. In the next scene, Zeke Draker somehow found himself seated behind a drum set, playing along for Diego Villa and his band. Zeke Draker could not clearly remember how things had ended up like this. All he knew was that he had gone to Diego Villa's club hoping to get closer to him. Diego Villa had thrown an arm around Zeke Draker's neck with a bright grin, declaring that Zeke had arrived at the perfect time because the band was in desperate need of a drummer. Zeke Draker had not understood what Diego Villa meant at first, but Diego insisted that he wanted to jam and immediately pushed him toward the drum set, cheerfully congratulating him on joining the Southern Fusion New Age Music Research Club. Still confused, Zeke Draker began striking the drums anyway. Bit by bit, his movements started matching the band's rhythm, and before long, he decided there was no harm in simply enjoying the music. By the time it was over, Zeke Draker looked completely drained, worn out from trying to keep pace with Diego Villa's unstoppable energy. When Zeke Draker returned to his mansion, his butler greeted him at the entrance with a respectful bow. Zeke Draker informed him that he was going to train and ordered the servants not to disturb him for the time being. Inside the training chamber, Zeke Draker planted his sword into the ground and sat down, focusing his attention on studying true dragon swordplay. The text instructed him to gather and concentrate the flow of aura until it pierced through his blood vessels, allowing him to move from the microcosmic orbit into the macrocosmic orbit. Zeke Draker had never encountered terminology like that before, but once he read the book for himself, he finally understood why Tarek and Draker had reshaped the original style into the dragon-slaying arts. Every technique demanded an extreme level of aura compression and release. This was not ordinary swordsmanship designed for fighting humans. It was a style created solely to battle dragons, and its killing power stood on the same level as an elemental sword. Zeke Draker rose to his feet, drew his weapon, and settled into a firm stance with his gaze fixed straight ahead. He released his energy and pushed himself to forge a sword art that could surpass even the dragon-slaying arts he already knew. The method required him to compress his aura until it became so dense that it could not be compressed any further, creating enough force to cut through a great dragon in a single strike. Following the instructions, Zeke Draker swung his blade. At that moment, Decker stepped into the training ground and saw his master's sword moving at astonishing speed. A smile spread across Zeke Draker's face as he performed each slash. His divine body allowed him to move at an exceptional level almost naturally, accelerating the way he learned combat techniques. It also let ether travel through his body at remarkable speed, making each movement sharper and more fluid than before. The divine body showed Zeke Draker the precise steps he needed to take, as if the complete form of the technique had been laid out before him like a clear path. Zeke Draker followed that guidance, and with every repeated motion, his mastery deepened faster and faster. At last, Zeke Draker lifted his sword and unleashed a clean, flawless strike, so refined that it was almost perfect. In that instant, he felt something shift inside him. He had only recently broken through his old barrier and reached the level of a red knight. Yet now, Zeke Draker realized he was already drawing close to the threshold of the next stage, nearing the realm of a black knight. Normally, Zeke Draker would never chase such rapid advancement, because he believed reckless growth could create weaknesses that would hold him back later. But the heart of Bahamut resting within his ether hall resonated fiercely with true dragon swordplay, crying out as if it had been waiting for this very moment. That fierce resonance pushed Zeke Draker to keep swinging his sword, chasing after the strange sensation before it could slip away from his grasp. As his body continued to move, a radiant symbol suddenly appeared across his chest, accompanied by unfamiliar letters that glowed with an eerie, otherworldly light. Zeke Draker stiffened in surprise as a mysterious energy surged over him, wrapping around his body until even his eyes darkened completely to black. Before he could understand what was happening to him, the system's message appeared in his mind. Bahamut's heart had reacted to Shelton Draker's true dragon swordplay, and now the memories engraved deep within that heart were about to be revealed. The moment Zeke Draker grasped the meaning of those words, shock ran through him, and his surroundings collapsed into darkness as he was pulled into an unfamiliar place. At first, he could see absolutely nothing. Then the sound of footsteps approached through the dark, and when Zeke Draker lowered his gaze, he saw an enormous dragon before him. A figure addressed the beast as the Lord of Dusk, Bahamut. The man said he had come with a request, and at those words, Bahamut slowly opened his eyes. The man drew out a book and asked Bahamut to protect the true dragon swordplay he had created. Only then did the identity of the mysterious man become clear. He was Shelton Draker. Bahamut rose to his feet, his massive presence filling the cavern, and told Shelton Draker that he had always known him to be detestable, but had never imagined he was insane. At that moment, Zeke Draker finally understood with certainty that the man standing before Bahamut was none other than Shelton Draker himself. Bahamut demanded to know whether Shelton Draker truly intended to entrust a technique designed to kill dragons to an actual dragon. Shelton Draker answered without wavering, revealing that Kronos had already given his consent. Bahamut's rage erupted instantly. He slammed his hand down against the ground, and the energy gathered throughout the cave began taking shape, forming massive weapons that hung threateningly in the air. He declared that Kronos had been misled by humans and had lost the clarity required of a mediator. Seeing that Bahamut had no intention of listening calmly, Shelton Draker placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. In response, Bahamut formed even more spears overhead, roaring that he had no faith in Kronos' rambling prophecies. The moment Bahamut finished speaking, he launched the spears straight toward Shelton Draker. Shelton Draker drew his sword with swift, precise movement, meeting the first enormous spear head-on and deflecting it aside with effortless control. But countless others still remained. Even so, Sheltern Draker did not retreat, standing his ground and intercepting every spear that came within reach. Each spear carried enough destructive power to shatter the entire cave and bury everything inside beneath the rubble. Yet while Bahamut continued the relentless barrage, Sheltern Draker calmly brushed aside each attack with measured, flawless swordplay. Zeke Draker watched in awe, realizing that this was his first time truly witnessing the pinnacle of creation, the overwhelming power of draconic magic. The pressure radiating from those spears was so intense that it felt almost impossible to believe such attacks could exist. Zeke Draker admitted inwardly that he would barely be able to knock down one or two of them, yet Sheltern Draker endured the entire storm without faltering. In that moment, Zeke understood that his ancestor was a monster on an entirely different level. Bahamut then ordered Sheltern Draker to leave his lair, warning that his next attack would be aimed at the Kronos Kingdom itself. Sheltern Draker calmly asked if Bahamut was truly prepared to go that far, reminding him that even he would be subjected to karmic sanction. As soon as those words were spoken, the countless spears suspended in the air began to fade. Bahamut dismissed karmic sanction as nothing but a joke and withdrew the energy he had unleashed. Raising one hand, he absorbed the remaining power within the cave and mocked Sheltern Draker, asking what a mere human could possibly understand about karmic sanction. He declared that no matter how many humans he crushed beneath his feet, such punishment would never apply to him. Sheltern Draker drove his sword into the ground and quietly remarked that everything had unfolded exactly as Kronos had foretold. From inside his coat, Sheltern Draker pulled out a luxurious pocket watch, and the moment Bahamut saw it, his eyes widened in unmistakable surprise. Bahamut spread his wings wide and condensed his energy into a colossal sword of terrifying scale, mocking Sheltern Draker as he asked whether borrowing Kronos' power made him think he could stand against Bahamut. With one devastating sweep, Bahamut hurled the enormous sword straight toward Sheltern Draker. Sheltern Draker remained calm, raising the pocket watch in his hand and pressing its mechanism. In an instant, a vast magical circle shaped like a clock appeared beneath Sheltern Draker, and Bahamut's destructive attack froze in midair. Zeke Draker was stunned, almost unable to believe the sight unfolding in front of him. But there was no denying it. The watch's magic had truly stopped Bahamut's strike. Zeke Draker's shock deepened when he realized the clock-like magic circles had also spread above and below Bahamut, restraining the dragon and locking his massive body in place. Zeke Draker concluded that this incredible magic came from the watch itself, and he recalled what Bahamut had said earlier about Kronos' power. Only then did Zeke Draker understand that the pocket watch was an artifact infused with Kronos' essence. As Zeke Draker studied it, Bahamut roared in frustration, the deafening sound crashing through the cave so violently that Zeke had to cover his ears. Bahamut smashed his hand into the ground, then shattered the magic circle beneath him with a brutal strike of his head, drool spilling from his fangs as fury overtook him. He demanded that Sheltern Draker explain the vision he had just been forced to witness. Sheltern Draker told him it was Kronos' prophecy, then asked whether Bahamut now understood why true dragon swordplay had to be entrusted to him. Bahamut growled that dragons forming contracts with humans had been a mistake from the very beginning. Sheltern Draker did not deny that point, but insisted that humans should rise by their own strength instead. Bahamut exhaled heavily through his bared fangs and ordered Sheltern Draker to hand over the book containing the dragon-killing technique. Using magic, Bahamut flipped through the pages at incredible speed, scanning the contents in moments before snapping the book shut and acknowledging the quality of Sheltern Draker's work. Sheltern Draker said the technique had been created to protect the world, but Bahamut laughed bitterly and declared that what Sheltern truly wanted to protect was mankind, not the world itself. Unable to refute him, Sheltern Draker fell silent as Bahamut tapped the book with one claw and caused it to vanish. Bahamut declared that he would safeguard the book, and that it would remain sealed away, never seeing the light of day unless Kronos' prophecy came to pass. Sheltern Draker turned away and said it hardly mattered, because in time humans would inevitably learn how to wield aura. Bahamut warned that if such a day ever came, he would personally exterminate humanity, convinced that creatures so insignificant could never truly master that power. Sheltern Draker merely smiled and explained that he had created true dragon swordplay precisely because he feared the dragons themselves. Even so, he still chose to place his faith in Bahamut and Kronos. For a dragon who had long expected nothing from humans, those words struck deeper than he had ever imagined. As Sheltern Draker turned to leave, he revealed one final truth. Kronos had always predicted that Bahamut would someday meet a human contractor, someone he could finally lower his guard around and open his heart to. After leaving those words behind, Sheltern Draker quietly departed. Bahamut lowered himself back down, letting out a cold scoff as if the very idea offended him. To him, the thought of ever opening his heart to a mere contractor was so ridiculous that it barely deserved consideration. And with that dismissive thought lingering in the silence, Bahamut slowly closed his eyes. In the next instant, Zeke Draker was yanked back into reality. He found himself seated on the ground, his body still heavy from the vision, while his eyes stared blankly up at the ceiling above him. Zeke Draker still could not fully understand the weight of everything that had passed between Bahamut and Shelton Draker, but one thing had become painfully clear to him. Bahamut carried a deep, almost bottomless distrust and hatred toward humanity. Yet because Bahamut's heart now rested inside Zeke Draker's own body, that hatred did not feel distant to him. Against his will, Zeke Draker found himself sensing the dragon's pain and bitterness as if it were brushing against his own heart. At the same time, Zeke Draker remembered that Bahamut had eventually formed a contract with Terrakin Draker. That single fact made him wonder what could have happened to make such a proud and powerful dragon change his mind. After witnessing those fragments of memory, Zeke Draker threw himself back into researching the old war, driven by a curiosity that refused to settle. But the deeper he dug, the clearer it became that every historical record involving Terrakin Draker had been deliberately altered by House Draker. In the present age, Terrakin Draker's contracted dragon was remembered only as an evil dragon. Because of that twisted reputation, finding any trustworthy document about the truth had become nearly impossible. While Zeke Draker continued balancing his investigation with his training in true dragon swordplay, a message from Cliff Reinhardt finally arrived. The letter informed him that preparations for the first request had been completed. Zeke Draker had only asked for a new identity, one convincing enough to keep anyone from suspecting his true movements. But when he read that he had been made deputy manager of the Reinhardt Merchant Group's southern branch, he paused in disbelief, feeling that Cliff Reinhardt had given him a title far grander than necessary. As Zeke Draker continued reading the letter, a faint tapping came from the window. A bird was pecking lightly against the glass, and when he saw the messenger pigeon outside, a small smile touched his face. He immediately understood that Kay had finally made up her mind. The meeting place was the Secret Garden Hotel, located in Atlas within the Syndicate's area of influence. On the top floor of that hidden establishment, Zeke Draker stepped into a private room. Kay was already waiting inside, and Zeke Draker had arrived wearing his disguise, carefully hiding the identity that would draw far too much attention. The moment he entered, Kay greeted him as her partner and welcomed him into the VIP lounge with a tone that sounded far more familiar than before. Zeke Draker smiled faintly, amused that Kay had started calling him partner so naturally. But before he could respond, his attention drifted past her and settled on the wide transparent glass overlooking the city outside. Kay could not understand why the view had captured him so completely. Zeke Draker had already spent time in Atlas, but he had never seen the city from this height before. Beyond the glass, Atlas glittered with dazzling lights, looking almost unreal, nothing like the broken ruins he remembered from the Continental War. For a brief moment, Zeke Draker stood there silently, drawn in by the sight. Then he slowly gathered himself and admitted to Kay that he had never known a place like this existed in Atlas. Kay watched him with surprise, not expecting someone like Zeke Draker to become so absorbed in a simple view of the city. Kay explained that the hotel was one of the Syndicate's side businesses, built as a discreet place where people from the underground world could speak without fear of being overheard. As she spoke, she poured drinks for herself and Zeke Draker, but he calmly slid his glass forward and told her that he did not drink liquor. Kay found that unexpectedly funny. She teased him, suggesting that maybe he refused alcohol because he was still underage, then added with a sly smile that he had a surprisingly cute side. Zeke Draker immediately corrected her. His reason had nothing to do with his age. Alcohol simply had no effect on him anymore. He had learned that fact back when he tried drinking at the celebration held after his entrance. The moment he drank, his poison-resistant skill identified the alcohol as a toxin and purified it from his body almost instantly. Before his regression, Zeke Draker had sometimes gone out of his way to drink just to feel the sensation of being intoxicated. But now, even that was impossible for him. Because of that, he had naturally come to prefer tea, which he could actually enjoy. Kay accepted his explanation without pressing further. Then her expression shifted, and she remarked that there was no need to waste time on idle conversation, since she had something far more important to show him. She pulled out a report along with several photographs and placed them before Zeke Draker, telling him that Pabella was indeed involved in piracy. Once Kay began investigating properly, evidence appeared one piece after another. What shocked her most was that her own organization had failed to notice something so obvious until now. The clearest proof was Pabella's sudden, unexplained expansion after supposedly being wiped out by the White Silver Knight. On top of that, their records contained profits that had never been officially documented. Kay pointed to one of the men in the photographs and identified him as Joaquin Fernandez, also known as El Mencho. Although he served as McCain's second-in-command, he had been maintaining hidden ties with Peerless. Kay then explained that she had not reported this discovery to her superiors. If such information reached the wrong ears, the entire syndicate could be thrown into chaos. As she put it, there were times when ignorance truly was a blessing. She was just about to bring up the artifact Zeke Draker had asked her to find a buyer for, but before she could continue, something far more alarming seized her attention. Zeke Draker was smiling in a way that sent a chill down her spine. With that terrifying expression, he thanked Kay for doing him a tremendous favor and calmly declared that he would now show her exactly how he planned to make her the boss of the organization. The scene shifted to a rain-soaked town, where trains moved steadily along the tracks beneath the gray sky, cutting through the wet streets with a low, rhythmic rumble. In a narrow alley, Zeke Draker appeared beneath an umbrella. Standing quietly in the rain, he opened his system interface and checked his status, where the system confirmed that a portal had successfully been opened at the designated location. He had accomplished this through the Minimap's portal function. It consumed a large amount of karma points, but it also allowed him to move in a way that no one would think to question. Even among the Nirvana family, one of the 3 transcendent families famous for their mastery of magic, only an extremely small number of people could use teleportation spells. Normally, traveling between cities required the use of a large-scale portal operated by a magic tower. But with his unique system function, Zeke Draker could make his movements look like nothing more than coincidence. A dark smile spread across Zeke Draker's face as he imagined how certain elders would react once his next moves began. All he had to do now was wait for night to fall. Later that night, flames roared up around a building, swallowing it in bright orange light. Terrified citizens shouted in panic, desperately calling for firefighting mages to come at once. Some people wondered aloud whether the owner of the building had been contacted. While the crowd fell into confusion and fear, Zeke Draker quietly blended among them, then slipped away from the chaos without anyone noticing. Elsewhere, Kay stood on her balcony with a cigarette in hand, the smoke drifting into the night air while her thoughts remained fixed entirely on Zeke Draker. Until now, Kay had assumed that Zeke Draker's reckless confidence came from being a Draker, but after what she had heard, she realized he was not simply bold. He was on an entirely different level, dangerously, unbelievably insane. She remembered their earlier conversation clearly, especially the moment Zeke Draker told her that he intended to set fire to every Soma warehouse belonging to McCain across the central continent. Kay had shot to her feet in shock the moment she heard it. Zeke Draker had asked her to provide the warehouse locations, but she told him that information like that was only available to McCain themselves and the highest-ranking executives within the syndicate. She warned him that acting so recklessly would almost certainly get him caught. Zeke Draker brushed off her warning without concern. He explained that he had no intention of keeping the matter hidden in the first place. Instead, he planned to push every bit of blame onto El Mencho, because the syndicate would need a clear suspect. And when Kay admitted she had not yet reported Peerless' connection to piracy, she immediately understood what he was really aiming for. Zeke Draker praised her sharp instincts, then calmly pushed the glasses and drinks aside from the table. With that same unsettling smile on his face, he told her they would not even need to work very hard. All Kay had to do was neatly gather up every syndicate executive entangled with McCain and Peerless, tie the whole matter together, and report everything directly to Don Juan. Kay was left staring at him in horror, the full weight of Zeke Draker's plan sinking in all at once. Kay trembled at the sheer boldness of Zeke Draker's words, her face tightening as she asked whether he truly understood what would happen if things went wrong. Zeke Draker did not hesitate for even a second and calmly assured her that he understood the consequences perfectly. Still terrified, Kay reminded him in a strained voice that traitors inside the syndicate were not simply killed. They were made examples of, punished in ways so cruel that death would seem merciful by comparison. Before she could say anything more, Zeke Draker suddenly grabbed a bottle of wine from the table and slammed it down with brutal force, shattering it against the surface. The explosive crash echoed through the room and made Kay flinch in shock. Then Zeke Draker roared at her, his voice sharp with anger, demanding why any of that should matter when every one of those executives was going to be swept away in the end anyway. He pressed her even harder, asking if she planned to spend the rest of her life as nothing more than a low-ranked dog crawling under the syndicate's command. After all, she had already agreed to his plan, the plan to climb to the very top and become the organization's leader. Zeke Draker's gaze cut into her like a blade as he told her there was no room left for hesitation. She had already stepped onto this path, and from this point on, she could only move forward, whether she chose to raise the stakes or fold completely. He demanded that Kay decide what kind of future she wanted for herself. His words left her shaken, but somewhere deep inside, she knew he was right. Kay reminded herself that she had never joined the syndicate just to keep doing the filthy work that others pushed onto her. The man standing in front of her was not ordinary. Zeke Draker was the genius who had uncovered Pabella's hidden identity when everyone else had failed, the one who had discovered ancient ruins buried beyond the reach of history, and the one who had recovered countless high-grade artifacts with almost frightening accuracy. Faced with that kind of undeniable ability, Kay could no longer treat this as an ordinary gamble. If she chose to follow Zeke Draker, then she had to accept that she would be staking everything she had. Without warning, Kay reached for the wine bottle, pulled it toward herself, and drank it down in one swift motion, as if sealing her decision with fire. Zeke Draker looked briefly surprised by her sudden action, but Kay met his gaze and declared that she would bet everything on this, because failure would mean certain death either way. With fierce determination burning in her eyes, Kay made her choice clear. She was going all in. Zeke Draker's expression eased with satisfaction, pleased by her resolve, and he assured her that she would not regret choosing to stand on his side. But later, when Kay looked back on that moment alone, her hands trembled so badly that she could barely keep them still. She gripped her own arm tightly, forcing herself to calm down, and whispered under her breath that she would believe in Zeke Draker and place everything she had on the line. On her desk lay a newspaper carrying the report of sudden fires breaking out almost simultaneously across the central continent. Investigators debated whether the disasters were mere coincidence or deliberate arson, but the official conclusion blamed the incidents on negligence. At the same time, in a grand mansion far removed from Kay's balcony, another man sat behind an expensive desk, reading that very same newspaper. With a drink clenched in his hand, the man cursed the unknown culprit and swore that whoever had dared to burn his warehouses would suffer a slow and painful death. That man was none other than Don Juan, the feared head of the McCain cartel. Meanwhile, inside another mansion, Zeke Draker sat at a table, nervously tapping his fingers against the surface. He muttered that the semester was nearly over, and that half a year had already passed since he revealed he had reached the level of a Blue Knight. Zeke Draker had always known that something would eventually come his way after that revelation, but he had not expected it to happen quite this soon. The invitation to the promotion celebration banquet left him uneasy. Among young Drakers, this kind of banquet was held when someone crossed the barrier from a yellow swordsman and stepped into the rank of a true knight. Even within House Draker, reaching the level of a purple knight or blue knight usually happened around the age of 20. Because of that, the promotion celebration was treated almost like a Draker-style debutante, a formal announcement to the world. Zeke Draker thought back and realized that nearly 3 years had passed since he had last met the Patriarch. All he could do now was hope that the whole event would pass peacefully. Soon, the setting moved to the central banquet hall of the Four Seasons Fortress. The Patriarch stood there dressed in white, speaking calmly with the honored guests who had gathered for the occasion. In the middle of the gathering, Abel Draker approached and greeted him respectfully. The Patriarch turned toward his son and welcomed him with a warm expression. Abel Draker glanced around the banquet hall and remarked that it was his first time seeing so many distinguished figures gather for a promotion celebration banquet. His father agreed and explained that it was only natural, since everyone's attention was fixed on Zeke Draker, the youngest person on the entire continent to reach the rank of Blue Knight. Abel Draker immediately understood the quiet sting hidden in his father's words. Before Zeke Draker appeared, that record had belonged to him. The Patriarch then reminded Abel Draker that he needed to prepare for the rite, since Zeke Draker would be arriving soon. He added that it was unfortunate they could not speak longer, especially after so much time apart. Abel Draker bowed with controlled respect and told his father not to worry, while the Patriarch smiled and instructed him to enjoy the evening. As Abel Draker watched his father walk away, the polite mask on his face faded, and a flicker of hatred burned deep within his eyes. Outside the banquet hall, Zeke Draker walked beside his master, Duke Draker. Zeke Draker was dressed in formal House Draker attire, while Duke Draker wore a suit that made him look unusually proper. Zeke Draker mentioned that he rarely saw his master at home these days. Duke Draker responded bitterly that the Patriarch had been working a retired man to the bone, leaving him with barely enough time to return home. On top of that, he had even been forced to serve as Zeke Draker's escort despite already being buried under responsibilities. Duke Draker grumbled that the Patriarch had justified the order by saying it was only proper for a master to escort his disciple on such an important day. From the sharpness in his master's voice, Zeke Draker quickly understood that Duke Draker's sour mood came from sheer exhaustion and overwork. Curious, Zeke Draker asked if they were heading to the Spring Garden. Duke Draker confirmed it and reminded him that it was the only area inside the Four Seasons Fortress where outsiders were allowed to enter. As they walked, Zeke Draker thought about the structure of the fortress, which was divided into 4 main facilities, each with its own purpose. The Spring Garden was used for ceremonies, receptions, and formal gatherings that involved guests from outside House Draker. The Summer Lock was the place where most of House Draker's business and administrative matters were handled. The autumn fell served as the ceremonial hall for rites held within the household itself, including important events such as knighting ceremonies. And lastly, the winter keeps guarded rare artifacts collected across more than 1,000 years of House Draker history. For Zeke Draker, this was his first time ever entering the Four Seasons Fortress. In his previous life, he had already been expelled from the academy by this point, so he had never been given the chance to stand here. When they reached the entrance, Duke Draker explained that only the main figure of the event was permitted to pass through those doors. Duke Draker placed a firm hand on Zeke Draker's shoulder and admitted that he would not be able to accompany him inside, since he had other matters to take care of. Before sending him in, Duke Draker told his disciple to stay strong, keep his head steady, and do the best he could. Zeke Draker smiled, genuinely warmed by his master's concern, and laughed softly that Duke Draker was worrying far too much. Duke Draker laughed back and told him that, honestly, he would be satisfied as long as his disciple managed to get through the event without causing a scene. As Zeke Draker drew closer to the entrance, a bright trumpet fanfare suddenly rang through the hall, cutting cleanly through the chatter and announcing his arrival to everyone inside. A herald's voice followed the music, proudly proclaiming that the star of the banquet had entered. In an instant, every conversation seemed to pause, and countless eyes turned toward Zeke Draker. The musicians lowered their instruments and stepped neatly into formation, creating a formal welcoming path. Under the weight of everyone's attention, Zeke Draker entered the banquet hall and slowly descended the stairs. A wave of gasps and whispers spread through the guests. None of them could easily believe that a boy of only 15 had already reached the level of a Blue Knight. Some murmured that this had to be the power of a Golden Light Pureblood Awakener, while others pointed out that Zeke Draker had not only broken Abel Draker's record as the youngest Blue Knight, but had also surpassed Abel Draker's achievements at the academy. Zeke Draker stepped forward and knelt before Arthur Draker. Standing over him with solemn dignity, Arthur Draker declared that his son had now taken his first true step as a knight. With a ceremonial motion, Arthur Draker raised his sword and touched it lightly to Zeke Draker's shoulders. Then, in a voice that carried across the hall, he commanded his son to move forward with honor and bring glory to the name of House Draker. But to Zeke Draker's surprise, Arthur Draker did not stop there. The patriarch continued, announcing that from this day forward, Zeke Draker would be recognized as a formal knight of House Draker. Shock swept through the banquet hall at once, and the air filled with stunned murmurs from every direction. No one in memory had ever been raised to the rank of formal knight at such a young age, because that title required more than talent alone. The Drakers, blessed with aura, could often reach the level of Purple Knight or Blue Knight early, but House Draker valued actual accomplishments far more than raw aura proficiency. Even Abel Draker, who had once held the record as the youngest Blue Knight, had needed 3 full months of effort to gather enough achievements before receiving official recognition. Arthur Draker's announcement shattered that precedent completely. Yet no one dared object, because only the patriarch possessed the authority to grant such a rank. Zeke Draker remained kneeling, struggling to understand what his father was truly thinking behind this unexpected decision. Arthur Draker smiled broadly as he proudly introduced his son to the gathered guests. He emphasized Zeke Draker's Golden Light Awakening, his unmatched achievement as the youngest Blue Knight, and even expressed his belief that Zeke Draker might one day surpass him. Then he stopped himself with a light-hearted remark, saying he should not sound too much like an overly doting parent, which drew laughter throughout the hall. Arthur Draker then lifted his glass of wine high, praying for Zeke Draker's blessed future, for peace across the continent, and for the everlasting glory of House Draker. His words echoed through the grand hall, and in response, every guest raised their glass in unison. Zeke Draker lowered his head outwardly, keeping the proper posture expected of him, but inwardly, his gaze sharpened with cold disbelief toward his father's performance. He could not forget how indifferent Arthur Draker had been when he was exiled in his previous life. That memory clashed painfully with the proud, affectionate father now standing before the crowd. Then Arthur Draker called out to him, and Zeke Draker quickly suppressed his thoughts, lowering his gaze once more as if nothing had crossed his mind. Arthur Draker suggested that the two of them speak privately as father and son, and soon after, they left the banquet hall together. Elsewhere in the hall, a bespectacled man standing beside Abel Draker quietly advised him to fix his expression, pointing out that the way he was looking at his father and younger brother seemed far too hostile. The man reminded Abel Draker that an older brother should not glare at his younger sibling during a moment meant for celebration and congratulations. Abel Draker forced his expression back into composure, then shifted the subject by asking about the prince. The bespectacled man explained that the prince had said he would arrive once the rite was over, so he should be appearing at the banquet soon. Abel Draker then suggested that they take their leave for the moment, and the man agreed without objection. Later, Zeke Draker stepped out of Arthur Draker's office holding a token in his hand. It was no ordinary token. With it, Zeke Draker could exchange for one of House Draker's treasured artifacts. Zeke Draker stared at the item, wondering why the patriarch had gone so far as to give him something like this. But after a moment, he decided there was no point in dwelling on it too deeply. He returned toward the banquet hall, thinking about how the celebration would continue for several days. Just imagining that made him doubt whether he could keep a proper expression on his face the entire time. Zeke Draker quietly reflected that the life of nobility truly was not something suited for everyone. While those thoughts passed through his mind, someone called out to him. Zeke Draker turned slightly to the side, and a gentle voice said that this was her first time meeting him in person. Standing before him was a beautiful young woman with blue hair. She placed one hand gracefully over her chest, bowed with refined manners, and introduced herself as Melissa Elencia, the first princess of the Kingdom of Elencia. Zeke Draker's brows tightened just slightly as he silently studied the girl in front of him. This was Melissa Elencia, the leading candidate to inherit the throne of Elencia. At present, Melissa Elencia was already acting in place of the sick and ineffective king. She had introduced bold policies aimed at improving the lives of common citizens, and those reforms had earned her overwhelming support from the public. But those same reforms had also brought her into constant conflict with Elencia's entrenched nobility. Zeke Draker thought grimly that once Melissa Elencia officially ascended the throne, those same aristocrats would no doubt start scrambling to win her favor. Then a vivid memory from Zeke Draker's past life rose in his mind. That once promising princess had mysteriously vanished just as tensions with the Rome Empire began to rise. Rumors spread across the continent that she had been assassinated by imperial forces, and when Elencia eventually fell in the war, the truth disappeared with it. Zeke Draker studied Melissa Elencia even more carefully, his caution deepening. In this life, she had been keeping a low profile, but if she was bold enough to appear at such a formal gathering, then perhaps the flow of fate had not changed as much as he hoped. A sharp glint passed through Zeke Draker's eyes, as he remembered something Cliff Reinhardt had once told him about the royal family of Elencia. His gaze shifted back to the blue-haired princess, who continued to smile kindly at him, while suspicion quietly stirred beneath Zeke Draker's calm expression. Zeke Draker placed a hand over his chest and bowed with polished respect. With a dignified smile, he stepped forward and told Melissa Elencia that it was an honor to meet her, extending his hand with practiced grace. He spoke of her reputation and the privilege of having her attend the banquet, his composed voice slipping smoothly through the background hum of conversation around them. Zeke Draker's words were not empty flattery. He recognized her reforms as more than simple gestures of goodwill, speaking as if he understood the careful budgeting, planning, and execution required to make them possible. Melissa Elencia was momentarily caught off guard, left nearly speechless by how deeply Zeke Draker seemed to understand the difficulties behind her work. She covered her mouth with a faint smile, quietly realizing that the rumors about Zeke Draker being unlike anyone else were not exaggerated at all. In a soft voice, Melissa Elencia admitted that she was genuinely touched to meet someone who understood just how difficult her position truly was. After offering another elegant bow, Melissa Elencia excused herself with graceful restraint, saying she could not monopolize the guest of honor for too long. Zeke Draker narrowed his eyes slightly as he noticed the subtle, uncomfortable glances being directed toward the two of them. Most of the guests continued with their conversations as if nothing unusual had happened, but a few lingering looks still remained fixed on him and Melissa Elencia. Melissa Elencia gently reassured him, saying that she was certain they would meet again under better circumstances. Zeke Draker offered her a polite farewell and watched as she walked away. Only after Melissa Elencia had left did he release a quiet sigh of relief. Although Zeke Draker had kept a calm and composed face throughout the evening, the exhaustion was already weighing heavily on him. Banquets like this were never to his taste. Honestly, he would have preferred sparring with Kaiser instead. All of a sudden, heavy footsteps echoed across the floor, each step sharp and deliberate, followed by the unmistakable clash of metal armor ringing through the banquet hall. Zeke Draker's expression darkened the moment he heard it. Someone had walked into a formal banquet wearing full armor, and that alone was strange enough to put him on guard. Then a booming voice rang out across the hall, loud enough to draw every gaze in the room. At the same time, a crimson cape swept dramatically through the air, making the entrance look less like an arrival and more like a performance. A man dressed in gleaming armor strode forward with a long sword resting at his hip, surrounded by a group of knights who followed closely behind him. His presence was bold, theatrical, and impossible to ignore. With confidence written all over his face, he addressed Zeke Draker directly, acknowledging him as the youngest Blue Knight in history. It was Callus Nerva Constantinus, the fourth prince of the Rome Empire, the very man who, in Zeke Draker's previous life, had joined hands with Abel Draker and helped ignite the Great Continental War. Callus Nerva Constantinus introduced himself with grand, exaggerated bravado, every word overflowing with imperial pride and self-importance. But Zeke Draker did not let his composure crack. He placed one hand over his chest and bowed respectfully, yet he deliberately refused to take the prince's extended hand. For a brief moment, Callus Nerva Constantinus's expression stiffened at the rejection. Still, he quickly forced a strained smile back onto his face and threw an arm around Zeke Draker's shoulders with exaggerated friendliness, acting as though they had been close companions for years. Then the prince loudly demanded wine, calling for it with the same flamboyant energy he carried into the hall. Callus Nerva Constantinus declared that this was a historic meeting between the most charming man in the empire and the future strongest knight on the continent. As red wine was poured and glasses were raised, Zeke Draker accepted his own glass without showing the slightest disturbance. Around them, however, uneasy murmurs began to spread among the guests. Some whispered that Zeke Draker was still too young and had accepted the prince's gesture far too quickly. Others muttered that Callus Nerva Constantinus was far too reckless, acting with almost no caution even in front of House Draker. The prince only laughed louder, brushing aside the tense atmosphere as he declared that they should drink until they could no longer stand on their feet. Before Zeke Draker could give any response, Abel Draker appeared and bowed respectfully to greet the fourth prince. Callus Nerva Constantinus welcomed him warmly and tried to pull him into the revelry, but Abel Draker suggested they speak privately instead, pointing out that too many eyes were watching them in the hall. Callus Nerva Constantinus hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Before he left, he turned back to Zeke Draker with an apology, promising that next time, they would drink together under the moonlight and toast to the legends of the Dragonslayers. With that, Callus Nerva Constantinus left with his entourage, and Abel Draker went with him. Once they were gone, the banquet hall was left wrapped in a tense silence, broken only by uneasy whispers. The guests began muttering among themselves, commenting on the prince's strange behavior and praising Abel Draker for handling the situation so smoothly. Zeke Draker listened without a word, his expression darkening as he realized that all their admiration was now being directed toward Abel Draker. What troubled Zeke Draker even more was that the connection between Abel Draker and the fourth prince seemed to have formed much earlier than the timeline K had once reported. Their easy familiarity made it look as though they had been tied together for quite some time. To Zeke Draker, that was a grim warning that the Continental War might begin sooner than he had expected. Later, inside a grand building washed in sunlight, Zeke Draker stood quietly while looking down at the badge resting in his hand, a badge that could be exchanged for internal reports belonging to House Draker. He thought back to his private meeting with Arthur Draker, remembering how the Patriarch had casually asked about his progress toward becoming the strongest on the continent. Arthur Draker's words had sounded friendly, and his tone had been harmless on the surface, but Zeke Draker could clearly feel the weight hidden beneath them. Arthur Draker had then insisted that Zeke Draker call him father when they were in private, a request that stirred up memories of Carly Draker making an eerily similar demand in the past. As Zeke Draker thought it over, he realized that Abel Draker was already moving boldly enough to gather elders to his side. Carly Draker had sensed that danger and was preparing countermeasures, but Arthur Draker appeared either unaware of it or intentionally pretending not to see it. Because of that, Zeke Draker could only assume that the Patriarch was quietly aligned with Abel Draker. For his own safety, he decided it was better to treat that suspicion as fact, and so he answered Arthur Draker with careful calm, addressing him as father. Arthur Draker gave a faint smirk, almost as if he found the response amusing, before sliding a token across the table toward him. Arthur Draker explained that the token could be exchanged for one of the treasures stored in the Winter Keeps, a place famous across the continent for housing rare and ancient relics. But he also warned Zeke Draker that among those treasures, there were many useless objects disguised as valuable items, so he would need to choose carefully. Zeke Draker accepted the token and calmly replied that he would keep Arthur Draker's warning in mind. Later, at the Winter Keep sanctuary inside the Four Seasons fortress, Zeke Draker stood in silence with the token in hand. He still had no idea what kind of scheme Arthur Draker had in mind by giving him access to such a place. But as Zeke Draker clenched the token tightly, a fierce, exhilarated smile spread across his face. Whatever Arthur Draker was planning, Zeke Draker had already decided that he would use every resource placed within his reach. And so, Zeke Draker entered the Winter Keeps of the Four Seasons fortress, stepping into the treasury of the Dragonslayers to claim an artifact for himself. As Zeke Draker stepped inside, a female caretaker greeted him politely, saying that they had been waiting for his arrival. The interior was elegant and imposing, with a refined royal atmosphere, and the vault door ahead was so massive that an entire group could have passed through together. The caretaker then asked Zeke Draker to follow her, so she could briefly explain how the storage facility worked. She told him that the Draker treasury currently held roughly 17,000 rare artifacts. As long as Zeke Draker possessed the required number of tokens, he could exchange for as many items as he was qualified to take. Hearing that, Zeke Draker's interest sharpened, and he became even more eager to enter and find an artifact suited to him. However, the caretaker also gave him an important warning. There was no limit to how long he could remain inside while choosing, but once he selected an artifact and left the facility, he would not be allowed to enter again with the same token. He had to remember that and make his choice wisely. Zeke Draker understood her explanation, but the lack of visible security made him curious. When he entered, he noticed there were no guards stationed nearby, despite the countless rare artifacts stored inside. The caretaker calmly told him guards were unnecessary. Seeing Zeke Draker's confused look, she explained that the security magic cast over this place was on the same level as the magic protecting the Patriarch's study. On top of that, every relic kept in storage was tracked by magic, making theft practically impossible. Zeke Draker realized once again that appearances could be deceiving. The caretaker then asked him to place the token he had received into the machine. Zeke Draker took out the token and dropped it into the machine as instructed. A moment later, the enormous vault door began to open in front of him. What Zeke Draker had not expected was that the space inside the vault was far larger than the outside appearance suggested. Rows of shelves stretched deep into the storage area, lined with relics and rare artifacts that seemed to continue far into the distance. Zeke Draker looked around in fascination, then stepped inside to search for the artifact that would suit him best. From outside the vault, the caretaker told him that she would leave him to look around on his own. As Zeke Draker faced the endless rows of relics, he imagined it would take hours just to identify each item's function. So instead of wasting time, Zeke Draker asked the system whether it could arrange or filter the relics according to the criteria he wanted. The system responded that the administration request had been confirmed, and the relevant function had been linked to Dragon Eyes. It then instructed Zeke Draker to select a target item using Dragon Eyes. At first, Zeke Draker was confused when he heard the mention of Dragon Eyes, but after a brief pause, he realized what the system was asking him to do. Dragon Eyes was a skill that allowed the user to view detailed information about a person after careful observation. And now, according to the administrator's request, it could also display information about detected objects. Without wasting even a moment, Zeke Draker activated shadowless steps from the Gale Arts and moved through the treasury at incredible speed, sweeping his gaze over relic after relic so the system could identify everything inside. Once Zeke Draker finished scanning the storage room, the system organized the information and informed him that the selected items would now appear on the minimap. The number displayed was staggering. A total of 17,138 items had been selected. Zeke Draker froze for a moment, genuinely stunned by the absurd number. He had never imagined there would be that many candidates, but since he could only take one item, he immediately asked the system to remove anything that was not a true artifact, including ordinary objects and consumable items. The system responded to his request at once, sorting through the list exactly as Zeke Draker had ordered. Even after that, 9,032 items still remained. The number was still far too large, and Zeke Draker could already feel exhaustion creeping in just from looking at it. So Zeke Draker gave the system another command, this time ordering it to exclude every sword inferior to the Stygian blade. In almost no time at all, the list changed again, and when Zeke Draker looked over it, it seemed as though every sword had disappeared from the selection. That was enough for Zeke Draker to understand just how extraordinary the Stygian blade truly was. Even when compared against the countless artifacts stored in House Draker's treasury, it still stood above them. As Zeke Draker continued scrolling through the remaining list, one particular artifact suddenly caught his attention because no information appeared for it at all. Curiosity sparked in him, and Zeke Draker followed the coordinates toward the shelves to see the mysterious item for himself. When he arrived at the marked spot, he found a bracelet resting there. Its information still refused to appear, and at first glance, it looked like nothing more than an ordinary accessory. Zeke Draker stared at the bracelet in confusion, but then the system responded, stating that the item had reacted to the title heir of Terrican Draker. That only deepened Zeke Draker's curiosity. If the bracelet had reacted to the title connected to Terrican Draker, then there was a strong chance it had once belonged to Terrican Draker himself. Even so, no further details about the bracelet appeared. But the moment Zeke Draker slipped it onto his wrist, the item suddenly began to react. The system explained that the bracelet contained an embedded guardian stone, and that this stone had the power to call forth a summons suited to the user's soul. It then announced that Zeke Draker was now in possession of the sacred guardian stone, and could summon a compatible being through it. Zeke Draker grew uneasy the moment he heard that. Realizing the bracelet had already been registered as his possession, he wondered if there was any way to remove it before it was too late. But the system denied his administration request, explaining that because the item had entered his possession through its connection to the heir of Terrican Draker title, it could no longer be removed. Zeke Draker cursed the bracelet under his breath. Because of this unexpected turn, he could no longer inspect the other items properly, and all the careful plans he had made seemed to have gone to waste. Still, after a moment, he forced himself to reconsider and decided it might not be such a terrible outcome after all. Looking at it positively, the bracelet was part of Terrakin Draker's legacy, which meant it should be far more valuable than most ordinary artifacts. Zeke Draker then asked the system to activate the bracelet's properties, and the system replied that it was activating the sacred guardian stone and searching for a summon suited to the user's soul. Suddenly, lightning flashed through the storage room, filling the quiet treasury with crackling blue light. The system announced that the summoning process had begun, and because the blessing of the fairy monarch was ranked even higher, a holy beast had also been included within the search parameters. Zeke Draker stood still and waited as the energy gathered around him. Then the system confirmed that it had successfully found a holy beast compatible with the user's soul and began the summoning. In the next instant, the entire room burst with lightning, and amid the dazzling flashes, a blue holy beast appeared before Zeke Draker. The system announced that the holy beast, a draconic steed, had been successfully summoned. Zeke Draker stared at the holy beast in fascination, unable to take his eyes off the majestic creature standing before him. First, Zeke Draker had obtained Bahamut's heart and Fong, and now he had gained an artifact capable of summoning a holy beast. He could not help but wonder just how many incredible things Terrakin Draker had once possessed. The beast, however, showed no hostility at all. It approached Zeke Draker with surprising friendliness, almost as if it wanted him to reach out and pet it. Zeke Draker felt a strange sense of familiarity from the creature, as though the two of them were not meeting for the first time, but reuniting after a very long separation. Without wasting time overthinking it, Zeke Draker gave the holy beast a name: Bucephalus. Bucephalus seemed to love the name immediately. The holy beast moved close to Zeke Draker and urged him up, practically pulling him onto its back. It was a holy beast that seemed to understand Zeke Draker's intentions without a single word. As Bucephalus settled him firmly onto its back, Zeke Draker could feel both the creature's strength and its uncanny awareness. With that, Zeke Draker left the treasury on Bucephalus's back and told the holy beast to run like the wind. The moment Bucephalus moved, lightning scattered in every direction, streaking across the space like living veins of blue light. Bucephalus raced forward with such incredible speed that it felt almost like running at the speed of light, making Zeke Draker realize he had somehow obtained something truly extraordinary. When Zeke Draker returned home, he found himself wondering why the caretaker had let him take the bracelet without asking any serious questions. In response, the caretaker had simply told him that the bracelet he chose looked like an ordinary, worthless trinket, nothing more than a piece of trash among the countless relics. Then, without warning, someone congratulated Zeke Draker on officially becoming a proper knight of House Draker. Zeke Draker turned his head toward the voice, curious to see who had come to see him. Standing there was Cliff Reinhardt, and beside him was none other than Melissa Alencia, the true owner behind the Reinhardt Merchant Group and the first princess of the Kingdom of Alencia. Zeke Draker had been resting in his room when Cliff Reinhardt entered and congratulated him on his new title. But the presence of Melissa Alencia made the visit far more significant. Zeke Draker addressed her as the first princess of the Kingdom of Alencia and stated plainly that she was also the true head of the Reinhardt Merchant Group. Melissa Alencia laughed softly, amused that Zeke Draker had already figured out her real identity. After all, Princess Melissa Alencia had recently reduced her involvement in foreign affairs, yet she had still appeared personally at Zeke Draker's promotion banquet. And unfortunately for her secrecy, that timing matched almost perfectly with the moment the Rose disease patient was completely cured after Cliff Reinhardt received Zeke Draker's medicine. Those details lined up far too cleanly, making it obvious enough for Zeke Draker to uncover the truth behind Melissa Alencia's connection to the merchant group. Melissa Alencia accepted it without hesitation and said that if Zeke Draker already knew that much about her, there was no need for a formal introduction. They could simply skip ahead and get straight to the real reason for her visit. She then told Zeke Draker that she had urgently requested this meeting because she needed his assistance. Zeke Draker became curious and asked what kind of assistance she meant. Sitting across from him, Melissa Alencia calmly replied that before she explained, he should first examine the document she had brought for him. Melissa Alencia added that Rose disease had recently appeared along the borders of the Kingdom of Alencia, and the documents she shared with Zeke Draker contained the analysis results produced by the Nirvana family. Zeke Draker quickly scanned the document, reading through the contents with sharp focus, and once he understood what was written there, his eyes widened. Zeke Draker looked over the contents of the document, then turned his eyes back to Melissa Alencia and asked her directly if the results written inside were really true, whether the Rose disease was not some natural plague, but a pathogen deliberately created through magic. Melissa Alencia answered without hesitation, explaining that the analysis had been carried out by the Nirvana family, one of the 3 transcendent families known across the continent for their unmatched mastery of magic. That meant the conclusion could no longer be brushed aside as suspicion or rumor. The rose disease truly was a man-made illness, crafted by human hands instead of born from nature. As Zeke Draker considered how quickly the disease was spreading, anger tightened inside him. Its pace was far faster than what he remembered from his previous life, and he could not help wondering if his own regression had already changed the flow of events. Melissa Alencia did not stop there. With a serious look still fixed on the documents and the map before them, she continued adding more details to the situation. She explained that, just as the document stated, the first confirmed outbreak of the rose disease had appeared in a small village located near the border between the Kingdom of Alencia and the Rome Empire. However, there was something strange about the way the illness was moving. Instead of spreading toward the territory of the Rome Empire, the direction of infection bent away from it. Melissa Alencia placed pins one by one onto the map, marking each infected location with careful precision. The pattern became impossible to ignore. The disease was advancing only deeper into the Kingdom of Alencia. The moment Zeke Draker saw the path drawn across the map, he understood. The rose disease had almost certainly been created and unleashed by the Rome Empire. Zeke Draker immediately connected it to the history he knew. In his previous life, the Kingdom of Alencia had fallen far too easily before the Rome Empire, and now he realized the disease must have been one of the reasons. At the same time, he finally understood what kind of help Melissa Alencia had come to ask of him. After a brief silence, Zeke Draker looked straight at Melissa Alencia and asked her what exactly she wanted from him. Then he narrowed it down himself, asking if what she truly wanted was the right to mass-produce and distribute the treatment for the rose disease. Melissa Alencia gave him a clear answer. Yes, that was precisely why she needed his help. She explained that under their previous contract, the Reinhardt Merchant Group had only secured the right to produce the treatment. If they wanted to distribute it on a large scale and over the long term, they would need a separate agreement. Then Melissa Alencia added that there was another interesting condition attached to the matter. Still, she said she would not reveal everything as if she were standing in Zeke Draker's position, because as a businesswoman, she knew very well that those who exposed their motives too easily were usually the first to lose the negotiation. Even so, now that she had managed to create an opportunity to sit across from him and strike a deal, Melissa Alencia made it clear that she had no intention of leaving empty-handed. Zeke Draker let out a quiet laugh at her confidence. As expected, the true head behind the Reinhardt Merchant Group was not someone who would simply beg for help without preparing her own leverage. In Zeke Draker's mind, it made perfect sense. The Reinhardt Merchant Group stood among the top 10 merchant groups on the continent, and a group like that would never have climbed so high through luck alone. Melissa Alencia then laid out her offer. She planned to distribute the treatment as relief supplies for her citizens, and Zeke Draker would not need to worry about either production or distribution. In return, she would properly compensate him by giving him 20% of the Reinhardt Merchant Group's shares. Zeke Draker silently calculated the value of that offer. The Reinhardt Merchant Group was already one of the top 10 merchant groups, and if it did not collapse together with Alencia during the Continental War as it had in his past life, its future growth would be enormous. Even at its current value, converting 20% of the group's shares into money would easily amount to at least several million gold. And if the war could be stopped and the Reinhardt Merchant Group continued expanding, that same share could one day reach a value close to $1 billion gold. Zeke Draker found the proposal undeniably tempting, but he still questioned her choice. What if he had secretly sided with the Rome Empire? She had revealed her plans to him without truly confirming his position. On top of that, she was offering 20% of her merchant group as compensation. To Zeke Draker, that level of trust and risk was difficult to understand. Melissa Alencia smiled as if she had expected that question. Then she calmly answered that she already knew Zeke Draker was not on the Rome Empire side. She explained that one advantage of living as a princess while also growing a merchant group was that it had sharpened her perception of people. To be honest, after their conversation at the banquet, Melissa Alencia had been observing Zeke Draker from a distance. His behavior had been subtle but clear enough to her. He acted coldly toward anyone connected to the Rome Empire. And when Zeke Draker refused to shake hands with Callus Nerva Constantinus, the fourth prince of the Rome Empire, her suspicion became certainty. To others, it may have looked as though Zeke Draker was simply being polite by bowing instead of offering his hand. But to Melissa Alencia, that gesture carried an instinctive rejection, almost like disgust, as if he wanted to avoid touching Callus Nerva Constantinus entirely. That was when she knew Zeke Draker did not stand with the Rome Empire. Zeke Draker could not help feeling impressed. Melissa Alencia had read far more from his small actions than most people ever would have noticed. Then Melissa Alencia answered the question of money as well. Her expression grew firm as she said she would do whatever was within her power to save her people. At those words, Zeke Draker's mind suddenly drifted to Alicia, the Queen of Valencia, who had once sacrificed her own life without hesitation for the sake of her people. To Zeke Draker, Melissa Valencia seemed strikingly similar to Alicia. Even the determination behind her words felt almost the same. After thinking it through, Zeke Draker accepted Melissa Valencia's offer. Melissa Valencia then gave him one final warning. He only needed to be careful about one thing. He must never reveal her true identity to anyone. 2 weeks later, deep inside the basement training hall of the estate, Zeke Draker stood alone with his sword in hand, continuing his training in silence. Everything placed in his path had already been smashed apart as he tested the limits of his strength, his control, and the abilities he had gained. A bright magical glow wrapped around his sword, pulsing along the blade as if the weapon itself had absorbed his power. When Zeke Draker finally stopped moving, he lowered his sword and turned his attention to his status window. He had already mastered true dragon swordplay, a skill that had reached the powerful rank of S. It had taken him roughly a month to reach that level and earn such a title, an achievement that would have been unbelievable for almost anyone else. The system screen displayed everything he had accomplished so far, including the quest he had completed and the rewards now waiting for him. Among the rewards, Zeke Draker received a time bonus, along with the Chronos Kingdom Relic Radar. He also obtained 2 random boxes, which helped make up for the points he had spent when he burned down McCain's storeroom. Zeke Draker checked the Chronos Kingdom Relic Radar right away, but he quickly discovered that he could not simply travel to the corresponding coordinates yet. The system informed him that he first needed to find a seal capable of activating those coordinates. A message appeared on the screen, explaining that once Zeke Draker located the scattered seals, he would be able to activate the radar. The positions of those seals were now linked and visible on the minimap. On the minimap, there were 2 seals marked near the middle, while one appeared toward the north and another toward the south. Because each seal was separated by a considerable distance, Zeke Draker knew it would take some time to track them all down. But then, as he studied the map and considered the distance between each location, an idea came to him that might make the search much easier. Zeke Draker remained in the basement training hall of his mansion, still surrounded by the marks of his intense training. Just then, the system panel appeared again, showing that he had received another reward, but this time the reward was only a title. Along with that reward, Zeke Draker also received a linked quest. Its objective was to find the scattered seals of the Chronos Kingdom and return them to their original state. But the part that confused him was the mention of treasures in the treasury being counted as a reward after the seals were restored. Even so, Zeke Draker remembered seeing artifacts that could react to certain titles, so there was a chance this new title had some hidden function of its own. Since the quest had no time limit, he decided not to rush into it and pushed the matter aside for the moment. For now, Zeke Draker chose to focus on the problems right in front of him. The Chronos Kingdom seals could be dealt with slowly, one step at a time, once the more urgent matters were handled. After leaving the training hall, Zeke Draker received a reply from Kay. Since it had already been a while since he last saw the troublesome people waiting for him in the south, he decided it was time to head there again. Zeke Draker changed into a different outfit and arrived at a port town on the southern continent, known as Port Golfa, blending into the area under the identity of Zeke Murray. As the guards escorted him through the port, the salty smell of the sea rolled in with the wind. But beneath it, Zeke Draker could also sense the sharp, familiar scent of blood, and that alone told him the air of the south had not changed at all. The guards bowed their heads and saluted him with obvious excitement, honored by the rare chance to travel beside the vice branch manager of the Reinhardt Merchant Group's southern branch. They cheered for him warmly and even said they hoped to meet him again someday, but Zeke Draker had no interest in standing out. All he wanted was to pass through normally without exposing more of himself than necessary. As he continued walking along the port, Zeke Draker quietly compared the south before and after his regression. Then, from ahead, the Northern Rangers approached him. One of the Northern Rangers remarked that the merchant outfit suited him surprisingly well. But instead of reacting to the compliment, Zeke Draker went straight to business and asked whether they had followed his instructions and carried out the plan properly. One of the Rangers answered that everything had been done as ordered. He added that on the day of the operation, they would take advantage of the chaos and rescue the girl imprisoned by McCain. Zeke Draker seemed certain that his men had already studied the plan. Still, he reminded them that whether they were protecting the target or escorting her out, they could not afford a single mistake, and they needed to keep their guard up until the very end. The Ranger promised they would do so, but then admitted there was something they were curious about. Maybe it was to reduce the risk of a leak, but they still did not know what incident would cause the chaos during the operation. All they had heard was that some kind of major event would soon take place in the south. Zeke Draker told him it would not be a celebration or festival. What was coming would be far more chaotic than anything the Ranger had imagined, because in Zeke Draker's mind, that day would be the day McCain disappeared. While they were speaking, A guide approached and politely asked the vice branch manager if he was interrupting their conversation, explaining that he had been assigned to guide him during his stay. Zeke Draker answered calmly that their conversation was already finished, then told the guide to lead them wherever they needed to go. The guide asked him to follow him to the carriage prepared by the merchant company. Before Zeke Draker left, one of the rangers asked one last question: were they going to war with McCain? Zeke Draker simply replied that they were not, said he had only been joking, and walked away. Inside the carriage, Zeke Draker was accompanied by Kay, who was taking him toward Don Juan's birthday party. Zeke Draker asked whether the house provided by the merchant group had been checked. Kay replied that it had, explaining that the outside looked quite worn down, but the interior was in decent condition. It also had plenty of storage space, and they had already adjusted the inside further so it could match the quality of a hotel. From there, the two went over the plan they had prepared. Kay explained again that today was Don Juan's birthday, which also meant all of McCain's executives would gather for business. Because of that, Kay, the center of the deal, and her supporter Zeke Murray would properly attend the meeting. Zeke Draker asked why they were going over the same plan for the 5th time, even teasing that a Soma addict would have memorized it by now. Kay snapped back that she could not help being nervous, since she did not have nerves of steel like him. To her, it was only natural to feel anxious, especially after he dragged her into his dangerous scheme without considering how much it would torment her. Only then did Zeke Draker realize that her reaction was completely normal. He had been so used to danger that he had not really considered how frightening the situation would feel to someone like Kay. Kay even asked what would happen if their enemies discovered that they were the ones behind the burning of McCain's Soma warehouse. Instead of comforting her, Zeke Draker decided to tease her further. He said that McCain usually paralyzed traders before leaving them to die in Shock Dragon Swamp. The moment Kay heard that, terror washed over her face, and she began worrying that they would be caught despite all their careful planning. Zeke Draker did not let her calm down. He pushed the joke even further, adding that things would be different for a mage. If a mage were caught, they might be cut apart with their organs and body parts sold on the market. In the South, there was even a widespread belief that keeping a mage's corpse close could help block curses. Kay listened to every word, and her face went pale as if her soul were trying to leave her body from sheer shock. Suddenly, she was no longer sure whether the necklaces worn by McCain members were fake ornaments or made from real parts. Even the fingers hanging from them began to look disturbingly real to her. Kay told Zeke Draker that if she died, he had to gather her body parts and bury them somewhere nice. Then, still shaken, she asked how he knew so much about all of this in the first place. Zeke Draker heard her question, but answered only in his mind. Once, he had known the South better than anyone. He had been the one who helped raise McCain into prosperity, and he had also been the one who dragged it down into ruin. Before his regression, after being expelled from the academy, he had been captured by a slave trader and sold to a Soma plantation owned by McCain. From there, he had been thrown onto the battlefield as a human shield again and again, yet somehow each time he alone survived and returned. He had no choice but to keep enduring, carrying only his will forward. After surviving as a human shield for the 6th time, Don Juan himself noticed him and took him in as a hitman. Looking back on it now, Zeke Draker even thought Don Juan had a sharp eye, despite the twisted way he had brought him into McCain. Later, Zeke Draker was sent out on missions, and during those assignments, he took down a Purple Knight along with many other enemies. He had even fought against Blue Knights, opponents known for their frightening strength, and defeated them using his own abilities. After Zeke Draker killed a dozen Blue Knights, his position within the McCain cartel became impossible for anyone to ignore. Before long, Zeke Draker had climbed all the way to the top of McCain's bloody hierarchy. Eventually, Don Juan wanted to name Zeke Draker as his next heir. But on the very day that announcement was meant to happen, Zeke Draker killed everyone in the room, the top executives and Don Juan himself, before walking away from it all. A faint, almost gentle smile appeared on Zeke Draker's face as he thought that all of it belonged to the past now. Just then, Kay's voice cut through his thoughts as she shouted at him, pointing out that he had been avoiding her question for quite some time. With a stern look on her face, Kay demanded an answer again. If Zeke Draker knew that much about McCain, then was he actually one of their spies? Zeke Draker replied casually, without the slightest change in expression, that he was not. Kay kept pressing him for an explanation, but Zeke Draker only laughed it off, clearly enjoying how easy it was to tease her. Soon, their carriage arrived at Don Juan's mansion, where a lively party was already in full swing. From there, they were led away from the public celebration and taken into a secret meeting room hidden behind the mansion. Kay stepped forward and introduced herself to Don Juan, placing one hand over her chest. With a respectful bow, she said it was an honor to meet him. Meanwhile, Zeke Draker quietly observed the atmosphere inside the room. Everything around them gave off an unmistakably wealthy and dangerous air. Every hitman of importance seemed to have gathered there, and mixed among them were infamous outlaws, rogue rangers, and other dangerous figures from the south. Zeke Draker took in the sight with interest. Every top executive sat around the oval table, and the secret meeting was already underway. Don Juan looked at Kay and said he had not expected her to be a girl, his gaze lingering as he openly commented on her appearance. He then told her that a beautiful mage was rarer than any jewel. Since he would not stop her from speaking, he wanted to hear what kind of wise words she had brought to share with him. Kay did not waste time with small talk. She went straight to the point and brought up the Soma warehouse that had burned down several months earlier. The moment she mentioned that incident, shock spread across the room, and everyone seemed to wonder why she would bring up such a sensitive matter here. Don Juan himself stared at Kay and said he could never forget that incident, then asked why she had chosen to mention it now. A look of fear crossed Kay's face as she faced Don Juan and the others, but she still forced herself to speak. She told them that someone in that very place had been colluding with Pabella, and that the same traitor was the one responsible for setting the Soma warehouse on fire. After Zeke Draker and Kay entered Don Juan's grand banquet, and Kay finished her introduction, she wasted no time revealing why she had come. In front of everyone, she declared that a traitor was hiding among them, not somewhere far away, but seated inside that very room, and that this traitor had joined hands with Pabella to burn McCain's warehouses. The room exploded in an instant. Angry voices rose from every side, curses were thrown across the table, and several furious members shouted for the guards to drag Kay out before she could say anything more. But Don Juan brought the chaos to a halt with a single heavy strike of his fist against the table, the sharp sound cutting through the uproar and forcing the entire room into silence. His voice dropped coldly as he looked at Kay and asked whether she was truly prepared to take responsibility for such a dangerous accusation. At that moment, Zeke Draker stepped forward. He moved behind Don Juan's brother, Joaquin Fernandez, with terrifying ease, then pressed a blade against his throat and took him hostage right in front of everyone. Zeke Draker told Don Juan that if he wanted a gift, then one was already standing before him. Don Juan narrowed his eyes at the sight and asked if Zeke Draker was trying to say that his own brother had been the traitor all along. Zeke Draker then addressed Joaquin Fernandez directly, calling him by his other name, El Mencho. With the blade still held close, he pushed Joaquin to confess the truth with his own mouth. Joaquin Fernandez froze on the spot. His thoughts raced wildly as he realized something that even Don Juan himself had failed to notice. Panic took hold of Joaquin Fernandez, and he suddenly lashed out, shouting for the guards to protect him. He cursed at them for standing there without moving, fear making him spit out whatever words came to his tongue. But the guards answered with surprising calm. No matter what Joaquin Fernandez ordered them to do, there was nothing they could do in that situation. Kay stood where she was, watching the chaos unfold in front of her without stepping in. Only moments earlier, Don Juan himself had demanded to know who dared betray McCain. That single demand had shaken the hall, but before anyone could answer, Zeke Draker had stepped forward, introduced himself, and placed his blade against Joaquin Fernandez, presenting his own brutal proof. Now Don Juan sat calmly once more, his posture steady despite the violent tension filling the room. He remarked that this was quite a present indeed, his own brother held at knife point before the entire gathering. The guards stayed where they were, exchanging wary glances with one another. They admitted there was no safe way to move, because Zeke Draker was too skilled, and any reckless attempt would only turn Joaquin Fernandez into a shield. Some even began wondering if this intruder had been sent as a spy by Pabella. Leaning closer to Joaquin Fernandez, Zeke Draker whispered that this was just what he expected from McCain's second-in-command, a man who had earned so much trust. The irony was almost amusing. The real spy was Joaquin himself, yet the room was already beginning to doubt Zeke Draker instead. Joaquin immediately snapped back, calling it complete nonsense. Joaquin Fernandez claimed that he had already found the spy, but Zeke Draker pressed him even harder. He called Joaquin bold for saying that and asked if he truly believed someone would create such a scene without proof. Sweat began forming on Joaquin's forehead, and then Zeke Draker called for Kay to show the evidence. Without a moment of hesitation, Kay cast her spell. Sheets of paper lifted into the air and drifted forward until they hovered before Don Juan. As Don Juan began reading through the documents, his expression slowly darkened. Then, in a controlled voice, he thanked Zeke Draker for bringing him such undeniable proof. The papers exposed more than just Joaquin Fernandez's betrayal. They revealed that he had worked with the syndicate and conspired with Pabella, but the most explosive truth was even worse: the Pabellas were pirates. The moment that fact spread through the room, the hall erupted again with scraping chairs, rising voices, and thick suspicion. The word pirates carried a heavy meaning in the South. No one in that room had any reason to protect or defend people like that. The Southerners reacted the loudest, their anger raw and immediate. Since they lived so close to pirate strongholds, they had suffered more losses than anyone, and their hatred toward pirates ran deep. Don Juan himself remained silent, but everyone there understood that his resentment was far stronger than what showed on his face. It was said that pirates had taken Don Juan's family from him. For a man like him, an accusation involving pirates was not something he could ever ignore. Zeke Draker stood firm, watching Don Juan closely as he waited to see how the boss of McCain would react. Meanwhile, Joaquin Fernandez felt his world collapse around him. His eyes darted toward the papers, each one filled with proof of his dealings with Pabella, proof of the warehouse fire from months ago, and proof connecting him to everything. He could not understand how such dangerous evidence had ended up in the hands of his enemies. And now, no matter what Joaquin Fernandez said, suspicion clung to him like a shadow. After finishing the report, Don Juan looked up and thanked Zeke Draker, but his tone carried a sharp weight. He admitted he did not know what the syndicate truly thought of Joaquin Fernandez, his own brother, and asked Zeke Draker if he really believed this evidence alone was enough to make him turn on family. In his mind, Zeke Draker knew the truth, it was not enough. Documents alone would not completely break Don Juan's bond with his brother. But Zeke Draker had already decided to use a method he would have preferred to avoid, and now there was no going back. Just then, a quiet whisper reached Joaquin Fernandez's ear. At the same time, Don Juan began speaking again, warning that if this evidence was all they had, then insulting his brother would not be forgiven. But before Don Juan could continue, Joaquin Fernandez's voice suddenly cut through the silence. Calling Don Juan boss, he admitted the truth himself. Everything Zeke Draker had said was true. Joaquin Fernandez confessed that he had betrayed McCain and joined hands with Pabella. Don Juan slowly rose from his seat. His gaze lowered toward Joaquin Fernandez, and in a voice stripped of warmth, he said he had never imagined Joaquin would betray him. Now that it had happened, he found there were no words left for him. Then, almost instantly, Don Juan's tone changed. He told Joaquin Fernandez that since he had confessed, he would at least show him respect. In the next flash, an axe flew from Don Juan's hand. The axe tore through the air and struck Joaquin Fernandez directly in the skull. Joaquin Fernandez collapsed on the spot, dead before his body even fully hit the floor. The entire hall froze. Zeke Draker and the others could only stare at the brutal sight, the sudden violence shocking everyone into complete silence. Inside, Zeke Draker reflected that it was quite a fitting end for McCain's second-in-command. Southerners truly were fascinating people in the most terrifying ways. He also remembered the words he had whispered to Joaquin Fernandez moments earlier, the secret about Joaquin's hidden family, and the threat that they would be killed if he refused to confess. Joaquin Fernandez's confession had not come from guilt, but from fear. As Zeke Draker wiped the blood from his face, he thought that an oath sworn before God was absolute. In truth, he had never planned to harm Joaquin's family at all. But at that point it no longer mattered. The outcome had already been written in blood. Zeke Draker turned his gaze toward Don Juan and thought that this was the true face of a man who ruled over a massive criminal empire. Don Juan had not killed Joaquin Fernandez simply because he truly believed his brother was the traitor. The truth was, in that room and under those circumstances, Don Juan had no other choice. The warehouse fire from months earlier, the devastating losses McCain had suffered, and the infiltration of Pabella's spy all pointed back toward one culprit. Kay's testimony had only poured more fuel onto an already burning fire. But Zeke Draker's decisive move in exposing Joaquin Fernandez, combined with the shocking revelation that the Pabellas were pirates, had left Don Juan with only one path forward. And even in the middle of that violent chaos, Don Juan remained perfectly calm, reading the room and analyzing the situation with a steady hand. But unlike Don Juan, his subordinates could not keep their composure. Around the table, their faces stiffened, and the tension in the room grew heavier by the second. And with Joaquin Fernandez himself confessing in front of everyone, the issue had already been sealed. No one could pretend the accusation was only a rumor anymore. Zeke Draker reflected that whether Joaquin Fernandez was truly guilty or not no longer mattered. If Don Juan left him alive after such a confession, discipline inside McCain would collapse from the very foundation. Don Juan had not acted out of shock or emotion. His decision had been cold, calculated, and necessary for a man ruling a criminal empire. Then Don Juan slowly turned his attention toward Kay. Since Joaquin Fernandez had confessed exactly as her report claimed, Don Juan began to suspect that the problem might be much larger than one traitor. He suggested that the entire syndicate might be rotten with betrayal, and those words struck the room like a bolt of lightning. Don Juan reminded everyone that the first move away from McCain toward Pabella had been the burning of the Soma warehouses. Then his voice grew even colder. He announced that if anyone else confessed like Joaquin Fernandez had, he would at least grant them the mercy of a painless death. The room went completely silent, as if every person there had suddenly forgotten how to breathe. Don Juan's fury could be felt without a word, and a dangerous bloodlust burned behind his eyes. Suddenly, one member broke the silence and pointed at Kay. He shouted that none of them had anything to do with the betrayal, accusing her of being a witch who twisted lies through sorcery, and demanded that she be interrogated until the real truth came out. In the next instant, Zeke Draker hurled an axe through the air. The weapon struck the man dead on the spot, and blood splattered across Kay's face before she could even react. Kay stood frozen in place, her eyes wide and her mouth slightly open, unable to force out a single word. Don Juan's gaze snapped toward Zeke Draker, and he demanded to know why he had done that. Zeke Draker answered without any sign of panic, his voice calm and steady. He said he had simply helped Don Juan punish a traitor. After all, Joaquin Fernandez had confessed that the syndicate had worked alongside him, and to Zeke Draker that alone was reason enough. Don Juan stared at him in silence, carefully weighing the man standing before him. For the first time, he seemed to wonder what kind of person Zeke Draker truly was. Perhaps the stranger could be used as a blade to finally cut McCain free from the syndicate. At last, Don Juan spoke again. He said Zeke Draker's action was justified, but then asked whether he was a messenger of God sent to aid him. Or perhaps, Don Juan continued, Zeke Draker was an agent of the devil who had come to destroy him instead. Zeke Draker answered calmly that he was neither. He was a business partner and he had come to propose a new deal. After exposing Joaquin Fernandez as the traitor and watching Don Juan execute him without hesitation, Zeke Draker shifted the room toward his true purpose. Standing before the boss of McCain, Zeke Draker made it clear that he had not come merely to reveal a betrayal. He intended to stand across from Don Juan as a new business partner and strike a deal. Don Juan narrowed his eyes and asked directly what Zeke Draker wanted. Zeke Draker laid it out plainly, saying they both desired the same result, to wipe out the treacherous syndicate and restore order. With Ishtar exiled and Pabella controlling the seas, McCain's only remaining route for Soma distribution was through the syndicate. Zeke Draker did not stop there. He pointed out that Don Juan must have already realized this, which was exactly why he had hesitated to punish the syndicate despite their connection to Joaquin Fernandez's betrayal. Don Juan leaned back in his chair and quietly thought it over. This man spoke as if he could see directly into his mind, as if he already understood the kind of person Don Juan was. Then Zeke Draker reassured him that there was nothing to fear. Until now, Kay had been the one managing all Soma distribution within the syndicate. From this day forward, Zeke Draker and Kay would take charge of McCain's Soma trade directly. Don Juan remained silent for a moment, letting the offer settle in the tense air, before finally giving his response. He admitted that the proposal was tempting. However, any partnership required trust, and this was still their first meeting. Trust was not something that could be handed over so easily. Zeke Draker accepted that reasoning without complaint and asked plainly what he needed to do in order to earn Don Juan's trust. In response, Don Juan tossed aside the report and the axe, then pointed across the table toward one man, Paulo Santos. Zeke Draker declared that he would burn everything under that coward's command straight to the ground. Paulo Santos, known throughout McCain as Cowardly Paulo, had earned his nickname by always choosing the safest path. That caution had kept him alive, but it had also made others look down on him within the organization. Don Juan studied Zeke Draker carefully. He knew Paulo Santos and understood his reputation well, but he had kept the man around because, coward or not, Paulo still served a purpose. Nothing more and nothing less. Finally, Don Juan gave his answer. If Zeke Draker truly wanted to earn his trust, then killing Paulo Santos would be enough. Don Juan told Zeke Draker that he admired his bold courage, but Paulo Santos's territory was far too dangerous for one man to attack alone. Because of that, he would assign McCain's elite assassination squad to accompany him. Zeke Draker, however, understood the real meaning behind those words. They were not being sent to fight beside him, they were being sent to watch him. Don Juan then added one more condition. While Zeke Draker proved his bravery, Don Juan would personally take responsibility for guarding Kay. To Zeke Draker, that sounded far less like protection and much more like keeping Kay as a hostage. Still, Zeke Draker nodded and agreed, leaving Kay in Don Juan's hands for the time being. Soon after, Zeke Draker arrived at Paulo Santos's territory, where the Soma production factory stood. The assassination squad came to a stop on a hill overlooking the entire factory complex below. The squad's commander, Manuel, could not help feeling conflicted as he stood there. Although Manuel held the title of commander, in this situation he found himself waiting for Zeke Draker's orders instead. That fact unsettled Manuel, but after witnessing Zeke Draker's skill firsthand, he knew resisting him would be foolish. so Manuel studied him carefully instead. Zeke Draker's stamina alone surpassed that of any McCain hitman, and every movement he made was sharp, efficient, and precise, like someone who had already memorized the entire terrain of the South. In battle, Zeke Draker moved with a level of mastery that even seemed to surpass the beastmen. To Manuel, he looked like the kind of man who could single-handedly slay werewolves, beasts feared as some of the deadliest foes in the South. In Manuel's eyes, Zeke Draker was no longer just some skilled fighter standing on the battlefield. The way he moved, the pressure he gave off, and the power he carried made one thing painfully clear: Zeke was a monster. Zeke Draker turned his attention toward the squad and spoke to them without a trace of hesitation. His order was simple and direct. They were to stay exactly where they were and not interfere. From the very beginning, Zeke Draker had already understood their true purpose. They had never come here with the intention of helping him fight. Their role was nothing more than to stand back, keep their distance, and watch. Zeke Draker pointed out that from this hill, they had a clear view over the entire factory below. Since they were already in the perfect position to observe everything, there was no need to pretend otherwise. They might as well do their job properly and watch every move from there. Manuel stood there in silence, unable to come up with a single word in response. Zeke Draker had seen through them too cleanly, leaving him with nothing to deny. One of the assassins quietly leaned closer to Manuel, lowering his voice as he asked what their next move should be. The tension in the squad had clearly shifted. Manuel remained quiet for a moment before finally admitting the truth. Zeke Draker was right. They had only been ordered to observe, and if that was their mission, then there was no reason for them to throw themselves into danger. Their task now was to stay hidden and keep watch from a safe distance. The squad accepted Manuel's decision and quickly began setting up a concealed outpost on the hill, carefully blending it into the surroundings so no one below would notice. Then, without warning, flames suddenly burst from the factory beneath them. The assassins immediately went rigid, their eyes snapping toward the blazing factory. Zeke Draker had already made his move, and the operation below had truly begun. Fire spread across the factory grounds with terrifying speed, roaring through the buildings and twisting upward into violent tornadoes of flame. Everything in its path was swallowed by the raging heat. Panic exploded almost instantly among the people inside. Shouts and screams rang out as they realized an intruder had broken in, and the fire tearing through the factory was far beyond anything they could control. Frantic orders echoed through the chaos as they called for reinforcements and demanded that the magic weapon squad be brought in immediately. To Zeke Draker, their reaction was exactly what he expected. Anyone seeing the elemental sword's power for the first time would lose their composure. One of the defenders finally caught sight of Zeke Draker through the flames and shouted out his position, his voice sharp with alarm as he pointed toward him. Their response came faster than Zeke Draker had anticipated. Still, speed would not save them. These were the very people who had driven a wedge between McCain and the South, and that debt was about to be paid. Their fate had already been sealed. As enemies rushed toward him from every direction, Zeke Draker raised his elemental sword and unleashed one of its abilities, Flame Field. In the next instant, hellish fire surged outward and swallowed the surrounding area. The attackers charging at Zeke Draker were burned away completely, reduced to nothing but drifting ash. Compared to Zeke Draker, they were almost pitifully weak, could barely even be called a battle. But just as he continued forward, something massive rolled into his path and blocked his advance. A magic tank emerged through the smoke and flames, its heavy frame grinding into view. Zeke Draker let out a cold scoff. So this was where cowardly Paulo Santos had poured all his money. Not into real strength, but into expensive weapons like this. Zeke Draker muttered to himself that hiring an actual mage would have cost far less than wasting resources on clumsy toys like these. To him, the whole thing looked ridiculous. With one clean swing of his elemental sword, Zeke Draker struck the magic tank head-on. The machine crumpled under the blow and collapsed into a heap of broken rubble. As Zeke Draker cut down even more enemies around him, another thought crossed his mind. Cartels like this had never cared about morality or honor. If Paulo Santos had been able to hire a mage, he absolutely would have done it. The problem was simple. No self-respecting mage would ever choose to stand beside trash like him. Zeke Draker called forth his wind field next. A massive tornado burst into existence, ripping through everything ahead of him and clearing a violent path through the factory. Deep down, he almost smirked. In his past life, seeing a magic tank would have been enough to make him run in terror. But that was no longer the man he was. The current Zeke Draker had nothing to fear from weapons like that. Zeke Draker stormed deeper into the factory, cutting down every enemy who dared step into his way. No one who tried to stop him lasted for more than a moment. Bodies continued to fall around him, piling up in the wake of his advance. As the slaughter spread through the factory, Zeke Draker thought that Paulo Santos would have no choice but to reveal himself soon. Then, from out of nowhere, a poison-tipped arrow sliced through the air and came whistling straight toward him. Zeke Draker did not dodge. He simply lifted his hand and caught the arrow with his bare fingers before it could pierce him. At that moment, a warning screen appeared in front of Zeke Draker's eyes, its message flickering into view. The system detected black mamba venom, but Zeke Draker's body immediately began resisting it, neutralizing most of the poison on its own before it could properly take effect. From somewhere above, a furious voice suddenly thundered down, roaring at the men gathered below. The voice demanded to know how they had allowed a single intruder to break in this far. Zeke Draker slowly raised his gaze toward the source of the shout. At last, Paulo Santos had finally shown himself. The moment Zeke Draker stepped into the underground chamber, a trap snapped into action. An arrow shot toward him, and although he caught it without difficulty, poisonous gas immediately hissed out and spread through the air around him. From the darkness of the chamber, Paulo Santos stepped into view. A smug expression spread across his face as he told Zeke Draker that the gas he had just breathed in was not some ordinary poison. Paulo Santos claimed it was a lethal toxin, powerful enough to kill even an Ori user. Then he lifted a small vial and dangled it in his hand, offering Zeke Draker a deal. If Zeke gave him information about his companion, Paulo Santos would hand over the antidote. He added that the silence above ground was not a coincidence. It was proof, he said, that Zeke's comrades had already been captured. With that, he urged Zeke to accept before his life slipped away. Zeke Draker stared at Paulo Santos with quiet disbelief, finding the whole situation almost laughable. Paulo Santos was trying to negotiate with something that had no value to him at all. The poison came from a black mamba, and every southerner knew the truth about it. There was no antidote. An ordinary man would collapse and die within minutes, and even a blue knight would suffer damage that could last for the rest of his life. But Zeke Draker was different. His resistance had already suppressed the venom, breaking it down before it could become a real threat. Without the slightest hesitation, Zeke Draker hurled his blade straight toward the vial in Paulo Santos's hand, shattering the bottle in an instant. Paulo Santos screamed in disbelief, his face twisting with horror. He shouted that Zeke Draker had lost his mind, because he had just destroyed the one antidote that could have saved his life. Zeke Draker remained completely calm as he looked at Paulo Santos and told him the truth without any fear in his voice. The poison had never worked on him in the first place. And the reason everything above ground had gone quiet was not because his allies had been captured. It was because Zeke Draker had already killed every last one of Paulo Santos's men. Paulo Santos froze where he stood, visibly shaken by those words. His confidence cracked as he stammered that such a thing could not possibly be true. The men above had been Pabella elites, armed with magic weapons and prepared for battle. Zeke Draker answered coldly that if Paulo Santos doubted him, he was free to climb back up and check with his own eyes, assuming he had the courage. Paulo Santos was left speechless for a moment, but desperation quickly took over. He demanded to know who Zeke Draker really was and whose orders he was following to cause this much destruction. Zeke Draker answered flatly that he was not acting under anyone's command. Paulo Santos went still for a brief moment. Then his anger exploded, and he began cursing McCain, shouting that no one except McCain would dare launch an attack like this against Pabella. He screamed that Pabella had respected the territorial boundaries between them. If that was the case, then why had McCain suddenly struck at them like this? Zeke Draker looked at Paulo Santos and asked if he was truly too naive to understand what was happening. Confusion flashed across Paulo Santos's face, and he demanded to know what Zeke meant. Zeke Draker laid it out plainly for him. Pabella had tried to plunder another one of McCain's distribution routes, and because of their greed, they had finally crossed a line they should never have touched. That alone was more than enough reason for Don Juan to take action. Now the order was absolute. Pabella would be crushed, burned down to ash, and erased from the south completely. Don Juan had sworn to purge those filthy pirates from the land once and for all. All the color drained from Paulo Santos's face as the meaning of those words sank in. In that instant, he realized McCain had discovered the truth, that Pabella's roots were tied to piracy. Without saying another word, Paulo Santos turned on his heel and bolted into the ruins, fleeing deeper into the wreckage as panic finally overtook him. Zeke Draker followed after Paulo Santos with an almost unsettling calm, his steps steady as he closed in through the ruins. In a flat voice, he told him there was no point in running, because escape was never going to happen. But the longer the chase dragged through the underground passageways, the more Zeke Draker's patience began to fade. Paulo Santos kept slipping deeper into the ruins, and the endless path started to feel irritating. Zeke Draker frowned as he moved forward, wondering where this path was even supposed to lead. The structure around him felt different from the underground mines he had explored before, and that difference immediately caught his attention. Troops poured into the passage ahead of him, and traps had been scattered throughout the ruins to slow him down. But the way they were arranged felt strange, almost out of place, as if they did not belong to the ruins themselves. These traps were clearly not part of the ancient structure. They had been installed much more recently, and that meant Peerless had not merely been hiding here, they had been using these ruins for something. Then, without warning, another mage stepped out from the shadows and blocked Zeke Draker's way. His voice rang through the passage as he demanded to know who Zeke was. Zeke Draker did not bother answering him. There was no reason to waste breath on someone standing in his path. His blade flashed once, clean and merciless. The mage's head fell before his body could even properly collapse, and Zeke Draker continued forward without slowing down. A grim thought crossed Zeke Draker's mind as he stared at the fallen enemy. Why did he keep running into these men everywhere he went? Zeke Draker's expression darkened as he recognized exactly what they were. These men were the Rome Empire's hunting dogs, and now even more of them emerged from the ruins, moving into formation to block his path. The men looked openly annoyed, cursing the southern pirates they had been forced to cooperate with. But the moment their eyes landed on Zeke Draker, their irritation twisted into sneers. They muttered that Peerless should have handled McCain on their own, and now McCain had only sent some rat into the ruins to die. Their leader stepped forward with a cold glare and declared that it was already too late for Zeke Draker to leave alive. He should never have entered this place to begin with. Now, he would die here, and the secrets buried inside these ruins would remain hidden forever. At those words, Zeke Draker's mind flashed back to the operation maps he had discovered on the giant mountain. The ruins of the southern continent had been marked there too. If that connection was real, then this place was not simply another hidden stronghold. Somewhere inside these ruins, one of the very artifacts the Emperor himself was searching for had been hidden. The commander of the hunting dogs narrowed his eyes as he focused on the dagger in Zeke Draker's hand. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary weapon, but when it moved, he was certain he had seen something like wind curling around the blade. An artifact. That was the thought that struck the commander immediately, and he ordered his men to close in carefully without underestimating Zeke Draker. Just as the hunting dogs prepared to launch their attack, Zeke Draker calmly pulled out a scroll. The commander instantly froze, alarm flashing across his face. He barked at his men to brace themselves for impact, but Zeke Draker's voice cut cleanly through the tension, telling them there was no need to panic. It was only a simple scroll, nothing more than a soundproof barrier. There was no killing spell hidden inside it, and no direct attack waiting to be unleashed. The scroll activated, and an invisible barrier sealed the surrounding space. Zeke Draker told them plainly that for the next 30 minutes, no matter what happened inside this area, the outside world would know nothing. His tone grew colder as he continued. No one here would be captured, and no one would be allowed to escape. Then, almost mockingly, he added that he rarely had the chance to test out new abilities, so they could consider this their entertainment. Zeke Draker reached into empty air, and a sword appeared in his hand as if it had been drawn from nothing itself. The commander's breath caught in his throat. This was not a simple subspace pocket. Zeke Draker had pulled the weapon directly out of nothingness, without using any visible medium at all. First there had been the dagger, then the scroll that looked like something a mage would use, and now a sword appearing out of thin air. The commander could not help wondering what kind of man Zeke Draker really was. His unease deepened with every passing second as Zeke Draker lifted the sword and prepared to strike. A brilliant aura shimmered along the blade. It was not just a weapon anymore, it was an aura sword. The commander's heart sank as the realization hit him. Zeke Draker was not an ordinary intruder at all. The man standing before them was a blue knight. Zeke Draker did not waste another word on them. The time for talking was over. With the dragon's swordplay, Sky Slice, Zeke Draker swung his blade in a devastating arc. The strike tore through the commander and his men at once, cutting them down in a single overwhelming blow. Their bodies collapsed in silence across the sealed space, and Zeke Draker immediately began burning the corpses before any trace could be left behind. His thoughts remained cold and practical. It was better to erase every sign of what had happened here. Once the bodies were burned, anyone who discovered the aftermath would assume McCain had not only sent knights into this assault, but mages as well. That illusion would drive an even deeper wedge between McCain and Peerless. But the part that bothered Zeke Draker was not the deception itself. What truly puzzled him was why Peerless had been working together with the Rome Empire. One likely answer surfaced in his mind. They were cooperating to search for an ancient artifact hidden somewhere in the south. Before his regression, Zeke Draker had searched these ruins himself and found nothing. Now he understood why. 3 years later, by the time he had arrived here in his previous life, they had probably already uncovered the artifact and disappeared with it. That thought gave Zeke Draker a grim sense of satisfaction. Whether it had happened by chance or because of his own interference, he had managed to disrupt the Emperor's plans this time. Zeke Draker turned to leave the ruined passage behind, but just then, a voice echoed from somewhere behind him. The unknown figure remarked that this had become quite an awful situation, his voice carrying calmly through the darkness. The stranger said he had sensed a surge of chaotic energy from this place. Then, all at once, that presence had vanished as if it had been erased by magic. Curiosity had brought him here to see what had happened. As the figure stepped into the light, his appearance became clear. He was covered from head to toe in a massive suit of crimson armor, the heavy plating hiding even his face from view. His voice dropped low as he looked at Zeke Draker and declared that Zeke was nothing more than an uninvited guest. The instant Zeke Draker sensed the stranger's presence, the air around him grew heavy. A suffocating aura pressed down over the ruins, making the space feel dense and dangerous. Zeke Draker glanced toward the armored figure, and for a brief moment, something about the sight struck him as familiar. His expression hardened as recognition began to settle in. That armor resembled Herzion, the enchanted plate once bestowed upon the Crimson Knight of the Rome Empire. Fragments of knowledge surfaced in Zeke Draker's mind. Herzion was known as one of the great relics, engraved with countless auxiliary enchantments, including weight reduction, self-repair, and several other powerful functions. But as Zeke Draker studied the armor more closely, he realized something was off. The version worn by the opponent in front of him was not exactly the same as the Empire's Herzion. Zeke Draker turned his attention fully to the armored man and questioned his identity, noting that the armor resembled Herzion and asking if he was a Crimson Knight of the Empire. But before Zeke could move any further, cold steel pressed against his throat. The knight had shifted like a shadow, his blade already drawn. Forced to react, Zeke Draker swiftly unsheathed his sacred sword. Their weapons collided in front of him, locking together with a sharp, resonant clash that rang through the chamber. The battle erupted immediately, turning into a fierce contest of raw strength and endurance. Every strike crashed with enough force to test how much punishment each of them could withstand. The knight's eyes glowed with a murderous blue light from beneath the crimson armor, while Zeke Draker braced his entire body against the relentless assault bearing down on him. Then the momentum shifted. The crimson-armored knight unleashed a brutal strike, forcing Zeke Draker to dodge with everything he had just to avoid being cut down. The shockwave from the attack exploded outward and slammed into Zeke Draker, blasting him backward through the ruins until his body crashed hard against a stone wall. Pain tore through Zeke Draker's body from the impact, spreading through his bones like fire. Even so, he clenched his jaw and refused to collapse, forcing himself to stay on his feet. The Crimson Knight leapt high into the air, bringing his weapon down for a crushing finishing blow. Zeke Draker raised his blade to meet it head-on, and the moment their weapons collided, violent tremors ripped through the ground beneath them. Neither side gave even an inch. Steel screamed against steel again and again, each exchange sharper and heavier than the last as the battle turned into a relentless clash of endurance. Zeke Draker's thoughts grew darker as he realized just how monstrous his opponent's stamina truly was. A bad feeling crawled through him, and he began to suspect that Herzion had been strengthened even further with reinforcement magic. Forced onto the defensive, Zeke Draker slipped past one merciless strike after another, barely avoiding the attacks as dust rose around them. Yet the Crimson Knight remained completely unharmed within the swirling haze. The Crimson Knight's towering figure pressed forward like an unstoppable wall. His presence radiated a cold, immovable menace, while his eyes burned with an inhuman intensity from within the armor. Zeke Draker invoked Elemental Blade, Metallic Field, and the ground split apart beneath them. Jagged stone spires erupted upward, and in only seconds, metallic force wrapped around the Crimson Knight like a fortress meant to seal him in completely. But even that powerful restraint could not contain the Crimson Knight's overwhelming strength. With terrifying precision, the Crimson Knight slashed from inside the barrier. His blade tore through the metallic shell again and again until the protective walls shattered and crumbled into broken shards. Once freed, the Crimson Knight stood even taller than before, his armored frame radiating absolute dominance as if the failed barrier had only proven how far above it he truly was. Then a blinding radiance suddenly swept across the battlefield. For just a heartbeat, the Crimson Knight's movements faltered, his body stiffening beneath that mysterious burst of light. Zeke Draker seized the moment and activated his counterskill, Blinding Cataclysm. Massive boulders formed and came crashing down around the Crimson Knight, smashing against his armored body with merciless force. Taking advantage of that brief opening, Zeke Draker surged forward with his sacred sword in hand. His body shot through the broken silence like a flash of lightning. For one instant, Zeke Draker thought he had finally pierced through the Crimson Knight's defense. But then his eyes widened as the knight, despite being struck, caught the sacred sword with ease and stopped its force completely. Even after that, Zeke Draker did not retreat. He stepped forward without hesitation, standing boldly before the Crimson Knight as the pressure between them grew even heavier. The flow of the fight had clearly turned against Zeke Draker, but his resolve did not break. A flicker of hesitation passed through him for only a moment before he steadied his breathing and activated Dragon's scaled armor. Though his body was injured and pushed near its limit, Zeke Draker's determination remained firm. He tightened his grip around the sacred sword, ready to rise again, while the Crimson Knight loomed ahead, still caught by luminous restraints. Zeke held his defensive stance, his gaze sharpening with cold defiance. The Crimson Knight studied Zeke Draker carefully and remarked that he possessed an unusual variety of abilities. As the Crimson Knight continued watching Zeke Draker, he said that anyone skilled enough to fight him deserved at least to hear his name. Then he finally revealed his identity, Cain Gaiman's Constantinus. That name struck Zeke Draker with a sharp jolt of shock, and suspicion immediately rose within him. The name Constantinus was not something ordinary people carried. It was a bloodline known to belong only to the royal family of the Rome Empire. And beyond that, the middle names used within that lineage were reserved for the elector families. The noble houses granted the right to choose the emperor. Putting those fragments together, Zeke Draker arrived at a startling realization. The Gaiman's family, a great house connected to House Draker, was actually one of the elector families of the Rome Empire. Before Zeke Draker could fully process that discovery, the system's voice echoed inside his mind, announcing that demonic energy and miasma had been detected, and that eliminating the bearer would grant bonus rewards. Zeke Draker instinctively lifted his arm to shield himself. He did not know exactly what miasma was, but one thing was clear from the warning alone: it was dangerous. Cain Gaiman's Constantinus's body began radiating a blinding light, so intense that Zeke Draker was forced to turn his gaze away. The air crackled with danger as Cain prepared something decisive, his presence swelling with overwhelming dominance. He admitted that he had never imagined he would meet a knight capable of rivaling him in such a remote place. Because of that, Cain declared that he would show Zeke Draker proper respect by fighting with all his strength and granting him an honorable death. Zeke Draker understood his own limits and the frightening difference in power between them, yet he remained composed. Ordinary techniques would not be enough, and even his elemental blade could not fully close the massive gap. Zeke Draker planted his foot firmly against the broken ground, his mind racing through every possible option. In the end, only one path remained. Raising his sword high, Zeke Draker unleashed one of his strongest techniques, dragon-slaying sword art, second form dragon scale thrust. Even as he committed to the strike, uncertainty lingered at the edge of Zeke Draker's mind. There was still a real chance that even this attack would not be enough. Zeke Draker had already seen Cain Gaiman's Constantinus's terrifying abilities, defenses that seemed impossible to pierce and raw strength that overwhelmed everything in front of him. Cain's combat mastery was so absolute that he could repel even divine swords, and as long as Herzion protected him, landing a fatal blow would be impossible. Zeke Draker's sword gleamed as he ran his hand across the blade, his thoughts forming a desperate plan. If he could not overpower Cain directly, then the key was to drag the Crimson Knight down to his level. Zeke Draker activated Magic Reflection. But before he could follow through, Cain Gaiman's Constantinus suddenly froze. Confusion flashed across his face as Herzion abruptly stopped functioning. Cain's stance wavered for the first time, and he struggled to understand what had just happened to his armor. Then, in disbelief, Cain Gaiman's Constantinus burst into mad laughter. His aura flared violently, and raw spiritual power erupted from his body. Power exploded outward in brutal waves, tearing through the chamber and ripping apart everything caught in its path. Cain's blows smashed into the walls, the pillars, and even the floor itself, each strike crushing stone as if the entire chamber had become his target. Every impact left glowing scorch marks behind, burning bright across the shattered surfaces. His rampage was no longer controlled or calculated. Cain Gaiman's Constantinus fought like a beast driven by pure fury, his movements swallowed by chaos. Zeke Draker stood his ground and faced the onslaught directly as Cain hurled wave after wave of overwhelming force at him, each one meant to crush him completely. The chamber was torn apart around them. Walls collapsed, the ground split open, and debris rained down from every direction in a violent storm of destruction. The once grand hall was now nothing but a devastated ruin, buried beneath dust, shattered stone, and the aftermath of Cain's rampage. Zeke Draker staggered where he stood, his body battered from the assault and blood pouring heavily from his wounds. System notifications appeared before him, warning that the concentration of demonic energy inside King Gaiman's Constantinus had exceeded safe limits. Because of that, even healing-type elemental skills were beginning to lose their effectiveness. Clutching his wounds, Zeke Draker forced himself back to his feet, grimacing through the pain as his body screamed in protest. The situation had become dangerously grim. King Gaiman's Constantinus loomed before him, his bloodlust still burning, though a faint trace of admiration now colored his gaze as he acknowledged the strength expected from a descendant of the Draker bloodline. Zeke Draker narrowed his eyes and asked how Cain knew that. King Gaiman's Constantinus revealed the reason without hesitation. Only the Draker family's sealing magic could interfere with Hersian's functions, and the sword technique Zeke Draker had just used bore a striking resemblance to the ancient Dragonslayer style. Zeke Draker's eyes widened as the meaning behind King Gaiman's Constantinus's words struck him all at once. The truth settled over him like a crushing weight, and with it came the bitter sting of betrayal. The dragon-slaying sword art had been born from the original Dragonslayer style, and both arts shared the same ancient foundation. But the technique Zeke Draker had just used, Dragon Scale Thrust, belonged to the later chapters of the Dragonslayer style, a secret skill that should never have left the Draker family. For King Gaiman's Constantinus, a knight of the Rome Empire, to recognize that technique so accurately could only point to one conclusion. The Gaiman's family had betrayed their own heritage and handed the Dragonslayer style over to the Rome Empire. Rage and shock surged through Zeke Draker's battered body, and blood forced its way up his throat as he coughed violently, spattering red across the shattered floor. King Gaiman's Constantinus began walking toward him, his voice disturbingly gentle despite the overwhelming dominance in his presence. He noted that the corruption had already sunk deep into Zeke Draker's body, and the pain tearing through him must have been unbearable. Cain said allowing Zeke Draker to suffer any longer in that condition would be discourteous. To him, letting a warrior who had faced him with honor continue to writhe in agony would be nothing short of an insult. King Gaiman's Constantinus raised his blade, preparing to grant what he considered a merciful end. In front of him, Zeke Draker gathered the last remnants of strength in his body and faced the incoming strike without lowering his gaze. King Gaiman's Constantinus thrust his sword forward, driving the blade straight through Zeke Draker's chest. As the battle seemed to reach its end, Cain offered him a final farewell, wishing him peace in death. After confirming that Zeke Draker had been finished, King Gaiman's Constantinus slowly wiped the blood from his blade. Cain turned away with a steady voice, admitting that even though Zeke Draker had been his enemy, he had still been a worthy opponent. He added that it had been a long time since anyone had pushed him that far in battle. But the words had barely left King Gaiman's Constantinus's mouth when a dagger suddenly tore through the air, flying straight toward his throat. Cain snapped his head to the side on instinct, narrowly avoiding a fatal hit. Even then, the steel grazed his skin, leaving behind a thin red line. He spun back instantly and froze in place. Zeke Draker was standing again, no longer lying broken on the ground, no longer dying where Cain had left him. Zeke Draker was already behind King Gaiman's Constantinus now, his massive sword raised high and ready to fall. A system message flared before Zeke Draker's eyes. Salvation had activated. The top-grade healing potion surged through Zeke Draker's body in a single explosive breath, restoring his wounds and stamina almost instantly. King Gaiman's Constantinus had no time to react. Zeke Draker's sword came down in one clean, decisive slash. King Gaiman's Constantinus's head fell from his shoulders. The moment the fight ended, Zeke Draker dropped to his knees, coughing violently as his body nearly gave out. If Zeke Draker had not placed salvation in his shortcut slot beforehand, he would have been dead beyond recovery. Jav Hassan's masterpiece was powerful enough to restore mortal injuries and exhaustion instantly, but it could only be used once. Whoever benefited from it would never receive its effects again, and even that miracle had its limits. Zeke Draker used his sword to force himself upright and immediately felt the truth. His internal injuries were still burning inside him, untouched by the potion's healing, as if some deeper damage remained. His system warned him that he had already pushed far beyond his limits. His fatigue had crossed the critical threshold. For his own safety, the system would forcibly shut down his consciousness. The sword slipped from Zeke Draker's fingers. His body felt completely hollow, drained of strength, with no time and no energy left to spare. But Zeke Draker could not afford to collapse here. Not in the middle of enemy territory. As his body sank downward, his eyes drifted toward the shattered bottle lying beside King Gaiman's Constantinus's corpse. Then Zeke Draker looked at Cain's body itself. Desperation tightened in his chest. He had to recover somehow, no matter what method he had to use. Before his head could hit the ground, Zeke Draker activated a draconian skill, Gluttony. A strange and ominous energy burst out from Zeke Draker's body, spreading like a dark current as it wrapped around Kane Gaiman's Constantinus's corpse. The system announced that Zeke Draker had consumed a miasma-corrupted demonic human. Power surged back into Zeke Draker all at once. Stamina, mana, and mental strength began filling the emptiness inside him, restoring what had been completely drained. Then came the blood. It coded Zeke Draker as the system declared that he had absorbed a demonic bloodline ability. His C-rank skill, Static Discharge, shattered and evolved. A new name burned itself into his system, Lightning. From that moment on, Zeke Draker was no longer exactly the same. Once Kane Gaiman's Constantinus had been completely devoured, the strange energy faded away, and gluttony vanished as though it had never existed. Zeke Draker's eyes snapped open. He pushed himself upright and pressed a hand to his head, half expecting death to still be waiting for him there. He had truly believed it was over, and only now did he understand just how close he had come to dying, and how lucky he had been to activate gluttony in time. When Zeke Draker looked ahead, he froze. Kane Gaiman's Constantinus's armor was floating in the air, slowly rotating as if it were alive. A system message appeared, informing Zeke Draker that he had obtained an unknown armor and asking whether he wished to register himself as its user. Something about it felt wrong. Even now, after everything that had happened, the armor's true name still did not appear. After a brief pause, Zeke Draker accepted the registration. The moment it completed, the armor dissolved into light and wrapped around his body, equipping itself in an instant. Another message followed, telling him that the armor's form could be changed according to his will. Of the 28 great magic circles engraved into the armor, only 3 were currently active. Zeke Draker lifted his arm in disbelief. The armor was far lighter than it looked, almost impossibly light, as if it had been made perfectly for movement. Its functions alone proved that this was far beyond ordinary equipment, and that was exactly why he removed it. If Zeke Draker walked around wearing armor like this, the Rome Empire would notice him immediately. He would change its form later and use it only when the right moment came. For now, he needed to leave the ruins. But just as Zeke Draker turned to go, a foul stench struck his nose. Blood, rot, and corpses mixed together in the air. The smell was drifting from somewhere deeper within the ruins, heavy and impossible to ignore. Zeke Draker followed the stench, his jaw tightening with every step, until he finally reached a hidden laboratory buried inside the ruins. Inside, mages were gathered around tables. Human bodies had been strapped down, cut open, and left there while they were still warm. Zeke Draker ground his teeth together as disgust and fury rose inside him. He had always known the Rome Empire was ruthless, but what he saw here went far beyond ordinary cruelty. The mages finally noticed Zeke Draker standing at the entrance, and panic spread across their faces at once. Without wasting even a second, they released a thick cloud of gas into the laboratory, letting it flood the room around him. A system warning immediately appeared before Zeke Draker's eyes, alerting him that a magically formulated poison had been detected in the air. The toxin was no ordinary poison. It pressed down on Zeke Draker's natural resistance, suppressing it by force as the poison tried to invade his body. Zeke Draker reacted instantly, pulling out a potion and swallowing it without hesitation before the toxin could spread any further. Then he lifted his cold gaze toward the mages. His voice was low and merciless as he told them they had better be ready to pay with their lives for what they had done in this place. The next moment, Zeke Draker moved. The fight ended almost as soon as it began. Flesh was torn apart, stone shattered, and the hidden laboratory itself collapsed under the force of his attack. When everything finally went still, Zeke Draker gathered the research documents the mages had left behind. Somewhere among those notes, there might be clues connected to the rose disease. Zeke Draker was still going through the documents when a voice suddenly came from behind him, asking if he was the one who had done all of this. An old mage stood there, staring at the destroyed laboratory with disbelief written across his face. His eyes swept over the wreckage as he demanded to know whether Zeke Draker had destroyed his lab. Zeke Draker gave no verbal answer. Instead, he coated his sword in aura and charged straight toward the old mage. The old mage's eyes widened in horror the moment he felt the pressure coming from the blade. An aura weapon. In that instant, he understood exactly what stood before him. Zeke Draker was a blue knight. The old mage raised his hand in a hurry, trying to form a magic circle before Zeke Draker reached him. But Zeke Draker tore through him before the spell could even take shape. The old mage's body collapsed to the ground, only to crumble apart into sand a moment later. Then, in the very next breath, that sand gathered again and reformed directly in front of Zeke Draker. Zeke Draker narrowed his eyes. From the crest and the twisted flow of mana around the old mage, he recognized the source immediately, the Scorpion clan. They were practitioners of forbidden magic, and this old mage was not some low-level member either. He was an executive, a six-circle mage. Annoying, dangerous, and exactly the kind of trash the Rome Empire should never have been working with. Seeing that only hardened Zeke Draker's resolve. Zeke Draker activated magic reflection, and the mana in the room was stripped away in an instant. The old mage staggered, staring in disbelief as he tried and failed to form another magic circle. Fear crept into the old mage's eyes as he looked at Zeke Draker and asked whether he was a pure-blooded Draker. But instead of waiting for an answer, the mage tore open a scroll. Sand roared up behind him, twisting violently as it fused together and rose higher. Bit by bit, it formed into a grotesque monster stitched together from mismatched parts. It was a synthetic chimera. The old mage laughed with twisted pride, calling the creature his greatest masterpiece. He claimed that not even a Draker could stand against such a monster. The chimera lunged forward and attacked. Zeke Draker blocked the first claw as it came crashing down, but the force behind it drove him backward across the ground. The second claw came immediately after, and Zeke Draker shoved it aside while coating his leg in ether. In the next instant, his body vanished in a blur. Before the creature could crush him, Zeke Draker was already racing up its body, using the shadowless steps of the Gale Arts to move like a flicker of wind. He appeared above the chimera, but the monster sensed him at once and launched its stingers toward him. Zeke Draker tore the stingers apart in midair before they could reach him. That was when Zeke Draker realized the creature had no blind spots. He landed in front of the beast and tightened his grip on his sword. There was no point dragging this out any longer. Zeke Draker charged straight ahead, aiming his blade for the chimera's head. The chimera crossed its claws in front of itself and blocked the strike, then hurled Zeke Draker backward with brutal force. Zeke Draker clicked his tongue in irritation. If this dragged on much longer, reinforcements would arrive. That was when the system's voice spoke inside his mind. Draconic control could be activated. The system ordered him to subjugate the draconic target. Zeke Draker had not expected the skill to work on a creature like this, but he did not hesitate for even a moment. Zeke Draker unleashed Dragon's dignity, and his presence changed completely. That overwhelming pressure crashed down like the will of a tyrant as he commanded the creature to submit. The chimera froze in place. Its massive body began to tremble as fear spread through every part of it. A final message appeared before Zeke Draker, declaring that fear had been instilled in the trivial dragon. The effect of draconic control surged even higher after merging with Dragon's dignity. Zeke Draker understood the reason at once. Somewhere inside that stitched-together body, the mage had fused dragon traits into the chimera, and that was the only reason the creature responded to his command. The system then asked whether he wished to fully activate draconic control. Zeke Draker accepted without hesitation. A magic circle bloomed beneath the chimera's feet, and chains erupted from within it, wrapping around the massive body and binding it tightly to the ground. Another message followed, confirming that the trivial dragon had been successfully subjugated. When the chains finally faded away, Zeke Draker stepped closer to the subdued creature and gently patted its head. To the mage's complete shock, the chimera actually leaned into Zeke Draker's hand, accepting the touch like it had been waiting for it all along. The mage could only stare, his face stiff with disbelief, unable to understand how the creature he had poured everything into creating had suddenly stopped listening to him. Zeke Draker slowly turned his cold gaze toward the mage, his expression showing not even the slightest trace of mercy. Then, with one short command, he ordered, "Bite!" The chimera reacted instantly, lunging forward without hesitation and crushing the defenseless mage in a single brutal motion. After that, Zeke Draker calmly reached out and patted the chimera on the head once more, as if rewarding an obedient beast. Then he turned away from the body and began searching through the man's belongings with steady, practiced hands. When Zeke Draker found the file and saw the name written inside, his eyes narrowed sharply. The document pointed to Gurav al-Rahmani, the second-in-command of the Desert Scorpion clan. As Zeke Draker continued reading through the contents, the chimera pressed its head against him again, nudging him from the side like a restless child demanding attention. Zeke Draker frowned slightly, glancing down at the creature with irritation in his eyes, and asked why it kept interrupting him when he was trying to focus. Before the chimera could give any kind of answer, the system responded in its place, asking Zeke Draker whether he wished to give a name to the subjugated dragon. According to the system, named dragons could be summoned by their master whenever needed, no matter where they were, as long as the bond remained intact. Only then did Zeke Draker understand what the creature wanted. It had been asking for a name. He looked straight at the chimera and finally spoke one aloud. "Gurav." The beast froze on the spot, then slowly raised its head, as if stunned by what it had just heard. The system immediately registered the name without delay. Zeke Draker glanced at the chimera and asked if it disliked the choice, then casually added that it was already too late to change it anyway. And with that, the moment shifted elsewhere. From somewhere in the distance, the slow sound of clapping hands echoed through the air, deliberate and unhurried. Zeke Draker now stood in a fresh set of clothes, his injuries completely gone and his body fully restored, looking as if the earlier battle had never happened. The man seated before him was none other than Don Juan. The cartel boss settled into his chair and said he had heard the news. Zeke Draker had truly eliminated that coward, Paulo Santos. Zeke Draker gave a calm nod, answering without any hesitation that he was the kind of man who always kept his promises. Don Juan's lips curled into a satisfied smile, and he said that now, at last, he could truly believe Zeke Draker's words. He went on to say that valiant warriors deserved proper respect. In his eyes, the strong were treasures to be cherished like his own children, and he claimed he wanted to treat Zeke Draker in that very same way. At those words, Zeke Draker's gaze darkened. Memories from his past life rose clearly in his mind. The suffering, the humiliation, and everything he had endured under Don Juan. He could not help wondering whether this man truly saw children as nothing more than convenient tools to be used and thrown away. Hearing Don Juan say something like that so casually, right to his face, only made Zeke Draker's disgust sink even deeper. Quietly, in the depths of his heart, he swore that one day he would kill Don Juan with his own hands. Then Don Juan rose from his seat and gestured towards several boxes stacked behind him, drawing Zeke Draker's attention to them. He said the boxes were a gift, something he had taken the time to prepare personally as a sign of sincerity. The moment Zeke Draker looked at them closely, his body stiffened, and his expression grew still. Don Juan reminded him that he had offered to become Zeke Draker's business partner, and said these gifts were proof that his trust was not just empty talk. Zeke Draker stepped forward and lifted one of the boxes with both hands, testing its weight. The heaviness of it told him almost everything before he even opened the lid. There was only one kind of thing that could carry that particular weight and still fit inside a box like this. Inside was the severed head of a syndicate executive, placed there like a gruesome offering. The remaining boxes contained the others. Don Juan watched Zeke Draker's reaction and asked, with a smile, whether he liked the present. Zeke Draker smiled back and said that he did. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had intended. With the syndicate executives removed, all that remained was to push K into the highest position. Once that happened, the syndicate would finally fall into his hands. Don Juan leaned forward in his chair, lowering the distance between them, and said there was still one problem they had to deal with. Zeke Draker asked what the problem was. Don Juan explained that Pabella had discovered who attacked them, or at least who they believed was responsible. In their eyes, the assault had been carried out by knights and mages. Zeke Draker let out a faint smirk. Of course they would think that, from the outside, it was the most obvious conclusion, and that was exactly why it made such a perfect cover. Don Juan said he wanted those pirate bastards properly warned. He wanted them taught, without mercy, that the true master of the southern continent was McCain. Zeke Draker understood the meaning behind his words immediately and answered that he would take care of it. For once, Don Juan looked genuinely surprised by how quickly Zeke Draker accepted. Zeke Draker clenched his fist and declared that he would go to Pabella himself and make Don Juan's will known. But in exchange for taking on that job, Zeke Draker wanted one thing from him. K had to be given enough authority and backing to become the new core of the syndicate. Don Juan chuckled under his breath, rubbed his head as if amused by the request, and then placed the cigar back between his lips. He accepted Zeke Draker's condition, saying that he would personally stand behind K as her backer. Then, with a sharp snap of his fingers, Don Juan announced that the cartel's greatest hitman and the squad under him would be assigned to Zeke Draker. At that signal, shadows shifted around the room. Figures emerged one by one from the darkness surrounding him. Zeke Draker turned his head and found himself meeting the gaze of a blond man standing just behind him. The man wore an eye patch, and his presence was sharp, silent, and impossible to read, like a blade kept half hidden in the dark. Don Juan calmly assured Zeke Draker that this man, along with the squad behind him, would prove more than useful for the task ahead. Then the scene shifted again. Ruins spread out across the land that had once belonged to Paulo Santos, leaving behind only wreckage and traces of violence. Two figures walked through the devastated territory, their footsteps moving over broken ground and scattered remains. Abel Draker and the man beside him continued forward in silence for a while, until the man finally spoke and told him that the investigation had already been completed. The Imperial Intelligence Bureau had swept through the entire area and cleaned up every trace they could find. There was nothing meaningful left to uncover. The man reminded Abel Draker that the official report was clear. A squad made up of mages and knights had carried out the attack. Abel Draker gave no immediate reply. Instead, he lowered himself to one knee and pressed his fingers against the ground, focusing on what still lingered there. A faint glow pulsed beneath his fingertips as he drew out the remaining traces of energy. Then Abel Draker slowly stood and said in a quiet voice that only one person had done this. The man froze at those words, his expression tightening as he asked Abel Draker what he meant. Abel Draker explained that both magical traces and sword traces were present at the scene. But they had not come from a group of attackers. Every trace led back to a single source. Whoever had carried out the attack, Abel Draker could tell they were no ordinary fighter. At the very least, the person had to be on the level of a Red Knight, powerful enough to destroy everyone in that territory alone. William Simmons stared at him, unable to understand how Abel Draker had reached that conclusion from such faint traces. As the remaining energy faded from Abel Draker's fingertips, Abel Draker added that the marks on the battlefield had clearly been cleaned in a hurry. The Imperial Intelligence Bureau had not simply investigated this place. They had erased something they did not want anyone to see. Abel Draker began walking farther into the broken ruins, his eyes fixed ahead, saying that he needed to find out exactly what the Empire was trying so hard to conceal. William Simmons quickly called after him, asking if Abel Draker was seriously planning to investigate the Imperial Intelligence Bureau itself, and what he intended to do if that decision brought trouble down on them. Abel Draker stopped and glanced back at William Simmons, his expression calm but heavy, saying there was something in this place that he simply could not overlook. His instincts were warning him, pulling him toward the truth as if refusing to let him walk away. Then Abel Draker's lips curved into a faint, unsettling smile, and he asked whether William Simmons truly did not know his ambition, to make both House Draker and the Rome Empire his own. The scene shifted once more, and the port controlled by the Pabella cartel came into view, its docks stretching out beneath the tense air of the southern continent. A guard on watch spotted a small boat cutting toward the port and immediately shouted out, demanding to know who the people aboard belonged to. Zeke Draker rose from the boat without answering. In the same motion, he drew his dagger, kicked off from the deck, and launched himself forward like a shadow crossing the water. In the next instant, Zeke Draker tore through the guard in a blur of motion, then hurled the broken body back before it could make a proper sound. Before the corpse could splash into the water, the man with the eye patch moved. He drew his sword with sharp precision and threw it after the falling body. The blade struck the guard directly through the chest and pinned him hard against the wall, stopping the body before it could crash down and alert the port. Zeke Draker understood the intent immediately. Simon Sapatero had silenced the corpse itself before it could hit the water and make noise. Without wasting a second, Zeke Draker called for him to come up. Simon Sapatero gave a short nod, accepting the order without a word. This was Simon Sapatero, the very man who had once taught Zeke Draker the southern continent's martial arts and assassination techniques. Even within the rotten depths of the McCain cartel, Simon Sapatero had been the only person Zeke Draker could truly trust. And now, even after Zeke Draker's regression, the way they moved together in battle was still perfectly in sync. That was exactly why Zeke Draker wanted Simon Sapatero on his side. Once Simon Sapatero and his subordinates climbed up from the boat, the group melted into the city, slipping through the port like shadows. Simon Sapatero looked over the area and explained that Pabella forces were stationed everywhere, then asked if there was any way to reach the central district. Zeke Draker answered calmly that there was. Zeke Draker reminded him that this land had once belonged to the Holy Empire, and because of that, underground passages were almost certain to exist beneath the city. Simon Sapatero frowned at that, saying the idea made little sense. Even if tunnels existed, they would be like a maze, impossible to navigate blindly. Zeke Draker simply told him to watch closely, because there was a way through. Soon, Zeke Draker was racing through the underground passages, moving quickly beneath the city. His minimap guide function traced a clear route ahead, leading him toward Mateo's room. Without that guide, the tunnels would have been nearly impossible to move through. When Zeke Draker spotted enemy forces ahead, he immediately changed course, taking a safer path and advancing with caution. There was one problem, though. Red Knights and anyone above that level did not appear on the minimap, just like Kane Gaiman's Constantinus back in the ruins. That meant someone dangerous could already be close. Zeke Draker turned to the assassins and ordered them to split up, telling them to plant bombs wherever they could find a good spot. He made it clear that Mateo would be his responsibility. The assassins obeyed at once, scattering silently into different tunnels and vanishing down separate paths. Zeke Draker eventually reached the city's waterways. Ahead of him, 3 channels stretched into the darkness, each one blocked off by heavy iron bars. He moved toward the channel with no water running through it, grabbed the iron bars and ripped them free with raw strength. Zeke Draker already knew what this action would lead to. Once Mateo was dead, the boss of Pabella would lose all reason, and a full war between McCain and Pabella would begin. As he slipped into the empty waterway, Zeke Draker wondered whether Don Juan had truly sent him here for the purpose of starting that war. But almost immediately Zeke Draker rejected that idea. No, that did not quite fit Don Juan's nature. A man cautious enough to kill his own subordinates just to prevent unrest would never take such a reckless gamble. More likely, Don Juan expected every person sent on this mission to die. This was not meant to be a real attack. It was meant to be a warning, a bloody message delivered straight to Pabella. Don Juan wanted to prove that no matter how many sacrifices it took, he would not hesitate. Zeke Draker smiled to himself in the darkness. He had no intention of letting the situation unfold exactly the way Don Juan wanted, because despite everything he was still going to kill Mateo. At the end of the channel, Zeke Draker kicked open the iron bars with a violent crash. The guards on the other side stared in shock, frozen for a split second before they could react. Zeke Draker burst out from the shadows immediately, cutting through them before they had any chance to raise an alarm. Without slowing down, he stormed straight into the building. Zeke Draker's senses sharpened as he moved inside. The Rome Empire and Pabella were clearly working together, yet he had not seen a single Imperial soldier anywhere. Even his mini-map showed nothing. Then, without warning, light exploded directly in front of him. Zeke Draker raised his arm just in time to guard himself, instantly realizing that this was where they had been hiding. The squad leader barked an order, commanding the soldiers to capture Zeke Draker alive. A swordsman charged in first, rushing straight toward Zeke Draker with his weapon ready. Zeke Draker slipped to the side at the last possible moment, then stepped onto the man's shoulder as if using him as nothing more than a foothold. In the same smooth motion, Zeke Draker tossed his dagger into the air and kicked it forward with sharp, precise force. The dagger shot through the air and pierced cleanly through the swordsman's neck. The squad leader reacted immediately, forming a magic circle in front of him while commanding the mages to open fire all at once. Zeke Draker activated Swift Step, his feet barely seeming to touch the ground as he slipped through the barrage and closed the distance in an instant. Another dagger flashed in his hand. Then the wind field of the elemental sword tore through their formation, ripping across the soldiers and scattering their ranks apart. Zeke Draker frowned as he watched them fall. These enemies were weak, far weaker than true Imperial forces should have been. Perhaps the Rome Empire had only sent them so they could claim they were involved. Zeke Draker turned his gaze toward the few survivors still standing, his voice dropping coldly as he gave them one final chance. Dragon's dignity surged from Zeke Draker's body like an invisible pressure, pressing down on everyone in the room. Then he told them plainly that if they wanted to live, they should run now, but if they chose to stay, they had better be ready to die. The remaining mages felt it immediately, that terrifying presence crawling over their skin like a warning from death itself. Their faces went pale, and one by one, they turned and fled. A few moments later, Zeke Draker stood alone among the fallen soldiers, looking down at the bodies scattered across the floor. As he stared at them, a question settled heavily in his mind. Why had the Rome Empire come all the way to the southern continent? What were they truly trying to obtain here? The thought sent a cold chill through him. Then, from above, a thick wave of dark energy suddenly began to swell. Zeke Draker snapped his head upward and saw a mage hovering overhead, wrapped in that ominous power. The man looked down on him and sneered that a single roach was interfering with their great plan. Zeke Draker had not sensed the man's arrival at all, and that alone was enough to put him on guard. His eyes narrowed as he asked who the mage was. The mage lifted one hand, and dark energy poured out from the ring on his finger, spilling downward like smoke before seeping into the corpses below. The dead bodies began to twist violently, their limbs jerking in unnatural angles before they staggered back onto their feet. They had become zombies. The mage ordered the risen corpses to capture Zeke Draker, declaring that he would personally rip out Zeke Draker's soul for ruining everything. Zeke Draker understood the situation at once. Raising this many corpses at the same time was not something an ordinary mage could do. Only a high-level black mage could pull off something like this. And among black mages of that caliber, most were connected to the Desert Scorpion clan. Even so, Zeke Draker could not see the man's affiliation, and no clear magic circle was visible either. But that did not matter. Zeke Draker moved without hesitation. With one clean swing, his blade cut through the air and severed several zombie heads at once. The system immediately announced that miasma-corrupted zombie knights had been eliminated. At the same time, Zeke Draker received a reward of 10 karma points. Zeke Draker paused for a brief moment, then a faint smile appeared on his face. As he kept cutting the zombies down one after another, the system notifications continued to appear. When the final zombie collapsed to the ground, Zeke Draker lifted his eyes back toward the black mage. He expected another attack to come immediately, but instead, the mage's body dissolved into darkness and vanished from sight. Zeke Draker simply turned away. that one could be turned into karma points later. Zeke Draker continued down the corridor, already sensing that Mateo's office lay somewhere ahead, and he knew someone would appear before long. A blade suddenly pressed against Zeke Draker's throat. Zeke Draker did not flinch. Instead, he remained perfectly still and said he had been waiting. The man stepped out from the shadows and revealed himself. It was Simon Sapatero. Zeke Draker frowned slightly, his eyes tightening, because Simon Sapatero was not the person he had expected to meet here. Zeke Draker asked whether Don Juan had ordered Simon Sapatero to eliminate him before the situation grew any more complicated. Simon Sapatero shifted the dagger into his other hand and leaned in closer, keeping the blade dangerously near Zeke Draker's throat. Simon Sapatero said that Don Juan's true intention was to destroy the Pabella cartel. Then Simon Sapatero told Zeke Draker that there was no room in that plan for an outsider from the central continent. Zeke Draker reminded him that without his interference, Pabella would have swallowed their entire distribution network by now. Simon Sapatero answered coldly that they would use K to control the syndicate, and once that happened, everything could continue just fine without Zeke Draker. At that exact moment, Zeke Draker's system suspended his healing ability, just as he had ordered it to do beforehand. Zeke Draker suddenly grabbed Simon Sapatero's wrist and pulled the blade even closer, deliberately letting the edge cut into his own throat. Then Zeke Draker called Simon Sapatero by another name, the Shadowless Ghost, and asked why he still had not launched a real attack. Simon Sapatero froze in place, his expression hardening as he demanded to know how Zeke Draker knew that name. Zeke Draker told him that he knew about his past, and that he also knew the true reason Simon Sapatero continued serving Don Juan. Simon Sapatero's breath caught for a moment, unable to understand how Zeke Draker could possibly know any of this. Zeke Draker said it was all for the sake of the last remaining bloodline of the Cusco Kingdom. The color drained from Simon Sapatero's face the instant those words left Zeke Draker's mouth. Simon Sapatero's eyes sharpened with killing intent as he demanded to know how Zeke Draker had learned that secret. But Zeke Draker already knew the attack was coming. Zeke Draker retreated at once, drawing back while summoning a dagger from his inventory. Zeke Draker forced Simon Sapatero's blade downward, but Simon Sapatero immediately raised his weapon again and demanded to know how much Zeke Draker truly knew. He pressed harder, asking for Zeke Draker's real identity. Zeke Draker pushed back and finally revealed the truth. He was a direct descendant of House Draker. When Zeke Draker spoke his name, Simon Sapatero stiffened. He asked if Zeke Draker was the rumored youngest Blue Knight, knowing full well that if the Drakers moved, the entire southern continent would tremble. Zeke Draker told him this had nothing to do with his family. He had come here by his own will, so Simon Sapatero did not need to worry. But Simon Sapatero asked why Zeke Draker would reveal such a dangerous secret now, when he could have kept it hidden until the very end. Zeke Draker knocked the dagger from Simon Sapatero's hand, then extended his own hand toward him. Zeke Draker asked Simon Sapatero to become his ally. He promised that he would help protect the surviving bloodline of Cusco, and even help rebuild the fallen kingdom one day. Simon Sapatero stood there in shock, and Zeke Draker understood exactly why. Then Zeke Draker asked him whether he truly believed there was any future left for him inside the McCain cartel. Zeke Draker asked what Simon Sapatero planned to do after killing him, just as Don Juan had ordered. Then he asked what would happen once the Pabella forces arrived. After that, Zeke Draker asked something even heavier. Had Don Juan ever sent reinforcements for Simon Sapatero or his men? Even once? Simon Sapatero answered in a quiet voice, admitting that they had always survived on their own. Zeke Draker reminded Simon Sapatero that after the Cusco Kingdom collapsed, the McCain cartel had seized what remained of its lands. Don Juan had always wanted Simon Sapatero removed, because a former knight carrying that much history was far too dangerous to leave alive. Once Simon Sapatero disappeared, the Cusco princess would be completely alone. And with no one left to protect her, Don Juan would sell her off to the Cusco rebels for an enormous price. 10 years ago, when the Cusco kingdom fell into ruin, Simon Sapatero had taken the newborn princess in his arms and fled all the way to the border. From that day on, Simon Sapatero became an outlaw, throwing himself into the underworld so he could grow stronger. He believed that someday, he would defeat the rebels and place the princess back on the throne. That was the only reason he served Don Juan. It had never been loyalty, it had always been survival. But Don Juan had known the truth from the very beginning. In the end, Simon Sapatero was marked as a risk that had to be erased, and the princess was sold straight into the hands of the rebels. In Zeke Draker's past life, before Simon Sapatero died, he had begged Zeke Draker to save her. But by the time Zeke Draker finally found the princess, there was already nothing left for him to protect. That was exactly why Zeke Draker was standing here now. There was no time left for doubt or endless questions. Simon Sapatero accepted that Zeke Draker was telling him the truth. Simon Sapatero said quietly that McCain, the cartel he once believed would stand forever, was already beginning to shake from within. And all of it was because of Zeke Draker. Ever since Don Juan's birthday and the conflict with Pabella, everything had started to break apart. Simon Sapatero looked at Zeke Draker and asked what his true goal really was. Zeke Draker reminded Simon Sapatero of his own words, that there was no place for a Central Continent bastard in Don Juan's plan. Then Zeke Draker said plainly that he wanted the two cartels to rip each other apart. Then Zeke Draker smiled, his eyes turning cold, and said that once the cartels had torn each other down, he would go after McCain himself. Simon Sapatero stared at him in disbelief. He had never imagined that Zeke Draker's real target was Don Juan. But Zeke Draker told him he was completely serious, then asked Simon Sapatero to join him. Simon Sapatero swallowed hard, his expression tightening, and said there were two promises he needed first. The first was that Zeke Draker had to take Simon Sapatero and all of his subordinates with him. Then Simon Sapatero asked Zeke Draker to swear that he would protect the Cusco bloodline and help rebuild the fallen kingdom. Zeke Draker smiled and struck his own chest with his fist, swearing on his honor as a knight that he would keep that promise. Simon Sapatero dropped to one knee before him and pledged himself as the guard commander of Cusco. Zeke Draker told him to stand, saying that this much formality was already enough. He added that he would explain everything while they escaped, then asked where Simon Sapatero's subordinates were. Simon Sapatero replied that his men were waiting for his signal. Once he sent it, they would activate their explosive scrolls and regroup so they could escape together. Zeke Draker told Simon Sapatero to send the signal immediately and call everyone to gather at the entrance of the underground waterway. Simon Sapatero agreed, then added that Mateo had already been tied up. Zeke Draker said he had done well and moved on without delay. Mateo crashed hard onto the floor, cursing through clenched teeth and demanding whether Zeke Draker really thought McCain would remain safe after this. Zeke Draker only smiled and leaned closer to him, saying that once war broke out between the two cartels, no one would be safe. Then he showed Mateo a letter and told him this single piece of paper would be the spark that started everything. Mateo's body began to tremble. Zeke Draker forced the paper into Mateo's mouth. Written on it was a declaration that anyone who raised a sword against McCain would rest for eternity. Then Zeke Draker killed Mateo. With Pabella's secret ledgers now in his possession, he turned and prepared to leave. Simon Sapatero ran up to him and reported that the signal had already been sent. In that instant, Zeke Draker summoned his sword and shoved Simon Sapatero backward. A volley of arrows slammed into Zeke Draker's sheath as he blocked them just in time. Cartel members rushed out from the passage ahead, shouting that intruders had been found. Zeke Draker drew his blade, and flames surged around him as he ignited the flame field. Soon after, the group regrouped along the underground path beneath the city. Simon Sapatero ordered his men to greet their new master, and his subordinates immediately bowed their heads before Zeke Draker. Zeke Draker told them they could speak properly later. Right now, they had to keep moving because the hunt had already begun. As they ran through the underground tunnels, Zeke Draker suddenly felt it. A presence was closing in behind them. The cartel had already picked up their trail and was chasing them through the darkness. Zeke Draker ordered everyone to stop. They had to split up. He would draw the pursuers away, while Simon Sapatero took his men, escaped first and went to find Kay. Zeke Draker told Simon Sapatero that Kay would understand everything once she heard his name. But Simon Sapatero hesitated, saying the Cusco princess was still inside the McCain cartel. Zeke Draker asked if Simon Sapatero truly thought he would not prepare for something that obvious. In his mind, he recalled the mission he had already given to the Northern Rangers, to rescue a girl imprisoned by McCain while the chaos spread. Zeke Draker smiled and told Simon Sapatero that the princess was already safe. The scene shifted to Don Juan's mansion. Don Juan slammed his hand down onto the table, fury burning in his eyes. A full month had passed since the strike against Pabella, and during that time, McCain had been attacked over and over again. Half of Don Juan's executives were already dead. He leaned back in his chair, thinking in silence. Zeke Draker and Simon Sapatero were far too dangerous to leave unchecked. That was exactly why Don Juan had forced them into such a reckless mission in the first place. He had expected them to die there. Instead, they had succeeded, and in doing so, they had provoked Pabella so badly that the situation had spiraled completely out of control. Then, from among the executives, one man finally broke the heavy silence. Don Juan looked toward him and asked sharply what he wanted. The man suggested that they distance themselves from McCain's main territory for a while. Don Juan's eyes immediately sharpened, and he asked if the man was telling him to run away like a coward. The executive quickly explained that the pirates of Pabella were blinded by revenge. Before long, they would rush straight into McCain territory without holding anything back, and that moment would become their opportunity. Don Juan narrowed his eyes as he understood the plan. Lure Pabella in, then wipe them out in a single strike. The executive nodded and added that Don Juan could continue giving orders safely from his villa in Tawani. Don Juan agreed, his expression hardening as the plan settled into place. Then Don Juan turned his gaze toward the other men in the room and reminded them that every crisis they had survived had only made McCain stronger. This time, he declared, would be no different. The men rose from their seats at once, raising their voices and swearing their loyalty to Don Juan with forced confidence. When the meeting finally ended, the executives filed out one by one. But the man who had suggested the plan remained behind, lingering in the quiet room. The moment the man stood, Zeke Draker stepped out from hiding and entered the room. Zeke Draker pressed a dagger against the man's throat and said he had spoken beautifully. The man trembled in terror, insisting he had only done exactly what he had been told. He reminded Zeke Draker that he was the one who had successfully lured Don Juan to Tawani, then begged desperately for his life. Zeke Draker slit the man's throat without hesitation and told him he had done well. As blood poured from the wound, Zeke Draker looked down at him coldly and said he could finally enjoy the main dish. The scene shifted to Tawani, where Don Juan arrived at his villa and slowly looked over the surrounding grounds. When Don Juan stepped down from the carriage, he could hardly believe that Pabella had forced him to retreat all the way here. His face twisted with fury as he swore he would wipe them out completely. That night, Don Juan sat alone in the villa when the door quietly opened behind him. Without even turning around, Don Juan said he had not summoned anyone and ordered the intruder to leave. But the figure ignored him and continued walking closer. Only then did Don Juan turn his head, and his body froze when he saw a masked intruder standing inside the room. Zeke Draker removed his hood, revealing his face, and asked Don Juan whether he was enjoying his peaceful little vacation. Even with Zeke Draker standing right in front of him, Don Juan did not lose his composure. Don Juan lifted his wineglass as if nothing had happened, saying he had not climbed to his current position without surviving threats like this before. To Don Juan, this was nothing more than a pathetic little stunt. Zeke Draker flicked his dagger and shattered the wineglass in Don Juan's hand, saying he had been hoping Don Juan would beg. If Don Juan had shown that kind of fear, Zeke Draker thought, this moment would have been even more satisfying. Don Juan's face darkened at last. He rose from his seat, called Zeke Draker an arrogant brat, and shouted for his guards to come in and force him to kneel. Zeke Draker told Don Juan coldly that no one was coming. Don Juan froze where he stood. Zeke Draker said he had already killed every guard in the villa. Then his voice grew colder as he spoke of his past life, of how he had never had enough time to make Don Juan suffer, and how he still remembered crawling like a dog beneath Don Juan's rule. Every order Don Juan had given, every life destroyed because of him, Zeke Draker remembered all of it. Don Juan could not understand what he was hearing. He snapped that Zeke Draker was speaking nonsense, insisting he had never given any such commands. Zeke Draker slammed Don Juan against the glass and asked if he knew what the victims said in Zeke Draker's dreams. With a cold, twisted gaze, Zeke Draker said they begged him to spare them. They cried out to the man who had lived in wealth and glory while standing on a mountain of their blood. Then Zeke Draker raised his dagger. Don Juan still called himself a savior chosen by God, clinging to his pride even in the face of death. Zeke Draker cut off Don Juan's ear, then continued. By the time it was over, Zeke Draker's clothes were soaked completely in blood. Zeke Draker told Don Juan to die slowly. And as Don Juan suffered, Zeke Draker wanted him to feel the pain of every person he had crushed beneath him. At dawn, Zeke Draker walked down the stairs of the villa and removed his blood-stained coat. Kay and Simon Zapatero were already waiting for him below. Kay looked at Zeke Draker and asked if it was finished. Zeke Draker answered that it was. Kay reported that everything had gone according to plan. The executives had been declared traitors, killed by Don Juan while attempting to defect to Pabella. There would be no punishment for Kay. She had already been in charge of field operations, so her position remained secure. Zeke Draker handed his coat to Simon Zapatero, then gave Kay a document. It was a contract with the Reinhardt Merchant Group. Zeke Draker removed his disguise and told Kay that the Reinhardt Merchant Group was preparing to launch a pharmaceutical company. They would produce high-quality soma and handle the supply themselves. Zeke Draker explained that when soma was properly processed, it could be turned into countless kinds of medicine. Then he told Kay that the syndicate would be responsible for transportation. Kay noticed that Zeke Draker was already heading toward the door and quickly asked where production would happen and who would control it. She reminded him that soma could not be moved openly under the syndicate's name. Zeke Draker told her they would obtain cultivation permits after helping the Cusco Kingdom. He said he already had plans for everything, even if he could not explain all of them just yet. Then Zeke Draker told Kay he would see her later. She called after him, but Zeke Draker had already vanished into the woods, still wearing his uniform, because there was something urgent he had to handle. As he moved through the trees, Zeke Draker took a letter from his pocket. It was a personal invitation from Prince Callus Nerva Constantinus. Decker had already informed Zeke Draker that the prince had never returned to the Rome Empire after the banquet. Instead, Prince Callus Nerva Constantinus had stayed in Atlas. Zeke Draker knew it would normally take days to reach the central continent from the south. If Zeke Draker arrived too late, the prince or the people around him would start to grow suspicious. They would search for reasons behind his delay, and they might even connect Zeke Draker to the fall of McCain. Zeke Draker believed Prince Callus Nerva Constantinus already suspected him. That meant he needed a solid alibi. Zeke Draker opened his system and activated the portal function. A glowing magic circle spread open beneath Zeke Draker's feet, its light crawling across the ground in sharp, precise lines. Almost immediately, the system appeared before him and asked him to choose where he wanted to go. Zeke Draker did not waste time thinking it over. His destination was already fixed in his mind, so he selected the Atlas ruins without the slightest hesitation. The cost came to 600 points. Zeke Draker paid it on the spot, without even flinching, and in the next instant, his figure vanished from where he stood. When the world settled again, the scenery had completely changed. Zeke Draker found himself inside the Sky Lounge of the Atlas Hotel, high above the city. The moment Zeke Draker stepped into the lounge, a familiar voice rang out from inside, calling his name as if he had been expected. Across the room, Prince Karras raised a hand and waved toward him, a relaxed smile on his face as he called Zeke Draker over. But Prince Karras was not alone. Standing beside him was another man Zeke Draker knew all too well, Abel Draker. Zeke Draker approached with measured steps, lowered his head politely, and asked why he had been called here so suddenly. Prince Karras only smiled, saying it was a serious matter. Then, with a bottle of wine in one hand, he casually slipped his other arm around Zeke Draker's neck like they were old drinking companions. With a playful grin, Prince Karras admitted that the real reason he had summoned Zeke Draker was because of the wine. William Simmons and Abel Draker were both capable men when it came to business, he said, but once alcohol entered the picture, neither of them could hold their liquor properly. Zeke Draker, on the other hand, looked like the rough, wild sort who could handle himself at a drinking table. That unexpected judgment caught Zeke Draker completely off guard. Still, seeing Abel Draker, William Simmons, and Prince Karras gathered together in one place told Zeke Draker enough. Even without being told directly, he could already guess what kind of conversation had been taking place before he arrived. At the same time, Zeke Draker noticed Abel Draker watching him quietly. That steady gaze made it clear that Abel Draker had something he wanted to say, and not in front of everyone. Prince Karras poured a glass for Zeke Draker and pushed it toward him, telling him not to just stand around like a statue. Zeke Draker accepted the glass despite the uneasiness lingering in his chest, then raised it and clinked it lightly against Prince Karras's cup. Some time later, William Simmons supported the heavily drunk prince and escorted him out of the lounge. Zeke Draker watched the two leave, realizing that the alcohol had not affected him at all. The reason was simple. The system had recognized the alcohol as a poisonous substance, and Zeke Draker's resistance had quietly neutralized it before it could cloud his mind. It felt strange to be the only person in the room still perfectly sober. Once Prince Karras disappeared from sight, Abel Draker rose from his seat and apologized for interrupting Zeke Draker's time. Abel Draker said he had heard Zeke Draker had been locked away in closed training. Zeke Draker brushed it aside casually, saying he had only been frustrated because his progress had felt too slow. Hearing that, Abel Draker smiled as though relieved. Then he picked up the wine bottle himself and suggested that the two brothers share a drink. Zeke Draker paused for a moment, watching as Abel Draker filled the cup. This was not what he had expected, and the weight in Abel Draker's tone told him that something important was coming. Then Abel Draker asked him a strange question. What did Zeke Draker think of House Draker? Zeke Draker narrowed his eyes, unable to understand what his brother was really asking. Abel Draker's gaze darkened. In a low, almost chilling voice, he said that one day he intended to destroy the Drakers. Zeke Draker shot up from his seat in shock. But Abel Draker continued calmly, telling him that the two of them carried the same scent. The reek of blood, battle, death, and victory. It was the scent of a true Dragonslayer. To Abel Draker, Zeke Draker was the perfect example of it. He smelled like a predator, and only another predator could truly recognize that kind of nature. A cold chill ran through Zeke Draker's body. More than anything, he despised how this family always reduced everything to bloodlines, instincts, and inherited violence. Zeke Draker fixed his eyes on Abel Draker and asked whether that was the real reason his brother had remained so close to the Rome Empire, because he planned to tear it apart from the inside. For a moment, Abel Draker gave no answer. He simply sat there in silence, letting the question hang heavily between them. Then Abel Draker lifted his glass, took a slow drink of wine, and placed the cup back down with the calmness of a man who had already made up his mind long ago. Abel Draker said people loved to praise Atlas as the greatest place on the continent, but he had never once agreed with that idea. In his eyes, one city was nothing more than a small stage, and the Drakers should never be satisfied with ruling something so limited. If they truly wanted to stand at the very top, Abel Draker said, they needed power that stretched far beyond a single border. Then he told Zeke Draker to look at the Rome Empire. Its roads were being built without pause, connecting territory after territory, weaving the north, the south, and even the eastern continent into one vast network. Abel Draker spoke as if he could already see that future. Once every road, every culture, and every resource led back to Rome, the world itself would change, becoming one unified utopia under a single order. Zeke Draker stared at him in silence for a moment, then said those were not the words of an older brother. They were the words of an emperor. In that instant, Zeke Draker's mind returned to Cain Gaiman's Constantinus and to the Zimon's name that stood behind Abel Draker through his mother's bloodline. One piece after another began falling into place. Abel Draker, the Zimon's family, and the Rome Empire were not separate forces at all. They were tied together far more deeply than Zeke Draker had realized. Abel Draker met Zeke Draker's gaze and said that true talent deserved a reward worthy of it. He claimed he could offer Zeke Draker the most dazzling treasure he would ever witness, then extended the invitation plainly. Stand beside him and together, they would conquer the world. At last, Zeke Draker understood the purpose of this entire conversation. Abel Draker was not merely speaking his ambitions aloud. He was trying to pull Zeke Draker into his faction. Zeke Draker lowered his head quietly and thanked Abel Draker for making such an offer. Then he stepped forward and gave his honest answer. He had already chosen the path he would walk, and that path was not the one Abel Draker had placed before him. Abel Draker watched Zeke Draker turn away, his expression unreadable, and warned him that he would come to regret this choice. Zeke Draker answered in a calm voice that he would not. Without looking back, he left Abel Draker behind and walked out of the room. But the moment Zeke Draker stepped into the corridor, the calm mask on his face cracked. His teeth clenched hard as rage surged through him. Deep inside, Zeke Draker swore that he would never become a murderer like Abel Draker. The very fact that his brother had dared to make such an offer filled him with a burning hatred. Not long after Zeke Draker left, William Zimmons returned to the lounge and found Abel Draker sitting there alone. William Zimmons asked where Zeke Draker had gone. Abel Draker replied quietly that his precious youngest brother had chosen to walk a different road. A cold, unsettling smile slowly spread across Abel Draker's face. Since Zeke Draker had refused him, there was only one option left. The young sprout had to be crushed before it could grow. William Zimmons froze when he saw that expression. Abel Draker, still perfectly calm, told him that he had already given his younger brother a chance. Time moved on, and the world shifted once again. Valhalla rose into view, and Zeke Draker stood before the dean's office, drawing in a slow breath. He was now 17 years old, already a second-year student. Spending 5 full years at Valhalla had never been part of Zeke Draker's plan. He had come here with one clear purpose: to leave early. The letter he prepared was straightforward. Now that he had officially become a knight, he needed to support his family, and remaining bound as a student made it difficult for him to move freely or act openly. So Zeke Draker asked the dean to help settle the matter, and an interview was arranged almost immediately. As he waited outside the office, caught in his own thoughts, a voice suddenly called out and asked if he was also there to meet the dean. Zeke Draker turned toward the voice and saw Diego standing nearby. Beside Diego was another boy Zeke Draker did not recognize. The three of them entered the dean's office together. Flaubert Borges glanced toward the unfamiliar student standing with Zeke Draker and Diego Villa, then called him by name, Asta Elidolf, and asked whether an entire week had truly passed since their last meeting. The moment Zeke Draker heard that name, his chest tightened. Asta Elidolf. Just hearing it was enough to send a sharp jolt through him. In Zeke Draker's previous life, Asta Elidolf would go on to become one of the 5 divine knights. And yet, strangely enough, almost no proper records about him had ever remained. He had been like a shadow hiding in history, a terrifying monster whose name was known, but whose truth was nearly impossible to trace. And now, that very man was standing right in front of Zeke Draker. Asta Elidolf lowered his head and apologized, explaining that his insomnia had made it difficult for him to attend classes properly. Zeke Draker understood the situation at once. This was not some simple case of restless nights. It was severe enough to break a person down. Diego Villa leaned in with a teasing grin and joked that he could sing Asta Elidolf a lullaby if that would help. Asta Elidolf immediately snapped at him to be quiet, pressing against his aching head as he complained that the noise was making it ring even worse. Zeke Draker remembered exactly what happened in the future. Asta Elidolf would eventually end up serving the Rome Empire. But this time, Zeke Draker had no intention of letting such a valuable person slip away. Flaubert Borges leaned back in his chair and gave them the truth directly. All three of them had been summoned for the same reason. They had each applied for early graduation. The professors had already confirmed that their academic requirements were complete. And with that said, Flaubert Borges slid several documents across the desk toward them. Their final evaluation would be carried out through an actual mission. Zeke Draker's gaze lowered to the title printed on the first page, and the words immediately caught his attention. A cooperation request from Delphoa. Flaubert Borges stepped a little closer and asked whether they had ever heard of Yaksha, the Black Knight. Zeke Draker answered without the slightest pause. Yaksha was an outlaw, a dangerous enemy recognized by the entire continent. A public enemy was not just a criminal. It meant someone every nation had agreed needed to be eliminated. Yaksha was one of those targets, and recently he had appeared in Delphoa. Flaubert Borges told them that their mission was to cooperate with the Delphoa Knight Order and subjugate Yaksha. Outlaws, he explained, were people who had awakened their aura for one purpose alone, to kill. Their way of fighting was completely different from that of ordinary knights. That was why Delphoa had specifically requested knights of purple rank or higher. Flaubert Borges added that they should now understand just how brutal this mission was likely to be, and if any of them wanted to withdraw, this was the time to say it. Diego Villa raised his hand and asked how many rounds the graduation test would have. Flaubert Borges answered that there would be 3 in total, and this mission was only the first. Diego Villa nodded, accepting the answer without further complaint. Flaubert Borges looked over the 3 of them and asked whether there were any other questions. No one said a word. Taking their silence as agreement, he told them to go back and make every necessary preparation. After they left the building, Asta Elidolf pressed a hand against his head, his face tight with discomfort as he muttered under his breath about the pain. He had only walked a short distance when a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Asta Elidolf turned around and saw Zeke Draker standing there, watching him with a calm and unreadable expression. Zeke Draker quietly asked whether Asta Elidolf needed medicine for his insomnia. And with that one simple question, everything between them began to change. Asta Elidolf froze in surprise, staring at Zeke Draker as he blurted out that it was just insomnia medicine, as if he could not believe Zeke Draker had something that might help. Zeke Draker casually reached into his pocket and answered with complete confidence that it was exactly that. As luck would have it, he said, he happened to be carrying a particularly powerful remedy. Asta Elidolf hesitated, then awkwardly waved him off, saying he appreciated the offer, but it would not change anything. He had already tried every so-called miracle cure he could find, and not one of them had worked. Zeke Draker only grinned and held the pouch out toward him. He told Asta Elidolf to try it just once, promising that if it actually worked, all Asta Elidolf had to do was sign a contract, and Zeke Draker would continue supplying it. Asta Elidolf answered in a tired voice that it would probably be pointless anyway, clearly expecting another disappointment. But the very instant a faint scent drifted out from the pouch, Asta Elidolf's whole body reacted. His eyes widened, his back arched, and he staggered backward as if pure relief had struck him all at once. Then his legs gave out beneath him, and he collapsed straight to the ground. A cloud of dust burst up around his body as he fell into a deep sleep so sudden and complete that it almost looked unreal. Hours later, Asta Elidolf jolted awake with his eyes shining, excitedly declaring that he had used every last bit of it. Zeke Draker took the paper from his hands, raised an eyebrow, and asked if he was truly signing so quickly, reminding him that it was basically a master-servant contract and questioning whether he had even read it properly. Asta Elidolf answered without a second of hesitation. If it meant he could finally sleep properly, then nothing else in that contract mattered to him. Zeke Draker could only give an awkward smile and say that if Asta Elidolf had already decided, then so be it. Leaning back with quiet satisfaction, Zeke Draker inwardly thanked the existence of the system shop, amazed again by how unbelievably convenient it was. He thought back to the interface he had seen earlier, where points could be exchanged for rare relics without any trouble at all. What he had given Asta Elidolf was Sandman Sleep Dust, a high-grade sleeping drug, and with that single item, Asta Elidolf would remain firmly on Zeke Draker's side even after graduation. Zeke Draker could not help thinking that none of the 5-star knights seemed completely normal, though at least Reyna Turin still appeared relatively ordinary. Meanwhile, a little distance away, Asta Elidolf was practically glowing with joy, cheering that his mind felt unbelievably clear and even wondering aloud whether he had somehow reached Valhalla. Zeke Draker rubbed his chin, feeling that something was still missing, and decided he might as well test Asta Elidolf's abilities while he had the chance. When he called out to him, Asta Elidolf answered immediately, first sounding confused, then quickly correcting himself and addressing Zeke Draker properly as his master. Zeke Draker drew his sword and said they should find out what Asta Elidolf was truly capable of before the mission began. Before long, Asta Elidolf planted the butt of his spear into the ground, lifted it with practiced ease, spun the weapon through the air, and thrust it forward with sharp, controlled precision. As Zeke Draker watched, his expression tightened slightly. The moment Asta Elidolf held a spear, his entire presence changed. Zeke Draker told him seriously to come at him with everything he had and made it clear that using aura was allowed. Asta Elidolf answered without hesitation, saying that he would not hold back. In the very next instant, Asta Elidolf tightened his grip around the spear and charged straight forward. Their weapons collided violently, sending sparks bursting outward in every direction. Zeke Draker observed every movement closely. The spear's wide reaction range allowed Asta Elidolf to block his sword far better than expected, and from the way he handled each exchange, Zeke Draker sensed that Asta Elidolf's style leaned more toward defense than offense. So Zeke Draker made his decision. He would use Phantom Step. With a faint smile, Zeke Draker kicked off the ground and disappeared from Asta Elidolf's reach. In near silence, he slipped behind him and moved in for a strike from the rear. Asta Elidolf sensed the danger at the last moment, and his body stiffened in shock for a brief split second. But by then, Zeke Draker's blade was already descending toward Asta Elidolf's back. Asta Elidolf moved the spear with a subtle twist of his hands, and the weapon split cleanly into two separate parts. With one hand, Asta Elidolf knocked Zeke Draker's sword aside, and with the other, he drove a fierce thrust straight forward. For the first time in that exchange, Zeke Draker was completely caught off guard. Asta Elidolf seized that opening without mercy. He pressed forward at once, his spear cutting through the air again and again in a relentless chain of attacks. Zeke Draker stabbed his sword into the ground and used it as a pivot. With a sharp movement, he flipped his body upside down and barely avoided the incoming strike. Even while dodging, Zeke Draker stared in disbelief. That split spear technique was the kind of trick usually seen among outlaws, and that made Asta Elidolf even more fascinating. A flicker of excitement lit Zeke Draker's eyes. He pulled out a dagger and hurled it straight toward Asta Elidolf. Asta Elidolf reacted instantly, drawing his spear back and sweeping it upward to knock the dagger away. At that exact moment, Zeke Draker landed, pushed forward, and launched a powerful kick toward him. Asta Elidolf reacted quickly, setting the spear across his body in a horizontal line before twisting the shaft with practiced control, snapping the separated weapon back into one complete spear. Zeke Draker narrowed his eyes as he watched the movement unfold. There it was again, that strange transformation in Asta Elidolf's spear, smooth enough that it almost looked natural. Zeke Draker drove his sword down into the ground and surged forward, dragging the blade through the earth as he charged. Dirt and stone tore apart in his path, and this time, he was certain Asta Elidolf would not be able to block it so easily. Asta Elidolf felt the crushing force rushing toward him, and his lips pressed into a tense line. Even from where he stood, he could sense how dangerous Zeke Draker's attack truly was. But Asta Elidolf did not retreat. He lowered his spear, poured every bit of mana he could gather into the weapon, and swung straight into Zeke Draker's attack head-on. The two attacks collided with a deafening impact. The force exploded between them so violently that it felt as if the very air might split apart from the pressure. A moment later, Asta Elidolf grabbed his trembling arm, his face twisted with frustration, and shouted at Zeke Draker, demanding to know whether he was some kind of monster. Asta Elidolf rubbed his aching head and complained that everyone had always called him a certified genius. So how could Zeke Draker beat him this easily? Zeke Draker answered without a change in expression, saying that a person who lives only on praise as a genius will eventually let the edge of his spear grow dull. Then, with a cold smile, Zeke Draker added that Asta Elidolf was still far from good enough. Until the mission began, he would train him without mercy. Asta Elidolf's face immediately sank into despair. With a grim look, he admitted that he already had a terrible feeling about what was coming. When they returned to the mansion, Decker stepped forward and formally announced that young Master Zeke Draker had arrived. The sight of him made Zeke Draker call out in surprise. Decker then calmly reported that a guest was already waiting for Zeke Draker inside. Before long, Galleon Halbert walked down the hallway, looking around with wide eyes. The sheer extravagance of Zeke Draker's mansion left him visibly amazed. Zeke Draker greeted Galleon Halbert and said it had been a long time. Then he explained that he had called him here because there was something he wanted Galleon Halbert to inspect. Galleon Halbert reacted in shock, pointing at himself as he asked if Zeke Draker really meant him. Then he immediately wondered if something had happened to the black sword, insisting that a weapon forged with a magic furnace should not have even a scratch on it. Zeke Draker thought quietly that Galleon Halbert must have become fairly famous by now because of the magic furnace he had created, the same kind of furnace Zeke Draker had known from his previous life. If that was true, then Galleon Halbert was likely producing top-tier weapons much earlier than expected, which meant Zeke Draker needed to secure him as his exclusive craftsman before anyone else could reach him. Zeke Draker shook his head and said that Bahamut was fine. The real issue, he explained, was something else entirely. Then Zeke Draker summoned the armor, allowing it to form around his body piece by piece. Zeke Draker looked down at the armor with a puzzled expression and said that, somehow, he had ended up obtaining something like this. The instant Galleon Halbert saw the armor, he froze in place. His mouth fell open, and for a moment, he could not even form proper words. After stuttering in disbelief, Galleon Halbert finally cried out. Zeke Draker could only answer helplessly that he did not know what the armor was either. That was exactly why he had called Galleon Halbert, since this was not something he wanted to investigate out in public. Zeke Draker handed the armor over and asked whether Galleon Halbert could examine it properly. Galleon Halbert hesitated for a moment, still visibly shaken by what he was looking at, but eventually he agreed to take a closer look. Not long after, Galleon Halbert's voice echoed from inside the room, beginning with a respectful apology. He rubbed his forehead in frustration and admitted that among every modern artifact he knew, there was nothing even remotely similar to this armor. Then Galleon Halbert asked whether the armor had any special traits, anything unusual that might help identify what material it was made from. Zeke Draker fell silent for a moment, his thoughts drifting back to his battle with Cain Gaiman's Constantinus. After thinking it over, Zeke Draker finally said that the armor had been able to deflect an aura blade. Galleon Halbert shot up from his seat in shock, exclaiming that something like that should only be possible with one metal in the entire world. As the possibilities formed in his mind, Galleon Halbert spoke the name with a grave expression. It was the metal of the gods, auriculum. Still stunned, Galleon Halbert muttered that it was unbelievable. He remembered seeing auriculum only once before, back when his master was still alive. Zeke Draker immediately looked at him and asked whether auriculum was really that valuable. Galleon Halbert answered with intense seriousness that calling it precious was not nearly enough. Auriculum, he explained, was said to be the most perfect substance ever created by the gods. Its mana conductivity surpassed every other metal, allowing far more magical arrays to be engraved onto it than anything else could possibly withstand. Zeke Draker nodded thoughtfully, then asked how many large-scale magic circles could normally be carved into ordinary metal armor. Galleon Halbert answered carefully that large-scale magic circles could not even be engraved into ordinary metal in the first place. Zeke Draker stroked his chin, realizing the armor was far beyond what he had assumed. He had known it was special, but he had never imagined it would be this extreme. Then Zeke Draker asked whether the armor could be changed into another form. Galleon Halbert immediately raised both hands in alarm, declaring that altering auriculum was absolutely impossible. Galleon Halbert explained that although auriculum was a god-made metal and could technically be worked with, the problem was that the armor had already reached a perfect state. If they tampered with it carelessly and damaged the magical arrays inside, the entire armor might become useless. After a brief pause, Galleon Halbert added that his master might still be able to do it. Zeke Draker looked at him in surprise and asked if he meant Master Galrin Yaber. Galleon Halbert gazed out the window at the dust-colored world and calmly confirmed that Galrin Yaber could indeed alter the armor's form without disrupting its functions. When Zeke Draker asked where Galrin Yaber was, Galleon Halbert replied casually that, as always, he should be in Hymonus. Zeke Draker's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Galleon Halbert gently continued, saying that Zeke Draker might not even know where Hymonus was, then explained that it lay far to the north. Zeke Draker answered calmly that the land belonged to the Northern Grand Duke. Hearing that, Galleon Halbert was visibly shaken, blurting out that people from the central continent rarely knew anything about the Northern Grand Duke, so how could Zeke Draker possibly know of it? Zeke Draker clenched his fist, paused for a moment, and awkwardly said it was only a coincidence. Even so, a familiar face surfaced in his mind, and he quietly added that he had only learned about it not long ago. Then Zeke Draker stood up, thanked Galleon Halbert for everything, and told him that if he wanted to continue studying the metal, he was free to stay and examine it as much as he liked. Galleon Halbert grew wary at those words, letting out a confused sound before stammering out his thanks. Soon after, Zeke Draker left without another word. Left alone in the room, Galleon Halbert remained puzzled, wondering why Zeke Draker had suddenly taken such a deep interest in all of this. As Zeke Draker walked away, he made a quiet decision. There was still time when it came to Hymonus, so there was no reason to rush there immediately. Right now, something else demanded his attention first. For the moment, Zeke Draker's focus had to be on the Reinhardt Merchant Group. Inside one of the Reinhardt Merchant Group's rooms, Cliff Reinhardt spoke after thinking the matter over. He said there should be no major issue producing the medical supplies Zeke Draker had mentioned. After a brief pause, Cliff Reinhardt added that at least on the central continent, building a factory capable of processing soma would be extremely difficult. Zeke Draker replied that he already understood that problem. If rumors spread that the princess was supporting soma processing, Melissa Alencia's reputation would suffer a serious blow. Zeke Draker then asked what would happen if the ingredients were already processed before arriving. Cliff Reinhardt answered calmly that in that case, they would simply be handled as medicine, and as long as the product passed the Delpoa Magic Tower's safety inspection, there should be no issue with distribution. Once Zeke Draker heard that, he decided the direction immediately. The factory itself would be built on the southern continent, while the Reinhardt Merchant Group would take charge of importing the finished medicine and spreading it through proper channels. At that moment, Melissa Alencia spoke up with an apologetic expression. She carefully explained that the Reinhardt Merchant Group did not currently have enough resources to construct a large-scale factory overseas. Melissa Alencia admitted that they were already struggling just to maintain a single factory for producing medicine against red blossom fever. Because of that, she said they might have to reconsider the entire construction plan from the beginning. Zeke Draker cut that concern off right away. He said they would build the factory themselves, and all Melissa Alencia needed to do was secure approval from the Delpoa Magic Tower so the medicine could legally enter circulation. Her eyes widened in surprise as she cautiously asked whether that was really possible, wondering if House Draker was supporting him from behind. Zeke Draker brushed that assumption aside without hesitation. House Draker had nothing to do with this. Every expense would be paid entirely from his own pocket. Then Zeke Draker slid an envelope across the table and calmly shifted the conversation to the real reason he had come. He asked Melissa Alencia to read what was inside. Melissa Alencia opened the envelope, and almost immediately, the color drained from her face. The documents revealed that the Rome Empire had joined hands with the Scorpion clan to carry out live experiments using synthetic poison, and her breath caught as she stared at the proof in front of her. Zeke Draker frowned and pointed out the meaning behind it. If red blossom fever had truly been artificially created, then the Rome Empire had essentially been using Alencia as a testing ground for clinical trials. Rage trembled through Melissa Alencia's body. She confessed that she had suspected something was wrong, but she had never imagined they would go so far as to do this to their own people. Zeke Draker remained silent, letting the weight of the truth settle between them. After a short silence, Zeke Draker told Melissa Alencia the hard truth. The reason he had shown her this evidence was because, for now, they needed to keep the Rome Empire's crimes hidden. Melissa Alencia shot up from her seat and slammed both hands against the table, her voice shaking with anger as she demanded how Zeke Draker could possibly say something like that. To Melissa Alencia, crimes like these had to be exposed immediately. If the truth came out, she believed, then something this monstrous could never be allowed to happen again. Zeke Draker answered quietly that he understood how she felt. But the evidence they had right now was too weak to become a proper diplomatic weapon, and even as he said it, the anger in Melissa Alencia's expression did not fade. Zeke Draker stood as well and laid out the reality in front of her. The Rome Empire had already shifted all blame onto the Scorpion clan, branding them as infamous black mages, and any human experiments committed under that name would not be enough to shake the world. In the end, the Rome Empire could simply deny direct involvement, offer a polished formal apology, and close the matter as if nothing more needed to be said. Zeke Draker made it clear that burying the information for the moment was their smartest move. But Melissa Alencia clenched her fists and demanded to know what he was truly aiming for. Zeke Draker answered with steady seriousness. The Rome Empire still did not know that they had uncovered the truth, and because the experiments had been carried out on such a massive scale, there had to be stronger evidence hidden somewhere. Proof that tied the Rome Empire directly to everything. Shock flickered across Melissa Alencia's face as she understood what he meant. She asked if Zeke Draker was saying they should seize that decisive evidence and use it to corner the Rome Empire properly. Zeke Draker did not hesitate. That was exactly his plan, and the reason he had brought everything to Melissa Alencia first was so they could prepare before making their move. Still struggling to absorb the scale of it, Melissa Alencia asked what kind of preparation he meant. After a brief pause, Zeke Draker explained that if red blossom fever had been tested in the Alencia conflict zone, then other synthetic poisons were likely being tested there as well. Because of that, they needed to develop antidotes in advance. The thought struck Melissa Alencia like a physical blow. If those poisons were used in battle, Alencia's forces could end up fighting without even realizing they were being poisoned from within. Melissa Alencia swallowed hard as the implications sank in. With antidotes prepared ahead of time, they could prevent devastating losses and strike back against the Rome Empire at the moment when it mattered most. Her wavering anger slowly hardened into resolve. Melissa Alencia finally understood the situation, and deep down, she knew that the path she had chosen was the right one. Looking at Zeke Draker's unwavering expression, Melissa Alencia silently accepted the truth. Bringing Lord Zeke Draker into the Reinhardt Merchant Group had been the correct decision. At last, Zeke Draker spoke again, saying calmly that he would not be able to attend meetings for a while because his schedule at Valhalla was already full. Melissa Alencia let out a small breath of relief, then said that if the opportunity ever came, she would like to invite him to Alencia. The name Alencia made Zeke Draker pause for a moment. In a softer voice, he remarked that it was said to be a land filled with beautiful mountains and lakes. Surprised, Melissa Alencia asked whether he had visited before. Zeke Draker gave her a faint smile and said he had only heard stories about it. But when he finally did visit, he hoped Melissa Alencia would personally show him every beautiful place. Touched by his words, Melissa Alencia placed a hand over her chest and promised that she would do exactly that. Then she wished Zeke Draker a safe journey. Afterward, Melissa Alencia and Cliff Reinhardt respectfully saw Zeke Draker off, watching him leave with the weight of the meeting still lingering in the air. Asta Elidolf lay sprawled across the ground, completely drained. His body stretched out as if every bit of strength had been wrung out of him. Diego Vaya collapsed beside him, gasping for breath and whining that he might actually die before the mission even began. Zeke Draker rested his sword on his shoulder and told him to stop complaining, adding that if Diego Vaya still had enough energy to talk, then he had enough energy to swing his sword one more time. That only made Diego Vaya flare up even harder. He snapped back at Zeke Draker, calling him a devil and swearing that Draker blood really was terrifying, before charging in with an angry slash. Zeke Draker deflected Diego Villa's attack with ease, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. He thought to himself that these two only seemed to find their real fire once their pride had been wounded. As the training continued, Zeke Draker quietly noticed the changes in them. After a week under his harsh guidance, Asta Elidolf and Diego Vaya were beginning to influence each other, and Diego Vaya especially was no longer just the carefree joker he used to be. Repeated drills and exhausting sessions had made Diego Vaya far more disciplined than before. Then, right in the middle of their training, a voice suddenly praised their hard work from nearby. Diego Vaya spun around with a startled sound. Then his face lit up the moment he saw Andre Draker. He greeted him brightly, calling him Professor. Zeke Draker, however, looked at Andre Draker with clear caution in his eyes and asked what Professor Andre Draker was doing there. Andre Draker answered calmly that he had something important to tell all three of them. When Zeke Draker pressed him for the details, Andre Draker revealed that the three of them had been assigned a mission to subjugate a threat recognized on a continental level. A mission of that scale was not something students could simply be sent into on their own. Andre Draker's expression tightened with firm resolve. He declared that, for that reason, he would be going with them. A train tore through the forest, its iron wheels screaming against the rails as the scenery rushed by. Inside, someone muttered that they had never expected to be dragged along on the Black Knight Yaksha mission. Inside one of the carriages, Andre Draker sat with his arms folded, completely unmoved by the gloomy mood. He repeated that he would never send students alone into a mission like this, and there were things they needed to understand before they arrived. With a hard stare, Andre Draker asked whether they even knew what kind of land Delphoa was. Seated across from him, Zeke Draker answered calmly that they had learned a little in class, though he added that Delphoa was known to be different from other places because mages held true authority there. Andre Draker nodded, confirming that Zeke Draker's understanding was correct. Delphoa, Andre Draker explained, operated under a strange and rigid system. Even its knights did not fight in the same way as knights from other regions. The knights of Delphoa were trained around massive shields, standing at the front line to block attacks and push enemies back, while the mages remained safely behind them and poured down destructive magic. Asta Elidolf raised his hand and asked whether that meant the knights fighting up close had to take all the damage themselves. Andre Draker actually praised the question, acknowledging that Asta Elidolf had grasped the core problem. Andre Draker said that was exactly why Delphoa's knights were forced to train by running while carrying their heavy shields. Also, they could endure that brutal role on the battlefield. It was also the reason so few Valhalla graduates ever wanted to serve there. Diego Vaya clicked his tongue in irritation and said it sounded like a knight order built only to protect mages, as if the knights themselves were treated like disposable shields. Andre Draker turned his gaze toward the scenery passing beyond the train window and replied coolly that Diego Vaya had understood it perfectly. Then he warned them not to be too surprised once they saw Delphoa for themselves. Before long, the distant outline of a castle began to rise beyond the horizon. As it came into view, Andre Draker warned them in a low voice that the mages of Delphoa were notorious for their arrogance. Under the bright, calm sky, Andre Draker stepped forward and formally introduced himself as an assistant professor from Valhalla. The man who came out to welcome them shook Andre Draker's hand with a friendly smile. From his expression, it was clear he was both surprised and honored that someone connected to House Draker had personally come all this way. He then introduced himself as Jorge Outer, the commander of Delfoa's 8th Night Order. Andre Draker briefly glanced toward Diego Vaya, Zeke Draker, and Asta Elidolf before speaking with quiet confidence. He said the cadets accompanying him were among Valhalla's finest, so there would be no issue on this mission. Jorge Outer let out a light laugh and said hearing that put him at ease. Then he gestured toward a carriage nearby, explaining that their captain was waiting inside. Diego Vaya frowned the moment he heard that, muttering suspiciously that the bearded man from earlier had already said he was the captain. Zeke Draker answered in a lower tone, telling Diego Vaya to keep his mouth shut. This was Delfoa, and here strange treatment like this was considered normal. Just then, the carriage door swung open. Inside sat a man with a stiff face and an openly irritated expression, as though even meeting them was a burden. Diego Vaya narrowed his eyes and muttered that the man looked like he had been born angry. Zeke Draker immediately warned him again to stay quiet. But inwardly, Zeke Draker was already certain of the man's identity. This had to be Delfoa's mage captain, and the fact that even Jorge Outer seemed uneasy around him told Zeke Draker everything he needed to know. Jorge Outer leaned closer to the carriage and whispered something to the man inside. After a brief hesitation, he turned back toward the Valhalla group with an awkward look on his face. Jorge Outer explained that the captain would be traveling separately, so Andre Draker and the cadets would need to take another carriage. Diego Vaya could only stare in disbelief as the carriage door closed in front of them and the vehicle rolled away without another word. The moment it left, Diego Vaya exploded. He shouted that they had just been ignored completely, treated like trash and left behind as if they did not matter at all. Diego Vaya raged that it was unacceptable. They had crossed half the world for a joint mission, and yet Delfoa was acting as though they did not even exist. Before Diego Vaya could keep shouting, Zeke Draker cut him off with a sharp kick to the knee. Diego Vaya collapsed with a yelp, grabbing his leg as he cursed Zeke Draker. Then, still fuming, he turned his anger toward Andre Draker and demanded to know why the professor was just standing there without saying anything. After a short moment of silence, Andre Draker answered calmly that once they graduated, situations like this would become a common part of a knight's life. Remembering the man inside the carriage, Andre Draker told them to carve everything they saw and felt from this moment onward deep into their memories. Night eventually settled over Delfoa. Zeke Draker lay on his back in their assigned room, staring up at the ceiling as he let out a quiet sigh. He muttered that things really were different in this place. The room they had been given looked worn down and hastily prepared, while every mage facility they had passed earlier had gleamed with obvious wealth and care. Still, Zeke Draker admitted to himself that he had not expected anything better from Delfoa. With a tired look on his face, Zeke Draker sat up and said he was going out to get some air. As Zeke Draker walked down the corridor, he thought that this kind of treatment did not truly bother him. After everything he had lived through before, being looked down on was hardly enough to shake him. What actually troubled Zeke Draker was the mission involving Black Knight Yaksha. He thought back to the strategy meeting, where Jorge Outer and the other knights had stood stiffly like statues while the mages talked over them. Zeke Draker had expected imbalance in Delfoa, but not something this severe, and another slow breath slipped from him. Then someone suddenly stopped him, asking why he was wandering through the halls alone. Zeke Draker looked up in surprise and saw the mage captain from earlier standing directly in front of him. The man spoke in a cold, flat voice, saying he had something to tell Zeke Draker anyway, so the timing was convenient. With obvious indifference, the mage captain told Zeke Draker that Valhalla had no real role to play here. He warned him not to get caught up in pointless magical affairs and advised him to return quietly instead. A faint spark of irritation stirred inside Zeke Draker. He scoffed inwardly, wondering why Delfoa had even bothered requesting cooperation if this was the attitude they intended to show. Not that he could simply punch the man in the face no matter how tempting it felt. Then the mage captain's gaze caught the emblem on Zeke Draker's glove, and his expression tightened as though he had recognized something he did not like. The mage captain asked sharply whether Zeke Draker was a pureblood Draker Awakener. Zeke Draker answered without hesitation that he was, then asked whether that was supposed to be a problem. The mage captain's face darkened with anger, and he snapped that Zeke Draker had no right to speak so casually to him. Gritting his teeth, the mage captain warned Zeke Draker that it would be wiser not to remove that glove while he was in Delfoa. With a sharp flick of his cloak, the mage captain turned away and coldly added that this warning was for Zeke Draker's own sake, if he wanted to finish the mission and return alive. Zeke Draker remained silent as the mage captain walked away. Meanwhile, the captain inwardly acknowledged that pureblood awakeners truly did possess the power to disrupt mana. Just then, A hesitant voice called out Zeke Draker's name. Zeke Draker turned around, startled, and let out a small sound of surprise when he saw who it was. Staring at the man in front of him, Zeke Draker asked if it was really Professor Fanon. Fanon laughed warmly, saying he knew it was him, then stepped closer and greeted Zeke Draker, asking how he had been after all this time. Zeke Draker replied that he had been doing well, then immediately asked what Fanon was doing in Delphoa. Fanon scratched the back of his head and explained that Delphoa was the best place for a mage to make a name for himself. Research alone had not been enough for him, so he had volunteered to come here. Then he asked what had brought Zeke Draker to this place. Zeke Draker answered simply that he had come because of the Black Knight Yaksha mission. The moment Fanon heard those words, his face went completely still. Fanon urgently motioned for Zeke Draker to come closer, and the sudden change in his tone made Zeke Draker hesitate for a moment. After they moved to a more secluded spot away from any listening ears, Zeke Draker asked Fanon what he had meant by that reaction. Fanon clenched his hands, struggling for a moment before finally warning Zeke Draker not to join the mission the next day. Zeke Draker stared at him in disbelief and asked what he was talking about. Fanon's expression hardened as he said the mission was already doomed to fail. His voice grew firm as he stressed that Zeke Draker must not take part in it under any circumstances. Those words struck Zeke Draker like a blade driven straight into his chest. His eyes flew wide, and a cold sweat began to crawl down his skin as shock rooted him where he stood, leaving him struggling to fully understand the meaning behind what he had just heard. Deep in the middle of the night, the world had fallen completely silent. Above the quiet house, the full moon hung pale and cold in the sky, pouring a thin silver light over the roof, the walls, and the stillness surrounding everything. That heavy silence finally broke when Diego let out a low, exhausted groan and slowly stirred awake. He brought a hand to his aching head, rubbing it as he muttered that it felt as though he had barely slept at all. His entire body weighed down and drained. Zeke Draker was sitting nearby, close enough to notice every slight movement Diego made, but even after seeing his condition, he remained quiet and said nothing. Zeke Draker's mind was still caught on Professor Fanon's expression from earlier. The professor's hesitation, that uneasy pause before saying he could explain no further, kept digging at Zeke like a thorn. If this mission was truly doomed from the beginning, then there were only two possibilities that made any sense. Either the commanders leading the subjugation force had already become corrupt, or they had made some kind of secret arrangement with the very enemy they were supposed to eliminate. Delphoa was already known as a place where mages misused their authority. But even then, Zeke Draker found it hard to believe the corruption had spread so openly into the military itself. With that thought pressing down on him, Zeke Draker rose from where he sat. If something truly was rotten beneath the surface of this mission, then collusion with the target felt far more likely than simple incompetence. By the time the group reached the summit of the mountain, the air around them had turned sharp and open. Standing ahead of them, the captain folded his arms across his chest and began handing out orders with a calm, practiced authority. Squads 1 through 3 were ordered to move along the slope of the mountain, while squads 4 through 6 were instructed to push forward from the front and begin their advance directly. Jorge Outer swept his gaze across the gathered forces, checking each face for hesitation or resistance, then softly confirmed that no one had any objections. Just as the captain turned his attention toward the remaining units, a voice suddenly cut through the air. Zeke Draker stepped forward with a serious look on his face and asked what role his own group was supposed to play. The captain's expression twisted with irritation, and he snapped back at once, reminding Zeke Draker that he had already been told to stay out of the operation after yesterday's explanation. Zeke Draker did not let him continue. In a cold, steady voice, he pointed out that he himself was a blue knight, while Diego and Asta Elidolf were both purple knights. Then, holding the commander's gaze without backing down, Zeke Draker said that if a force of their level had been summoned for cooperation, he was only asking whether they were being deliberately ignored and used as expendable pieces. The captain went completely still, staring at Zeke Draker as though he could hardly believe what had just been said. After a tense pause, he demanded to know whether Zeke truly held the rank of a blue knight. A wave of murmurs spread through the gathered soldiers. People whispered about Zeke Draker's age, about the 2 purple knights standing beside him, and about how different Valhalla must be to produce people like them. The captain clenched his jaw so tightly his teeth nearly ground together. At last, he barked an order toward Jorge Outer, telling him to give Zeke Draker's group a scouting assignment. Jorge Outer visibly flinched at the sudden command, then quickly lowered his head and agreed, hurrying to obey before the captain's anger could turn on him. Before Zeke Draker could move on, Professor Andre Draker stepped into his path and blocked him. His eyes sharpened as he questioned why Zeke had suddenly provoked the captain, making it clear that he knew Zeke was not the type to act without a reason. Zeke Draker answered in a calm voice, saying that something about this mission felt wrong. It was as though the entire operation was being quietly pushed along by an unseen hand. When Professor Andre Draker pressed him to explain, Zeke Draker revealed what he suspected. The subjugation force and Black Knight Yaksha might be working together in secret. For just a moment, tension flickered across Professor Andre Draker's face, but he quickly controlled his expression and admitted that Zeke would not say something like that without a reason. With one firm wave of his hand, Professor Andre Draker declared that they would carry out a scouting operation toward Black Knight Yaksha's camp. He ordered everyone to get ready, then turned his gaze slightly and assigned Zeke Draker to take command of the vanguard. Zeke Draker accepted the order silently, giving no argument and showing no hesitation. As more time passed, night fully swallowed the forest. The trees stood like dark walls around them, and the only sound cutting through the blackness was the soft rustling of leaves in the wind. A small group moved cautiously along a narrow trail, their steps careful and restrained. At the front, a man held up a flickering torch, its weak light trembling across the path ahead. Then the man suddenly slowed down. His face tightened with alarm, and he lifted one hand sharply, signaling everyone behind him to stop at once. Keeping his voice low, he warned them that trolls were nearby. He told everyone to move with extreme care, because if those monsters discovered them, none of them would make it out alive. But before anyone had the chance to react, a blade flashed out from the darkness and tore through the air. The man's eyes widened in horror as the sword sank deep into his thigh, the sudden pain striking him before he could even understand where the attack had come from. He collapsed hard onto the ground, screaming in agony as his leg gave out beneath him. That scream rang through the forest, and almost immediately, something huge began moving closer. A monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, letting out a low, bone-chilling growl that froze the wounded man in place and stole the strength from his body. The attacks came one after another, heavy blows raining down onto his helpless body. Panic exploded through the rest of the group, and the others turned in terror, screaming for help as they fled into the darkness. At that moment, two figures burst forward from the shadows with incredible speed. Asta Elidolf and Diego threw themselves into the fight, their movements sharp and fast as they cut into the monsters before the creatures could continue their slaughter. One after another, the monsters were brought down. Nearby, the wounded man trembled violently on the ground, clutching at himself as though he were desperately trying to keep his battered body from falling apart. Zeke Draker landed beside him with a cold, unwavering gaze. Looking down at the man, he asked whether they were part of Black Knight Yaksha's patrol. Then Zeke Draker's voice grew even colder as he added that if they were, they had better start talking and reveal exactly where Black Knight Yaksha was hiding. Not long after that, Zeke Draker, Asta Elidolf, and Diego crouched low behind cover, their attention fixed on a distant fortress rising out of the darkness ahead. Asta Elidolf frowned as she studied the structure. The fortress had been built from dense natural stone, and from the look of it, forcing their way through would not be easy at all. Zeke Draker turned his attention toward Jorge Outer and asked where the mage corps was positioned. With a fortress like that in front of them, he pointed out that a small force alone would never be enough to deal with what waited inside. Jorge Outer hesitated, his expression turning awkward before he finally admitted that once the surrounding area was secured, the mages would begin bombarding the fortress with support fire from the rear. The moment those words left his mouth, disbelief spread through the group. Zeke Draker spun toward Jorge Outer, his voice slicing through the tense air as he demanded an explanation. He accused Jorge of sending a force this small against a fortress as if he were trying to get everyone massacred. Before Jorge Outer could say a word in response, Diego suddenly lifted his head. Terror rushed across his face as his eyes locked onto something above them. Diego screamed out a warning, raising his arm and pointing toward the sky at something that was hurtling down toward them at terrifying speed. Zeke Draker turned sharply, and the instant he saw what was falling, his entire body went rigid. They were shells. Zeke Draker shouted for everyone to scatter, ordering them to get as far away from the impact zone as they possibly could. In the very next moment, the night erupted. Fire and shock waves ripped through the area, tearing across the battlefield as screams of pain and panic rang out from every direction. Jorge Outer stood frozen in the middle of the chaos, his face pale as he whispered in disbelief, unable to process what had just happened before his eyes. Zeke Draker grabbed Jorge Outer by the collar and roared at him to get a hold of himself, demanding to know whether he was truly trying to get them all killed. Jorge shook his head desperately, swearing again and again that he had nothing to do with it. Zeke Draker clenched his teeth as a cold certainty settled deep in his chest. Whatever was happening here, it was no accident. The enemy had known their exact position from the very beginning. At this point, Zeke Draker could no longer dismiss it as coincidence or bad luck. Somewhere within their own ranks, A spy had been feeding information to the other side. A sudden roar of noise ripped through the battlefield and yanked Zeke Draker's attention back to the present. When he turned his head, he saw a swarm of figures charging straight toward them, swords raised high as they rushed through the darkness. Zeke Draker cursed under his breath, his eyes sharpening as he watched them close the distance. They were not moving like disciplined soldiers. They were throwing themselves forward like crazed lunatics with no fear of death. As the attackers drew closer, Zeke Draker narrowed his eyes and studied their faces. Their bloodshot eyes, twisted expressions, and reckless movements told him everything he needed to know. A chill of horror passed through Zeke Draker's mind as the truth clicked into place. This was not a simple ambush. The men charging at them were Soma addicts, mercenaries whose minds had already been swallowed by madness. The Soma coursing through their bodies had come from the southern cartels, a dangerous drug that had spread across the central continent over time until its poison began infecting the entire land. Mages usually handled Soma with caution, using only the smallest amount necessary to force out a temporary surge of magical power. But mercenaries were different. Men like them lived from one battle to the next, chasing coin and violence, swallowing far more Soma than their bodies could endure until their reason was burned away completely. The moment Zeke Draker saw those sword-wielding figures rushing toward them, he shouted a warning to everyone around him. These were Black Knight Yaksha's mercenaries, and they had been lured straight into a prepared ambush. The group moved almost at the same time, raising weapons and struggling to block the sudden wave of incoming attacks. Diego Villa cursed at the sight of the raving madmen, while Asta Elidolf shouted that there were simply too many of them to cut down easily. Even in the middle of the chaos, Zeke Draker kept his head clear. He warned Diego Villa and Asta Elidolf not to waste their aura too quickly, telling them to conserve their strength before the battle dragged them down. Behind clenched teeth, Zeke Draker quickly weighed the situation. If the enemy force was this powerful, then the Night Order alone would never be enough. Whether this was still a scouting mission or not, it might be better to wipe out everything blocking their path all the way to the fortress itself. In that instant, Zeke Draker's pupils flashed with a sharp golden light. An explosion thundered across the battlefield, and a scream tore through the noise that followed. Zeke Draker spun toward the sound at once, sensing magic stirring in the air and realizing the situation had just escalated again. When Zeke Draker spotted a formation gathering not far away, a faint flicker of relief crossed his mind. The Delphoa Mage Corps had finally arrived on the battlefield. On the far side, the mage captain furrowed his brow and poured even more power into his magic. Under that overwhelming pressure, the maddened mercenaries began to break apart, scattering in every direction as voices rang out, warning that the Mage Corps had arrived and ordering a retreat. Zeke Draker watched the scene unfold with a cold, measured gaze. Even though the Mage Corps had arrived late, their power could not be denied. If they kept pushing forward now, there was still a chance to turn the battle around. But then someone stepped forward and called for everyone to halt. Zeke Draker turned in disbelief, unable to understand why they would throw away such a perfect opening at the very moment the enemy line was collapsing. The captain's expression hardened as his gaze fixed on Zeke Draker. In a sharp, accusing voice, he blamed Zeke for sabotaging the entire mission and demanded whether he even understood what he had done. For a moment, Zeke Draker's face went completely blank, as though the absurdity of the situation had made reality itself feel out of place. Then his jaw tightened, and he ground his teeth in silent fury, cursing inwardly at the sheer nonsense he was being forced to listen to. The captain continued without stopping, blaming Zeke Draker for provoking the enemy when his only assigned duty had supposedly been to carry out a simple scouting mission. With a sharp turn of his back, the captain ordered Professor Andre Draker to take the cadets and withdraw immediately, declaring that everything that had happened would be reported directly to Valhalla. Zeke Draker's fist slowly tightened at his side. In a voice that had gone cold, he asked if that meant their cooperation with Delphoa was now officially over, and the captain stiffened as the weight of those words sank in. Zeke Draker continued, warning that if they no longer had an assigned role within Delphoa's operation, then they were no longer bound by Delphoa's commands. From this point on, they would continue the mission according to their own judgment. Fury flared across the captain's face. He snapped that this was Delphoa's territory, then demanded to know who Zeke Draker thought he was, acting as though he could move freely wherever he pleased. Professor Andre Draker stepped in calmly, without raising his voice. He stated that Black Knight Yaksha was an enemy of the entire continent, and as official knights of House Draker, both he and Zeke Draker had the authority to act independently under the principle of prioritizing the mission. They could make their report afterward. The captain clicked his tongue in irritation, turned away, and coldly told them to do whatever they wanted. But he made it clear that every consequence that followed would be theirs to bear. As the Mage Corps began pulling back, Jorge Outer remained standing there in stunned silence, unsure what would become of the subjugation effort now that the operation had fallen into such chaos. Zeke Draker walked up to Jorge Outer and said there was something he wanted to ask him. Jorge looked back in surprise, and with a steady gaze, Zeke asked whether he truly had the resolve to capture Black Knight Yaksha. Jorge Outer answered without the slightest hesitation. As a knight, he said, he would never turn his back on evil. Zeke Draker gave a small nod, saying he understood that feeling very well. Then, after a brief pause, his voice lowered as he asked Jorge Outer for one single favor. Not long after, the fortress stood beneath the quiet glow of the moon. Its stone walls washed in pale light as the night settled heavily around it. A commotion suddenly rose from below, and 2 guards stationed on the wall leaned over the edge, peering down to see what was happening. In the distance, a massive group of soldiers was charging straight toward the fortress, their shouts echoing through the night as they advanced without slowing down. At the very front, Jorge Outer roared for the cowards inside to stop hiding behind their walls, come out, and face them in a proper fight. One of the guards on the wall lifted his bow, muttering under his breath that the attackers had to be completely out of their minds. A heartbeat later, 2 arrows shot through the air at the same time. Jorge Outer's soldiers raised their shields in perfect unison, the metal plates locking together as they stopped both arrows cleanly without a single man breaking formation. Jorge Outer planted his feet firmly and shouted for everyone to hold the line, determined to prove that the enemy's attacks meant nothing. Faced with that solid wall of shields and spears, the 2 men on the fortress wall fell silent. One of them sneered to himself, convinced the entire display was meaningless. But in the next instant, his face drained of color, and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Mocking voices cut through the tense air as Zeke Draker and the others openly taunted the defenders, making it clear that they had no intention of retreating from the fortress gates. Then a sharp creak sliced through the noise. Zeke Draker turned his head and saw someone spurring a horse forward, racing away in a desperate rush. Charging out on horseback in the middle of this chaos made no sense. The moment that thought crossed Zeke Draker's mind, a surge of dread rose inside him, and his pupils flashed gold. The rider's face came into focus, and Zeke Draker knew instantly who he was. The man matched the description perfectly. It was Black Knight Yaksha. Zeke Draker stepped to the edge of the wall and announced that he would chase Black Knight Yaksha down himself. He ordered Professor Andre Draker to create chaos inside the fortress, open the main gate, and fire a signal flare. Professor Andre Draker answered immediately and moved to carry it out. Zeke Draker did not hesitate for even a second. He launched himself off the wall and plunged down through the night toward his fleeing target. In a voice as cold as the night air, Zeke Draker called out the name of his summoned holy beast, Bucephalus. The moment the name left his mouth, lightning cracked across the darkness. Blue aura burst outward beneath him, and from that raging light, a massive warhorse began to take shape under Zeke Draker. Zeke Draker spoke to Bucephalus with calm confidence, his gaze locked on the fleeing figure ahead. He was certain this steed had more than enough speed to keep pace with its prey. Bucephalus shot forward like a bolt of living thunder, swallowing the distance in the blink of an eye. The man fleeing ahead cried out in panic, unable to believe that anything behind him could close in with such terrifying speed. Watching that panic spread across his target, Zeke Draker's lips curled into a thin, satisfied grin. Then Zeke Draker sprang from the saddle without hesitation, lifting his sword high before bringing it down in one clean, sweeping arc. A thunderous blast tore through the air, shaking the night with the force of the strike. The man staggered back, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Zeke Draker. Step by step, Zeke advanced toward him, wearing a cold smile filled with quiet amusement. Zeke Draker greeted him by name, calling him Black Knight Yaksha, then mocked him by asking where exactly he thought he was running off to at such a late hour. The moment Black Knight Yaksha heard that name, his body tensed. He rushed straight at Zeke Draker, and the two collided head-on, their blades locking with a sharp metallic impact. Strike after strike followed, each attack answered by an equal counter, until Black Knight Yaksha began to notice something deeply unsettling. This opponent was clearly not from Delphoa. Black Knight Yaksha's eyes narrowed as he pressed Zeke Draker, demanding to know who he really was. But Zeke Draker only smiled at the question and replied that even if Black Knight Yaksha learned his identity, it would not change anything. As those words left Zeke Draker's mouth, the force of their clash burst outward, driving both men apart in a violent wave of power. Black Knight Yaksha wasted no time and swung again, releasing a strange substance toward Zeke Draker. It ate through Zeke's clothes the instant it touched them, reached his skin, and immediately triggered a system alert identifying it as desert scorpion poison. But thanks to Zeke Draker's poison-resistant constitution, the substance had no effect on him. Even so, he had not expected such a trick, and he quickly understood that Black Knight Yaksha fought like an outlaw, relying on dirty methods whenever they gave him an advantage. Black Knight Yaksha seemed to confirm that suspicion when he asked whether Zeke Draker came from the desert or the southern borderlands. Zeke simply deflected the question, remarking that Black Knight Yaksha was surprisingly curious for a man in his position. Black Knight Yaksha brushed off the comment, drawing several daggers into his hands. He declared that it made no difference where Zeke Draker came from, because Zeke would die either way, then hurled the blades in a coordinated assault from every direction. Zeke Draker moved instantly, deflecting part of the barrage with his sword while activating his dragon scale armor to endure the rest. Even as the weapons struck around him, he recognized the precision behind the attack. But in that very same moment, Zeke Draker's senses sharpened, and he caught sight of something far more dangerous. Black Knight Yaksha was wielding an aura blade. That single detail revealed the truth. He had been hiding his real ability from the start. Declaring that the fight was over, Black Knight Yaksha surged forward at incredible speed and struck with deadly force, tearing into Zeke Draker as he commanded him to die. But right then, Zeke Draker calmly stated that Black Knight Yaksha's swordsmanship alone had already given him away. He could tell that Black Knight Yaksha belonged to the Imperial Intelligence Bureau, and the revelation stunned the man completely. Before Black Knight Yaksha could properly react, searing pain suddenly spread through his entire body. His strength gave out, his knees buckled, and his sword slipped from his grasp as he collapsed. Zeke Draker closed in with his own aura blade, standing over the fallen man with a steady gaze. Then he said it was his turn to ask questions, demanding to know why an agent of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau was causing trouble in Delphoa. The moment Black Knight Yaksha heard those words, he bit down on his own tongue without the slightest hesitation, choosing death over giving Zeke Draker any answers. Black Knight Yaksha tried to take his own life, but Zeke Draker reacted immediately, forcing a potion into his mouth before death could claim him. Zeke told him it was pointless, adding that he understood exactly how resolute agents of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau could be. With a faint smile on his face, Zeke Draker remarked that he might allow Black Knight Yaksha to die, but only if he gave him something worth hearing first. That one sentence left Black Knight Yaksha staring in shock, slowly realizing that the man standing over him was not simply ruthless. He was completely unhinged. In the next moment, Black Knight Yaksha struggled just to breathe, his wounded body barely holding itself together. Nearby, Zeke Draker stood with a dagger in hand, calmly asking whether he was finally ready to talk. Badly wounded and with no strength left to resist, Black Knight Yaksha finally gave in and asked what Zeke Draker wanted to know. Zeke demanded his identity and what he had been doing there, and Black Knight Yaksha revealed that he was an agent of the 13th Unit of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau. That answer genuinely caught Zeke Draker off guard, because as far as he knew, the Imperial Intelligence Bureau only had 12 units. His reaction shocked Black Knight Yaksha in turn, making him question how Zeke could possibly know about their internal structure. Zeke Draker stepped closer with the dagger still in his hand and reminded Black Knight Yaksha that he was the one asking questions. Then he pressed him again, demanding to know exactly what he had been doing in this place. With the blade looming over him, the agent's composure finally began to crack. Under that pressure, Black Knight Yaksha admitted that he had been carrying out experiments involving stimulants. Zeke Draker was taken aback and immediately connected those words to the mercenaries who had attacked them earlier. He asked if they were not simply Soma addicts, but Black Knight Yaksha clarified that the stimulants had actually been derived from Soma itself. When Zeke pressed him on their purpose, the agent confessed that the goal was to create soldiers who felt neither pain nor fear. Hearing that, Zeke Draker understood what this entire situation truly was. The Empire was conducting human experimentation, using the drawn-out war of attrition against Delphoa as a field test to observe how these enhanced fighters performed. Black Knight Yaksha had survived for 3 years in the fortress, gathering bandits and mercenaries into his ranks, only because the Empire had been backing him from the shadows. As the truth settled in, Zeke Draker began to wonder what the Empire was really doing across the continent. Then he looked back down at the agent and asked whether he understood that the Empire would be the first to eliminate him, and Black Knight Yaksha answered that he already knew. After revealing everything, Black Knight Yaksha pleaded for death, asking Zeke Draker to kill him right there. But instead of granting that request, Zeke asked what he would do if there were still a way for him to survive. Black Knight Yaksha rejected the idea immediately, insisting that escaping the Imperial Intelligence Bureau was impossible. Zeke Draker countered without hesitation, saying that it could be done through the power of House Draker, and those words visibly shook the agent. Then Zeke Draker removed his glove and cleared the surrounding mana from the air. In that instant, Black Knight Yaksha understood exactly who stood before him. Zeke Draker was a pure-blooded awakener of House Draker. Faced with that truth, Black Knight Yaksha no longer wanted to die in a place like this. After countless dirty assignments, Whatever loyalty he once had was already worn away, and he knew that even if he returned alive, the Empire would silence him for security reasons. His best chance was to become a witness under House Draker's protection, so he asked Zeke Draker whether a complete change of identity could be guaranteed. Zeke Draker replied that he had an even better option, catching Black Knight Yaksha off guard. With a slight smile, Zeke explained that he could arrange a new line of work for him, because there were plenty of places that would value someone with experience from the Imperial Intelligence Bureau. Later, Zeke Draker ran swiftly through the forest, only to notice that the fortress still had not been taken. That made no sense to him. Professor Andre Draker's group should have been more than capable of capturing it on their own. So Zeke began to wonder whether something had gone wrong and redirected himself toward the night camp. As Zeke Draker moved toward his destination, he spotted a group of mages gathered together and talking among themselves. The sight immediately felt strange, and just as he wondered why they were standing alone, one of them suddenly noticed him and raised his staff, aiming it directly at Zeke. Caught off guard, Zeke demanded to know what the man thought he was doing. Before Zeke Draker could press the mage any further, a voice rang out, accusing him of allowing Black Knight Yaksha to escape and declaring that Zeke would be transferred to the barracks. The one making the accusation revealed himself as the mage captain, claiming that Zeke Draker had committed a serious offense. Anger flared inside Zeke as he struggled to understand what the man was trying to pull, but he quickly forced himself to stay calm and asked for an explanation. The captain insisted that their target had been lost because of Zeke's reckless attack plan. The mage captain argued that they never would have lost track of Black Knight Yaksha if Zeke Draker had not interfered. But Zeke pushed back, asking whether the captain had actually confirmed that Yaksha was alone inside the fortress. The captain replied that the enemy's defenses were still too strong for them to make that claim, then abruptly ordered Zeke Draker to be quiet. He added that he had seen someone escape from the fortress earlier, but Zeke countered by suggesting it could have been a messenger sent to request reinforcements. Then Zeke pressed even harder, asking how the captain could be so certain that the person was Yaksha himself. The mage captain clenched his teeth in frustration, and that reaction told Zeke Draker enough. Zeke became convinced that this man had been the one who ordered Black Knight Yaksha to flee, secretly communicating with the enemy for the past 3 years. The worst part was that the captain probably did not even realize he had been helping the Empire all along. But that detail changed nothing in Zeke Draker's eyes. Whether the captain understood the truth or not, Zeke still saw him as utterly worthless. Captain Ingrid Haxon snapped at Zeke Draker to stop spouting nonsense and follow him without another word. Then he turned his back as if the matter was already settled, declaring that he would personally testify to Zeke's crimes, leaving Zeke to let out a quiet sigh before choosing to go along with him for now. Soon after, Zeke Draker returned to the base alongside the mages. But the moment he stepped inside, the sight waiting for him was so unexpected that the atmosphere around him changed at once. Jorge Outer and his men were on their knees, their hands bound tightly behind their backs like criminals who had already been sentenced. Zeke Draker immediately called out to the injured Jorge Outer, and Jorge lifted his head in surprise when he saw him. Zeke then turned his gaze sharply toward Captain Ingrid Haxon, demanding to know why the knights had been arrested, only for Ingrid to order him to stay silent and accuse him of stepping far beyond his authority. Jorge Outer raised his voice despite his injuries and told Zeke Draker that he had no regrets about helping him. With his bound hands behind him and his men kneeling around him, Jorge declared that he and his subordinates wanted to be remembered as honorable knights. But the instant Jorge Outer finished speaking, the mages standing behind the prisoners unleashed electricity into him and his men, making their bodies jerk under the sudden shock. Seeing his allies treated that way, Zeke Draker's expression hardened. He questioned whether it was not going too far to handle their own comrades like enemies. Zeke Draker pointed out that even prisoners would not normally be treated with such cruelty. His words only made Captain Ingrid Haxon grit his teeth in anger, and Ingrid repeated his order for Zeke to be silent, warning that if he spoke one more word, he would execute him on the spot. At that exact moment, a massive explosion erupted nearby, shaking the area with a violent blast. From the smoke and force of it, someone stepped forward and addressed Ingrid Haxon directly, stating that what he had just said could be understood as a threat against Zeke Draker. The one who spoke was Professor Andre Draker, standing together with Diego Villa and Asta Elidolf. With a stern look in his eyes, Professor Andre informed Ingrid Haxon that the Drakers were prepared to turn against Delphoa over the threat he had just made. Those words caught Ingrid Haxon completely off guard. He understood immediately that this was not just a warning from one man, but a direct warning carrying the weight of House Draker itself. Even then, Ingrid Haxon still seemed to believe Professor Andre Draker could not possibly be serious about opposing Delphoa. He told him that his reaction was excessive, pointing out that such a statement was no different from declaring war, and insisted that Professor Andre was taking things much too far. Professor Andre Draker did not back down. Instead, He told Ingrid Haxon to listen carefully, making it clear that the name of House Draker was not something anyone could invoke lightly or dismiss as a simple threat. In that moment, Ingrid Haxon finally understood. Professor Andre Draker was not bluffing. Ingrid Haxon quickly cleared his throat, forced himself to step back, and admitted that he had made a mistake. He claimed he had overreacted because of the recent battle, asking Professor Andre Draker not to misunderstand, and explained that he had only meant to escort Zeke Draker to the barracks for a proper investigation. Watching Ingrid Haxon suddenly lose his nerve, Zeke Draker gave a faint smile. Then he calmly asked whether he could speak with his comrades before being taken away. Ingrid Haxon clearly did not want to allow it, but with Professor Andre Draker standing there, he had no choice. Reluctantly, he granted Zeke Draker 20 minutes. Inside their room, Zeke Draker gathered with his companions and immediately removed his gloves. He dispersed the mana surrounding them, cutting off the function of any nearby magic devices that might have been used to listen in. Professor Andre Draker asked what Zeke needed to discuss, and Zeke revealed that he had already captured Black Knight Yaksha. The news surprised Professor Andre, who asked whether Zeke had done it alone. Zeke explained that he had lowered the man's guard before the fight could drag on too long, then managed to secure his capture. Professor Andre Draker found it hard to believe that Zeke had subdued an opponent even seasoned knights would struggle against, and his expression showed clear admiration. Zeke continued by explaining that during the interrogation, he discovered Black Knight Yaksha was deeply connected to Captain Ingrid Haxon, and that connection was serious enough to make the situation far more complicated. Professor Andre Draker then asked what Zeke intended to do next. Zeke Draker answered that the best move was to let Delphoa handle its own internal affairs, while he simply played the role he needed to play. Before long, the scene shifted again, this time to the place where Zeke Draker had been confined. Two guards stood watch outside the containment unit, keeping their eyes fixed on the door. Inside the cell, Zeke Draker slowly lifted his head, already sensing that someone would be coming for him soon. A few minutes later, a knock sounded from the door. When it opened, the person who entered revealed himself to be Professor Fannin. Yet Zeke Draker showed no surprise at all when he saw Professor Fannin standing there. Professor Fannin questioned him about what was happening now, and Zeke Draker calmly replied that this situation was the result of ignoring his earlier warning. The answer caught Professor Fannin off guard, because he had not expected Zeke to disregard the advice he had given him. From that exchange, Zeke Draker understood that Professor Fannin had already known about Captain Ingrid Haxon's corruption, just as many of Delphoa's high-ranking mage officials had some idea of what was going on. And because Delphoa mages needed core experience to rise higher, Zeke intended to offer Professor Fannin a way to cut himself free from that requirement. Zeke Draker told Professor Fannin that there was something important he needed to say. When Professor Fannin urged him to explain, Zeke instead asked whether he knew about the Empire's stimulant experiment. Then Zeke Draker told Professor Fannin everything he had learned from Black Knight Yaksha. Faced with that truth, Professor Fannin found himself standing between two choices. He could expose the internal corruption that had now been confirmed, or he could ignore it and protect himself. At that moment, Zeke Draker added that he had a request. Looking directly at Professor Fannin, he asked whether the mage would help him bring this corruption into the light, leaving Fannin visibly shaken by the question. In the following scene, several mages approached Captain Ingrid Haxon, and one of them stepped forward to call out to him. When Captain Ingrid Haxon asked what had happened, the mage reported that Professor Fannin had rejected Zeke Draker's proposal. A satisfied smile spread across Ingrid Haxon's face as he asked whether the report was accurate. He was convinced that Professor Fannin had chosen his position over his principles, and he felt certain that Zeke Draker could never have persuaded him otherwise. Turning his gaze toward the fortress ahead, Ingrid Haxon declared that it was time to begin. He instructed his subordinates to create a few explosions first, then withdraw so the whole performance would look convincing. After the mages acknowledged the order, they raised their staffs, gathered mana, and launched their attacks toward the fortress wall. As the blasts erupted under his command, Ingrid Haxon watched with satisfaction and began thinking about how he would pin the failure of the subjugation on Jorge Outer. But that thought was interrupted when he noticed something was wrong. There was no return fire from the bandits. Normally, they would at least pretend to resist, so their silence left Ingrid Haxon confused as he tried to understand why they were not moving. Then, while Ingrid Haxon was still trying to make sense of the strange silence, the fortress gate slowly began to open before his eyes. Ingrid Haxon froze at the sight, because opening the gate had never been part of his plan. And when someone stepped out from inside the fortress, his shock deepened the instant he recognized who it was. Ingrid Haxon immediately demanded to know why that person was there. The figure was revealed to be Zeke Draker, who calmly asked the captain if something was wrong, and whether he had just seen something he was not supposed to see. Earlier, Zeke Draker had stood before Professor Fannin while holding a magic scroll. He explained that the scroll had been prepared to block outside listeners, assuring him that no one would be able to overhear their conversation. Zeke Draker then asked Professor Fannin whether he truly meant what he had said about working together. Professor Fannin answered that once he knew the truth of what was happening, he could not simply stand by and do nothing. Zeke Draker pointed out that choosing this path would prevent Professor Fannin from gaining the experience he needed in Delphoa. But Fannin dismissed that concern, saying he would rather do what was right than build experience he would be ashamed of. Zeke smiled at that answer, thanked him, and told him they needed to move immediately because Captain Ingrid Haxon still had to be dealt with. Back in the present, Captain Ingrid Haxon stood stunned as he saw Zeke Draker accompanied by Professor Fannin and the others. Rage twisted his face, and he called Fannin a useless bastard, unable to accept that the man had betrayed him. Then he demanded to know whether Fannin truly believed he would remain safe after doing something like this. But Zeke Draker cut in before Ingrid Haxon could continue. He revealed that he had brought people to investigate Ingrid's ties and secret communications with a continental enemy, as well as his corruption, then asked the captain to cooperate with the arrest as 3 men stepped forward at once. The moment Zeke Draker said that, Ingrid Haxon recognized the men immediately as members of Delphoa's inspection squad. He hurriedly insisted that it was all a misunderstanding, claiming he had never communicated with any enemy of the continent. Then Ingrid Haxon turned his accusation back on Zeke Draker, claiming that Zeke was trying to frame him. The leader of the inspection squad responded that they had already secured the evidence and told Ingrid Haxon not to pretend he was innocent. That irritated Ingrid enough for him to snap back, asking whether they really thought he would fall alone. He boasted that with his connections, he could deal with everyone present, and even claimed that Delphoa itself would tremble if he chose to use his power. Zeke Draker had no intention of listening to any more of Ingrid Haxon's threats. In an instant, he rushed forward and drove his fist straight into the captain's face. After striking Ingrid Haxon down and cutting through his arrogance, Zeke Draker looked down at him with chilling calm and told him to go ahead and try using those connections he had been bragging about. That response left Ingrid Haxon visibly shaken. He had never imagined that Zeke Draker would stand there with such absolute confidence, as if every threat Ingrid had made meant nothing at all. Zeke Draker then made his position clear. He was a direct-blooded Draker, a pure-blooded Awakener, and the sole successor of Duke Draker, the former Black Knight. With a cold, piercing look in his eyes, Zeke asked Ingrid Haxon whether he truly wanted to test which of them held more influence. The moment those words sank in, Ingrid Haxon's bravado collapsed completely. He dropped to his knees at once, lowering himself in desperation as he admitted he had been wrong and begged Zeke Draker for forgiveness. But Zeke Draker cut him off without a shred of sympathy, telling Ingrid Haxon not to waste his breath begging him. If Ingrid Haxon wanted forgiveness, Zeke Draker said, then he should beg it from the knights who had died because of his corruption and cowardice. Just then, a voice called out to Zeke Draker. When he turned, Jorge Outer was standing there, the knight captain's subordinates bowing their heads with deep respect. Jorge thanked Zeke sincerely, saying that the injustice they had suffered had finally been cleared away. Thanks to Zeke Draker's testimony, the knights had been excluded from the investigation, with their innocence made clear and their involvement in Ingrid Haxon's corruption denied. Even so, the 8th Mage Corps was now set to disappear, and the Knight Corps attached to it would vanish along with it. Unless another unit accepted them, the 8th Knight Corps would be disbanded entirely. Zeke Draker looked at Jorge Outer and asked whether he regretted anything. Jorge answered that he had no regrets, though sorrow still weighed on him for the men who had died meaningless deaths because of his own shortcomings. Hearing that, Zeke Draker said that if Jorge Outer was willing, he wanted to offer him and his men a job. The offer caught Jorge off guard, and he asked what kind of position Zeke had in mind. Instead of answering right away, Zeke Draker pulled out a document and handed it over, telling Jorge Outer to look through the details. As Jorge and his subordinates read the contents, shock spread across their faces. Jorge Outer stared at the document and remarked that the conditions were far too generous, questioning whether the numbers written there were truly correct. Zeke Draker simply told him that this was the level they should expect if they were going to work under him, then revealed that he had recently established a merchant group and wanted them to serve as its guards. The knights were left stunned by the unexpected offer. Zeke Draker smiled brightly and asked whether they intended to refuse, and Jorge Outer quickly answered that they would gladly accept. Jorge Outer went even further, declaring that he and his men would pledge their allegiance to Zeke Draker. He immediately ordered his subordinates to greet their new master, and once they had done so, Zeke turned toward Professor Fannin and called out to him, telling him to come to Atlas as soon as his work here was finished because there was still plenty waiting for him. Professor Fannin placed a hand over his chest, addressed Zeke Draker as master, and confirmed that he understood. Seeing that, Zeke could not help but smile faintly as he thought about how an instructor and a student had somehow ended up in this kind of relationship. As Zeke Draker stood beneath the slowly rising sun, his thoughts returned to the mission. The result had not unfolded exactly as he had expected, and he still had no idea how the evaluation would turn out, but strangely enough, he did not care much. In the end, the matter had been resolved, and Zeke trusted that the rest would somehow work out. Elsewhere, in a different setting, 3 men had gathered inside an office for a serious meeting. A bald man thanked the other 2 for making time despite their busy schedules. With a grave expression, he explained that the recent incident had to be discussed urgently among the core members of the Order of Black Knights. One of the men, Varon Draker, said he would get straight to the point. He revealed that the southern continent had been behaving strangely as of late, a statement that immediately caught the others by surprise. A bearded man responded by reminding Varon Draker that the South had always been a haven for criminals. To him, it was nothing more than a lawless place packed with drug dealers and outlaws. The other man added that Don Juan had already taken control of the region through his Soma business, amassing enormous wealth in the process. If someone like Don Juan began causing trouble, he warned, it would never remain a small issue. Varon Draker then addressed him as Squad Commander Wick and questioned how he could still be unaware despite being in charge of intelligence. Then Varon revealed that Don Juan was dead, shocking Wick so badly that he immediately insisted it was impossible and suggested that perhaps Don Juan was merely hiding because of Pabella's attacks. Varon Draker countered by explaining that since Don Juan went into hiding, the McCain cartel had fractured into multiple factions. On top of that, most of Pabella's major figures had also been killed, leaving that side in a similarly broken state. Then Varon Draker asked Wick whether it was not suspicious that Don Juan still had not shown himself under such chaotic circumstances. As Varon Draker spoke, a transparent screen slowly materialized in the air before them. Varon Draker informed the others that both cartels had recorded video footage a month earlier, and that the recordings showed Zeke Draker, Simon Zapatero, and the other assassins involved. He pointed out that the same masked individuals appeared in both recordings, leading them to believe that Zeke Draker had moved between the 2 organizations and brought both of them down from within. However, neither side had managed to identify who Zeke Draker truly was. Varon Draker then stated that their objective was to uncover Zeke Draker's identity and determine why he had targeted the southern cartels. He made it clear that they needed to dig up every detail connected to him. Later, Zeke Draker stood inside the dean's office, visibly surprised by what he had just heard. He looked at the dean and asked him to repeat himself. In response, Principal Flaubert Borges presented him with a file and praised his performance during the Black Knight Yaksha mission. Placing the document on the table, he explained that Professor Andre Draker had submitted extremely detailed notes, and that Delphoa's inspection department had also provided their data along with their gratitude. That caught Zeke Draker off guard. He had assumed the mission would receive no positive evaluation after he went against his superior's orders, because on the battlefield, soldiers were normally expected to obey commands without question. Being commended for his actions was something he had not expected at all. Principal Flaubert Borges then mentioned that there had only been one unfortunate part of the mission, saying it was a pity that Black Knight Yaksha had died during transport. Zeke Draker let out a nervous laugh, remembering that he had actually allowed the man to live, staging his death so he could change Yaksha's identity and bring him to the central continent. Zeke Draker understood very well that the human experimentation data he had discovered in the south, along with Black Knight Yaksha himself as a witness to the stimulant experiments, would become valuable leverage that could be used to pressure the Empire. Principal Flaubert Borges continued, telling Zeke Draker that during the professor's meeting, they had decided to assign him a different kind of exam because of the talent he had shown during the mission. Zeke asked what exactly this new task involved. Principal Flaubert Borges revealed that the exam would be a demon hunt. At first, Zeke Draker was surprised, thinking that sounded far too simple for a special graduation trial. But Principal Flaubert Borges immediately clarified that this would not be an ordinary hunt. It was an unsolved case, and Zeke Draker would have to handle it alone. Unlike monsters, demons did not belong to any fixed species. Because of that, it was extremely difficult to identify their customs, habits, or behavioral patterns. Many demons were not only powerful, but also highly intelligent, which made them especially difficult for humans to predict, understand, or defeat. After thinking through the situation, Zeke Draker concluded that the case must involve a demon with exceptional intelligence. With that in mind, he asked Principal Flaubert Borges for the exact location where the incident had occurred. Principal Flaubert Borges told him that it had taken place within the Duchy of Troy. He then reminded Zeke Draker that House Draker was based there, emphasizing that if a demon could remain undiscovered in such a place, it could not possibly be ordinary. He added that if Zeke Draker passed this exam, he would be exempt from all remaining tests, and this single trial alone would qualify him for graduation. Hearing that, Zeke placed a hand over his chest and vowed to Principal Flaubert Borges that he would resolve the case as quickly as possible, swearing on his honor as a knight that he would not fail or disappoint him. With that promise made, Zeke Draker immediately left the dean's office. Outside, a man approached him respectfully and greeted him, saying it was an honor to meet him. He introduced himself as Felix Valencia and explained that he would be serving as Zeke Draker's guide for the mission. Zeke Draker returned the greeting, but as he listened to Felix Valencia speak, he realized that in his past life, he had never once heard that name. More than that, something about Felix Valencia felt unusual. Zeke Draker sensed a strange energy coming from him, something that did not fit the impression of an ordinary young knight, especially one who was not even part of House Draker. Keeping that in mind, Zeke asked Felix directly whether he was from Troy. Felix Valencia confirmed that he was indeed a native of Troy. He explained that he had trained at a swordsmanship guild when he was younger and now worked at Atlas. Everything about his explanation sounded normal enough, but Zeke Draker still decided to stay cautious, keeping his guard up as he thanked Felix for sharing the information. Then Zeke Draker turned his gaze forward and said plainly that they needed to depart for Troy. The scene shifted to the Duchy of Troy, where a group of people had gathered to welcome Zeke Draker upon his arrival. Their leader stepped forward respectfully and told him that they had been expecting him. As the man clasped Zeke Draker's hand, his expression softened with open disbelief. He confessed that he had never once expected a pure-blooded awakener to personally come all the way to a place like this, and said meeting him was an honor. Zeke simply returned the gesture calmly and answered that he was glad he could be of help. Zeke Draker then shifted his attention fully toward the man, his gaze sharpening as he asked him to explain the incident from the beginning in as much detail as possible. The man nodded, gathering his thoughts, and said the strange trouble had not started all at once, but had been continuing for several weeks. At first, it had only been the livestock that disappeared without a trace, vanishing from the farms in ways no one could explain. But before long, the situation grew worse, and people who climbed up toward the mountain began failing to return at all. The pattern became more terrifying with time. The first victims were children, then women started disappearing as well, and eventually even grown men were no longer safe. It was as if the demons had slowly changed their hunting habits, moving from smaller, easier prey to larger targets. Zeke Draker asked if there were still any places where traces of the attacks might remain. The man quickly guided him toward a fenced-off area, then pointed to the farm where the livestock had first vanished, explaining that the earliest clues had been found there before the trail continued toward the mountain path. Zeke Draker studied the area in silence, letting his eyes move carefully over the fence and the ground around it. Blood had been splattered across the wooden rails, yet the fence itself was not broken or torn apart, and that strange detail immediately caught his attention, making him step closer for a more careful look. Activating his draconic eyes, Zeke Draker scanned the surroundings with far sharper perception. Before long, he spotted large footprints sunk deep into the soil, each one heavy enough to leave a clear impression. Whatever had made them had enough strength to leap over the fence without touching it, and that movement pattern was nothing like an ordinary demon. Zeke Draker's expression grew colder as he pieced the signs together. With his eyes fixed on the trail ahead, he quietly concluded that this mission was going to be far from simple. By the time night settled over the forest, Zeke Draker and Felix had made camp among the trees. Felix had already fallen asleep, worn down by the long day, while Zeke remained awake beside the fire, glancing over at him and thinking that the journey must have exhausted him completely. They had continued their investigation long after dark, following the demon's trail up the mountain until it carried them deep into a thick forest far away from any signs of people. There, in the middle of that isolated place, they found a disturbing clue: a corpse dried and shriveled like a mummy, even though there were no visible wounds on its body. Zeke Draker stared into the flickering fire, his thoughts turning over the condition of the corpse again and again. He wondered what kind of demon could drain every trace of fluid from a body without leaving a single obvious mark on the outside. From that clue, Zeke Draker began to narrow down the kind of demon they might be facing. But the moment he thought he had an answer, another detail bothered him. The enormous footprints back in the village did not match the creature he had in mind at all. The instant that contradiction crossed Zeke Draker's mind, a loud crash echoed through the forest. Felix jolted awake in alarm and asked if Zeke had heard it too. Zeke calmly answered that the sound had come from roughly 2 kilometers to the west, then told Felix to stay where he was, assuring him he would be back before sunrise. Without wasting another second, Zeke Draker sprang into motion and dashed straight toward the source of the sound. As Zeke Draker moved swiftly between the trees, he reasoned that an explosion-like noise in such a remote forest could only mean a demon was involved. When he finally reached the area, however, he found himself facing not just a monster, but a massive shirtless man with broad arms, a powerful build, and tattoos covering his body. With a thunderous roar, the huge man grabbed an entire tree by the trunk and ripped it straight out of the ground. He swung it toward his opponent as if it were nothing more than a sword, and even Zeke Draker was momentarily taken aback by the absurd strength on display, wondering if the man was some kind of barbarian. Zeke Draker quickly shifted his attention from the giant man to the figure he was fighting. The enemy was clearly a demon, and the moment Zeke caught a proper look at its body, his earlier suspicion became certain. The creature was enormous and monkey-like, with a long tail whipping behind it. It belonged to an ancient species of demon known as Jueyuan. In his past life, Zeke Draker had once seen a corpse dried out in that same unnatural way. Back then, his master had told him that such a death was caused by an ancient demon species, warning him to be especially careful of one that moved like a monkey. Jueyuan were fast, cautious, and incredibly difficult to corner, but the most dangerous part was their tail. They could use it like a flexible tentacle, striking a target and draining a person's vitality in a single instant. When the demon suddenly lunged at the giant man, everything finally clicked into place in Zeke Draker's mind. The barbarian must have been the one stealing the livestock from the village, while the Jueyuan was the true culprit behind the people being abducted. But before Zeke Draker could move on that realization, a scream ripped through the forest. He snapped his gaze back to the fight and saw that the demon had driven a tentacle-like tongue straight through the barbarian's stomach. The barbarian clenched his teeth hard, forcing himself to stay conscious despite the pain. His eyes shifted toward the demon's mouth, and he realized the attack had not come from its tail at all, but from its tongue. At that exact moment, Zeke Draker appeared behind the creature with his sword already drawn, ready to cut it down. But the demon reacted instantly, sensing his presence before the strike could land. The Jueyuan dropped low, bowing its head just enough to avoid the blade, then shot away from Zeke Draker at terrifying speed. Zeke Draker clicked his tongue in frustration at how agile the creature was. Then his eyes moved to the barbarian, who had collapsed heavily onto the ground, and he wondered if the Jueyuan's attack had poisoned him. Zeke Draker had no real desire to help someone who had been stealing livestock from innocent villagers. Even so, he could not simply leave the man there to die, so he decided to act. Inside a nearby cave, the barbarian lay unconscious on the ground while Zeke Draker examined his wound. Zeke tried using a healing potion, but when it showed no effect at all, he began to suspect the problem might be that the barbarian was not fully human. Zeke Draker placed his hand over the hole in the man's stomach and chose to try a different approach. At that moment, the system informed him that he was activating his mass buff skill. Drawing on his healing factor, Zeke Draker released a soft green light from his hand as the ability began to work. The damaged flesh slowly closed, and once the wound in the barbarian's stomach was sealed, the man finally started to stir. The barbarian's eyes snapped open, and the first thing he saw was Zeke Draker beside him. Instinctively, he leapt backward into a guarded stance, ready to fight, but Zeke calmly told him to settle down. The barbarian froze in visible shock when he heard those words. Zeke Draker then explained plainly that he was the one who had saved his life. The barbarian could hardly believe that Zeke Draker was able to speak his language, but he still lowered his guard enough to express his gratitude. Zeke, for his part, felt relieved that he still remembered how to communicate in the tongue of the barbarians. The young warrior introduced himself as Big Fists. Though he was only 16 years old, he was already stronger than the fighters in his village, and for that very reason, he had been given a fitting trial for his warrior ceremony. His task was to defeat the Jueyuan, a demon his people regarded as the strongest. But the challenge had proven far more dangerous than he expected, and the creature was so powerful that Big Fists ended up chasing it all the way to the Duchy of Troy. Big Fists admitted with frustration that the hunt was proving too difficult, and that he would probably fail his test at this rate. Hearing that, Zeke Draker looked at him and asked if he wanted help. Big Fists stared at him in surprise, asking if he truly meant it. Zeke Draker simply smiled back at him and told him to trust him. Later, Felix appeared and nervously looked at the huge figure standing beside Zeke Draker. He asked if that person was really a barbarian, and Zeke confirmed it without hesitation, adding that Big Fists would be joining them in the hunt for the demon. Felix could only look more confused by the sudden arrangement. Big Fists then glanced toward Felix and asked who he was. Zeke Draker answered that Felix was his subordinate, which only made Big Fists tilt his head and ask what that meant. As the conversation went on, Zeke Draker quietly observed Felix's reaction. Even after seeing a barbarian right in front of him, Felix did not so much as reach for his sword. That kind of calm would normally take serious training to fake naturally, yet aside from the strange aura Zeke had sensed before, Felix still looked like nothing more than an ordinary swordsman, making Zeke wonder if he was thinking too deeply about it. While Zeke Draker was still caught in that thought, Big Fist suddenly lifted his head and remarked that he could smell something. Zeke immediately turned toward him and asked what he meant. Big Fist's expression grew serious as he said he had picked up the scent of the same demon from before. The answer caught Zeke Draker off guard, and he quickly asked where the smell was coming from. Big Fists led Zeke Draker through the forest until they arrived at a cave, a place Zeke had not expected to find so soon. Still, he remembered his master once teaching him that Jueyuan preferred dark, damp hiding places. With sunrise drawing closer, there was a strong chance the demon had retreated inside the cave. Zeke Draker turned toward Big Fists and asked if he had any method for capturing it. Big Fists simply raised his hand and swung it through the air, making it obvious that his plan was to fight the demon barehanded with nothing but his fists. Seeing that, Zeke Draker immediately understood why the creature had managed to avoid him so easily before. Zeke Draker called out his plan, telling Big Fists to face the prey head-on while he moved around to strike from behind. Big Fists heard the idea, broke into a broad grin, and said he understood. Together, they stepped into the cave and advanced deeper into the darkness. The farther they went, the more certain Zeke Draker became that they had found the demon's lair, especially when he saw bones of every shape and size scattered across the ground. He warned Big Fists to stay alert, reminding him that they were now inside the demon's den. But the instant Zeke Draker's warning left his mouth, the Jueyuan burst out from its hiding place and lunged at Big Fists from behind. Big Fists sensed the attack at the last possible moment and leapt backward, narrowly avoiding the strike. Then he immediately closed the gap again and threw a punch with such overwhelming force that the ground beneath them cracked and shattered. But once the dust and shattered stone finally settled, the Jueyuan was nowhere to be seen, as if the demon had melted into the darkness of the cave itself. Zeke Draker did not look surprised in the slightest. He already knew the Jueyuan would never be captured that easily, and that very ability was the reason it had managed to slip away from everyone so far, even from his master in the past. Its true danger lay in the way it could hide its entire body inside the darkness, blending so perfectly with the shadows that it vanished from sight, then silently circled around and appeared behind Big Fists once again. The moment Zeke Draker realized what was happening, he drew his sword without hesitation. The Jueyuan rushed in from behind Big Fists, claws raised to tear him apart, and this time Big Fists sensed the danger too late to defend himself. Just before those claws could rip into him, Zeke Draker surged forward in a blur. Using his water field, he cut through the demon's attack with a clean, precise slash, severing its arm before it could reach Big Fists. The Jueyuan staggered in shock, clearly unable to understand how its ambush had been stopped so perfectly. Zeke Draker immediately turned toward Big Fists and shouted for him to attack the wounded one. Big Fists reacted at once, throwing his massive arms around the demon's body and locking it down with all his strength so it could no longer slip away into the shadows. Even with one arm badly ruined, the Jueyuan still fought back viciously, striking Big Fists with everything it had. But Big Fists clenched his teeth and endured the blow, refusing to loosen his grip even for a second. Zeke Draker coated his sword in aura, the blade glowing with gathered power. He praised Big Fists for holding the demon in place, then told him firmly to leave the rest to him. At the sound of Zeke Draker's voice, the Jueyuan twisted its head toward him. In that same instant, Big Fists leapt aside, clearing the way and giving Zeke the perfect opening to unleash the first verse of Chapter 2 of True Dragon Swordplay. Earth Slice struck with tremendous force, landing cleanly on the Jueyuan's body. Yet even as the blow tore through it, the demon's lost limbs had already begun regenerating, flesh and bone rapidly knitting themselves back together. Zeke Draker activated his power and stared coldly at the Jueyuan, asking if it truly believed he would allow it to recover. In the next moment, he invoked Gluttony, releasing a terrifying surge of golden energy that rushed forward and swallowed the monster whole. The system informed him that he had devoured an ancient species fully corrupted by polluted energy, while his stamina, mental strength, and mana began to recover. It also revealed that he had absorbed the corrupted ancient bloodline ability and obtained an A-rank skill called Stealth, which left Zeke deeply satisfied with the result. Afterward, Zeke Draker turned his gaze toward the severed arm he had cut off earlier. He called out to Big Fists, tossed the limb over to him, and told him to take it as proof of the hunt, while Zeke held up one of the fingers and said he would use that for the same purpose. Tears welled up in Big Fist's eyes as he stepped forward and pulled Zeke Draker into a tight, grateful embrace. After thanking him sincerely, Big Fists took the demon's arm and headed toward the cave exit, asking Zeke to visit his village someday when he had the time, which made Zeke ask which tribe he belonged to. Big Fists proudly answered that he came from the mighty Boulder tribe. The name stunned Zeke Draker, who remembered it as the strongest barbarian village. Then Big Fists turned back with a bright smile and repeated the invitation, while Zeke smiled in return, waved him off, and told him they would meet again later. Back in town, the people raised their cups in celebration, offering a toast to Zeke Draker. Their leader thanked him with visible relief, saying that because of what he had done, the town could finally sleep in peace. Zeke answered modestly that he was simply glad to help, but as he took a sip from his cup, his eyes lingered on Felix, because something about him still felt strange. Earlier, after Zeke Draker had dealt with the Juyuan and returned to camp, Felix had been missing. Not long after, Felix came back looking disheveled and claimed he had simply fallen. But the excuse did not sit right with Zeke. He wondered if Felix had secretly watched the fight with big fists, especially since Zeke knew that in the middle of battle, he could not reliably sense distant presences, meaning Felix might have been hiding nearby the entire time. With that possibility lingering in his mind, Zeke Draker decided not to confront Felix immediately and instead kept quietly observing him for a little longer. Once the celebration finally came to an end, Zeke Draker headed toward the place prepared for him to rest. He remembered the leader's earlier promise that proper accommodations had already been arranged, and he intended to settle in for the night. But before Zeke Draker could go much farther, someone stepped directly into his path. It was Felix. Zeke looked at him and asked why he was here when his own lodging was in the opposite direction. Felix stood there visibly tense, then suddenly asked Zeke to accept him as a follower, catching Zeke off guard before urging him to watch something first. Felix drew his sword and began to move. As the blade sliced smoothly through the air, Zeke Draker's expression sharpened with surprise, because he recognized the technique at once. It was the swordsmanship passed down among the paladins of the Holy Kingdom. After demonstrating it for a while, Felix finally stopped and said he was finished. Zeke Draker remembered that Felix had previously claimed he learned swordsmanship at a guild, so he pressed him on how he could possibly know a style reserved for paladins. Felix was visibly shaken by the question, because even inside the Holy Kingdom, paladins belonging to the Holy Knights rarely interacted with outsiders, and their secret techniques were known only to a chosen few. Felix admitted that he had never expected Zeke Draker to recognize the technique so quickly. For a brief moment, Felix fell silent, as if weighing whether there was any point in hiding the truth any longer. Realizing that concealment was useless now, Felix took out an item and handed it to Zeke Draker for inspection. Zeke immediately identified it as an official paladin insignia, and Felix explained that it had belonged to his grandfather, a former paladin who had been dragged into a hidden internal conflict within the Holy Kingdom, framed for wrongdoing, and eventually forced into exile. The revelation genuinely surprised Zeke, making the situation far more complicated than he had expected. Felix continued, explaining that his grandfather had risked his life fighting countless enemies within the kingdom to expose corruption. But despite everything he did, he could not escape the false accusations placed upon him. He was not only exiled, but also threatened with a dishonorable execution, and only with the help of his family and allies did he barely manage to flee the kingdom alive. After escaping, Felix's grandfather hid his identity and lived quietly in the Duchy of Troy. Then, before he died, he revealed everything to Felix. He personally taught Felix that same paladin swordsmanship, passing down what he knew before his death. This surprised Zeke Draker even more, and he asked whether Felix's grandfather had attempted aura transmission before passing away. Felix looked confused and asked what aura transmission even was. Instead of answering immediately, Zeke Draker told him to hold out his hand, and Felix did so without hesitation, allowing Zeke to take it. As Zeke Draker held Felix's hand, he sensed the flow of energy inside him and quickly realized something unusual. Felix's aura conductivity was remarkably high compared to his current level, and his aura circuits were already clear and unobstructed. When Felix nervously asked if something was wrong, Zeke calmly answered that nothing was wrong at all, and that Felix should be grateful to his grandfather. Felix was stunned by those words and asked what Zeke Draker meant. Zeke explained that Felix's grandfather must have been a former Arch-Paladin, someone whose level could be compared to a Black Knight, leaving Felix struggling to believe what he was hearing. Zeke Draker continued by explaining that since the Imperial Age, the Paladins of the Holy Knights had possessed a unique technique known as aura transmission. It was designed to speed up a person's growth with aura, but in Felix's case, his grandfather had done more than simply strengthen his aura. He had also improved his aura conductivity and cleared his circuits. Felix admitted that he had never known any of that before, his expression turning serious as the truth about his grandfather finally began to sink in. Zeke Draker then looked at Felix directly and asked whether his wish to become a follower came from wanting revenge for his wrongly accused grandfather. Felix answered that it was only part of the reason. After watching Zeke fight the demon, he had genuinely come to want to serve him, and he firmly promised that accepting him would not be a mistake. Zeke Draker quietly weighed the situation. In the end, he saw no real downside. If Felix was an ordinary spy, keeping him close would make it easier to uncover whoever had sent him, and if he was not, then Zeke would gain a follower with remarkable potential. So Zeke Draker turned slightly away and told Felix that following him would not be an easy path. He added that they would return to Atlas the next day and instructed Felix to prepare himself. Felix's face lit up with joy as he thanked Zeke for the opportunity and promised to do everything he could. The scene then moved to Valhalla, where Flaubert Borges welcomed Zeke Draker into his office. Looking over the report, he remarked that its contents were truly remarkable, admitting that even he had not expected Zeke to heal a barbarian and then work together with him to defeat a demon. Flaubert Borges went on to say that keeping someone with Zeke Draker's talent confined to Valhalla alone would be a loss for the entire continent. Zeke answered humbly that he had simply been fortunate, which made Flaubert laugh and comment on how modest he was. Flaubert Borges tossed a document onto the table and told Zeke Draker to take it. He explained that it was a temporary graduation certificate, since the semester had not yet ended and a full graduation would be difficult at the moment. With that provisional certificate, however, Zeke would have no trouble pursuing whatever path he chose next, prompting him to smile and thank Flaubert for his help. Flaubert Borges then asked whether Zeke Draker had decided what he would do after graduation, specifically whether he planned to return to his family. Zeke confirmed that he did, saying he wanted to gain experience as a knight within his household first. Hearing this, Flaubert smiled with satisfaction and said he looked forward to seeing how Zeke would grow from here. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. After Flaubert Borges gave permission to enter, Andre Draker stepped inside and politely apologized for interrupting, then informed him that the Four Seasons Fortress had requested Zeke Draker's presence. Flaubert Borges remarked that Zeke Draker's father must have already heard about his graduation. Zeke then said he would take his leave, and Flaubert told him to visit again whenever he had the chance. As they walked toward Arthur Draker's office, Zeke Draker asked Andre Draker if he knew the exact reason behind the summons. Andre admitted he did not, but guessed that the patriarch likely wanted to congratulate him on graduating. Zeke smiled faintly and said the patriarch he knew would not usually bother with something like that, though Andre replied that it was still possible, reminding him that completing Valhalla in only 2 years was an impressive achievement. Andre Draker then added that he had seen Zeke Draker's friends on his way to the dean's office. Zeke was briefly surprised, until he realized Andre was referring to Diego Villa and Asta Elidolf. When Andre Draker mentioned that both of them had looked rather downcast and asked if something had happened, Zeke Draker explained that they had been stationed at the northern borders, where their entire duty was clearing snow. Andre nodded and commented that people often said snow could be more frightening than monsters. When they arrived at the entrance to the patriarch's office, Andre Draker gestured for Zeke Draker to go inside. Zeke thanked him for escorting him, then stepped through the door, where Arthur Draker greeted him and congratulated him on graduating. Zeke accepted the congratulations with thanks, and Arthur invited him to sit and make himself comfortable. Arthur Draker set his cup down and asked if Zeke Draker was wondering why he had called him there. When Zeke nodded, Arthur revealed his intention clearly. He wanted to send him to the upcoming Draker martial arts competition, and he wanted him to take first place. Arthur Draker explained that the tournament was hosted by the Draker family and reserved for young knights who had reached the level of Purple Knight within the past 5 years. In other words, it was a stage for the continent's rising rookies, the young talents who might one day stand at the front of the next generation. Zeke Draker answered that he understood. Arthur Draker then pressed him, asking if that meant he would win, and Zeke replied without the slightest hesitation that he would claim victory at the Draker martial arts competition. Arthur Draker smiled at Zeke Draker's confidence and said he hoped to be the one who placed the medal on him when the competition ended. Then he set a box on the table and told Zeke that he had prepared a graduation gift, asking him to open it. When Zeke Draker lifted the lid of the box, his eyes widened in surprise. Inside, resting neatly beside a formal document, was a golden plaque, and after one glance at the writing, he realized it was a title certificate for a territory. Still stunned, Zeke looked up at Arthur Draker and asked if his father was truly granting him land. Arthur Draker confirmed it without hesitation, explaining that the territory was located north of the Duchy of Troy, in the same region where Zeke Draker had captured the demon. Zeke could hardly believe that he was receiving land the moment he became an official knight, but he quickly steadied himself and promised that he would work hard to live up to his father's expectations. Arthur Draker rose from his seat, his voice calm but firm as he said he expected great things from Zeke Draker. He added that a caretaker would be assigned to manage the territory for now, and instructed Zeke to learn the remaining details from that person before dismissing him. Zeke Draker offered his thanks and stepped out of the office, still turning the matter over in his mind. Territories were usually granted only to high-ranking knights within the family, so receiving one so early was far beyond what he had expected. As he walked down the corridor lost in thought, someone suddenly tapped his shoulder, and when he turned around, Duke Draker was standing there with a grin, greeting him as his busy disciple Bastard and saying it had been a while. Zeke blinked in surprise and asked why his master was there. Duke Draker admitted that he had only come to stay near Zeke Draker and relax for a while, but the patriarch had caught him and forced him into work instead. Zeke reminded him dryly that he had already been resting for 10 years, then asked whether doing at least this much work was really such a terrible burden. Duke Draker sighed and said Zeke Draker really was Arthur Draker's son, since the two of them spoke in almost the exact same way. Then, without warning, Duke turned toward the window, pushed it open, and jumped straight out, leaving Zeke staring after him and asking what he was doing. As Duke Draker dropped outside, he called back that they needed to hurry home before some leeches managed to catch up with them. By the time they reached Zeke Draker's mansion, Duke Draker let out a long breath of relief and declared that he could finally relax. He told his disciple that nothing in the world felt better than being at home. Zeke Draker immediately pointed out that this was actually his house, not Duke Draker's. Duke shamelessly called him cheap and insisted that anything Zeke owned belonged to him as well, because he was the master. Zeke was left speechless, but Duke quickly changed the subject and asked why Arthur Draker had summoned him, already certain that the patriarch would never call him over just to celebrate his graduation. Zeke Draker then revealed that he had received a graduation gift. Duke Draker guessed it might have been a sword or maybe a fine set of armor, but Zeke corrected him and said his father had given him a territory instead. At first, Duke Draker casually praised it as a fine reward, but a heartbeat later, the meaning truly sank in, and he abruptly froze, rose from his seat, and demanded that Zeke Draker repeat what he had just said. When Zeke Draker explained again that the territory was in the northern part of the Duchy of Troy, Duke Draker struggled to process it. He was astonished that someone Zeke's age had already been granted land, and he guessed that Arthur Draker must have been overjoyed by his son's achievement. Duke Draker added that even if the territory was in the north, it should still bring in a reasonable amount of tax income, making the reward even more valuable. Zeke Draker explained that he had already completed a mission in that region, and that the locals had treated him warmly while he was there. Duke Draker accepted that as good news, then pointed out that ruling as a lord was far better than simply carrying the title of knight. However, Zeke Draker added that there was still one more matter. Duke Draker immediately looked intrigued and asked if he had received yet another gift, but Zeke shook his head and revealed that Arthur Draker had ordered him to win the Draker martial arts competition. That demand was not something Duke Draker had expected. His expression shifted as he asked whether Zeke Draker was serious, but Zeke only looked back at him and asked if something was wrong, wondering whether the competition was truly that difficult. Duke Draker answered that the competition itself was not the problem. For someone with Zeke Draker's level of talent, nothing should be difficult if victory were decided by skill and talent alone. When Zeke Draker asked what he meant by that, Duke Draker asked whether he had ever actually watched the Draker martial arts competition before. Zeke admitted that he only knew it was held once every 5 years. So Duke explained that it was far more than a simple tournament. Behind the name of a competition, it was actually a clash between families. In other words, the Draker martial arts competition was not just about who swung a sword better in the arena. Zeke Draker frowned and asked if Duke Draker meant that corruption was working behind the scenes. Duke Draker shook his head and said it was actually the opposite. It was a place where the idea of corruption did not even apply, because every form of influence, pressure, connection, and power that could be brought to the table was openly accepted, and the winner was decided with all of that taken into account. That caught Zeke Draker off guard. He had assumed he simply needed to fight his way to victory, but the grave look on Duke Draker's face told him the matter was not nearly that simple. Duke Draker spoke plainly, making it clear that without the backing of a sponsor family, Zeke Draker would never be able to win the Draker martial arts competition. After Duke Draker left the room, Zeke Draker sat alone and thought over everything his master had said. Duke had pointed out how distant Zeke was from family politics and mentioned that there was still time to look for a suitable sponsor family. That made Zeke realize he was just as inexperienced in politics as he had once been in other unfamiliar fields, and he began wondering whether there might be another way to solve the problem. Just as that thought formed, someone entered the room and greeted him. Zeke Draker turned and asked Decker what he needed, and Decker replied that he had something important to say. He explained that he had overheard the earlier conversation with Duke Draker and learned that Zeke would be participating in the Draker martial arts competition. Zeke Draker confirmed it, adding that his master had warned him that entering the competition without a sponsor family would be difficult. In response, Decker asked Zeke to watch closely, then drew his sword and released his aura. Zeke Draker was startled and asked if Decker was a blue knight, but Decker calmly sheathed his blade and told Zeke to stop pretending. Decker said he already knew Zeke Draker had figured it out long ago. That left Zeke slightly embarrassed, because he had not expected Decker to realize he had been aware of it. Decker then revealed that he had once served as a knight of the Draker family, and that he had been assigned as the guard responsible for protecting Zeke Draker's mother. The confession visibly stunned Zeke, and Decker then asked whether he knew why no one in the family ever spoke about her. When Zeke Draker asked why, Decker explained that it was because his mother came from the Agamemnon family. The name only confused Zeke further, since he had never even heard of it before, and he asked what kind of family they were. Zeke Draker waited for Decker's answer, trying to understand why a family connected to his mother had been buried so deeply in silence. Decker answered that the Agamemnon family had once been the greatest power among the Draker family's blood allies, so influential that they surpassed even the present-day Turin family and Zimon's family. Zeke found that difficult to believe, and if they had truly been that powerful, he could not understand why he was only hearing their name now. Decker replied that people avoided speaking of the Agamemnon family because they were known as a cursed family. When Zeke Draker asked what kind of curse they carried, Decker explained that women of the Agamemnon bloodline often gave birth to stillborn children, and even among the rare children who were born alive, most died before reaching the age of 5. Zeke Draker's mother had been the only one who survived that fate and lived into adulthood. Zeke Draker then asked if Decker was suggesting that he seek support from this cursed family. Decker confirmed it, explaining that the Agamemnon family had once been the strongest power in the central region, and that Zeke himself possessed the qualifications to become their sole heir. Hearing that, Zeke answered that he would think carefully about the suggestion. Decker lowered his head and thanked Zeke Draker for listening to him. Then, as Decker turned to leave, he paused and looked back, saying that Zeke Draker had trusted him even while knowing he was a Blue Knight, and that he was grateful for that trust. A small smile appeared on Zeke Draker's face, and he told Decker there was no need to mention it. The next scene shifted to Mykeene, where Zeke Draker and Felix Valencia walked through the city streets together. Felix glanced around at the surroundings and remarked that it felt as though they had stepped into the era of the Holy Kingdom, while Zeke observed that the city looked far better than he had expected. Mykeene was one of the Midland cities supported by the Draker family. According to Decker, the Agamemnon family had once ruled over Mykeene and its surrounding territories for a long time. But about 50 years ago, a string of misfortunes began striking the family, causing rumors of a curse to spread and leading to their isolation. That was likely why their name had become so difficult to find, even within the Draker family itself. As they continued through the streets, Zeke Draker suggested that they stop somewhere and get something to eat. Zeke Draker and Felix Valencia stepped into a restaurant, where the owner welcomed them with an easy warmth. As they approached the counter, Zeke asked for the most popular item on the menu, and the owner cheerfully answered that he would bring out the house's special soup. While they waited, Zeke Draker quietly looked around the restaurant. The patrons seemed relaxed and comfortable, and the atmosphere was calm enough to reflect strong public safety. The more he observed, the more Mykeene appeared to be a better city than he had expected. A bald man seated beside Felix Valencia leaned over and asked if the two of them were travelers. With a friendly smile, he offered to treat them to grilled short ribs if they had not eaten yet, while another man sitting near Zeke Draker urged him to try the dish since he had come all the way to Mykeene. Zeke Draker smiled at their welcoming attitude, thanked them, and said the people of Mykeene were truly kind. Then he asked the owner to serve beer to everyone in the room. The owner accepted the order, though the man beside Zeke quickly insisted that it was not necessary, only for Zeke to explain that he simply wanted to show his appreciation. As the conversation continued, Zeke Draker asked the man whether he had lived in Mykeene for a long time. The man replied that he was a native of the city and invited Zeke to ask him anything. Zeke then asked about the city's mayor, adding that he had not seen any building that looked like a city hall on his way there. The moment that question left Zeke Draker's mouth, the man went completely still, and the cheerful atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly turned tense. Zeke Draker could not understand the sudden change. Then the man beside him abruptly stood up, his expression stiff, and said Zeke was asking too many questions. The man told Zeke Draker to forget about the beer and simply enjoy his stay in Mykeene, making it clear that the topic of the mayor was not something the locals wanted to discuss. The sudden coldness in the room caught Zeke Draker off guard. He quietly wondered if bringing up the Agamemnon family had touched a nerve, and whether the people of Mykeene hated even hearing the name of that so-called cursed family. After a moment, he rose from his seat and told Felix Valencia to stay there and rest while he looked around the city, and Felix gave a cautious nod as Zeke stepped away. Zeke Draker soon entered a more refined bar, where the atmosphere was quieter and more polished than the restaurant from earlier. Behind the counter, the bartender was wiping a cup when he noticed Zeke walk in, then narrowed his eyes and questioned who he was, remarking that this was not the kind of place someone his age should casually enter. Zeke Draker did not look bothered by the warning. He calmly reached into his clothes, pulled out a VIP card, and held it where the bartender could clearly see it, then asked him to repeat what he had just said. The moment the bartender recognized the card, his face stiffened in shock, and he immediately lowered his attitude. The bartender quickly apologized, saying he deeply regretted failing to recognize someone of such standing. Zeke Draker accepted the apology without making a scene and simply said he wanted to meet the branch manager, which the bartender agreed to arrange at once. Zeke Draker understood right away that the card held serious authority within the syndicate, especially since it had come from K. Seeing how quickly the bartender changed his behavior, Zeke felt certain the card would prove useful again in the future. A short while later, Zeke Draker was walking down a hallway when the branch manager came rushing out in a panic. The man dropped to his knees before Zeke, bowed his head deeply, and begged forgiveness for his disrespect and for failing to realize who had arrived. Zeke looked down at him and asked if he even knew who he was. The manager admitted that he did not truly know anything about Zeke Draker's identity. All he had been told was that no matter what happened, he must never offend him. Zeke Draker then asked how long the manager had been in Mykean, and the man answered that he had lived there for 20 years. That caught Zeke's attention, so he asked whether the manager understood the city's situation well. The man confirmed that he did, then added that Mykean was far more active beneath the surface than it appeared, before lifting his head and asking if Zeke had any interest in the underworld. Zeke Draker dismissed that idea immediately, saying he had no intention of getting involved in stolen goods or shady trade. Instead, he shifted the subject and began asking about the Lord of Mykean. The manager froze the moment he heard that. With visible shock, he asked if Zeke Draker understood what he was saying, but Zeke pressed forward, making it clear that he was referring to the Agamemnon family. At that name, sweat began to bead heavily on the manager's face. Seeing that reaction, Zeke Draker grew more concerned. He wondered what kind of rumors had spread through Mykean to make even a syndicate branch manager so frightened. Just saying the Agamemnon family's name seemed to be treated like a taboo, so Zeke asked if there was a specific reason behind that fear. The manager trembled as he answered, his voice low and unsteady, saying that the Agamemnon family was cursed. Zeke Draker replied that he already knew about the curse involving newborn children dying soon after birth. But the manager shook his head and insisted that was not the whole story, prompting Zeke to ask what other curse existed. With his voice shaking even harder, the manager revealed that anyone who went to the Agamemnon family's castle would die. Zeke Draker was taken aback and asked if he was serious. The manager firmly insisted that he was, adding that even people who spoke the name Agamemnon too freely often found themselves in danger. Zeke Draker could tell the man's words were not just empty superstition. The more people feared and believed in the so-called curse, the stronger its presence seemed to become, leading Zeke to conclude that this curse truly existed in some form. Zeke Draker then asked the manager directly if anyone had actually died after visiting the castle. The man confirmed it, explaining that countless years ago, a well-known tale spread through the city about visitors who went to the castle and never returned alive. That was exactly why the civilians of Mykean refused to approach the place at all. After hearing that, Zeke Draker finally understood the shape of the situation. The Agamemnon family had likely created and nurtured this curse themselves, using fear to keep outsiders away from their castle. Later that night, Zeke Draker and Felix Valencia stood before the gates of the Agamemnon castle. Felix looked up at the dark, oppressive structure and asked if Zeke truly intended to investigate a place like this, saying the atmosphere felt ominous enough to make his skin crawl and suggesting they turn back. Instead of retreating, Zeke Draker raised his voice toward the castle and declared that a pure-blooded awakener, the youngest Blue Knight on the continent, had come seeking the Agamemnon family. The moment Zeke Draker's words rang out, the heavy gates began to creak open. An elderly woman in a maid's uniform appeared from within the gate and asked if he had just claimed to be Sir Zeke Draker. Zeke confirmed it without hesitation, then added that he wished to meet the patriarch of the Agamemnon family. The elderly maid's lips curled into a faint, unsettling smile as she told Zeke Draker he had come to the right place, then invited him inside the castle. As Zeke Draker walked through the corridor, he studied the ancient walls around him and guessed the castle must have stood for nearly 1,000 years. While he was examining the surroundings, Felix Valencia suddenly noticed something ahead and called out in alarm, urging Zeke to look. There, gathered around a table, sat a group of pale, aged figures. Felix nervously whispered that they looked like ghosts and that there was more than one, only for Zeke to strike him lightly on the head and tell him to be quiet. Zeke Draker then focused on the man seated at the center of the group and immediately understood that he was looking at the patriarch of the Agamemnon family. Zeke Draker formally greeted the masters of Mykean and the elders of the Agamemnon family, stating that he had come as a direct member of the Agamemnon bloodline to request their sponsorship. None of the elders answered him. Instead, the patriarch slowly rose from his seat and walked toward a nearby wall, where Zeke noticed a painting hanging in the dim light. Zeke Draker told Felix Valencia to shine his light toward the wall, and as Felix raised the lantern, several paintings came into view. Felix stared at them in shock and asked his lord why they looked so disturbing. Zeke, however, focused on the patriarch, who stood silently before two particular images. One showed countless people coughing blood as they died, while the other depicted bodies being thrown into a lake. As Zeke studied them, the patriarch spoke about the family symbol, his voice sharpening with anger as he declared that the symbol no longer existed, that Zeke would be cursed, that he had no right to succession, and that everyone would eventually die because of that curse. Zeke Draker asked if the old man meant that the right to become heir had disappeared along with the symbol. The patriarch answered with a nod, leaving Felix Valencia stunned and unable to understand how Zeke had drawn that meaning from the paintings and the old man's words. Zeke Draker considered both the missing symbol and the lake shown in the painting, then asked if it had sunk to the bottom of the water. The maid standing nearby confirmed it with a nod, so Zeke requested that she guide him there. The scene soon shifted to a vast lake stretching out beneath the night sky. Its sheer size shocked Felix Valencia, who admitted he had never seen anything like it. Then he looked at the murky water and warned that finding the symbol at the bottom would be extremely difficult. Zeke Draker remembered one of the paintings, where a figure had been diving into the lake while holding something. With no better lead, he decided to enter the water himself. Raising his hand, he retrieved an item as the system informed him that he had purchased whale's breath, a tool that allowed underwater breathing, and he calmly drank it. Felix Valencia stared in confusion as Zeke Draker stepped toward the lake and told him he was going in. Zeke instructed Felix to wait, warning that it might take some time, but Felix immediately grew alarmed and tried to stop him. Zeke Draker ignored Felix Valencia's protest and leapt straight into the lake, cutting through the water with ease as he swam deeper and deeper until he finally reached the bottom. There, Zeke Draker noticed something strange spread across the lakebed, a vast field of skeletons lying beneath the murky water. Seeing the bones scattered everywhere, he began to wonder whether the horrifying scenes from the paintings had truly happened. Before long, Zeke Draker spotted a faint glimmer among the bones. He moved closer to investigate and discovered a golden mask lying there. When he picked it up and examined it carefully, he noticed a crest etched into its surface, one that closely resembled the insignia of the Holy Kingdom. While Zeke Draker was still examining the mask, the surrounding water suddenly trembled. He immediately questioned what could be causing such a disturbance, and when he turned around, an enormous fin came into view, startling him. The moment Zeke Draker looked downward, he saw a gigantic creature rushing straight toward him with its jaws wide open. The system alerted him that it had identified an ancient dragon corrupted by polluted energy, and just before the beast could swallow him whole, Zeke dodged to the side. Still struggling to understand how an ancient dragon had appeared there, he quickly stored the golden mask in his inventory and drew his sword, realizing he had no choice but to fight. Zeke Draker raised his blade and gathered the surrounding water through the water-field elemental sword, unleashing a slash called Wave Sword at the creature. The ancient dragon cried out in pain, but the force of its roar pushed Zeke backward, and the crushing water pressure made him realize that continuing the fight underwater would be difficult. Then he remembered something that could help in this exact situation. He pulled out her Zion, equipped it, tightened his grip, and unleashed the first verse of Chapter 8 of True Dragon Swordplay, Dragon Scale Slice. The powerful strike forced the monster back, and the system immediately informed him that the ancient dragon had shown fear. His innate authority, draconic control, had activated, and the system asked whether he wished to make the target submit. Though Zeke was surprised that he might be able to control a creature like this, he understood the opportunity in front of him. Zeke Draker quickly decided that submission was the better option and ordered the system to proceed. Golden chains materialized in the water, spreading out around the ancient dragon before wrapping tightly around its massive body and restraining it in place. A moment later, the system confirmed that the creature had submitted. But the instant that confirmation came, the ancient dragon's body began to glow. A brilliant light burst through the water, far brighter than Zeke Draker had expected, leaving him uncertain about what was happening next. As the glow slowly faded, the system informed Zeke Draker that the polluted energy eroding the ancient dragon had been cleansed, restoring the creature's former divinity. Its body shifted into a pure blue hue, and the violent pressure surrounding it softened into a calm, gentle aura. Zeke Draker remembered how the creature had looked only moments earlier, like a lifeless monster driven entirely by corruption. Now that the corruption was gone, the ancient dragon seemed almost auspicious, carrying a sacred presence instead of a monstrous one. When it released a low growl, the system prompted Zeke Draker to assign a name to the subdued species, and Zeke recalled that his minimap had labeled this place as Nawel. So Zeke Draker chose the name Nawel. The system confirmed that he had obtained the holy beast Nawel, and when the dragon heard its new name, its expression seemed to soften into something almost like a smile. The system then explained that Nawel could only be summoned in areas containing water. Zeke Draker opened the interface and checked the holy beast stats, and as he examined the status window, he noticed something unusual. Nawel possessed control over water and had once been eroded by polluted water before it ever had the chance to evolve into a divine beast. The system added that Nawel could still reach that level if certain conditions were fulfilled. Although those conditions remained unknown, Zeke Draker accepted that he would uncover them eventually. Nawel growled softly, looking bright and pleased as it floated before him, and Zeke Draker calmly asked the dragon to cooperate with him from now on. Above the surface, Felix Valencia stood at the edge of the lake, staring anxiously into the dark water. Zeke Draker had been gone for quite some time, and Felix could not stop wondering whether his lord was truly safe down there. But just as that anxious thought lingered in Felix Valencia's mind, he noticed something large slowly rising from beneath the surface of the lake. Before Felix Valencia could even react, a massive head burst out of the water with a violent splash, sending him stumbling backward in shock until he fell hard onto the ground. Then Zeke Draker's voice rang out from above the creature, casually asking if Felix Valencia had been waiting long. Felix stiffened even more when he recognized his master's voice coming from such an impossible place. But Felix Valencia's shock only deepened when he saw the creature carrying Zeke Draker. He could barely form the question of what exactly he was looking at, while Zeke calmly stepped down from Noel's head. The dragon lowered itself gently back into the lake, then slipped beneath the surface and disappeared. Zeke Draker explained that there had been a monster hidden within the lake, and that the form Felix Valencia had just seen was what remained after its curse had been lifted. Felix was left speechless, while Zeke took out the golden mask and studied it carefully. As Zeke Draker quietly wondered what the mask truly was, Felix Valencia reacted in surprise at the sight of it. The sun-shaped crest engraved on its surface resembled the insignia of the Holy Kingdom far too closely, so Zeke decided to channel ether into it, just as he had once done with Tarakan's relic. The golden mask responded as if it had been waiting for that power. The instant Zeke Draker infused the mask with ether, the system informed him that he had acquired an unknown mask that reminded him of Herzion, which had also hidden its true name when he first discovered it, and how Galleon Halbert, after examining the armor, had concluded that it likely dated back at least to the Golden Age. Because the mask shared similar traits, Zeke Draker began to suspect that it too might be a relic left behind from the Golden Age. While Zeke Draker was considering that possibility, the system asked whether he wanted to register as the mask's user. When he agreed, the registration completed, and the system immediately asked if he wished to activate its function. Zeke had not expected that question, but he accepted anyway, and the moment he gave the command, the mask erupted in brilliant light. The system informed Zeke Draker that the mask's function had linked with an intermediate-level administrator system, then confirmed once again that his class was immortal. The system announced that the skill Purify had activated, then continued by explaining that it had fused with Zeke Draker's immortal class and evolved into a unique class-exclusive ability called Great Purification. Zeke was startled by the sudden change, but the system kept going, saying it was expanding the range of the new power. A faint glow gathered around the golden mask before an overwhelming beam of light shot straight into the sky. The system reported that purification of the polluted mana across the land had begun, and as the light reached the heavens, it added that a connection with an unknown administrator system was being established. The sky brightened, the dark clouds began to scatter, and another notice followed, stating that an unknown mode was being converted and emergency defense mode was being lifted. In the next instant, the clouds disappeared completely, leaving the sky above Myking clear and open. Zeke Draker stared in disbelief at the sudden transformation around him, stunned by how drastically the entire atmosphere had changed. Before Felix Valencia could ask what had just happened, a voice cried out that the prophecy had been fulfilled. Both of them turned toward the sound and saw a group of people approaching on horseback, causing Felix to immediately draw his sword and demand to know who they were. Zeke Draker stepped forward and told Felix Valencia to calm down, assuring him that these people were not enemies. Felix looked confused and asked who they could possibly be, and Zeke reminded him that they had already greeted them earlier. That answer left Felix stunned as he realized the riders were the very same figures he had mistaken for ghosts inside the castle. The Agamemnon patriarch dismounted from his horse and declared that the prophecy had truly come to pass. He said a child with black eyes had restored their family to its original state, and those words startled Zeke Draker. Around him, the gathered elders raised their hands together and erupted into cheers, praising the black-eyed child they now hailed as their savior. Felix Valencia stared at the scene in disbelief, still half convinced they were ghosts. Zeke Draker clarified that they were not spirits at all, but victims whose bodies had deteriorated because of the curse, and now that the curse had been lifted, they had simply returned to the way they once were. The Agamemnon patriarch stepped closer and addressed Zeke Draker as his black-eyed grandchild, saying that Zeke had freed them from the family's curse and rescued them. Zeke smiled at his grandfather's words, placed a hand over his chest, and said he was truly glad he could greet him like this. The next scene shifted back to the Agamemnon castle, where Felix Valencia looked around in astonishment, unable to believe how completely the place had changed overnight. Zeke Draker remembered that the system had mentioned emergency defense mode being lifted when the surroundings transformed. Since the golden mask was connected to the system, just like the Dragonslayer's residence and King Kaiser's home, he realized the system's power must be tied to the Elder Dragon's artifact. As Zeke Draker continued thinking, an elderly maid approached him and called him young master. She asked if he had enjoyed his meal, mentioning that it had been her first time using her cooking skills in 50 years, and that seeing him eat so well made her happy. Felix Valencia looked puzzled at first, wondering who the woman was, before suddenly remembering that she was the maid who had guided them the day before. The woman confirmed his realization, and the Agamemnon patriarch then explained to Zeke Draker that because of the curse, they had been unable to endure sunlight and could not properly eat the food needed to survive. Their condition had worsened over time, until they eventually lost even the ability to speak clearly. Hearing that, Zeke Draker set the golden mask down on the table and told his grandfather that he had something to show him. He pushed the mask forward and explained that he had found it at the bottom of the lake. The Agamemnon patriarch recognized it immediately, revealing that it was Agamemnon's golden mask, and disbelief filled his face as he realized their family's symbol had finally returned. Zeke Draker asked his grandfather to tell him what had truly happened, and the Agamemnon patriarch answered that Zeke was now worthy of learning the hidden past of their family. The Agamemnon patriarch explained that everything had begun roughly 50 years earlier, when a devastating plague swept through Mycene. At that time, the Agamemnon family used every means available to contain the outbreak within the city. The elders quarantined those who were already infected, while bringing the remaining citizens into the castle under strict preparation. But no matter how hard they tried, the disease spread at a terrifying speed. It began with a high fever, then red spots appeared across the body, and after that, the victims would start vomiting blood before dying within 3 days. Zeke Draker wondered if the illness was Rose disease. The exact timing of death did not match perfectly, but the symptoms were so similar that he could not ignore the resemblance. The true horror began after sunset, when the people who had died from the disease rose again and began attacking the living. Zeke Draker listened closely, then asked if they had turned into zombies. The Agamemnon patriarch explained that they were not the same as zombies controlled by black mages. These creatures could infect the living through their bites, turning victims into the same kind of undead, as if the curse itself spread like a contagious disease. Clenching his fist, the Agamemnon patriarch told Zeke Draker that the only way they could describe what happened was to say that a curse had fallen upon their kingdom, because the entire situation was too bizarre and horrifying for ordinary people to understand. In response, the Agamemnon family fortified the castle and waited, hoping the outbreak and chaos would eventually calm down. But with no real solution in sight, the number of corpses only continued to increase. The Agamemnon patriarch then revealed that the golden mask had been passed down since the time of their earliest ancestor, which prompted Zeke Draker to ask if he knew who had created it. But the Agamemnon patriarch admitted that he did not know. Most records from before the Golden Age had already been lost, leaving even their family without a clear answer. Zeke Draker silently wished the Agamemnon patriarch had known more, because this had been his chance to uncover the mask's connection to the Rosian. He had not expected the answer to come easily, but the disappointment still settled heavily in his mind. Rising to his feet, the Agamemnon patriarch continued explaining. Both the castle and Agamemnon's golden mask had long served as symbols of their family, and because of the holy power contained within them, the dead had been unable to enter the castle. Even so, surviving behind the castle walls had its limits, and eventually, the patriarch of that era was forced to make a grave decision. He and the elders chose to act as bait themselves, drawing the dead toward the holy lake so the corrupted bodies could be submerged and purified. But as events unfolded, an unexpected disaster occurred. The Agamemnon patriarch explained that the corrupt energy eventually tainted the holy lake itself, until even its guardian deity was twisted into a monster. Zeke Draker immediately connected that story to Nawel, realizing that the holy beast had been transformed by that very same contamination. As Zeke Draker studied the paintings, the Agamemnon patriarch added that the decision had been made to save the city and its people. However, no one had imagined that their attempt to protect Mycene would create another disaster. Zeke Draker stepped closer and asked if they had spread the rumors of the curse in order to protect the citizens. The Agamemnon patriarch confirmed it, explaining that the remaining corrupt energy still carried the risk of reigniting the plague. Zeke then asked if the curse that caused children to die was also tied to that same energy. The Agamemnon patriarch replied that he believed so, adding that weaker children were especially vulnerable to its influence. Zeke Draker then said that he wanted to learn more about his mother. The Agamemnon patriarch asked if Arthur Draker had never told him anything about her. Zeke Draker answered that the entire Draker family avoided speaking about his mother, to the point that he did not even know her name. Anger flashed across the Agamemnon patriarch's face as he ground his teeth and cursed Arthur Draker, calling him a bastard and saying he should have stopped Laura from marrying him. From those words, Zeke Draker finally realized that his mother's name was Laura Agamemnon. Zeke Draker then mentioned that he had heard the Agamemnon family once held greater power than any other house within the Blood Alliance. The Agamemnon patriarch revealed that the Draker household had originally been an allied family under theirs, which shocked Zeke. Still visibly angry, the patriarch explained that during the era of the Holy Empire, the Drakers had been nothing more than a rural knight family, one that would never have dreamed of entering the central continent without the Agamemnon family's support. But when Mycene fell to the plague, the Drakers seized the opportunity to absorb other families and expand their influence, eventually rising to the position they held in the present day. Zeke Draker was not especially surprised by that revelation, because he knew his own family was capable of such actions. He remarked that his mother must have known what kind of people the Drakers were, then asked why Laura Agamemnon had chosen to marry Arthur Draker anyway. But Rufus Agamemnon admitted that even he did not know the whole truth. With a heavy expression, he explained that Laura had always been wrapped in mystery, especially because she had somehow survived the corrupt energy and been born into the world when others could not. Hearing that, Zeke Draker's eyes narrowed, and he immediately asked why his mother alone had managed to overcome it and be born. Rufus Agamemnon told Zeke Draker that there was indeed a reason behind it. Then, after a brief pause, he revealed that Laura Agamemnon had belonged to the healer class. The moment those words left his mouth, Zeke Draker froze in disbelief, unable to easily accept that his own mother had carried the power of a healer. In that world, a person's class was not a small detail. It was something that shaped their entire life, their path, and even the way others judged their worth. Those born with a natural gift for the sword became swordsmen. Those whose talents leaned toward the bow walked the path of archers, while those suited to wielding spears became spearmen. In other words, a class was seen as the clearest reflection of a person's role, talent, and true ability. Rufus Agamemnon then told Zeke Draker that his mother, Laura Agamemnon, had been part of the healer class, a rare and powerful path that allowed her to resist and overcome corrupting forces. He explained that, in ancient times, the class system had been created to draw out and strengthen each person's natural gifts. But as the age of knights grew dominant, that old purpose gradually faded, and most people came to be categorized simply as swordsmen or mages. As an aside, he added that most members of House Draker usually began as swordsmen. As Zeke Draker listened to those words, his expression grew quiet and distant. His thoughts sank deeper, and for the first time, he began to suspect that this might be connected to all the pain and rejection he had suffered in his previous life. If Laura Agamemnon had truly been a healer, then Zeke Draker could not help wondering whether Arthur Draker had known about it. When Rufus Agamemnon confirmed that Arthur had indeed been aware of Laura's class, Zeke's heart grew even more unsettled. If his father had known, then Arthur should have realized that Zeke possessed something beyond mere talent with the sword. And yet, despite knowing that possibility, Arthur had still cast him out in his past life. The contradiction left Zeke disturbed, unable to make sense of the choice his father had made. Zeke Draker then asked whether the Agamemnon family had produced many healers. Rufus Agamemnon answered that people like that were extraordinarily rare, so rare that the position of patriarch was often entrusted to someone with healing abilities. Even so, Laura Agamemnon had eventually left the family behind and traveled to the Holy Kingdom, saying that she intended to find a way to save them. After hearing that, Zeke Draker quietly pieced the situation together. His mother must have gone to the Holy Kingdom to learn more about the healer class and search for a method to cleanse the miasma that had been slowly devouring the Agamemnon family. And with that realization, Zeke Draker understood something else as well. The complete truth about Laura Agamemnon was likely known only to one person, his father, Arthur Draker. At that moment, Rufus Agamemnon reached out and placed an item into Zeke Draker's hands, telling him to take it. Zeke Draker fell silent the instant he saw what it was. Resting in his palm was a locket, and inside it was a portrait of his mother. As Zeke stared at Laura Agamemnon's face, Rufus explained that there had once been a time when Laura briefly returned to the castle. During that short return, Laura Agamemnon had often said that one day, a child with black eyes would come back and restore the family to its rightful state. Zeke Draker immediately looked up and asked whether his mother had left behind some kind of prophecy. Rufus Agamemnon answered honestly that he did not know the true meaning behind those words. Still, Rufus Agamemnon admitted that it was not impossible. Laura Agamemnon had always been different from others, gifted in ways that stood out even when she was young, so the idea that she had spoken with some deeper foresight did not seem unbelievable to him. Zeke Draker lowered his gaze back to the locket, staring at the portrait inside. The more he looked at it, the deeper he sank into thought, turning over every word his grandfather had just revealed. Rufus Agamemnon then reminded Zeke Draker of something he had once said himself, that he needed the family's support. Since Zeke was Laura Agamemnon's son, and since he had also saved the Agamemnon family from its curse, Rufus declared with unwavering certainty that from that moment onward, Zeke Draker would be recognized as the sole heir of the Agamemnon family. Meanwhile, out on the training grounds, Felix Valencia was being pushed to his absolute limit. His body looked completely drained, and he seemed moments away from collapsing where he stood. The elder watched over him and Zeke Draker with sharp eyes, supervising every movement and sternly ordering Felix to train properly without slacking off. As exhaustion weighed heavily on Felix Valencia, he desperately pleaded with Zeke Draker to help him. But Zeke only looked at him calmly and told him that he still had a long road ahead, and that the only thing he could do now was continue practicing with discipline. Later, Zeke Draker reflected on the situation. Rufus Agamemnon had already begun the formal process of establishing him as the heir, and since there was still some time left before the martial arts competition, Zeke decided to remain at the castle a little longer in accordance with the patriarch's wishes. While continuing to train alongside Felix Valencia, Zeke Draker also began learning the secret art of the Agamemnon family, golden swordsmanship. It was a style that used sword and shield together, giving off a feeling similar to paladin succession swordsmanship or imperial swordsmanship. During practice, Zeke activated his armor and attached Bahamut to Galen's shield, and in that moment, he could clearly feel how stable and well-balanced golden swordsmanship truly was. However, Zeke Draker soon realized that the magic armor could not be used properly because of the curse affecting the Empire's men. With that limitation in mind, he understood that he needed to meet Galen as soon as possible and have the equipment remodeled and improved. But before he could think any further, Rufus Agamemnon arrived and called out to him, looking noticeably weary as he remarked that handling documents after so many years had become increasingly burdensome. Then he said there was something important he wanted to discuss and suggested that they take a short walk together. As they walked side by side, Zeke Draker asked how the city had been governed until now. Rufus Agamemnon explained that he had entrusted its management to reliable proxies outside the territory, while the family continued making the most important decisions and sending instructions through letters. Then he revealed that this was exactly why he had called Zeke. For generations, the Agamemnon family had stood as the guardians of Mycene, protecting the city while the three families beneath them remained bound by deep vows, always ready to come to their aid whenever needed. Zeke Draker took in the explanation and summed it up by saying that, in other words, those families served as their vassals. Rufus Agamemnon confirmed it, then added firmly that if Zeke was to be officially recognized as heir, he would need acknowledgement from all three of those families. Zeke Draker replied that he also had something important to address regarding that very matter. He requested that the three families, along with every other family connected to House Agamemnon, be summoned to the castle. Later, when the invited families arrived, they were stunned at the sight before them. Agamemnon Castle had been restored to its original form, and many immediately understood that the curse which had burdened the family for so long had finally been lifted. The guests were welcomed warmly, and Rufus Agamemnon stepped forward to greet them in person. With sincerity in his voice, Rufus Agamemnon expressed his gratitude to the blood allies who had stayed loyal and unwavering during the Agamemnon family's long absence. Many of the leaders approached him with visible surprise and relief, pleased to see him standing in such good health. But not everyone felt the same way. In the background, some watched with uneasy expressions, knowing that the return of House Agamemnon meant a powerful ruling force was rising again in the central continent. Rufus Agamemnon then announced that he had gathered everyone to inform them that the Agamemnon family had finally broken free from its curse and returned. After that, he introduced Zeke Draker as the heir of the Agamemnon bloodline. The declaration sent shock through the hall, especially among those who already knew Zeke as the youngest Blue Knight on the continent and the genius who had graduated from Valhalla faster than anyone before him. At that moment, one man stepped forward and respectfully addressed him as the revered Rufus Agamemnon. With the composure of an old retainer, he asked for permission to speak as both an old friend and a loyal vassal. Once Rufus Agamemnon granted permission and acknowledged him as his oldest friend, Arnold Achilles, the man calmly began to speak. He said that the decision of an official heir for the Agamemnon family was indeed welcome news. However, according to the conditions established for their proxy families, the Achilles family held the duty of verifying whether that heir was truly legitimate. As the other elders stepped forward beside him, Arnold Achilles continued. He pointed out that this duty did not rest on the Achilles family alone, but was also shared by the Hector family and the Aegis family. In response, Rufus Agamemnon stated that if that was the case, they would follow the old traditions. The heir's right would be proven in the proper way, through a knight's duel. The duel was carefully arranged, and before long, a large crowd gathered around the designated arena, all of them waiting to witness the challenge with their own eyes. Low murmurs spread through the stands as everyone waited for the duel to begin. Among the spectators, one man spoke with clear satisfaction, saying the event had turned out even better than expected, and that it was rare to witness a battle between such distinguished knights. Another elder agreed, adding that it was even more surprising to see Zeke Draker himself standing as the challenger. Zeke Draker stood ready in the arena, calm and composed. He briefly checked the defensive gear fitted onto his body, noting that for this match, he would have to rely on the temporary equipment prepared by the Agamemnon family. Since he could not openly use his magical armor in front of everyone, he decided that this would be enough. Across from him, his opponent looked down at him with open disdain. The man questioned how someone like Zeke Draker could have been chosen as the heir of the Agamemnon family, then proudly declared himself a great warrior of the Hector family who would personally test whether Zeke was worthy. The Hector warrior rushed forward, boldly urging Zeke Draker to come at him with everything he had. But in the very next instant, the atmosphere shifted completely, because Zeke ended the fight almost before anyone had time to react. With overwhelming force, Zeke Draker crushed his opponent decisively and left him sprawled across the ground. A moment later, the result of the duel was announced for everyone to hear. Zeke Draker had won. The high officials of the Hector family stood frozen in shock, unable to believe that their proud great warrior had been defeated so quickly without putting up any meaningful resistance. Not long after, the elder from the Aegis family stepped forward with confidence and announced that it was now their turn. As their warrior entered the arena, he was ordered to display the true strength and pride of the Aegis family. The warrior charged aggressively toward Zeke Draker, but midway through the attack, Zeke caught him off guard with a precise and powerful counter, throwing him away before he could recover or strike back. Zeke Draker closed the distance at once and drove in a crushing punch that dealt severe damage, drawing a sharp scream of pain from the warrior. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized that Zeke, despite being only 17 years old, possessed a level of overwhelming power that should have been impossible for someone his age. Even though the Aegis warrior tried to steady himself and regain his composure, Zeke Draker calmly said that it was enough. When the warrior anxiously asked what he meant, Zeke answered in a firm voice that he was going to end it. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and crushed him once again, leaving him collapsed on the ground as the result was declared in Zeke's favor. Zeke Draker glanced briefly at the fallen opponent and understood that only one challenger remained. Then the final great warrior slowly stepped into the arena, and the crowd immediately recognized him as the reigning champion of the traditional dueling league, Pharrell Achilles. Standing face to face with Zeke Draker, Pharrell Achilles approached with calm respect and introduced himself, saying it was good to meet him. Zeke returned the introduction in the same manner. But as Zeke studied him closely, he immediately sensed that Pharrell was nothing like the previous two opponents. There was no hesitation in his stance, no instability in his presence, only firm composure and a mind sharpened by discipline. Without wasting any more time, Zeke Draker made the first move. He rushed in to test Pharrell Achilles directly, and their weapons clashed head-on with a heavy burst of force. As the exchange continued, Zeke Draker found himself genuinely impressed. Pharrell Achilles had exceptionally solid fundamentals, and every movement he made carried the weight of extensive real combat experience. The high officials of the Achilles family could not hide their surprise as they watched someone confront their elite warrior on equal footing. Around them, other spectators began murmuring that Zeke Draker was already approaching the level of the reigning champion of the Central Region's Night Dueling League, a fact that seemed almost unbelievable to those witnessing it. Among the spectators, Rufus Agamemnon watched the duel in silence. His eyes remained fixed on Zeke Draker, and deep down, he believed without hesitation that this would be the moment Zeke proved himself as the true heir of the Agamemnon family. As the battle grew more intense with each passing moment, Pharrell Achilles gradually began to struggle beneath Zeke Draker's mounting pressure. Forced back by the force in front of him, he could not help thinking that the rumors calling Zeke Draker a monster might actually be true. Pharrell Achilles could feel it clearly now. His stamina was being shaved away little by little. His breathing grew heavier, his body began to slow, and yet Zeke Draker stood across from him as steady as ever, showing no sign of being shaken by the battle. Realizing that continuing like this would only push him further into a corner, Pharrell Achilles made his decision. If he had no other path left, then he would pour everything he had into one final, decisive strike and force the duel to its absolute limit. With that resolve burning through him, Pharrell Achilles unleashed the shield spear technique of the Achilles family. It was the ultimate charge Black Spear Fury. Wrapped in a powerful aura, Pharrell Achilles drove forward like a spear fired across the arena, putting his full strength behind the attack. Zeke Draker watched Pharrell Achilles' approach with sharp, focused eyes. In that instant, he understood that his opponent had completely stopped holding back and was now betting everything on this single attack. And as that overwhelming force closed in, Zeke Draker quietly weighed his choice. This was the moment to decide whether he should answer with the swordsmanship he had inherited from the Agamemnon family. Zeke Draker gave his answer through action. He unleashed the ultimate counter of golden swordsmanship, a technique known as Golden Sword Dignity Attack. Both warriors surged forward with tremendous force, and the instant their strikes crashed together head-on. The arena was swallowed by a blinding flash born from the explosive energy of their collision.